Chapter 151 Young Manor. Zhang Yi asked Su Hao to communicate with Wang Siming, and then prepared to leave. Su Hao said this is simple. What I said to him is, give me some time to trick you into a trap. So he has been waiting for news from me. It can be seen that he also covets the supplies in your hands, especially snowmobiles and food. If you nod, we can go there tomorrow. Zhang Yi nodded. Okay. Just communicate with him in front of me. Zhang Yi confiscated Su Hao's cell phone to prevent this guy from doing anything behind his back. Su Hao honestly finished communicating with Wang Siming in front of Zhang Yi, and made an appointment for tomorrow without any obstacles. Wait for my news. Zhang Yi took the phone away, then returned home and started preparing weapons and equipment. Seeing that he was busy again, Zhou Qier couldn't help but ask, haven't all the problems in the community been solved? Where are you going? Go to a better place. Don't ask too much. I will tell you when the time comes, Zhang Yi said lightly. Zhou Qier kept her mouth shut. She wouldn't talk too much about things she shouldn't ask. Before Zhang Yi left, after thinking for a while, he left half a month's worth of food for her and Uncle Yu. If he encounters any accident, these foods can keep them alive for half a month. Zhou Qier looked worried. Zhang Yi had never done such a thing in the past. She was suddenly scared. Came over and hugged Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. You? Wouldn't you be doing something very dangerous? I'm a little scared. Her tall figure combined with her soft and plump parts will make a man very moved when she hugs him. This is a natural advantage. Maybe she doesn't want to use it to seduce others, but she is born with it and has no choice. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, do you want to come here one more time before I leave? Zhou Qier's face turned red. It's up to you. At worst, it's up to you this time. I can just wear a white shirt or an apron. Zhang Yi chuckled and pinched her delicate chin. Don't worry. Zhang Yi, never do anything I'm not sure about. I am more afraid of death than anyone else and will not put myself in danger. However, it is my personal habit to prepare everything in advance. He hugged Zhou Qier's head and kissed her hard. After a long time, Zhou Qier could hardly breathe before letting go. A crystalline silk thread slowly fell down and broke, remaining at the corner of her lips. I have something very important to do this afternoon. I will take care of you when I get back. Zhou Qier lay weakly on the sofa and nodded shyly. Yes. There was a sound. Zhang Yi left home with a smile, and then knocked on Su Hao's door. Su Hao. Open the door. Su Hao came over and opened the door, and was a little surprised to see Zhang Yi coming to find him. Brother Zhang, do you have any other instructions? Zhang Yi's hand wearing anti-cutting gloves raised his thumb. Let's go! Let's go! Su Hao's eyes widened. Didn't we agree to go there tomorrow? Tomorrow? Zhang Yi sneered. Soldiers never tire of deceit. Tell him it's tomorrow. So if we go there today, can't we kill him by surprise? Su Hao opened his mouth, thinking that you are too stubborn. But he still has to give a thumbs up. High. Really high. Zhang Yi has another reason for doing this. People are suspicious. It is true that rich second-generation people like Wang Siming are bohemian, but they are not fools either. If everything goes too smoothly, he will become suspicious. It was precisely because of Zhang Yi's sudden decision that Wang Siming thought Zhang Yi had really fallen into a trap. Zhang Yi took Su Hao downstairs, and he pretended to get the snowmobile. Su Hao was about to get in the car, but was stopped by Zhang Yi. He took out a white belt and said to Su Hao, stretch out your hand. This kind of plastic tie is used to tie steel pipes on construction sites. It is extremely strong and gets tighter the more you struggle to tie it to your hands. Not much worse than handcuffs. Su Hao begged Brother Dao with a grimace. Why don't you believe me now? You and I are really on the same side. And I'm still poisonous. Zhang Yi said lightly that there was no special reason. It just made me feel more at ease by doing this. And when you get to Wang Siming's place, he won't believe you until he sees you tied up. Su Hao was very reluctant, but he also understood that his resistance was ineffective. So he had no choice but to obediently stretch out his hands and let Zhang Yi tie them together. After doing this, Zhang Yi asked him to sit in front of the motorcycle and drove behind him. Boom! The motorcycle started and drove towards the outside of the community. The wind and snow blew on Su Hao's face, like a knife being scratched. The pain was so severe that he couldn't open his eyes. If he hadn't been wearing a thick turtleneck sweater, his face would have been frozen to pieces. Brother, this wind makes my face hurt. Do you have an extra helmet? Zhang Yi was wearing a bulletproof helmet and said coldly no. Just bear with it for a while. And if you are miserable, it will look more real. Su Hao felt like crying very much at this time. An hour later, The two people arrived near Yunk Manor, the top villa area in Tianhai City. After arriving here, Johnny looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but be a little stunned. This place is so good. I can't say enough good things about it. It's not like he has never seen luxury villas and high-rise buildings. But the location of this villa area alone surpasses other high-end villas. Yunk Manor is backed by two mountains, and in front of it is the Lujiang River in Tianhai City. From a distance, this terrain looks like a Taisha chair, and Yunk Manor is sitting in the middle of the Taisha chair. Behind is a natural barrier, and the wind passes between the two mountains and falls towards the Lujiang River in front of it. This feng shui was obviously taught by an expert. There are many businessmen in the south, and they are very obsessed with feng shui. So it is natural that the feng shui in this luxury villa area is excellent. However, what Zhang Yi feels most deeply about is that because Yunk Manor is backed by two mountains as a barrier, the community has become a natural shelter. After the heavy snow falls, it will be blown towards the Lujiang River by the wind between the two mountains. Therefore, the heavy snow piled up to more than 10 meters in other places. But the snow here was only 2 or 3 meters. I originally thought that when disaster strikes in the last days, it will be fair to most people. But now it seems that even God will pay extra favor to rich people, Zhang Yi said with emotion. What's the use of flattering Su Hao in front of him? Compared with you, brother Zhang, those rich people here have a miserable life. Zhang Yi raised the corners of his mouth. Stop flattering me, and come down, and lead the way for me. Su Hao asked curiously. Why don't you continue driving inside? If we leave, we will have to walk for a while. Zhang Yi said calmly, and asked you to come down and leave. There is so much nonsense. Chapter 152 The Bad-Mouthed Man. After Su Hao got off the car, Zhang Yi put the snowmobile into a different space. Su Hao stood nearby. His eyes widened. This is... Zhang Yi glanced at him lightly. But he hadn't seen him before? Su Hao was speechless, thinking that I had seen a ghost before. It turns out, brother Zhang, you are a mutant, Zhang Yi said. Actually, I prefer the names of superpowers or aliens. Mutants always feel a bit discriminatory. Su Hao's face was full of curiosity. He had learned a lot. I really learned a lot. Zhang Yi walked forward through the snow, and Su Hao quickly followed, with a flattering look on his face. Brother Zhang, I will definitely follow you from now on. You are my brother. Take care of me. Zhang Yi said that it depends on your performance. Su Hao nodded like a fool. Don't worry. I know that guy Wang Siming very well. This operation must be foolproof. Zhang Yi curled his lips. You'd better be. The snowmobile was put away to prevent Wang Siming from killing anyone. Although Zhang Yi has mastered new abilities in different dimensions, he still won't take unnecessary risks. The two people walked towards the community. There are more than 100 villas in Yunk Manor. Most of the blizzard was blown away. Only half of the doors were submerged. Even the temperature was higher than that of Yuelu community due to its proximity to the river. The two walked forward through the snow, slowly attracting the attention of some people. Zhang Yi clearly noticed figures appearing behind some windows. He asked Su Hao down next to him, why do I think there are still many living people here? Is it possible that rich people also have the habit of storing food? Su Hao is very familiar with this. He said to Zhang Yi that this was really the case. It's just that it's not the same as what most people store in their homes. For example, my dad had a collection of more than 100 top-quality Spanish hams in the cold storage at my house. Not to mention that the only people who can live here are famous rich people. Basically every villa will have a wine library and special food. In addition, everyone lives separately. So there will not be large-scale hunger and conflicts like in Yuelu community. Naturally, you can live longer. Zhang Yi nodded. So that's it. He didn't care too much about these. Anyway, no one here knows him. And due to the lack of food, the rich here will still starve to death after living for a while. The two walked along the road. Wang Siming's villa was located in the center of the community, numbered 101. The two people walked forward leisurely. Zhang Yi observed the surrounding scene as he walked. The first is to check if there is any danger, and the second is to familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment and prepare for the future. When the two passed by a villa, Zhang Yi suddenly heard an excited shout. Hey, are you here to save us? Zhang Yi and Su Hao turned their heads and looked over. I saw the window of the villa being opened forcefully, and then a man wrapped in a black down jacket waved vigorously in this direction. Who? Zhang Yi glanced at Su Hao. Your friend? Su Hao was not sure. He did have many acquaintances around here. I have no idea. But brother Zhang, let's leave him alone and let him die. Su Hao didn't care either. Zhang Yi nodded and planned to move on. But when the man saw that the two were indifferent, he was obviously a little anxious. Hack. Are your ears deaf? MD. Can't you hear me asking you to come over? The man came over through the snow and quickly blocked Zhang Yi and Su Hao's path. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Mouth so dirty? Why does it feel familiar? He put his hands next to his thighs, wanting to kill this guy. However, considering his next actions, he did not want to alert the enemy, so he did not take action for the time being. He just looked at this man coldly, trying to figure out his identity. Su Hao was not happy. At this time, he was sensible and could not let Zhang Yi take action. So he took a step forward and asked, "Who are you?" The man took off the scarf wrapped around his face, revealing his white, puffy face. "Don't you even know me? I, the famous program host, Zhang Dada." Zhang Yi smiled. No wonder he felt that the voice sounded familiar, especially the foul mouth, which had become his trademark in the entertainment industry. Zhang Dada didn't even look at the faces of the two of them, and opened his mouth to curse when they came up. "Are you both candles? Why can't it light up? Hack. We've been calling you for so long, and now you're here to take us away. I really don't know what you people are doing with our taxpayers' money." Zhang Yi originally wanted to slap him twice, but when Zhang Dada said this, he and Su Hao were a little curious. Call for help. Taxpayer? Could it be said that Zhang Dada can contact the hidden organization in Tianai City? What do you mean? We. Zhang Yijing was planning to ask carefully, but was interrupted by Zhang Dada before he was halfway through his words. "I'm telling you. Now, we have to get out of here. Although the villa is very expensive, there is not much food left at home, and the charcoal and alcohol are all used up. You have to take us to the shelter and arrange a place for my friend and I to live. It must be an independent house. We can't live with other people." Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the word shelter. This was the first time he heard someone talk about the shelter in Tianai City. But if you think about it, this is nothing unusual. After all, every city will have means to deal with extraordinary situations. When encountering floods or air raids during war, shelters are needed. And those Shanin organizations are probably located in those places. Zhang Yi asked, "Do you know where the shelter is?" Zhang Dada's eyes widened when he heard this. "You asked me? You actually came over and asked me. What do you do for food? Not the people who came to pick us up from the shelter?" Zhang Yi was already a little annoyed by his Drake voice. This Zhang Dada had a dirty mouth from the beginning and always had a condescending attitude. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. Zhang Yi said coldly that we are not from there. Don't dream about it either. They have too much time to take care of themselves now, and there is no way they can come and take care of you. Varied. What? Zhang Dada raised his little fingers with both hands and covered his head with a look of horror. How can this be? We spend a lot of money on taxes. We are big stars. They don't even care about us. Aren't they afraid of causing public opinion? Zhang Yi and Su Hao looked at him as if they were idiots. Su Hao leaned into Zhang Yi's ear and whispered that there were relatively few people in the villa area, and there was not much information exchange. Maybe he doesn't know what's going on outside. Zhang Yi said. Doesn't he know how to surf the internet? After the end of the world, communications were greatly restricted. For example, when Zhang Yi was in Yuelu community, everyone he could contact was around, and friends or relatives far away cannot be contacted. However, several large official media outlets can still use super servers to continue to spread news across the country. Doesn't Zhang Dada have access to any information from the outside world? Suddenly, Zhang Yi recalled the news that the official media had been broadcasting all day long. According to data from Hopkins University, this snowstorm will last for 3 months. In 3 months' time, global temperatures will rise significantly and reach above zero. In response to this snow disaster, China has launched a comprehensive rescue and disaster relief operation and achieved outstanding and effective results. At the request of the broad masses of the people, we should proceed from the facts and unremittingly fight against the snow disaster, establish new work mechanisms, clarify new directions for development, expand new ways to increase income, accumulate new advantages in construction, and explore new ways to pilot. It is the premise, the foundation, the key, the core and the guarantee. We will fully relax this snowstorm to allow everyone to adapt to the cold. Although there will be pain in the short term, it will be beneficial in the long run. Looking at the world, the scenery here is unique. He suddenly understood why Zhang Dada was in this state. Chapter 153 Bosom Friend. You are so beautiful. Zhang Yi looked at the foul-mouthed Zhang Dada in front of him and felt that he was quite pitiful. He actually imagined that someone would come to save him. I'm afraid he thought the snowstorm would really pass soon. And then he could still be a star and continue to look down on ordinary people. It's no wonder that people with higher status are more afraid of the end of the world. Because all the wealth, status and social relationships they have will be gone. Let's go! Johnny didn't want to waste time with John Dada. So he called Sue How to leave, who knew that John Dada was not happy anymore. So where did you come from? Is there anything to eat over there? Alas, our place is far away from those ordinary supermarkets. In the past, food was flown in from abroad. It's too cold now, and the planes don't fly anymore. Damn. Those bitches took my money, and didn't do anything. I have to sue them when the snowstorm is over. Do you have something to eat? Sell some to me, and I can buy them for 10 times the market price. John Dada looked bossy. Maybe he was used to being so aloof in the past. And he hasn't changed now. Johnny sighed. I was busy with something, and didn't want to talk to you. But you beep? You really deserve a beating. After Johnny finished speaking, he slapped John Dada in the face with a round palm. His face was twisted, and his nosebleed spattered out along with a few teeth. Plop! With a sound, he was slapped down into the snow. John Dada covered his face, looked at Johnny in astonishment, then pointed at Johnny with his orchid finger and scolded you. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm John Dada. You bitch. Are you looking for death? Johnny was really angry. He rushed up and kicked John Dada in the face. The heavy snow boots stamped mercilessly on his face. You stinky fool. You really think you are so great. So you are trying to show off to me. And I will see if I don't beat you to death. Sue How also followed up and kicked him several times. John Dada cried loudly after being beaten. He was a bit harsh at first, but soon he started crying and begging Johnny for his life. Stop. Stop it. When Johnny was fighting vigorously, another person appeared from the villa and asked them to stop. Johnny and Sue How glanced at each other, and they couldn't see the person's appearance clearly. They just felt that the person's figure was slender and weak. Like a woman. Could it be Kun? Sue How smiled and said to Johnny. The man had to come out when he saw John Dada being beaten. When he came to Johnny and Sue How, he slowly took off his hat and scarf, revealing a fair and delicate face. Johnny and Sue How couldn't help but said that it was really Kun. This face was so familiar to them. Johnny had never seen his performance, but he had seen his various dance imitation videos. Seeing the surprised look of the two, the man smiled slightly and said confidently that you must have recognized it. I am Kaijin, a famous idol who has been in the industry for 2.5 years. And this guy you hit is my friend. I hope you won't embarrass him for my sake. The person in front of Johnny is indeed Kaijin, the top idol in recent years. When John Dada saw Kaijin coming, he got up from the ground like a dog with an owner, raised his chin and said, I am Jean's good friend. If you hit me, just wait to be blasted by fans. Johnny looked mocking. People who live in the past world and refuse to face reality are actually quite pitiful. Kaijin frowned and suddenly took out a lip balm from his pocket. Damn it. The air outside is so dry that my lips are going to crack. While applying lip balm, he said to Zhang and Yi, Aren't you the people sent by Director Sher to take me there? Johnny was puzzled by what he heard. He had no idea who the other party was talking about. No. We were just passing by. Kaijin's eyes were a little dim, like a resentful woman who had been abandoned by her lover. How could she bear to leave me alone? Didn't you promise that you would love me forever? Zhang Yi's eyes were strange, and he somewhat understood the relationship between Director Sher and him. If there's nothing else to do, we'll leave first. Goodbye. Zhang Yi was too lazy to deal with him and prepared to leave. Kaijin stopped him. Wait a minute. You must have something to eat, right? Please share some with us. He picked his middle part with his pinky finger. And in exchange I'll give you my autograph. Is that okay? John Dada also said beside him that you are really lucky. The autograph of our close friend cannot be bought. It can be sold online for 2,000 yuan. Zhang Yi laughed and was not interested. If it weren't for Zhang Yi not hitting women, he would have already done it. When Kaijin heard that Zhang Yi didn't want his autograph, she bit her lip helplessly and clenched her fists as if she had made a huge sacrifice. Well, I can take a photo with you. Are you satisfied with this? When John Dada next to him heard this, his eyes widened and he was about to cry. Bosom friend? No. This is absolutely not okay. How can you just take a photo with someone else? People like them have no qualifications at all. Kaijin took a deep breath and said to Zhang Dada firmly, Dada, We need to eat now. Even if it requires me to make sacrifices. It doesn't matter. Zhang Dada burst into tears. He wiped his nose and sobbed twice. Okay. In that case, I respect your decision. After saying that, he turned his head and glared at Zhang Yidao. Did you hear that? Your close friend agrees to take a photo with you. This is your 8th lifetime honor. As long as you bring out some food. It will be, okay, and you can have fun. The two of them were so moved that they didn't notice the stunned look on Zhang Yi's face. Zhang Yi shook his head and murmured to himself that there are still such people in the world. My eyes were opened. Su Hao said with a smile. Brother Zhang, don't think that celebrities are any different. The quality of many of them is not as good as ordinary people. I have slept with many young beauties and innocent playboys in the eyes of my fans. Their private lives are very messy. Take this Kai Jin as an example. He is being taken care of by a female boss from Tian Hai. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to live here? Normally, Zhang Yi wouldn't mind playing with these two clowns. But he still has things to do today. So Zhang Yi waved his hand towards them and moved out of the way. I don't have time to talk to you. As soon as these words came out, Kai Jin and Zhang Dada's expressions suddenly changed. As if they had heard some unreasonable request. Chapter 154 Pretty Woman. Kai Jin trembled, pointed at Zhang Yi and said to him. He actually refused. Does he know how many people dream of taking a photo with me? While Zhang Dada comforted Kai Jin, he angrily cursed, where did you two idiots come from? Do you know where this place is? Do you know how big the identity gap is between you and us? Now that you have such a good opportunity in front of you, you don't know how to cherish it. You deserve to be at the bottom of your life. He was afraid that Zhang Yi and Su Hao would run away because there really wasn't much food in their house. So while talking, he walked over and grabbed Zhang Yi's sleeve to prevent him from leaving. Let me tell you, since you are here today, you must give us some food. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Zhang Dada shouted hysterically. Su Hao sighed. This kid is finished. Sure enough, Zhang Yi was annoyed by Zhang Dada's shrew-like behavior. He originally didn't want to cause trouble. But some people just like to be mean. What can he do? Zhang Yi didn't say anything. He just pulled the hair on Zhang Dada's forehead with one hand. And then took out the gun with the other hand. When Zhang Dada opened his mouth to cry out in pain, the pistol was stuffed into his mouth and pointed at his cheek. Boom! A dull gunshot sounded. And Kai Jin next to him was stunned for a moment. And then screamed in fright. Half of Zhang Dada's face was directly punched with a big bloody hole. Half of his teeth were shattered. Half of his tongue was also broken. And his mouth was full of blood. It looks particularly scary from the side. Woo! Woo 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 woo. Zhang Dada lay on the ground in pain and twisted in pain. Zhang Yi said lightly, Why are you so mean? Aren't you the one who brought this on yourself? After speaking, he glanced at Kai Jin next to him. Kai Jin's face was smeared with thick foundation. It was already frighteningly white. But now it became even paler. He hurriedly took a few steps back, crying and begging to say goodbye and not to shoot. Is there anything to discuss? As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you whatever you want. Even if it is. A shameful expression suddenly appeared on his face. And he bit his lip gently. Even if you want me to. Several black lines flashed across Zhang Yi's forehead. Is this okay? Su Hao chuckled and said that this is a common thing in the upper-class circles. Not unusual. It's a pity that I don't have such interest. Zhang Yi said lightly. Kai Jin shouted. If it doesn't work out, I'll give you my female fan. As long as I open my mouth. I don't know how many women are willing to give their lives for me. If you don't like this, I can contact Brother Zhuan. He is an expert in this area and will definitely satisfy you. Zhang Yi finally realized that this kind of idol star would be a loser when faced with a disaster. And he might not be as able to face reality as ordinary people. He pointed his pistol at Kai Jin and said jokingly, Sing me your famous song. If you sing it 100 times, I will let you go. 100 times? Kai Jin hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. Hey hey hey. Zhang Yi frowned. What the hell are you singing about? Kai Jin looked aggrieved. What she was singing was her famous song. This is a Golden Melody award-winning work. Zhang Yi curled his lips disdainfully. Are you playing tricks on me? You know which song I'm talking about. Sing! Su Hao was holding his stomach next to him and laughed and said that not only did he have to sing, but he also had to dance and rap. Kai Jin's face darkened, and she straightened her middle part in shame. My friend, you are so beautiful. Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction. It's more standard to watch his own dance. Don't you think? Su Hao nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. This taste is so authentic. Most people can't imitate it. Zhang Yi gave Kai Jin a kick and asked him to turn his back. And then said that he must not stop until he dances 100 times. Or I will destroy you. Kai Jin's body stiffened and she danced even harder. Zhang Yi and Su Hao walked away. However, the gunfire just now spread throughout the community. And Wang Ximing must have noticed it. But it doesn't matter. Wang Ximing had long known that Zhang Yi had a gun. So hiding it was pointless. It's better to come to the door openly and openly. But it will give the other party the illusion that he is a reckless man. All actions that can paralyze the enemy are necessary. The sound of gunfire alarmed many people in the community. And more people appeared at the windows, looking at Zhang Yi and Su Hao. However, the two of them were wrapped so tightly that it was impossible to tell who they were. To some, the two of them with guns were a huge threat. But for some on the verge of despair, they are hope. In Villa number 204, there was a beautiful woman with a proud figure behind the window, lying on the glass eagerly looking out. She was wearing a black cashmere nightgown, and her fair skin was as white as snow. There is no flaw on the delicate gauzy face. I don't know how many famous brand cosmetics I use for daily maintenance. Those who can live in such a place are all wealthy. Either top-notch rich or top-notch people in the entertainment industry. The young woman saw Zhang Yi and Su Hao walking past the door with her own eyes. She bit her pink lips with a tangled look on her face. Since it is in the south, her villa also has a specially installed fireplace, so the indoor temperature is much higher than outside. But recently, the carbon crystals have almost been burned out, and the food has reached the bottom 3 days ago. Now she was so hungry that she felt dizzy. If she could no longer get food and fuel, she might freeze to death or starve to death in a few days. Either way is a huge torment, causing you to die slowly in infinite despair. But in this place, although the people nearby are neighbors, there is no communication at all on weekdays. There was no way for her to borrow some food. Not to mention that the situation of the snowstorm is unknown now. Who is willing to lend it to her? It's not that she hasn't tried to contact some friends, but it's okay to talk about other things. As soon as she says she's here to borrow supplies, the other party will immediately fall out. It is evident that the world is in a hot and cold state. And these two outsiders gave the lady a glimmer of hope in her eyes. The fact that they were able to brave the heavy snow and appear to be in good shape showed that they had plenty of food and the ability to survive in extremely cold temperatures. It seems that if I want to survive, I must try to contact them. No, I must live. She looked at the mirror in the corner of the room. She was still charming and stunning in the mirror. As a top female star, she was once the goddess in the eyes of countless men across the country. She thought she could give it a try. After all, who would refuse an extremely beautiful top actress? Chapter 155 Young Manor 101. Zhang Yi didn't know that he was being taken care of. He was highly focused now, because there might be a life or death showdown next. After a while, the two came to the vicinity of Young Manor 101. In fact, Zhang Yi saw it from a long distance away. If Young Manor is a luxurious, wealthy city, then Young Manor 101 is the royal palace of the wealthy city. It was a black luxury villa, made entirely of unknown materials. Although the outside has been spray painted and looks similar to an ordinary villa, the metallic texture cannot be completely concealed. The white snow covers the roof, which looks solemn and gorgeous, like a Nordic castle in the ice and snow. Although there are only 2 floors above the surface, it is still nearly 20 meters high. Even the steps are 2 or 3 meters above the snow. The moment Zhang Yi appeared here, the door to a different space immediately opened in front of him. The door to space is formless, has no thickness, and is a 2-dimensional plane. But anything that attacks Zhang Yi will pass through it and enter another space. Its attack ability Zhang Yi has not yet researched, but its defense and counterattack capabilities are fully maxed out. It is very suitable for Zhang Yi's relatively stable style of play now. Although Su Hao said that the shelter did not have heavy firepower, Zhang Yi still chose to believe in himself. Zhang Yi pushed Su Hao and staggered him, then pointed a gun at his head and said, "Is this the shelter you mentioned? Go over and open the door for me." Su Hao raised his head and looked at the top of the black metal door, and said loudly, "Wait a moment. I will open the door for you right now." In the control room of the villa, a man wearing a yellow silk nightgown stood in front of the monitor, staring at Zhang Yi seriously. He is Wang Ximing, a famous rich man in China. In the camera, he saw Su Hao wink at him, but Wang Ximing remained indifferent and did not reach out to press the button to open the door. The appointment time was obviously tomorrow, but I didn't expect that the other party would come today. It caught him off guard, and he didn't have time to prepare for many things. And in his sight, He didn't see the snowmobile that he missed the most. Although there is food and women in the shelter. He is a banana man who loves freedom in his heart, and insists on the belief that if you don't have freedom, you would rather die. Therefore, he is eager to leave the shelter and breathe the free air of the outside world. What about the snowmobile? Wang Ximing frowned. His expression very dissatisfied. So he didn't open the door for Su Hao, but quietly observed. Su Hao came to the door and pretended to use his retina to unlock the door. Obviously, this method has no effect. Zhang Yi waited for a while at the door and became a little impatient. He picked up the pistol and pointed it at the back of Su Hao's head. Bastard! How dare you play tricks on me? Believe it or not, I will break you right now. Su Hao was shocked and said, No! Don't shoot! If I can open the door, I must be able to open the door. Please let me try one more time. He shakily approached the door of the room and actually winked at the surveillance camera. This door can be opened. It can be opened. After working so hard for so long, we can't fall short. Otherwise, you won't be able to find such a good opportunity in the future. In the control room, Wang Ximing understood what Su Hao meant. That was telling him that if Zhang Yi was not captured this time, Su Hao would die here. And if Su Hao is dead, no one can help him trick Zhang Yi over. Wang Ximing touched his chin. But he actually didn't trust Su Hao that much in his heart. But when he thought that this shelter was an unsolvable defense from the perspective of modern physics, Wang Ximing had nothing to be afraid of. If you dare to play any tricks, I will burn you to death. Let's turn you into roast pigs. Wang Ximing curled his lips and pressed the button to open the door. At this time, outside the door, Zhang Yi heard the sound of the machine starting up, and quickly grabbed Su Hao to block him, while holding the pistol firmly against his head. This is acting. But this is not acting. If any accident happened, he would not hesitate to use Su Hao to block the gun or blow his head off. In front of Zhang Yi and Su Hao, a thick black metal door slowly opened. The doors are 3 meters high and have no locks. Instead, they are mechanically interlocked with each other, leaving no gaps. When the door opens, a strong sense of future technology blows in your face. Behind the door is a 10-meter-long passage, which is completely sealed with dark silver metal. The walls are inlaid with dozens of small lights, which illuminate the entire passage brightly. It is hard to imagine that this shelter was built 10 years ago. Even today, it is a very advanced building. This is the power of money. Su Hao pointed inside. Brother Zhang, let's go in. There is also a door inside, which can be opened to enter the shelter. There is a dark gold metal door at the end of the passage. The combination of gold and silver is luxurious and magical. Zhang Yi put a gun against Su Hao's head and pushed him inside step by step. In fact, he was secretly prepared to deal with any upcoming crisis. When he and Su Hao reached the middle of the passage, the door behind them was quickly closed. In the control room, Wang Ximing held a red wine glass in one hand and pressed the green button on the console with the other. At the same time, hundreds of small holes suddenly appeared inside the passage from top to bottom, left and right. White gas spurted out, drowning the two of them instantly. Wang Ximing quietly observed the changes in the passage, and he heard a burst of fierce abuse. Su Hao, you bastard. You dare to trick me. Open the door for me quickly, or I'll beat you to death. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi, stop struggling. If you kill me, you will die too. Just accept your fate. I don't want your life. I just want your belongings. You are so hacking dreaming. I'll kill you now. Are you willing to shoot? Even if you kill me, you won't be able to live. A burst of gunfire soon rang out in the passage. Wang Ximing shook the red wine glass and waited silently without caring. The high-intensity sleeping gas used in the shelter will cause you to fall into a coma for up to 24 hours if you inhale even a little bit. And even if he wakes up, he will be in a state of total weakness. He waited for a full 5 minutes, and gas filled the entire channel. He confirmed that both Zhang Yi and Su Hao had inhaled a large amount of sleeping gas, and then stopped the switch. You can go over and tie them up. Wang Ximing had a confident smile on his lips, as if everything was under his control. What he didn't know was that Zhang Yi was wearing a gas mask at this time, and at the same time, he used a different space to absorb all the gas around him. Zhang Yi just leaned against the wall and pretended to be unconscious, while Su Hao really passed out. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and the direction in which he fell happened to be facing the dark golden metal door. Once Wang Ximing appears here, he will immediately draw his gun and destroy the guy. Chapter 156 Hypnotic Gas. Zhang Yi leaned against the wall, silently waiting for Wang Ximing's arrival. As he expected, The opponent did not kill him as soon as he came up and used a high-temperature flamethrower. After all, killing Zhang Yi is not a meaningful thing for Wang Siming. After a while, the dark golden door slowly opened. Zhang Yi's eyes were opened a little, and the fingers of his right hand were ready to draw a gun and shoot. However, when he saw the face of the visitor, he stopped what he was doing, because the person who came over was not Wang Siming. Zhang Yi was already scolding in his heart. Damn Su Hao. The information he provided to Zhang Yi did not mention that there were other people in the shelter. According to Zhang Yi's estimation, when faced with such a crisis, people would not choose to let anyone other than close relatives into their house. Unless you are like him. You have endless supplies. And you choose a very useful helper like Uncle Zhou Kiryu. The man who came in was tall and burly, holding a dog-leg knife in his hand, and a bundle of rope hanging around his waist. Zhang Yi already recognized who this person was. For a while, he often saw this person on TV. He is a film and television star named Lin Geng. It is said that he is a good friend of Wang Siming. Zhang Yi suppressed the urge to take action in his heart. He knew he couldn't rush yet. The other party made it clear that they would not kill him for the time being. Before seeing Wang Siming in person, Zhang Yi couldn't be sure that there were no other backers in the shelter. He must wait patiently. Lin Geng came to Zhang Yi and poked his arm with a dog-leg knife in his hand. Zhang Yi suddenly felt a bit of pain. But fortunately, he wore thick clothes, so the pain was still bearable. He squinted his eyes, gritted his teeth, and remained silent while staring at the movements in Lin Geng's hands. If Lin Geng wanted to attack him, he would immediately fight back. Fortunately, Lin Geng just tried it casually. Seeing that Zhang Yi didn't respond, he took Zhang Yi's gun and tied Zhang Yi tightly with a rope. As for Su Hao, he had already become like a dead pig due to inhaling sleeping gas. Lin Geng was very strong and carried Zhang Yi on his shoulders and walked into the shelter. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes and quietly looked at the scene inside the shelter. It must be said that the life of rich people is really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After leaving the passage, we entered a circular hall, which was also a metal room full of futuristic technology. It's like the interior scene of a spaceship in a science fiction movie, but it's more luxurious than in the movie. Lin Geng threw Zhang Yi to the floor. This guy is really stupid here, and it took no effort to deal with him. Lin Geng's voice contained a contemptuous smile. In his opinion, Zhang Yi had inhaled the sleeping gas and was tied tightly by him, making him a caged bird. At this time, a man in a yellow nightgown walked out of the door next to him. Isn't this to be expected? My shelter cost $1 billion to build. If I can't even deal with him, wouldn't my money have been wasted? Zhang Yi saw the man's face, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The rightful owner has arrived. Wang Siming glanced at Zhang Yi, who was tied up tightly, felt relieved, and then went to chat with Lin Geng. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, opened up his own alien space. The high-intensity hypnotic gas that had been absorbed before was released. Wang Siming and Lin Geng did not notice anything unusual and were still chatting there. After we get this guy's snowmobile, how about we go out for a spin? I don't know what the situation is outside. You can go for a drive and pick up some food on the way. The two have already started planning what to do after getting Zhang Yi's snowmobile. Wang Siming smiled and suddenly felt that Lin Geng in front of him was shaking a little. Lin Geng, stop shaking. Lin Geng looked surprised. I didn't shake him. But you? Why? Huh? How did you become 6? By the time the two realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Their bodies swayed and then fell softly to the ground. Zhang Yi took out a dagger from another space, cut the rope binding his hands, and then quickly released all the restrictions on his body. Zhang Yi walked over and confiscated all the weapons on the two men. Wang Siming's 2 golden desert eagles are very eye-catching. They are made of gold and have beautiful patterns on them. Appearance is worthless. Zhang Yi commented lightly that the practicality of this thing is not as good as his own police pistol. He put all these dangerous things into his own alien space. Then he took out 2 bundles of rope and tied the 2 people up like rice dumplings, using very professional tortoise SHL binding. That. People always have some hobbies, right? In order to prevent these 2 people from using special means to break free like him, Zhang Yi took out a few more cable ties and tied their wrists, thumbs, and legs tightly. After doing this, Zhang Yi looked at the 2 unconscious people. According to them, it would take a long time to wake up. Zhang Yi then set his sights on this shelter, which is said to be the most expensive in the world. Big. Very huge. The living room in front of you alone has more than 100 square meters of space. The interior decoration style is low-key. luxurious and connotative. The color is mainly warm yellow. And the tables and chairs are mostly elegant silver gray, which looks very high-end under the warm yellow light. There is an approximately 100-inch TV hanging on the north wall. Under the TV cabinet are various game consoles and cassettes. It seems that they are also loyal game lovers. The sofa in the middle of the living room is a high-end imported product just by looking at its shape. There is also a large bar in the corner, with various wine pairings placed behind it. On the other side is an open island kitchen. There was another door at the back of the living room, and Johnny walked over with a pistol. He reached out and pulled gently, and the door opened. When the door opened, a white light shone on Johnny's face. When he saw everything in front of him clearly, Johnny was stunned for a moment. He thought that the living room in the front was big enough, and that there was at most a yard in the back, with a swimming pool and a garden. But he didn't expect that the garden would be so big. Looking around, there is a huge ecological park in front of you. There are various rare flowers, plants and trees cultivated inside. It is incredible to see the existence of some tropical plants in such a cold time. Not only is there a botanical garden, but a large area has been opened up next to it, which looks like a farmland. However, the farmland seems to have been neglected and almost abandoned. If he hadn't seen the field ridges, Zhang Yi would never have imagined that this wasteland was actually farmland. The curiosity in Zhang Yi's heart became more and more intense, and he continued to explore forward. Moreover, he was indeed very happy to be able to see such prosperous plants in the apocalypse. The temperature in the botanical garden was significantly higher than in the previous house. The ceiling has ultraviolet lights to promote photosynthesis of plants. Many plants inside are withered, also because there is no dedicated person to take care of them. Zhang Yi walked forward slowly, probably walking 100 meters before reaching the end. Then, he saw a zoo-like thing in the back. The reason why it is said to be similar to a zoo is because there are no animals in it. But the cages are still there, and some animal feces can be seen vaguely. Is this a $1 billion shelter? This is simply a micro-ecological chain. Zhang Yi couldn't help but express such emotion. What is a rich person? This is called a rich person. The shelter built 10 years ago already considered all aspects of sustainable development. I have to say that the professional team that built the shelter was amazing. Zhang Yi walked forward and walked for a while before reaching the edge of the shelter. Through the frozen window, he vaguely saw a large yard outside. The area of this villa is really amazing. It can be called a perfect castle in the end of the world. What a great place. But from now on it belongs to me. Zhang Yi had a happy smile on his face. Isn't living here more enjoyable than that small house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room? His interest rose. The first floor alone was so exciting. What were the other floors like? Zhang Yi turned around and returned to the living room, then climbed up the stairs to the second floor. The decoration on the second floor is obviously much more fancy than on the first floor. There are many sofas and lounge chairs in the middle area, and clothes, underwear, and slippers are scattered everywhere. The place is full of messy things. Under the apocalypse, their lives seemed to be even more indulgent. The table was covered with wine bottles, cigarette butts, and other garbage. There are separate rooms on both sides, with labels indicating the purpose of the rooms. Game room, pet room, entertainment room, waterbed room. Zhang Yi was as happy as if he had picked up an interesting blind box. He rubbed his hands and went to open the blind boxes one by one. The game arcade is over 100 square meters, and you can find every kind of game console and cartridge you can imagine, all wall to wall. There's even a wall with thousands of extremely rare figures in glass cabinets. Zhang Yi roughly estimated that the figures on this wall would cost tens of millions. It will be fun to play games here in the future. Damn it. Rich people really know how to play. Zhang Yi couldn't help but curse. He really couldn't even imagine the life of these rich people in the past. Zhang Yi closed the door and couldn't wait to check other rooms. When he opened the door to a room, the sight in front of him made his eyes freeze slightly. In this house, there are 3 beautiful girls with hot bodies and exquisite faces playing. Faced with the stranger who suddenly appeared here and was holding a weapon. Several girls in the room huddled in the corner with fearful expressions on their faces. A girl looked at Zhang Yi fearfully, her big eyes full of uneasiness. She said to Zhang Yi, "You? Who are you? What do you want to do?" Chapter 157. What is Kuan? There are 3 girls in this room. They are dressed extremely charmingly. The key is that each of them has a different style. Some look mature and enchanting, with figures like ripe peaches, as if water will flow from them with just a slight touch. Some of them look petite and childish, but they have staggering sizes, typical of childlike big breasts. Others have a cold, world-weary, high-class face, a slender figure of about 1.8 meters, and perfect body proportions. Zhang Yi has some impressions of her. She seems to be a very famous model with more than 5 million online fans. The moment he saw them, Zhang Yi's eyes inevitably wandered, not knowing where to land. He couldn't help but sigh that the way rich people enjoy themselves is high-end and very professional. He walked toward the room with a gun, and the three girls huddled together in the corner in fear. Some were sad, some were pitiful, and some looked disgusted. The combination of these complex emotions makes it easier for men to become excited. As expected of a professional, just a movement and a look can move people's hearts. If you were an ordinary LSP, you might not be able to restrain yourself at this time. But if the person who comes is Zhang Yi, the result will be slightly different. His eyes glanced at the three people. Are you Kuan? When the three girls heard this title, their faces instantly turned ugly. How can you accuse someone of innocence without any reason? We are not Kuan. We are guests here. Here to visit. Zhang Yi glanced at their bodies. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Does anyone let their guests dress like this? Could it be the family's traditional culture? This sentence was sarcastic, and the three girls were immediately embarrassed and stretched out their hands to cover it up. But they exposed so much that they couldn't cover it with two hands. Even in the field of live broadcast, it was very explosive. Zhang Yi pulled a chair from the side and sat across from the three people, the gun in his hand shaking slightly. Tell me, where are you from? Although these three women are very beautiful and have very hot figures, if you guessed it correctly, they are also skilled senior female technicians who are proficient in various styles. But Zhang Yi still has misophobia and doesn't like to be Taoist friends with others. If they have no other skills, Zhang Yi will kick them out. After all, he never had idle people in his family. That's right. This $1 billion shelter belongs to Zhang Yi from now on. When the three women saw the gun in Zhang Yi's hand, they were too afraid to resist. But the tall girl with a high-class face said stubbornly that I am not Kuan. If not Kuan, then what are you? The girl proudly said that she is a socialite. Celebrity? Zhang Yi nodded. Oh, that's Kuan. The ladies in Tianhai City are equal to high-class women. Zhang Yi, as a local, knows this very well. The girl with a high-class face stomped her feet angrily. I'm not. I have a master's degree from Tianhai University, a level 8 in English, and a level 7 in National Ballet. Zhang Yi nodded. Is that Kunlu? Several girls were filled with grief and anger. The mature and sexy girl took a deep breath and said that you are prejudiced against us. The men we come into contact with are all upper-class figures in this society. We simply improve ourselves through contact with them. Don't compare us to those Kuan. You know, if you want to integrate into the upper class, you must not only have a beautiful face and figure. We also need to have a high level of knowledge and rich content. Zhang Yi clapped his hands when he heard this. But the needle did not poke him. Does the way you interact with upper-class men include the plural movement of negative distance? Several girls looked at each other, and the mature and charming type argued that this kind of thing would happen. But we are not Kuan. We have a choice. Only when we feel that the other person is qualified will we have some intimate contact in a very pleasurable process. The girl with a high-end face also said that I have the final say about my body. It's such an era now. If you still use this as an argument, it's a bit discriminatory against women. The cute girl also said angrily not to be prejudiced against us. Zhang Yi smiled. Oh, so you are still Kuan? The three girls shouted in unison that we are not. Zhang Yi waved his hands at them. What does it matter? There is no shame in making money these days. And since you can enter Wang Siming's home, it seems that you are also the best in Kuanzhong. If the social atmosphere didn't allow it, I should have given you an award. This time, the petite and cute girl couldn't bear it anymore. She stared at Zhang Yi and said angrily, Do you know how hard we famous girls work? I won the National Piano Competition Championship. And I can play Flight of the Bumblebee. Have you heard this tune? The title, Flight of the Bumblebee, made Zhang Yi raise his eyebrows. Of course he knows this tune, because he once had a favorite movie called The Pianist on the Sea. The most climactic scene is when the protagonist plays Flight of the Bumblebee. Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard this piano piece for the first time. He couldn't imagine that a pianist's hand speed could reach such a level. He looked at the cute girl in front of him in surprise. Do you really know how to play? Of course, the cute girl raised her chin proudly. I played so well. The girl with a classy face next to me also said that I can do the same. Zhang Yi smiled. A pianist who can skillfully play Flight of the Bumblebee must have at least a professional level 8. The highest piano rating is grade 9. In other words, The two young and beautiful girls in front of Zhang Yi are rare outstanding pianists in the country. And such girls also come to do it. It is really an era that laughs at the poor, but not at the prostitutes. Thinking about it this way, it might as well be that the end of the world has come. At least everyone is fair when facing death. Zhang Yi has nothing to say. If they come over to perform, they can at least get hundreds of thousands, or even millions of red envelopes. Faced with this kind of temptation, most goddesses in the eyes of ordinary people cannot resist. When Zhang Yi looked at these beautiful girls again, the fire in his eyes had faded a lot. He raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at the three girls. Turn around and lie on the wall. When the three girls heard this, a smile flashed in their eyes. You stinky man. You've been screwing with us for a long time. But in the end, don't you just want to do that? The three men pretended to be frightened, then turned around and leaned against the wall. You can tell at a glance that he is very skilled at life. Zhang Yi took out a few bundles of ropes and some ties from another space, walked over, and tied them up tightly one by one. It is also a professional tortoise SHL binding. At first, several girls thought Zhang Yi wanted to play with her tied up. But later they discovered that Zhang Yi was tied up more and more tightly. After tying them up, Zhang Yi threw them into the pet room, closed the door and left. It's not time to relax completely yet. And Zhang Yi is not the kind of man who has his sperm in his head. He would continue to explore the house to see if there was any danger. Chapter 158. Let's talk. Zhang Yi searched the other rooms on the second floor again. This floor was mainly for entertainment. In addition to the pet room, there is also an acacia room filled with various props and a unique waterbed room. But now, the waterbed room has been largely abandoned. The overall temperature in the shelter is around 10. It should be that too much energy is consumed. Start saving now. Zhang Yi glanced at the waterbed room, but found 5 or 6 corpses on the ground. No wonder it was so windy when I came in. It turns out the problem lies here. Zhang Yi was no longer surprised when he saw those corpses. The 6 corpses were all women. And they were very beautiful women. If Zhang Yi guessed correctly, they were all so-called celebrities just like the 3 girls in the pet room before. The sanctuary is not as harmonious as it seems, Zhang Yi said in a calm tone. 9 women and 2 men, living in a shelter at the end of the world, can easily evolve into a primitive society. Zhang Yi didn't know the cause of their death, but he could probably guess something. It's just that these things have nothing to do with him. But the 3 girls in the pet room are definitely related. They have to be dealt with. These women, who are willing to sell their bodies for money, will be a disaster if they are kept. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with firm killing intent. Although it is a pity to do this, Zhang Yi will respect his own reason and do what he should do. After exploring the 2 floors above ground, Zhang Yi found the entrance to the basement and walked down according to what Su Hao said before. Compared to the surface, the 2 underground floors are mainly prepared for Doomsday shelters. B1 looks like a spaceship overall. There are 8 separate rooms, all with heavy alloy metal doors. Since the keyhole was not visible, Zhang Yi guessed that it was opened using a magnetic card or retinal verification method. He spent half a day trying without opening it. It seems that if you want to know how to use the entire shelter, you must ask the owner Wang Siming, Zhang Yi said to himself. He didn't dwell on this, but went to other places to check them one by one. In addition to the room in B1, there are some other rooms. It seems that because there are too many rooms, the names are marked with labels for fear of not being able to remember them. Warehouse, power center, network server, console, water room. Most of the doors were tightly closed, except for the console. Zhang Yi came to the console. The door here was open. It seems that Wang Siming was here just now to monitor everything that happened outside. The core of the entire sanctuary should be here. Zhang Yi walked into the console. The wall inside was filled with monitors, and there was even a huge screen under his feet. Zhang Yi was dazzled by the various embedded keyboards and buttons on the console. After some research, Zhang Yi found some basic functions, because those buttons are marked with Chinese characters for their purposes, such as the power control of a certain area and the way to open the door. But more applications left Zhang Yi confused. I wish I were a computer engineer. Zhang Yi spread his hands helplessly and chose to give up. If there is no instruction manual for such a professional thing, it will take years and months to figure it out just by trying to figure it out. Through surveillance, Zhang Yi confirmed that there was nothing strange about Wang Siming and others, and then went to the second underground floor to check. The second underground floor is a large stadium. After Zhang Yi turned on the light, he saw an extremely open space. He admitted that he was a little shocked when he saw it. The height of this floor is more than 10 meters. When you look up, you can see the high dome. which is supported by thick brackets made of alloy. Basketball courts, tennis courts, and even a large area of space was developed to serve as a small golf factory. Luxury. Johnny could only use these two words to describe what he saw. This place is about 20 meters underground, and the temperature is obviously higher than outside. Sure enough, there are places where the severe cold cannot invade. The place is nice, empty and quiet. Johnny decided to build a shooting range here in the future specifically to train his supernatural abilities. As the end of the world approaches, the more he feels the importance of supernatural powers. After having a development experience, he was even more eager to make himself stronger. Only strength is the fundamental guarantee for survival in the end of the world. It took Johnny more than half an hour to walk around the entire shelter. Next, he had to pry open Wang Siming's mouth and gain control of the entire shelter. Johnny returned to the ground floor with a pistol. Wang Siming and Lin Gong were still in a comatose state, but Su Hao had inhaled more sleeping gas than the two of them, and they also lay on the ground like a dead fish. Johnny didn't have the patience to wait for them that long. He took a bucket of water from the kitchen sink and poured it directly and roughly on Wang Siming's head. Although the indoor temperature is around 10, the taste is still very sour when poured with cold water. Wang Siming was so cold that he finally raised his heavy eyelids after a long effort. Awake? A deep voice reached his ears. Wang Siming opened his eyes and saw Johnny, fully armed, sitting in front of him. Wang Siming tried to move, but found that his body was tied tightly, and he could not move. How did you do it? Wang Siming couldn't understand. How did Zhang Yi complete the counterattack in that situation? He obviously saw Zhang Yi being tied into a rice dumpling with his own eyes. Zhang Yi explained calmly that to survive in the apocalypse, you must have some life-saving means. He didn't want to explain too much, so he simply said that you don't seem to have time to talk about this topic now. Right? Let's talk about something else instead. For example, how can you cooperate with me well in the future? Only in this way can you save your life. Wang Siming gradually woke up and realized that the situation at this time was not good for him. He felt extremely sad and angry. He could not accept it under any circumstances that his indestructible shelter had been breached so quickly. $1 billion. That's $1 billion. It feels like all the money was wasted. What do you want? Wang Siming asked in a deep voice. Johnny smiled slightly. You don't need to be too nervous. You didn't kill me when I came, so I won't hurt you either. Although I am not a kind person, I have the most basic moral principles. What's more, what benefit will it bring to me if I kill you, the dignified son of the Wang family and the future heir of the Lin group? Wang Siming's identity is indeed not simple, at least until the end of the world. His parents are both wealthy men, and they have a profound background. Wang Siming relaxed a lot when he heard Zhang Yi said that he would not hurt him. He took a deep breath and said, what do you want, and we can talk about it. As long as you don't harm my life. Chapter 159. Relax. Dizziness is normal. Zhang Yi calmly took out a pack of Jinling 13 hairpins, then took one out and stuffed it into his mouth. Do you smoke? Zhang Yi handed the cigarette to Wang Siming. Wang Siming's head instinctively avoided. Thank you. I don't smoke like this. Zhang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He was indeed a famous and wealthy young man, but he was still very picky at this time. It can be seen that he has not been short of supplies in the past period of time. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to negotiate terms, but took 2 puffs of cigarette and flicked the ashes to the ground. To put it bluntly, my purpose here is to find a stable place to survive. It's too dangerous outside, with supplies scarce and freezing temperatures. Your place is so big, and there is not much more than me. Right? Wang Siming felt a little calmer after listening to Zhang Yi's calm tone. Your goal is to move here? Don't you want to kill me and become the master of this place? Zhang Yi sneered. Kill you? Do I need this? He spread his arms. Your place is too big. Even if 100 people come to live here, it will be spacious. I'm not going to kill people for no reason. What's more, I also hope to take advantage of this opportunity to make a good friendship with Mr. Wang. Zhang Yi's attitude seemed quite sincere. Wang Siming rolled his eyes. Oh, do you want to make friends with me? Zhang Yi nodded seriously. Good. He stood up from his chair and walked slowly. This snowstorm is indeed very troublesome and has caused a certain degree of chaos in society. However, this abnormal celestial phenomenon cannot last for long. Sooner or later, society will return to its previous order. If a little person like me can become friends with a rich man like Mr. Wang, with your support in the future, won't I be able to achieve success? A proud look appeared on Wang Siming's face. Of course. As long as I help you a little, I can make you a master, let alone supporting you. In the past, even if I slapped you, the compensation would save you 30 years of struggle. He said this, but he was muttering in his heart. It seemed that this man thought the snowstorm would be over soon. This is best. He is still afraid of the order of civilized society, and dare not kill me. Zhang Yi smiled and said that's what I meant. Now everyone gets what they need. I'll move in here, and at the same time, I can provide you with what you need. For example, I can keep you safe. You have also seen my methods. And I also have transportation to go out to find supplies, and take you to other places. I believe we will work together happily. Don't you? Why do you have to fight to the death? Those are things that barbarians do. Zhang Yi, would not do that. Wang Ximing felt increasingly relieved. Okay. I can promise you this. Please help me untie the rope first. Zhang Yi shook his head. Mr. Wang, you don't understand the rules so much. I have shown my sincerity. But what about you? Even if you don't express it, how can I believe you? Wang Ximing's eyes darkened. What do you want? I can let you choose whatever you want in this house. If you are short of women, there are 3 kuns on the 2nd floor that can be given to you. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. I don't lack any of those things. To show your sincerity, I would like you to give me the instruction manual for the shelter. Only in this way can I completely trust you. A hesitant expression appeared on Wang Ximing's face. Zhang Yi didn't give him a chance to think, and said bluntly, if this were not the case, I could not guarantee that I could live here safely. It's just an instruction manual. Besides, even if you don't give it to me, I can figure it out by myself if I take some time. Wang Ximing frowned and said, I'm afraid it's still difficult for you to do it. This shelter is not as easy to control as you think. An unhappy expression appeared on Zhang Yi's face. Prince Wang, I am sincerely discussing this matter with you. If you're willing to cooperate, we'll get along. However, he took a deep breath and his eyes became cold. Don't push me too hard. Wang Ximing felt a chill in his heart. He is very afraid of death. From the perspective of courage, he is not even as good as those ordinary people in Yuelu community who have experienced the H.L. of life and death. He is very rich. And as long as the snowstorm passes, he can still live happily in the world. So he cherished his life very much. Don't worry. Let me ask you. If I promise to give you the instruction manual for this shelter, can you promise not to kill us? Zhang Yi's eyes were firm, and he nodded slowly. I have said before. Zhang Yi, do not kill innocent people indiscriminately. And after the snowstorm is over, I also hope to be your friend. Prince. Wang Ximing believed what Zhang Yi said, because he had no other choice at this time. Zhang Yi could kill him at any time. Following Wang Ximing's instructions, Zhang Yi found the instructions for using this shelter on his computer. Looking at it, Zhang Yi also marveled at the complexity and rigor of this shelter. If Zhang Yi had not obtained the instruction manual and operated it randomly, he would have directly triggered the console's built-in self-destruct function. At that time, the entire shelter will be completely sealed and turned into a huge steel tomb. Wang Ximing said to Zhang Yi, Can you untie me now? Zhang Yi didn't even raise his head. So don't worry. I have to try to see if the instructions you gave me are fake. Zhang Yi took the computer to the control room and tried to operate it. After confirming that there were no problems with all functions, he nodded with satisfaction. From now on, the owner of this shelter is officially me. Zhang Yi. The corners of Zhang Yi's smiling mouth almost reached behind his ears. I didn't expect to get a top-notch shelter so easily. I'm so lucky. He put down his laptop and returned to the living room on the 1st floor. Wang Ximing looked at him and said, How about it? Is there any problem after verification? Untie me quickly. I feel like my body is numb. Okay. Just wait a moment. Zhang Yi took a blanket from the sofa and spread it on the floor. He came to Wang Ximing and suddenly pulled out a golden claw knife from his waist. Then he held Wang Ximing's head and stabbed his neck with a knife. The blood flowed down like spring water. Wang Ximing looked at Zhang Yi in shock, as if he couldn't understand why Zhang Yi still wanted to kill him when he did what Zhang Yi said. But he couldn't speak, and blood was already pouring out of his throat. Zhang Yi hugged his head, put him on the blanket, and said softly, Relax. Relax. Take a deep breath. Right. You may feel a little dizzy at first, but this is normal. Soon you will be pain-free. Not long after, Wang Ximing really no longer had any pain. It's just that he kept his eyes open when he died, as if he was unwilling to do so. Zhang Yi put him on a blanket and wrapped him so that there wouldn't be a lot of blood on the ground, and it would be easier to take care of. He explained softly, I'm sorry. I'm too lazy to explain it to you in detail. It's just that you have no value to me now. I can't possibly raise a waste. Right? Chapter 160 Release. After Zhang Yi dealt with Wang Siming, he also killed Lin Geng next to him. He was lucky enough to be in a coma when he died, so he didn't experience much pain. Zhang Yi put the two bodies into a different space, and found a place to throw them away when he went back. There was still blood stains on the ground, so he found a mop from the bathroom and mopped it up. Su Hao still didn't wake up. Zhang Yi's eyes stared at him carefully for a minute. If he wanted to kill Su Hao, he could do it now and make him unaware. To kill or not to kill? Zhang Yi was a little hesitant about Su Hao's treatment. After all, he couldn't have found this place without Su Hao's help. Without his cooperation, Zhang Yi would not have been able to successfully enter the shelter and finally seize control of it. However, Zhang Yi could not accept a man he could not trust living under the same roof with him. After thinking about it, Zhang Yi made a decision. He did not rush to deal with Su Hao, but returned to the second floor. There are still 3 Kuns here. It would be a waste of rice to stay here, so it is better to deal with them quickly. Zhang Yi came to the second floor and opened the door of the pet room. The 3 women were tied up tightly and sat back to back on the soft carpet. I believe that every normal man will drool after seeing the large areas of fair skin on his body and the deliberately exposed voluptuous body. To be honest, if Zhang Yi didn't know that they were Kun, he might have considered keeping them here, even if it was to perform Flight of the Bumblebee for himself every day. The 3 women's mouths were all blocked by Zhang Yi, whimpering, their eyes full of pleading. They seemed to feel that this man was very dangerous and began to worry about their own lives. Zhang Yi walked over, pulled them up from the ground, and then led them downstairs. Passing by the living room in the middle of the second floor, he saw clothes, underwear, stockings, uniforms, and isolation bags for children and grandchildren scattered everywhere. Zhang Yi stopped. When the 3 women saw this, they thought Zhang Yi was attracted to them. They all looked at Zhang Yi with pleading eyes and moved closer to him. Zhang Yi ignored them, picked up their clothes, and then continued to drive them down. It wasn't until they approached the entrance passage that the 3 women realized what had happened, and they all shook their heads in horror. Zhang Yi took out his claw knife, cut the ropes on their bodies, and then threw the clothes to them. Get out of here. Go out there and make a living for yourself. Zhang Yi has no grievances against them, so he doesn't want to kill them. This is his bottom line. But he also won't keep these scheming Kun in his house, as that would leave danger. As for their life and death after they go out, it has nothing to do with Zhang Yi. It's this world that's killing you. But you can't blame me, Zhang Yi. Although it felt like taking off his pants and farting, Zhang Yi didn't want his hands to be stained with the blood of someone who had no grudges or interests with him. This is what little humanity he has left in the last days. When the 3 women heard that Zhang Yi wanted to drive them out, they all looked out the window at the vast snow-covered world, and they all burst into tears in fear. Several women begged Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi was indifferent. Even when they proposed that Zhang Yi would enjoy the highest level of service, Zhang Yi did not waver. When choosing between the eldest brother and the second brother, obviously the most important thing is to save the eldest brother first. He doesn't believe in the humanity of a group of Kun. It's that simple. The gun in Zhang Yi's hand was pointed at them. In despair, the 3 women could only quickly put on their clothes and leave the shelter. As soon as the 3 women went out, Zhang Yi closed the entrance to the passage. Looking at their outfits with fur upper bodies and black silk high heels on the lower bodies, Zhang Yi shook his head. Even if he froze to death, he would have preserved 3 beautiful flesh specimens. It's better than being beaten to death by my own hands. Now, there are only 2 living people in the room, Zhang Yi and Su Hao. Su Hao inhaled a lot of sleeping gas, and it was unknown when he would wake up. Zhang Yi also tied him up for safety reasons. His binding skills have improved a lot today. Zhang Yi, who had just taken control of the entire Yonk Manor 101, began to study the internal structure of this super shelter. Zhang Yi opened several doors that he had no authority to open before. Zhang Yi came to the warehouse on the underground floor. He wanted to know how much supplies were left in the shelter. Come to the warehouse door and use the authorization key, which is a black metal magnetic card, to open the warehouse. Rumble. The heavy metal door opened from the middle, revealing a circular door leaf, and white air conditioning came out, making Zhang Yi shiver. The first thing Zhang Yi saw was the mess all over the ground. Many cans and boxes were thrown to the ground, and their contents were scattered all over the floor. They did not rot in the low-temperature environment. Zhang Yi wore snow boots and walked in slowly. He saw that it was a warehouse of about 200 square meters, and there were not many supplies left in it. Especially food seems to be mostly canned for convenience of storage. No wonder they were thrown everywhere on the ground. Apparently, the prince ate the canned food until he vomited. Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly. The warehouse is mainly filled with food. Judging from the remaining amount, it can last at least half a year if eaten by one person. But Mr. Wang has been a wealthy man all his life, and everything he eats is delicacies from the mountains and seas. These cans that he had stored on a whim 10 years ago are not to his taste at all. What's more, he has to share it with Lin Geng and Kun at home. There is indeed a big gap between the consumption concepts of rich people and ordinary people. If it were me, this entire warehouse would be filled with cans and compressed food, enough to feed one person for decades at least. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. When Yanlong Security Company originally designed this shelter, they considered the issue of Doomsday survival, but they ignored the eating habits of this prince. According to Su Hao, most of the cans here were cleared out by Wang Siming because he felt they were in the way. Zhang Yi walked over, brought a can, and opened it with a claw knife. Inside is a large can of lunch meat. If this thing were thrown into Yuelu community, it would probably cause a lot of people to fight. But I don't want to eat this stuff either. So just leave it here for now. Maybe it will come in handy later. Zhang Yi doesn't have much interest in these foods. His different space is full of fresh ingredients and delicious food prepared by ready-made chefs. In addition to the warehouse, Zhang Yi also looked at other places one by one. There are more than a dozen rooms up and down inside the shelter. The outside is tightly closed with heavy metal doors, and can only be opened with a magnetic card key. The highest authority is in the hands of Zhang Yi. In other words, these rooms can be transformed into strong prisons at any time. If Zhang Yi doesn't open the door, the person locked inside will not be able to open the electromagnetic lock unless he has several thousand kilograms of strength. The more Zhang Yi looked at it, the more satisfied he became. But when he went to check the energy system, he noticed a problem with the shelter. This super shelter covers an area of several thousand square meters and has 4 floors. The energy consumption is extremely terrifying. Just for power supply and heating, the energy consumed is 50 times that of Zhang Yi's safe house. In other words, with the amount of energy storage currently in Zhang Yi's hands, he can only maintain the operation of this place for 5 years at most. Although it is a problem, it is not a big problem. Zhang Yi touched his chin. He also had a solution. There are many large gas stations outside. I can solve this problem by emptying a few more gas stations when I go out. After checking the entire shelter's problems, Zhang Yi finally felt at ease. Compared with my own cabin that cost only 8 million Chinese dollars. Both the defense and comfort here have been improved by more than one level. Even the furniture in the house was purchased from the world's top furniture dealers. Zhang Yi returned to the living room on the first floor. He added energy to the entire shelter for another half a year. Now the temperature in the room has risen to 27. Warm and comfortable. I will live in this place from now on. However, if I could have a few more obedient and sensible women to play poker with me, my life would be perfect. It would take at least 4 women to put together a deck of cards. They were responsible for playing cards, and I was responsible for watching them play cards under the table. Hey, that's it. Zhang Yi was lying on the sofa, squinting his eyes happily, thinking about the beautiful life in the future. Chapter 161. Let's go before I change my mind. After Zhang Yi rested for a while, he took out some awakening potion from another space and gave it to Su Hao. In order to make him wake up quickly, he poured some ice water on his face. After struggling for a while, Su Hao opened his eyes exhausted. It's so cold. Seeing Zhang Yi clearly in front of him, Su Hao was stunned for a moment, and then his face became ecstatic. Brother Zhang, you made it? He looked left and right, trying to find Wang Siming, but saw nothing. Zhang Yi didn't say anything, just untied the rope from his body. Su Hao himself didn't expect that this time he would fall asleep and wake up to capture Wang Siming's luxurious shelter. The result of lying down and winning made him happy. But he was very curious. Why did Zhang Yi wake up so quickly when both of them were caught in a hypnotic gas in the trap? And it seems that he has taken over this shelter. Brother Zhang, where is Wang Siming? How did you deal with him? Su Hao asked curiously. Zhang Yi said lightly. Have you forgotten? I am the urban soldier king, a master who came down from the mountains, and a mercenary who returned from the battlefield. Is it a big deal to deal with a mere Wang Siming? Su Hao laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are so awesome. I really saw you right. From now on, I will follow you wholeheartedly. With you protecting me, I will never have to worry about survival in the future. Johnny picked up a heavy mountaineering bag from the sofa and placed it in front of Su Hao. These things are rewards for you. Take a look. Su Hao's eyes lit up. He smiled and rubbed his hands. This? How embarrassing is this? You're welcome. You deserve it, Johnny said lightly. Su Hao was no longer reserved. He hadn't eaten normal food for a long time. In front of Johnny, he opened the zipper of the mountaineering bag. Wow. There is a lot of food displayed in front of you. Cookies, bread, chocolate bars, chicken drumsticks, cream cakes and cut cakes. A whole hiking bag is so stuffed that it weighs 30 or 40 pounds even if you just carry it. Su Hao's excited lips almost reached behind his ears. Brother Zhang, you are truly my brother. If you need me to do anything in the future, just tell me. If I frown, I am not a human being. Su Hao grabbed a package of chicken legs and expressed his loyalty to Zhang Yi while tearing the package. After Zhang Yi heard this, a smile finally appeared on his face. Oh, this is what you said. I didn't force you. He pointed outside with his chin. Take these things and leave. It is impossible for Zhang Yi to keep Su Hao. But his conscience did not allow him to behave ungratefully. No matter how bastard Su Hao is, he did help him a lot in this matter. So Zhang Yi decided to give him plenty of food and let him go out to fend for himself. Su Hao was tearing the packaging bag of chicken drumsticks at the corner of his mouth. He was stunned when he heard these words. Time seemed to be frozen. He stared at Zhang Yi blankly. His body froze. Zhang Yi looked down at him calmly, his eyes indifferent, but containing an irresistible will. After a while, Su Hao came to his senses. His heartbeat accelerated wildly, and he even experienced tinnitus, as if there was electricity running through his ears. He couldn't accept this reality. Obviously, I have successfully joined Zhang Yi's team, and I have obviously helped him get this luxurious and safe shelter. But why didn't he let himself stay? Su Hao looked at Zhang Yi. His eyes suddenly turned red. He said to Zhang Yi with pleading eyes, Brother Zhang, you? What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. He hoped it was just him hallucinating. However, soon, Zhang Yi told him word for word that you can't stay here. Take the reward I give you and leave here. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, 2 lines of tears instantly flowed from the corners of Su Hao's eyes. Holding the hiking bag in front of him, he took 2 steps back excitedly and curled up in the corner to gain a sense of security. You promised to keep me. You promised me personally. Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly. I promised you right. But I can deny it. We are all adults and should understand that verbal agreements are the easiest to go back on. This has always been the case. Let alone now. Zhang Yi acted like a bachelor and acted like a rogue. For the sake of his own safety, he can abandon any moral principles. This behavior made Su Hao cry even harder. He curled up like a helpless child and shouted to Zhang Yi in grief and anger. You can't do this to me! You can't keep your word. I have helped you so much. I don't want you to give me anything else. As long as you protect me and survive. That's all. Can't you accept this condition? If you look like this, you will end up alone in the future. No one will trust you and stay with you. After Zhang Yi heard this, he just smiled faintly with a contemptuous expression. Oh, so what? At least I'm still alive. But because I lost my life because of my soft heart, I have nothing left. He didn't bother to argue with Su Hao because it was completely unnecessary. The strength between the 2 people is not on the same level. Whatever he asked Su Hao to do, Su Hao had to do it. Zhang Yi waved his hand outside and let's go. Save some of this food. It will last you a month. Find a way to survive during this month. I have done my best to you. Su Hao shook his head desperately. No, I won't leave. It's too cold outside. Coming from Yuelu community, the world is covered in heavy snow and ice. From here, death is only a matter of time. After feeling this warm and happy sanctuary, how could he leave? Zhang Yi smiled. Then he raised the gun. Do you have to force me to do this? I hope we can separate peacefully, instead of letting me put a gun to your head. After seeing Zhang Yi raise his gun, the fear on Su Hao's face became even stronger. I can't leave. I still have the poison you gave me. Zhang Yi's tone became colder, and there was no poison at all. It's just regular colored medicine. You can't die. Su Hao's face turned pale. It turned out that he was deceived by Zhang Yi. Then you can't drive me away. You? How could you betray your promise? He raised the hiking bag in his hand, and I helped you build a shelter. This is all you give me? This is far from enough. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. His good temper was slowly being worn out. He stared at Su Hao, and his tone became emotionless. But don't forget, you also owe me a life. What? What a thing. Of course there is. When you were in the community, you should have been beaten to death by me. But I didn't kill you. So don't you owe me your life? Zhang Yi said. Now, I will use your life, and this bag of food as reward. You made a lot of money. He pointed his pistol at the door, and opened a door with his left hand, using the remote control. Move. If I leave too late, I might change my mind. Chapter 162. I gave you a chance. Zhang Yi's eyes had turned cold, and he pointed his pistol at Su Hao's head. The black muzzle of the gun reminded Su Hao of Zhang Yi's cold-blooded killing scene. He knew Zhang Yi was not kidding him, but he felt aggrieved and panicked, and his heart was filled with hatred for Zhang Yi. The light of hatred was particularly obvious in his eyes, which were covered with red bloodshot eyes. Okay. Let me go! Su Hao gritted his teeth and walked towards the passage with an unwilling look on his face. As he left, he took another look at the luxurious decoration inside the shelter. Even he had never enjoyed such a luxurious living environment in the past. A strong resentment was stuck in his chest, and he couldn't let it out. So when he walked to the passage, Su Hao suddenly turned around, glared at Zhang Yi fiercely and said, Zhang Yi, if you don't keep your word, you will be punished sooner or later. Zhang Yi just looked at him calmly. Su Hao chuckled, turned around and walked into the passage. Zhang Yi stared at his back for several seconds. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yi raised his pistol and pointed it at the back of Su Hao's head. Boom! A hole appeared on Su Hao's head that was transparent from front to back. Instantly brain dead, without any pain, he fell limply in the passage. Zhang Yi sighed, looked at Su Hao's body and said, anger cannot make you strong. You must have strength. He walked up to Su Hao and picked up the backpack on his back. I originally planned to let you live. But why do you want to die on your own? To kill or not to kill? Zhang Yi has always been hesitant. Out of persistence, Zhang Yi decided to let Su Hao leave. It was Su Hao's last words that helped him change his mind. I've already let you go, so I'm not ungrateful. At that time, we were both in the clear. Who asked you to threaten me later? It makes sense for me to kill you. Zhang Yi's logic was self-consistent, and he nodded with great satisfaction. In this young manner, Su Hao is the only person who knows his identity. Moreover, Su Hao also has a certain understanding of the internal structure of the shelter. Maybe one day, he would cause trouble to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was somewhat grateful to Su Hao, because he gave Zhang Yi a reasonable reason to kill him. After killing the people, Zhang Yi took Su Hao's body into a different space. Then he turned on the stereo worth more than 10 million in the room, and played a cheerful song. Zhang Yi brought a mop and mopped from the bathroom. He whistled and happily mopped up the blood on the ground. Hopefully this is the last time I kill anyone. No one in this place knows my past, and no one will come to bother me. It would be great if I lived here until the end of the world, or until the day I die of old age. However, it should still be difficult. Zhang Yi smiled and said to himself. Soon, he cleaned up the blood on the ground. He was the only living person in the whole room, so it was extremely quiet. It's just that the house is too big and a little boring. Go back and bring Kur over. A mature man must always have a beautiful woman by his side to live an interesting life. As for Uncle Yu, when it comes to Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi has other ideas. This shelter is very large and has many houses, but Zhang Yi is not very willing to let Uncle Yu live in it. After all, he and Zhou Kur were still in the honeymoon stage and hoped to have some space for the two of them. And she can always come up with new tricks for Zhang Yi, and outsiders at home will affect her performance. For example, a naked white shirt or a naked apron or something. There are other men at home, and the two of them can't do it. Anyway, I already have a better shelter, so why not leave that safe house to Uncle Yu? Once he took a bullet for me, I owed him a favor and repaying him by giving him a good living environment. Secondly, there is no good way to put that safe house into a different space for the time being. It's better to stay in Uelu community as a backup base. I can still go back and live there if needed in the future. Then someone needs to stay and watch over it for me. Zhang Yi had a very clear plan in his heart. In this way, the matter was solved perfectly. Uncle Yu must also be very grateful to him. There was just one problem that he had to help Uncle Yu solve. That is, hey. All men understand that aspect of the problem. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu are both physically normal men. One is in his 20s, and the other is in his 40s. With their strong bodies, they naturally have physical and psychological needs. Zhang Yi killed Xie Limei just to make up for it by giving Uncle Yu a woman. I promised Uncle Yu to find him a better one. But there are not many women alive in the community, and even fewer meet the conditions. It's a bit difficult to solve. Forget it. Let's look back at this issue slowly. If that doesn't work, let him find a few women in the community to live with. And make do. Conditions are limited. And sometimes it's really hard to be picky. Zhang Yi was sitting on the sofa with a 100-inch TV in front of him. He was curious about what Wang Siming usually watched. So he found the remote control and turned on the TV. The black screen slowly glowed. Zhang Yi walked to the bar. The bar was filled with various brand-name drinks, many of which Zhang Yi had never even heard of. They were all drinks specially supplied by foreign wine estates. Zhang Yi poured himself a glass of fresh beer and watched the program on TV while drinking. I thought I was seeing the few remaining official channels, but I didn't expect that the face of a white female host appeared in it. Chillawalla. Well, Zhang Yi admitted that his English level is limited to CET 6. And his speaking is even worse. He couldn't understand what was said at all. Strange. Why can't I receive foreign channels? Logically speaking, blizzards have affected signal transmission. And the range of signals that mobile phones can receive is limited. How did he do this? Zhang Yi walked to the TV in surprise, then picked up the remote control to change the channel. After switching, it is still a foreign channel. As he kept switching, Zhang Yi saw dozens of foreign channels. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and suddenly understood what was going on. There must be a super powerful network system in this shelter. Zhang Yi took a sip of wine, then turned around and came to the console to check. Following the route, he discovered the clues. There was a secret door in the control room. After opening it, a separate server the size of a wardrobe was revealed. I actually built a server in my own home. And it really belongs to you. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile, and his eyes gradually brightened. Although I don't understand how it is done, I can tell from the received signals that the network system in this shelter is super powerful. The signal transmission capability can even reach the global level. In this way, Zhang Yi can obtain information on a global scale through the internet. Chapter 163 Sweetness. It is indeed a shelter costing $1 billion US. And everything inside will be at the top level in the world 10 years later. With this series of network facilities, Zhang Yi can obtain external information more accurately. After all, the major domestic news stations only broadcast some entertainment news every day, although they report it as serious news. Zhang Yi sat on the chair and started browsing some information on the international network. At present, the information he can obtain is limited to Tianhai City. So he is also very curious about the current situation in the outside world. After browsing, the situation is basically similar to what Zhang Yi thought. Because the extremely cold environment causes the death of most living things. The lack of information flow makes it impossible to obtain an accurate number of deaths around the world. However, according to mathematical models from the Johns Hopkins University Underground Laboratory, only about 2 billion people remain in the world's 8.5 billion population. Nearly 3/4 of it was wiped out in just 1 month. It will be very difficult to retain 5% in the future. Zhang Yi sighed. But even in this environment, human beings have to resist the freezing temperatures on the one hand, and they still continue to fight on the other. Extreme low temperatures have brought human production activities to a standstill. There is no way to grow food and no way to mine resources. This has also resulted in the current food and energy on the planet becoming limited and in short supply. Over these things, wars broke out everywhere. It can be as small as between people, or as large as between some small countries. Food and energy are still the most crazy things in the apocalypse. Fortunately, I don't have any shortage. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and was extremely glad that he was well prepared. He continued to browse the web and suddenly saw news about mutants. Mutant is the name used by a mysterious website in the United States for mutants, derived from their once extremely popular comics. Zhang Yi immediately sat up straight. This information was what he was eager to get now. Because his own body mutated, he gained spatial powers. But he knew very little about mutation. Zhang Yi obtained a large amount of foreign information about mutants through searching on the internet. First, biological variation exists widely throughout the world. So far, mutated individuals have been discovered in hundreds of countries. Among them are not only humans, but also mutated animals, insects and plants. The direction of variation can be good or bad. Some creatures have undergone positive mutations and acquired powerful abilities that are different from ordinary people. Zhang Yi saw a girl opening her right hand in the ice and snow of the Rakshasa bear and creating a ball of flame out of thin air. But the burning only lasted 2 seconds before the flames went out and the girl fainted. Under this temperature, the power of fire is awakened. To be honest, a bit miserable. Zhang Yi sighed boredly. Later, he saw pictures of other mutants on the internet. Someone's body became huge and twisted. And the whole body was an ugly zombie green. A bit like the Hulk in the comics. But the appearance of the body is even out of human shape, which is particularly weird. There are also mutants whose bodies have split, and parts of their bodies can be removed and still remain active. There are not many images on the internet, and the information on some mutants is limited to rumors. All of the things mentioned above can barely be regarded as positive mutations, resulting in biological evolution. But there are also some miserable people whose bodies were directly destroyed by gamma-ray radiation. Not only did he not gain powerful abilities, but he became distorted. It feels a bit like a creature that has experienced strong nuclear radiation. Zhang Yi carefully read all the information that could be found, and then silently remembered it in his heart. So far, the number of mutants that have appeared around the world is not very large. But there must be some who are hiding abilities like themselves. This also shows that the outside world is still very dangerous. Zhang Yi became more determined to survive in the shelter. I'll go back first and pick up Kuer. Zhang Yi closed the computer, then got up and packed his equipment, planning to go back to Yuelu community to pick up Zhou Qier. As time went by, he became accustomed to Zhou Qier's company. Living with a beautiful and sensible woman will make life less boring. Zhang Yi prepared all his equipment and then opened the heavy metal door of the shelter. When you open the door, the shape and sound of futuristic technology are really fascinating. Zhang Yi came outside with a gun in his hand. There are a few lines of footprints left on the ground, which should be those of the 3 Kuns. It was freezing and snowy, and the clothes they wore were relatively simple. They were afraid they wouldn't survive long if they found a house to take shelter. Am I wasting my time by doing this? Zhang Yi sighed a little. I have to say that the quality of Tianhai City's high-end Kuan, the so-called socialite, is really high. No worse than some movie stars. Zhang Yi promised Uncle Yu that he would find some good women for him to help him relieve his depression. At first, he really thought about giving these women to Uncle Yu. But after much thought, he finally gave up the idea. After all, such a woman is too scheming and will do whatever it takes to achieve her goals. If she bewitches Uncle Yu one day, she may cause big trouble for Zhang Yi. Forget it. What's such a pity? There will always be a more suitable woman. Zhang Yi walked outside as he spoke. He had no intention of taking out the snowmobile here. After all, snowmobiles are very rare in the south, and others might know his identity through this thing. Just as he was walking near Villa 204, he suddenly heard a woman's voice. Please wait. Zhang Yi paused slightly, and the reason why he stopped was because he felt that the voice was particularly familiar. I always feel like I must have heard it somewhere, and it's something I hear often. Wait a moment. What are you waiting for? Waiting for your husband? Zhang Yi recalled that this was a classic movie line that was once popular on the internet. Zhang Yi would review it from time to time. He looked towards the source of the sound and put his finger on the trigger. At the door of Villa 204, a figure wrapped in a black down jacket appeared there. Seeing Zhang Yi looking at her, she moved this way happily. Please wait a moment. Me. I have something to say to you. When he heard the milky sound, Zhang Yi completely confirmed who the person in front of him was. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. Are you Mimi? Chapter 164 Under the Same Roof. The woman in front of her wearing a long black down jacket panted and walked up to Zhang Yi. She took off her scarf, revealing a fair, pink, and breakable face. Zhang Yi recognized her. There must be very few netizens in China who don't know her. She is the most popular top-notch flower in recent years. The woman that countless men long to be close to in their dreams, Boss Yang Yangmi. According to Su Hao, the people who live in Yang Manor are either rich or noble, including top figures in the entertainment industry. And Boss Yang naturally has the ability to buy a house here. Zhang Yi saw ripples in her heart. He has no habit of chasing stars. But as a normal man, of course, he will like beautiful female stars, especially for women with perfect figures. So it's no surprise that he has liked Boss Yang for a long time. How much do you like it? Let's put it this way. Countless lonely nights are indispensable without her company. There are a lot of photo albums and film and television works about her on the hard drive. And she can be called a die-hard fan. Although she is a few years older than Zhang Yi and is a divorced wife. For Zhang Yi, not only is it not a negative point, but she is even more popular. After Boss Yang saw Zhang Yi, his big eyes showed Chuchu's pity. And he said timidly, I haven't eaten in 3 days. Can you take me away? I don't want to die here. Her eyes seemed to have a pair of hooks that could pull out a man's soul. As an actress, although her acting skills have been criticized, she is very good at seducing men. This time she took the initiative, hoping to take a gamble and use her beauty to gain a chance to survive. Zhang Yi looked at her and said nothing. To be honest, he was quite excited. After all, it's her favorite female star. And now she takes the initiative to send it to her door. Who doesn't want to live under the same roof with her and feel the joy of a big star turning into a maid to serve you? Wouldn't you rather it be you? However, Zhang Yi still needs to consider safety issues. He frowned. In this environment, life is not easy for everyone. If you want me to take you away, you need to give me a full and sufficient reason. Boss Yang bit his lips slightly. This action was really pure and lustful. The pink lips are crystal clear, and the cherry mouth is not sure whether it will be troublesome to eat. This woman is truly naturally charming. Someone once said that among the 4 little beauties in China, Boss Yang may not be the one with the prettiest face, but she must be the one who most arouses male fantasy. Zhang Yi may be affected by the aura of stardom, but she always feels that she is more alluring now that she is helpless, pitiful, and allowed to be bullied. Boss Yang took a step forward, looked at Zhang Yi pitifully with eyes like a little rabbit, and said in a soft voice, I just want one bite. As long as you are willing to give it to me, I can promise you any conditions. Want to? One mouthful. Food. Looking at her pink cherry mouth, Zhang Yi didn't know how to refuse. Straight to the point. Simple and direct. She behaved pitifully. Like a weak little white rabbit. Ah. No. It was a big white rabbit. But there was no hesitation at all about Zhang Yi's suggestive request. Compared with female doctors like Zhou Qian, her thinking is more mature. No wonder you could open your own film and television company, and be both an artist and a boss. Zhang Yi knew that she was not as easy to bully as she seemed. Cute contrast? I feel more excited, Zhang Yi said to her. Come with me. He turned around and gave up the idea of going back to Yuelu community to pick up Zhou Qian. After all, there are still a lot of supplies left for them, and they are not in a hurry to go back immediately. When Boss Yang saw this, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, her charm is still there. Fortunately, this is a young and energetic man. Boss Yang followed Zhang Yi step by step to Young Manor 101. She looked at the villa in front of her with some surprise. Here. Isn't it Wang Siming's home? Zhang Yi smiled slightly. This is my home now, he said, took out the magnetic card key and opened the door. Boss Yang followed Zhang Yi into the room with his eyes full of curiosity. The temperature in the room was 27 degrees. Very warm and pleasant. Soon Boss Yang felt that his whole body was unbearably hot, and he quickly took off his thick clothes. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, took off his cold-proof clothes and put on his normal clothes. Boss Yang took off a few coats, revealing his tight body wrapped in a black sweater. Even so, that proud figure still cannot be concealed. Zhang Yi's back molars were almost broken. He is sure of this chow thief. Boss Yang felt Zhang Yi's unabashed gaze and bit his lip gently. How could she not know what the man in front of her was thinking? But she also knew that since she chose to use her beauty to seek protection from a man, she couldn't pretend to be reserved. She calmly walked to sit opposite Zhang Yi. Even though she is wearing a black sweater and long johns, she has such a good figure. Wearing more clothes is more imaginative than not wearing them at all. Thank you for letting me in, the cute clip boy said softly. What is your relationship with the owner here? She asked cautiously. Boss Yang and Wang Siming naturally knew each other. But now she didn't see Wang Siming. But Zhang Yi acted like a master, which surprised her. Zhang Yi did not answer her question. He asked, Are you familiar with Wang Siming? Boss Yang nodded slightly. How many people in our circle are not familiar with him? Oh, that means your friendship is not bad. Right? Zhang Yi's smile was a little playful. Boss Yang quickly denied that was not the case. It's just that he is a very famous person and his family is rich. So I usually encounter some activities, she said, somewhat self-deprecatingly. That young men like us wouldn't really take celebrities like us seriously. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, poured a glass of water for her, and handed it over. Then don't care about his problems. Anyway, remember, I am the current owner of this place. Zhang Yi is not afraid that his murder of Wang Siming will be exposed. After all, a truly important person would not hide in the shelter of his own home. The lives of billionaires and celebrities will be as light as grass in the apocalypse. Thanks. Boss Yang took the water and took a sip. After entering the room, as the temperature of the body slowly rose, an itching feeling began to appear all over the body. After all, she hadn't taken a shower in a while. Boss Yang asked with a pleading look on his face. Can I borrow the bathroom here? Zhang Yi generously pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Please feel free to do so. Boss Yang thanked him politely. then turned around and walked to the bathroom. Chapter 165 Smart Woman. Who would have a bathroom that is larger than their bedroom and filled with various ways to relax and entertain? If this person is relatively poor, we usually call him a demon. If this person is relatively wealthy, we call it the taste of a playboy, the elegance of the rich. As a famous womanizer, Wang Ximing is absolutely outstanding in this aspect. So their bathroom is also unique. Zhang Yi is a very polite person, so he didn't ask Yang Mi to let him check after entering. But for the sake of safety, even if he was extremely reluctant to do so, he still had to look carefully with his own eyes in order to eliminate the possibility of poisons and weapons hidden on Yang Mi's body. However, he would ask Yang Mi to take a bath first and clean herself up. This can be regarded as respect for the actress I once liked. But the process must still be followed, and no one can be exempted. Yang Mi in the bathroom opened the faucet and let the hot water flow from the top of her head throughout her body. She let out a long breath. Long time no see. Hot bath. This kind of thing is something I wouldn't normally find unusual. Only when you lose it do you realize how precious it is. Especially for a woman who loves beauty and cleanliness. Not being able to take a shower is tantamount to torture. The bathroom is very large. More than 80 square meters. And the huge gold-plated jacuzzi in the middle looks like a fish pond. She stood under the shower, running hot water over her body. I haven't taken a shower for a long time. The hot water soaked her hair, and she raised her head and rinsed her delicate and beautiful face with the water. Comfortable and warm. You can't stop. But while she was taking a shower, her head didn't stop. Since entering the villa, she has been thinking about what to do next. When she saw Zhang Yi appearing in this community, she decided to take a gamble in a desperate situation. And the only price she can pay is her body, which makes countless men dream. When faced with life and death, people can let go of many things. Fortunately, after meeting Zhang Yi, she felt a lot more relaxed. Although the man in front of him looked dangerous, but he looks handsome, has a tall figure, and has a very masculine look. Not some ugly old man. This made Yang Mi feel much more balanced. If it is this man, even if you stay with him for a while, it may not be considered a loss. A helpless smile appeared on Yang Mi's lips. If she had a choice, she would rather she didn't have to do this. Although she is in the entertainment industry, she is not one of those women who relies on hidden rules to get to the top. The Yang family is considered a prominent family in the capital, and has quite a background. She was able to reach her current position entirely due to her own abilities and family background. Even though she had been married once, she was clean physically and mentally. I decided that I would talk to him and beg him to let me stay and live here for a while. But me? Yang Mi pursed her lips and said with difficulty that she had the corresponding awareness to give something. This is just a transaction, she muttered. Yang Mi hugged her body tightly and raised her neck to let the hot water flow over her cheeks. I just need someone to protect me. Give me food and a safe place to live. After the snowstorm passes, I will draw clear boundaries with him. As long as no one knows, I will still be that dazzling star in the future, Yang Mi said softly, her eyes becoming determined. After a while, Yang Mi walked out of the bathroom. There was still moisture on her body, and her wet hair was spread over her shoulders, like a hibiscus emerging from the water. Zhang Yi, can you let me stay here? Yang Mi asked pitifully. It is difficult for a weak woman like me to survive alone in such a harsh environment. So, I need a man to protect me. Don't worry. I won't trouble you for too long. I will leave here after the snowstorm is over. Only the two of us know this memory. Sincerity is a must-win. Yang Mi could see that Zhang Yi was not an easy man to fool. So she directly showed her cards, hoping to get Zhang Yi's protection. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows after hearing this. He admired Yang Mi's approach very much. She is a smart woman, which is good. Zhang Yi hates stupid women, because stupid women are mostly virgins and will annoy him. For a smart woman like Yang Mi, who knows how to trade her body in exchange for living conditions, Zhang Yi feels a lot more relaxed. In this way, he saves the need to talk about feelings insincerely. All he needs is to satisfy his fans' fantasy about his idol and get closer to her, and make this empty house more populated. One Yang Mi and the other Zhou Ke. Both are intellectual beauties. With them by their side, Zhang Yi's life will obviously not be boring anymore. Even landlords can gather 3 people. This is a very fair deal. Zhang Yi really likes this. When you are with Zhou Ke, you still need to take care of her girlish heart occasionally and coax her with sweet words. Look at this one. Yang Mi is sober in this world. It's very convenient for everyone to get what they need. However, There was one thing she was probably too naive about. Should we wait until the snowstorm is over to leave? Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head. Regardless of whether this long snowstorm will end one day. Even if the ice age has passed. Do you think the world will remain the same? Yang Mi bit her lip. With a hint of longing in her eyes. It will change back to its original appearance. She turned to look at the heavy snow outside the house. If the world does not go back to the way it was in the past, wouldn't all my efforts over the years have been in vain? She is used to being admired by the stars, and becoming a big star. Zhang Yi shrugged and didn't care. It doesn't matter. Even if Yang Mi really wants to leave one day, Zhang Yi will at most miss the happy time the two of them spent together. There are so many obedient and sensible girls out there. And he won't miss them because of their passing. In the apocalypse. He just wants to drink and get drunk today. Now that he understood Yang Mi's thoughts, Zhang Yi no longer wasted time cultivating feelings. Okay. I promise you. But in my house? You have to listen to me on everything. This is the basic principle. When Zhang Yi mentioned this issue, he was still serious. No matter who the woman in front of him was, his principles would not change. Chapter 166, Agreement Chapter 3. Yang Mi deserves to be a boss. And she thinks very clearly about transactions. Zhang Yi didn't mind. On the contrary, he liked this way of getting along. He originally hated twists and turns. Zhang Yi glanced outside and saw that the sky was getting dark. It was winter after all. It looks like I won't be able to leave tonight. It's getting late. Let's take a rest, Zhang Yi said. The wind and snow gradually stopped, and the sound of wind outside the house also disappeared. Zhang Yi took out some clothes from another space and placed them beside the bed. There are new clothes here. Take them and change into them. Seeing Zhang Yi's ability to pick up objects from the air, Yang Mi's eyes widened immediately. What kind of ability is this? A little trick, Zhang Yi said with a smile. He turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by the soft and waxy voice of the little clip. You? Don't leave. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. What else happened? There are things we need to talk about. Yang Mi's face turned slightly red. Although she had been mentally prepared before, she was not a casual woman. The relationship with Zhang Yi still made her a little confused and dazed. So much so that she didn't dare to meet Zhang Yi's eyes when she looked at him. Zhang Yi stretched and said, I'm a little hungry. Let's go to the living room. Chatting while eating. Yang Mi nodded. Naturally, she had no objection. And when she heard there was food, a light flashed in her eyes. Soon after, the two people were sitting on the sofa in the living room. At this time, Yang Mi freshened up and returned to her elegant appearance. With her hair in a bun, she looked like a married woman, wearing a black off-shoulder dress. It highlighted her round shoulders and deep ravines. Elegant and timeless. Even in the apocalypse, her aura is still pleasing to the eye. Even if you just adopt her at home and watch her as a beautiful vase, it would be a good thing. Zhang Yi was lying on the sofa. He took out some hot food and put it on the table. Yang Mi was stunned when she saw this, thinking that Zhang Yi was doing a trick. Eat it. While eating and chatting, let's explain some things clearly in advance to avoid trouble later. Zhang Yi picked up a piece of hot beef cheeseburger and took a bite. Then started to set rules for her. My family is quite big, and having one more woman like you is not too much. There is only one thing I ask of you, and that is to be obedient. You are so smart. You shouldn't understand what I mean. Right? Yang Mi bit her lip, still feeling embarrassed about what had just happened. Understand? In our entertainment industry, this kind of thing is not surprising. Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Understanding people saves trouble. He didn't have many requirements for Yang Mi. I keep her as a vase at home. When Zhou Qier came back, the two women shared some housework together and took turns on duty every day, so there was not much pressure. However, when Zhang Yi has instructions, it is definitely inevitable to work overtime. When he thought of this, Zhang Yi suddenly frowned. He whispered, I remember that among the medicines I bought with Zhou Hairan. Was there that kind? I'll look for it later. Yang Mi, who was sitting not far from him, suppressed the shyness of the little woman, proudly raised her chest and began to negotiate terms with Zhang Yi. I can comply with your request, but there are a few principles I hope you can abide by. Zhang Yi smiled, spread his hands indifferently and said, Let's listen. Yang Mi said solemnly in a milky voice. First, the relationship between you and I is limited to the snowstorm. If one day we are separated, I hope you will not reveal what is going on here. After all, I am a public figure. If anyone knows what you and I have done here, I will have no choice but to retreat in the future. Zhang Yi curled his lips slightly. Like Zhang Dada and Kai Jin. She has the illusion that society will return to its past state after the snow disaster. Again, the more people enjoy social dividends, the less willing they are to see the collapse of traditional society. However, he readily replied that yes. I will not reveal the things I have done with you easily. Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Zhang Yi agree to this. After all, she is a popular national idol. If anyone can communicate with her, they will definitely be excited and show it off everywhere. Article 2. I will comply with your request. But sometimes, you can't force me to do something I don't want to do. When she said this, she bit her lip and her voice became smaller and smaller. She also needed to muster up the courage to make such a request. However, she still planned to make it clear to Zhang Yi from the beginning. She was very ashamed of using herself as a quid pro quo. But then again, it seems too late to talk about this now. Even if she pretends to be a heroine. But now that her sovereignty has been lost, it has been completely wiped out by Zhang Yi. It seems that such words do not have much deterrence. She could only hope that Zhang Yi would show her love and respect for her. Zhang Yi felt an inexplicable joy when he looked at Yang Mi, whose face was humiliated and mixed with shyness and shy and struggling. Boss Chow. I understand. It's my fault that I was young and ignorant, and used young girls as treasures. He moved his body in front of Yang Mi, and a flash of fear flashed in Yang Mi's eyes. God! What is he doing? Yang Mi instinctively raised her slender and white arms, trying to keep Zhang Yi at a distance. The whole person was pulled into Zhang Yi's arms. She blushed even more and turned her head away, not daring to look into Zhang Yi's eyes. With an evil smile on his face, Zhang Yi pinched her delicate chin with his fingers and forced her to turn her face. He said in Yang Mi's ear that it was obviously you who came to me on your own initiative. So don't always look aggrieved. Even if you are just acting on occasion and getting what you need. As a popular little girl, I hope that your acting skills will always be online. At least it will make me happy. And it will be a good thing for you. Right? Zhang Yi's domineering eyes made her heart tremble. However, she was unwilling to completely give up the chance to fight. That. You have to agree to my conditions first. Zhang Yi smiled disapprovingly. Don't worry. I'm not a devil after all. As long as you are obedient here, I won't do too many things to embarrass you. Well, not much will be done. But he didn't say he wouldn't do it. Yang Mi's eyes widened in anger. But she could only helplessly raise her mouth and complain secretly. Chapter 167 Zhou Jaime. Zhang Yi made an agreement with Yang Mi, and she got her wish and moved in. However, Zhang Yi could feel that she was still a little ashamed and angry. After all, as a popular little girl, she was inevitably a little unwilling to be manipulated by a man. But instead of feeling unhappy, Zhang Yi felt even more happy. Men are creatures that like to conquer. The more difficult to tame the little wild horse, the more he wants to tame it. This woman is so damn sweet. Because of Yang Mi, Zhang Yi did not return to Yuelu community. On the one hand, he asked her about the situation of Yunk Manor so that he could move here in the future. On the other hand, he was also trying to sidestep Yang Mi to prevent her from posing a threat to him. The day passed so fulfillingly. Zhang Yi left a room for Yang Mi, just like he did to Zhou Qian before. He didn't give her the key. I'm going out for a while, so please stay in your room first. Zhang Yi left some food for Yang Mi. As for the problem of going to the toilet, the rooms here all have private bathrooms. When the shelter was first built, a lot of thought was put into it. When Yang Mi heard that Zhang Yi was going out, a nervous look appeared on her face. Then when will you come back? After the end of the world, she was alone and afraid for a long time. Although she is now possessed by this bad man. As a woman, she feels very at ease in her heart. To be honest, if Zhang Yi was polite to her and didn't take advantage of her, she would be afraid that Zhang Yi had other plans. Now that Zhang Yi was leaving, she felt fear again. She didn't want to be left alone. Don't worry. I'm just going out to pick someone up. Be back soon. Seeing Boss Yang acting like a little girl, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. The hard SHL on the surface gradually became unsustainable. What an interesting woman. Yang Mi pursed her lips, with a cold look on her face again, and sat on the sofa seat. Okay. Go and come back quickly. Zhang Yi turned around and was about to leave, when suddenly an idea came to his mind. He turned around and asked Yang Mi, there are many rich and famous people living in this place. Right? Yang Mi blinked. Yes. This was originally the largest wealthy area in Tianhai City. The lowest net worth around here is over 1 billion. Zhang Yi nodded. A smirk suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. So, Is there such a big-breasted, brainless, careless lady? Yang Mi's eyes widened suddenly, and she suddenly stood up excitedly. Are you okay? Are you okay? If you make fun of me again, I'm so angry. She glared at Zhang Yi angrily and clenched her little fists. Zhang Yi blinked and suddenly realized that she had taken the role herself. Well, she does meet the obvious factor of having big breasts. But it's not mindless. Zhang Yi smiled and explained that you misunderstood. I'm not talking about you, but other people. Yang Mi looked stunned, covered her mouth in surprise, and took 2 steps back. You bad guy. This is too much. How long has it been since he started looking for another woman? Am I so unattractive? Oops. What am I thinking about? He is a bad guy. The big silver devil. Yang Mi felt ashamed and angry. Zhang Yi was speechless. He admitted that he was a little horny, but not to the point of looking for women everywhere. The reason why I ask this is entirely because I am thinking about Uncle Yu and hope to find him a suitable partner. After all, he is quite lonely. As for the opposite sex, Zhang Yi is not that hungry. If it weren't for the filter he had for Yang Mi when he was young, he would never let her enter this shelter easily. To be honest, even the 3 Kuns he drove out were not much worse than her in terms of appearance. And their skills in that area are definitely much better than hers. That's what happened. I have a friend in my hometown who is very interesting to me, but he was deceived by a bad woman. And now, he needs the comfort of the opposite sex both physically and mentally. I want to find him a companion. So I'm asking you. After all, you have quite a wide network of contacts in the ladies' circle. After listening to Zhang Yi's explanation, Yang Mi realized that she had made a mistake. But now she also has a filter when looking at Zhang Yi, and feels that Zhang Yi is a pervert who is not satisfied with his desires. But she was under the roof, and she couldn't refuse Zhang Yi's request. What's more, since Zhang Yi has the ability to survive in the apocalypse, his friend will certainly not be far behind. If she could introduce her friend to the other party, it would be equivalent to saving a life. Yang Mi said that there are relatively few people dying in the wealthy areas, and there are also some noble ladies. But to say that one has no mind, this condition is difficult to meet. She frowned slightly, paused, and then asked carefully, would your friend, who is a little older, not mind? A little older? This is good. Zhang Yi hopes to introduce Uncle Yu to someone who is mature and steady, and who knows how to advance and retreat in his heart. Unlike Xie Lime, who is always on the verge of death, jumping wildly from side to side. My friend is in his 40s, and he personally prefers mature women. Sorry, Uncle Yu. Even if you like 18-year-old girls, I can't introduce them to you, because young women are so troublesome. Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief. If this was the request, it would be easy to handle. She looked at Zhang Yi, smiled and asked, you should know Zhou Haimei, right? Zhang Yi couldn't help but narrow his pupils slightly when he heard the name. Zhou Haimei. That was his childhood goddess. Not to mention Zhang Yi. Even Zhang Yi's father liked her very much when he was still alive. At that time, Zhou Haimei was known as the nation's lover, and she also won many film and television drama awards. Now in her 40s, she has begun to play mother-type roles. However, due to her high appearance, the audience's evaluation is that she outshines the heroine. To be honest, even at the age of 40 plus, Zhou Haimei still looks beautiful and plump. Even when Zhang Yi saw it, he couldn't help but praise that the charm is still there. Uncle Yu, I am worthy of you this time. Find the best one for you. Zhang Yi immediately asked Yang Mi to contact Zhou Haimei. Not long after, Zhou Haimei appeared at Zhang Yi's home. The originally delicate beauty had lost some weight due to the snowstorm, and her face also showed deep fatigue. But deep in his eyes, he couldn't hide the excitement of having a chance to survive. Yang Mi said next to Zhang Yi that I had already spoken favorably to her about the matter, and she had no objection. That is, of course, in the face of life and death, most people cannot maintain the so-called reserve and arrogance. Chapter 168 Fisherman. Zhang Yi brought some food to Zhou Haimei. When she saw the food, her eyes lit up. After thanking Zhang Yi with her last bit of reserve, she sat on the sofa and ate hungrily. Zhang Yi waited until she finished eating and then said to her, you know everything, right? Zhou Haimei nodded. I know. You found a home for me, right? Women in their 40s can already look at things fairly. Maybe people of their age don't value so-called love that much when getting married and living a good life. What matters is a well-matched couple. As long as the conditions are met, we can be together. So when Yang Mi told her that she could find her a long-term meal ticket, she agreed without hesitation. The only regret is that she originally thought that man was Zhang Yi. With Yang Mi's support, Zhang Yi saved a lot of things. Before setting off, he solemnly reminded the two of them that matters about safe houses and shelters must be kept secret. Never tell outsiders in any way. Otherwise, it is very likely that greedy people will come to snatch it. If I knew who leaked the information here, there would be no need for her to live. When Zhang Yi said this, his tone was calm and indifferent, but his eyes had pure murderous intent. Both women were extremely frightened and quickly said that they would not do anything stupid. Zhang Yi nodded and said nothing more. Both of these women are quite old, and they are not stupid people who work hard in the entertainment industry. And they would not do stupid things like that. He gave these instructions just in case. After explaining, he asked Yang Mi to go back to the room, and then took Zhou Haimei to prepare to return to Yuelu community. The cold wind is bleak, and the icy north wind carries ice and snow and blows across the surface of the Lujiang River. Compared with when the snow disaster first came, the falling snow now has become much smaller. After all, under extremely cold temperatures, there are not so many water molecules in the air that can condense into ice. But the low temperature still persists, and the cold wind is as biting as ever. Across the river from Yonk Manor is a small town called Shujia Town. Across the river is the villa area where the richest people in Tianhai City live, while on the other side is a rural area on the outskirts of the city. In the past, people in Shujia Town made a living by growing grains and vegetables. Every household has built a greenhouse, grown food and vegetables, and then sold them to the urban area of Tianhai City. Over the years, although they are not as wealthy as people in the urban area, they have lived a pretty good life. After the extreme cold storm came, their lives became much more comfortable than those in the city. Although they also have to face freezing temperatures, they are not short of food. Moreover, in terms of physical fitness, they are even better than those in the city. It's a little ironic that when a snowstorm comes, they live quite comfortably. Noon is also the time when the temperature is the highest every day. The temperature outside has risen to minus 60 degrees, and the wind and snow have subsided slightly. Above the Lujiang River, a group of villagers from Sudong village, who had wrapped themselves tightly, appeared. They came to the ice with various tools in their hands. In addition, 5 or 6 dogs were brought in, all of which were sled dogs such as Alaskans and Huskies. However, due to the low temperature, the dog's body was wrapped in cotton clothes. People in Sudong village cherish these dogs very much and treat them even more carefully than they treat themselves, because now in the south, they are the only ones that can still be used as livestock power. But at this time, these sled dogs look different from the silly ones we usually see. Their eyes were full of ferocity, their fangs were exposed at the corners of their mouths, and their fur was stained with blood. Led by a black-faced man in his 50s, a group of people came to the ice. The black-faced man walked back and forth on the ice several times, sometimes lying down to look deeper into the ice. After a while, he tapped somewhere with a stick in his hand. Right here. Dig. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen people following behind him immediately came up, with several large ice-breaking equipment placed on the sledge behind. Everyone lifted the equipment down, placed it in the designated location, and then tied it to the dog with a rope. Run! Run! The dog owner grabbed the dogs tightly with a rope and shouted twice, and the dog started running forward. At the same time, it drives the icebreaker to cut through the ice. With the power of dogs, the ice was broken very quickly, and it didn't take long to dig a huge round hole in the ice. Okay. Found a fish. The black-faced man in the lead stretched out his hand to say H, low, and the dog owner quickly grabbed the dog. Everyone worked together to lift the icebreaker out. In the broken ice below, more than a dozen fish could be seen. They remained stuck in the ice in the same state as when they were frozen to death. After freezing, the oxygen concentration in the river becomes low, and fish schools float upward to obtain oxygen. Although they did not find a breathing hole in the end, they died near the ice. This provides good food to the fishermen of this generation in Shujia Town. As long as the ice is broken, frozen fish can be dug out from the ice. This also became their main source of protein. A group of people were busy as usual, led by Su Dehai from Sudong village. Shujia Town. In the past, he was just a fisherman with an average status in the village. But after the end of the world, he relied on his fishing skills to become the most important figure in Sudong village. For example, when he goes fishing now, he is only responsible for the designated place, and other people are responsible for the physical work. Su Manjin, a villager who raised dogs, came over and chatted with Su Dehai. Second uncle, do you think it's so cold today? Are all the people in the city freezing to death? Su Dehai folded his hands and sneered disdainfully. They, city dwellers, don't even know how to grow crops on weekdays. So they all rely on us farmers for support. I'm afraid it's hard to even have a full meal now. Look, I'm almost dead. Su Manji nodded and said happily that fortunately we are from rural areas. No matter how bad the weather is, if we have food in our house and some strength in our hands, we won't be afraid of not being able to survive. Even in this weather, it is too cold. When can I go there? Su Manjin looked at the luxurious villa area across the river with a hint of proud contempt in his eyes. But at the same time, he was also a little confused about the future. It is true that they can survive, but this kind of life is obviously not what they want. Su Dehai frowned slightly and squinted his eyes slightly in the wind and snow. It's hard to say, but in this weather, we can survive. As long as you are willing to work. You are not afraid of starving to death. When I was in Mo, the temperature was not much higher than here. We were swimming shirtless at that time. A few people were chatting away. In the past, they always liked to get together to discuss international affairs. Their words would always talk about Europe and the United States, and their actions would belittle other countries as useless. But now that we have no news sources and no mood to care about foreign affairs, we can only talk about how miserable the people in the city are. Suddenly, there was the sound of an engine in the distance. It came from the other side of the river. Although the sound is not very loud, it is particularly obvious in this silent world of ice and snow. Su Manjin was stunned. Why did I seem to hear the sound of a motorcycle? Su Dehai pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Then his face was filled with astonishment. Can't be wrong. The sound was very much like the fishing boat he used when fishing. How come there is still a car at this time? Aren't all the people in the city freezing to death? A group of people put down what they were doing and looked in the direction of the sound of the engine. Chapter 169. You dare to rob me? Zhang Yi rode a snowmobile and drove Zhou Jaime all the way towards Yuelu community. He drove along the riverside, and the Lujiang River under the ice and snow also had a majestic feeling. However, there is obviously much less snow on the ice than on the ground. The Lujiang River connects to the East China Sea. The specific heat capacity of water is large, so the temperature changes relatively slowly. You can even see people catching fish on the ice. Zhang Yi looked at the scenery and felt a rare trace of human presence. But at this moment, something suddenly stirred in his mind. A fisherman? Them. Have you adapted to such extremely cold temperatures? Zhang Yi felt a little unbelievable in his heart. During the month he lived in Yuelu community, he saw with his own eyes how miserable those people lived. In Shujia town across the Lujiang River, the villagers have adapted to the low temperature. But it's not surprising when you think about it. Farmers farm all year round. No matter how cold the weather is, they still have to work in the fields early in the morning. Their ability to adapt to the environment far exceeds that of city dwellers, who are spoiled by air conditioning and heating. The adaptability of human beings is truly terrifying. If it were me, I wouldn't know how to survive without air conditioning and heating in my room in winter. Zhang Yi expressed such emotion, but before he could sigh for long, a terrifying barking sound suddenly came from the ice not far ahead. Zhou Jaime in front of her screamed, pointed at the river and said there was a dog. Zhang Yi has already seen it. 7 or 8 vicious dogs roared crazily while charging towards them. Behind them were 2 simple sleds, with 4 people standing on them. Zhang Yi's eyes became profound. He knew that he was in trouble again. Not the immediate trouble, but the trouble in the future. Originally, in his plan, the people in the city would die quickly in this snow disaster. And he, and those few people hiding in the shelter, can survive until the end. But I didn't expect that the countryside outside the city had begun to adapt to life under the severe cold. These people will become potential threats. Like, eyeing his snowmobile. Sit tight. Zhang Yi suddenly turned the accelerator and accelerated the speed. He did not want to conflict with these people. After all, if you offend one person, a whole village may be implicated later. Zhang Yi was galloping on it, while on the river surface, 8 dogs were chasing after him with their tongues wagging. After seeing Zhang Yi, their eyes turned red, and the wildness in their eyes made people shudder. Dogs were originally domesticated from wolves, and they experienced many life and death battles in the last days, and even ate human flesh when they were hungry. Dogs that have eaten human flesh have blood-red eyes, and are extremely cruel. Zhang Yi's snowmobile is very fast, but the sled on the ice is not slow either, since the villagers from Sudong village came to intercept them in advance. Zhang Yi could not avoid them. On the sled, a fisherman picked up the harpoon in his hand and threw it towards Zhang-Yi and the others. Grass. Zhang-Yi cursed loudly. If the harpoon hit his arm, at least half a kilogram of meat would be taken away. He quickly reversed the direction of the motorcycle and braked suddenly, stopping the car in place. Zhou Jaime didn't sit firmly and was thrown out, falling into the snow. The famous actress was so frightened that she cried and sat in the snow without the courage to get up. At this time, 2 sleds had blocked Zhang-Yi's path. The 8 sled dogs roared crazily at Zhang-Yi, and the sound was particularly impressive, especially since their teeth were bared and there was blood at the corners of their mouths. It makes people feel that these are not 8 dogs, but 8 very hungry jackals. Zhang-Yi's scalp felt numb for a while. He was not afraid of people, but he was a little worried when he saw these mad dogs. Because people can be afraid, but dogs are not. The 4 men on the sled came over with their dogs in their hands and their dogs. Leave the car and the woman behind and get out. A man held a hatchet in his hand and shouted at Zhang-Yi. Zhang-Yi looked at them coldly, taking in the position of each person and dog. Then he quickly took out his pistol and pointed it at those people. Brothers, please lend me away. I don't want to cause trouble, so don't come here looking for death. The black muzzle is obviously more intimidating than words. When those people saw the gun, they all backed away. Zhang-Yi pointed his gun to the side. Would you let me? The 4 villagers in Sudong village looked at each other, the anger deep in their eyes unabated. In the apocalypse, they have all had human lives on their hands, and will not be scared so easily. But they don't want to die in vain. A young man asked with a scornful face. Buddy, where did your car and gun come from? Zhang-Yi sneered. Passed down from his ancestors. Several people were holding dogs in their hands and making eye contact, as if they were discussing whether to retreat. But after his eyes fell on the snowmobile and Zhou Jaime's face, that strong look of greed appeared again. Snowmobiles are the top form of transportation nowadays. Much better than dogs. As for women, they are in need too. As the saying goes, when they are full and warm, they think about lust. After they solve the food problem, another primitive desire begins to occupy the brain. There are women in the village. But how can such a village girl compare to a well-maintained celebrity like Zhou Jaime? The man with a ruffian look named Su Xingwang said to Zhang-Yi with his hands folded. Buddy, this is our Sudong village territory. You thought okay? We have to collect a toll. He pointed at the snowmobile and Zhou Jaime. Car and woman. You have to leave one behind. Zhang-Yi didn't expect this group of people to be so wild. Did he think the gun in his hand was just a decoration? He frowned and asked with a sneer. Can't you see the gun in my hand? The 4 people looked at each other. Although they were wary, they did not flinch. Who can live to this day and dare to bring a dog out? Which one is a good person? In order to compete for food, they fought countless times with the neighboring village. And they were very courageous. Another thin man wearing a felt hat pointed at Zhang-Yi and cursed. Who the hell are you trying to scare? There are 4 of us and 8 dogs. How many bullets are there in your gun? Leaving the woman and the car behind will give you a way to survive. Otherwise, give it a try. Zhang-Yi's eyes became colder and colder. From the corner of his eye, he saw someone on the river rushing towards this direction. The river here is less than 100 meters wide, and Xujia town is on the other side. If their people come over, they will soon surround Zhang-Yi. When the time comes, Zhang-Yi can protect himself. But the crazy dogs might tear Zhou Jaime to pieces. He took a quick breath. You forced me to do this. There was no need to talk about the matter at this point. A pistol slipped from Zhang-Yi's left hand. He suddenly took action, pointed his guns at the heads of 4 people, and fired 4 shots in succession. These 4 people didn't even manage to struggle, and instantly they fell to the ground with blood splattering from their heads. But without anyone holding them, the 8 dogs roared and rushed towards Zhang-Yi and Zhou Jaime. Chapter 170, Enemy Xujia Town. The sound of gunfire did not scare away these mad dogs, but made them even more excited. They bared their teeth and rushed towards Zhang-Yi and Zhou Jaime. Zhou Jaime was so frightened that she screamed and was about to be bitten by a mad dog. Zhang-Yi gritted his teeth and beat the 2 dogs on her side to death first. Suddenly, the remaining 6 dogs rushed to Zhang-Yi. It was too late to shoot. Dimensional gate. Zhang-Yi shouted loudly and opened the door to another space in front of him. Boo-hoo-hoo. The barking of the dog quickly disappeared. Zhang-Yi took a deep breath. If you are accidentally bitten by these dogs on an unprotected part of your arm, you may lose a large piece of flesh, and there is a high chance of contracting the virus. However, this is the first time he has used his ability from another space in actual combat when facing a dangerous situation. It's really easy to use, And it's a skill with incredible defensive power. Those dogs only need to stay in his alien space for a while before they die due to the cessation of body functions and lack of oxygen. Large dogs also weigh 40 or 50 pounds and can be used as a good test subject to observe their death time. Use this to judge the difference between the time flow rate in different spaces and the current world. Zhang Yi calmed down his emotions and saw someone approaching quickly on the ice in the distance. Zhang Yi knew that he couldn't stay here for a long time. Otherwise, if too many people came, there might be big trouble. He quickly helped Zhou Haimei, who was paralyzed by fear, and put her on the snowmobile, then drove her away. When leaving, he conveniently put the 2 dogs he killed into the space. After Zhang Yi left, Zhou Dehai arrived belatedly with his people. A group of people from Sudong village saw the 4 corpses with extremely sad expressions in their eyes. When they heard gunshots, they realized something was wrong. Su Dehai said in a deep tone, "I have already said that you should not rush to take action when you encounter people whose origins you do not know. This is a good time. I got myself involved. The 4 on the ground are all the younger generation from Sudong village and are not so stable." Although Su Dehai tried to dissuade them, the 4 of them felt that they could not miss the opportunity. So they came over on a dog sled. As a result, all lives were lost. Su Manjin, who was next to him, looked around and found something wrong. Where is the dog? Where have all the dogs gone? All the dogs in the village were domesticated by them. Dogs evolved from wolves and have a strong sense of group living. After identifying the master, he will not betray easily. So the chance of them all escaping is almost 0. Several other people looked around and found no sign of a dog. Something is wrong. This is too strange. That person is very problematic. He owns a snowmobile and carries a gun. So he is definitely not an ordinary person. Su Dehai had a gloomy face. This time he led the team out. Now the people are dead and 8 precious dogs have been lost. After he returned, it was difficult for him to explain to the people in the village. No matter what, the killing of our people in Sudong village can't be done like this anymore. Things are a little weird. That person might have extraordinary abilities just like Chun Lei. Let's go back and ask the village chief for his decision. The big guy nodded, and then took these corpses back to Sudong village. The easternmost village in Shujia town is Sudong village. If you look from a distance, you will be surprised to find bulging spherical igloos appearing on the vast snow. Hundreds of igloos of different sizes gather together. But in the middle is a white castle made of pure white snow bricks. That's right. It's the kind of castle commonly seen in Neon Kingdom anime. The entire Sudong village is built on heavy snow, with the snow castle as the center, forming a beautiful ice and snow kingdom. The inside of the castle is equally gorgeous, with tables, chairs, benches, and even chandeliers on the walls made of snow. At this time, strange sounds came from time to time in the castle owner's room. Ellie, the ignorant and bad boy, must be punished. Ah! There. Not possible there. The laptop placed on the bedside was emitting a yellow light. And under the quilt, a chubby young man was staring at the screen with a serious face. A roll of toilet paper was ready next to him. Just as he was getting better, the door of the room, a piece of wood, was pushed open. Several big men walked in, led by a dignified old man with a long beard. As soon as he entered the door, the old man shouted, "Chun Lei." Something happened. Su Chunlei, who was busy in bed, was startled. The original process was instantly changed to cast a spell, and he suddenly became weak. Su Chunlei panicked and quickly closed the computer lid. But the sounds inside still came from under the quilt, which couldn't be covered up at all. The few big men who came in had black lines on their foreheads. They never imagined that they would rush over to Su Chunlei to discuss important matters, only to see such a scene. Several elders from Sudong village were neither able to advance nor retreat, and were instantly embarrassed. Su Chunlei was sweating profusely and wanted to smash the computer. With one operation, he turned on the computer, entered the password to unlock it, and then turned off the video. After doing this, he knew that there was nothing he could hide. So he simply covered his head under the quilt and refused to come out. "Why didn't you knock on the door when you came in?" Su Chunlei roared in bed. The old man who took the lead, Su Dongsheng, the village chief of Sudong village, had dark lines all over his face. He roared angrily and said, "You are such an old man, and you still do that to cartoons. It's not embarrassing." Su Dongsheng came over and pulled Su Chunlei's quilt hard. But Su Chunlei was so embarrassed that he refused to let go. "This is my own hobby. What's wrong with men becoming perverted? Little bastard. You still have the nerve to say that. I already told you to introduce someone to you. There are so many beautiful girls in our village. Aren't they all up to you? Haha. What's the point of a three-dimensional old woman? I do not care. The two argued for a long time. And finally Su Chunlei's quilt was pulled off by Su Dongsheng. The group of people behind him wanted to laugh. But they couldn't laugh because of the purpose they had come up with. The forcefully suppressed expression was also difficult for them. Su Chunlei asked the elders of Sudong village to sit down, with a look of dissatisfaction. Third Grandpa. What do you want to do here? Su Dongsheng glanced at Su Dahai next to him and said. Dahai. Tell him. Su Dahai nodded and said that today we went fishing. But Su Kong, Su Guangji, Su Yubin, and Su Xingwang were killed. When he heard that someone was dead, Su Chunlei's expression couldn't help but become solemn. Another death? How could someone die again? Haven't the surrounding villages been taught a lesson? Su Dahai said in a deep voice that this time he is not from our Shujia town, but from the other side of the river. He carefully described what happened today to Su Chunlei. Su Chunlei also looked cautious when he heard this. Village Chief Su Dongsheng said that that man was so powerful that 4 people and 8 dogs were killed by him in just a few strokes. I am very worried that this person will threaten the safety of our village in the future. Chunlei. Is it possible that he, like you, has extraordinary power? Su Chunlei nodded solemnly. It's very possible. Although I am the chosen one, I am also the only one. But God has given me great power. So he is destined to arrange enemies in my destiny to make me stronger. He put his hands under his chin, with a profound look on his face. Perhaps. This is my first test out of the novice village. Su Dongsheng and other seniors were speechless listening to Su Chunlei's words. Fortunately, they are used to his way of expressing himself. Su Dongsheng said that all the families named Su in Sudong village are from the same clan. If a member of the tribe is bullied, we must fight back. Whoever kills a member of our Su family will have to pay for it with blood no matter what. Chunlei. This person is too powerful for us to deal with. So it's up to you. Other elders also smiled, and gave him a thumbs up. Yes. You are the chosen one. The Su family now relies on you to protect it. You must not let us down. Su Chunlei's chin almost rose to the sky when he was praised like this. He covered his right eye with one hand, and laughed in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I also want to see how powerful I can be with all my strength. On the other side, Zhang Yi drove a frightened Zhou Jaime all the way to Yuelu community. He was not in a good mood. Shujia town is opposite Yunk Manor, across the river. Now Lujiang is completely frozen, which means that the straight line distance between the other party and him is less than 1 kilometer. He killed 4 people in Shujia town, and those people would most likely come to take revenge. I'm not afraid, but I left Yuelu community just to avoid trouble, and now I've gotten into new trouble. Please, I just want to find a place to live a leisurely life, lying down with a few beauties. Why do you have to force me to fight and kill? Zhang Yi thought for a while, and realized that his abilities were not suitable for taking the initiative. But in terms of defense, he is invincible. Neither his space skills nor his super shelter can be broken through by ordinary people or forces. By the way, Zhang Yi gave his different space ability 2 very embarrassing names. Opening the door to a different space is called a dimensional door. Absorbing an attack and then changing the vector to counterattack is called a full counterattack. Although it is the simplest ability in principle, it does sound ridiculous when called like this. Whoever comes out to hang out shouldn't have a resounding name. This is how to scare people. A mere Shujia town could not pose any threat to him unless a particularly powerful ability user appeared. If they would be more sensible about this matter and not come to trouble me, then forget it. But if they seek death on their own, I will kill them all. Zhang Yi made such a plan in his mind. Soon, they returned to Yuelu community. Zhang Yi suppressed what was in his mind and drove the car to the door of 25. The community is much quieter now. After all, a large circle of buildings centered around 25 were all cleaned up by Zhang Yi. Now the area around 25 is an absolute restricted area, and no one is allowed to get close. We're here. Get out of the car, Zhang Yi said to Zhou Jaime. Zhou Jaime was in shock all the way, and her heart was still beating loudly. When she heard Zhang Yi say this, her heart returned to her stomach. The person I want to take you to see is upstairs. Come up with me. Zhou Jaime looked at the young and handsome Zhang Yi, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. No matter how beautiful a woman was when she was young, she will never be as beautiful as a young girl when she gets older. Otherwise, she would still prefer to stay with Zhang Yi. Especially after Zhang Yi killed someone in seconds and saved her life. It left a deep impression on her. Okay. Zhou Jaime forced out a smile, sighed in her heart, and chose to accept her fate. That's how it is to find someone to live your life with. There are not so many things that suit your needs. So you can just make do with it. Zhang Yi took Zhou Jaime upstairs. On the 24th floor, Zhou Jaime was out of breath as she climbed up. She rested twice on the way before climbing up. Before Zhang Yi entered the house, he habitually used his mobile phone to check the surveillance in the house. Zhou Qier was reading a book in the living room, while Uncle Yu was still lying on the hospital bed. And there was nothing unusual about him. Zhang Yi then opened the door with confidence and walked in with Zhou Jaime. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhou Qier immediately raised his head and looked over. After seeing Zhang Yi, she had a look of surprise on her face and was about to rush over and get into Zhang Yi's arms. But when he saw a charming woman next to him, her expression suddenly changed and she showed a vigilant look. Zhang Yi, you are back. Congratulations on your success. Zhou Qier walked up to Zhang Yi and expertly reached out to help Zhang Yi take off his thick cold-proof clothes. While she was taking off her clothes, she looked at Zhou Jaime. Zhou Qier recognized who she was at the first sight. When Zhou Jaime was young, her appearance was about 50-50 equal to Zhou Qier's. To be honest, if it weren't for her age, she would soon catch up with Zhang Yi's mother. If she was more than 10 years younger, Zhang Yi would keep her and let her do some hard work at home. Zhou Qier didn't know what Zhang Yi was thinking. She was murmuring in her heart. Could it be that Zhang Yi still likes this type of person? This is a huge crisis for her. After all, if there is one more woman in the family, her status will definitely not be what it used to be. One woman can still lie down. But if two women are together, they will roll up. These days, a group of people are competing for good positions. And the same goes for good men. Chapter 171 Uncle Yu. Do you want a wife or not? After Zhou Qier helped Zhang Yi take off his clothes, he hugged his arm tightly and asked with a gentle face, "Are you thirsty? Would you like some hot drinks? Or if you are hungry, I will give you something to eat." Zhou Qier's rough ways deliberately caught Zhang Yi's arm in the middle, almost sinking it in completely. Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Although she had been very well behaved before, this was the first time she took such initiative. Then he realized that Zhou Qier regarded Zhou Jaime as a competitor. Sure enough, only with competition can we make progress. Zhang Yi secretly laughed in her heart. From now on, when she and Yang Mi compete for favor, he will get the advantage. This is called two clams fighting, and the fisherman wins. Zhang Yi said to Zhou Jaime, "Please sit here for a while." Although Zhou Jaime was amused by Zhou Qier's hostility, she didn't say anything. She just nodded lightly and sat down on the sofa. Zhang Yi pulled Zhou Qier into her room. As soon as he entered the room, Zhou Qier stared at Zhang Yi and said with a look of disgust on his face, "I just know now that you like such a mature woman. Don't think blindly. I brought her here to take care of Uncle Yu." Zhang Yi explained with a smile. "However, there is nothing wrong with you saying that I like to be mature." Listening to this sentence, Zhou Qier always felt that there was something in it. Zhang Yi changed the topic and asked how Uncle Yu's current physical condition is. Zhou Qier said that his body has almost recovered, which is incredible. According to the normal recovery speed, it will take at least 3 months. Moreover, I secretly injected him with muscle relaxants as you said, but he found that even that kind of medicine couldn't limit his power. Zhang Yi nodded. And it was now basically certain that Uncle Yu's mutation was a physical strengthening type. So is his mental state still normal? Zhang Yi saw on the internet that some mutants had negative mutations. For example, the green monster abroad has gained great power, but his spirit is very strange. Zhou Qier shook his head. "No, Uncle Yu looked quite normal. No different from usual." Zhang Yi nodded with relief. "That's good." He told Zhou Qier to go to the living room and chat with Zhou Jaime. After all, this is Uncle Yu's woman from now on, and she needs to have a good relationship with her. Zhou Qier learned that Zhou Jaime was not a competitor, and her hostility towards her disappeared. Perhaps she hadn't chatted with someone of the opposite sex for a long time. So he happily went over to chat with her. Zhang Yi came to the ward. When he opened the door, he saw Uncle Yu sitting on the bed, holding a mobile phone in his hand and smiling strangely. When he heard the door open, he quickly stuffed his phone under his pillow. "Zhang Yi? You're back. Why didn't you knock on the door?" Uncle Yu's face was as red as Mr. Guan's. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and immediately understood what he was doing. "Uncle Yu, were you reading Spring and Autumn just now?" Uncle Yu coughed and just looked around. Hee hee. "It's okay. By the way, you've been gone all day. What are you busy with outside?" Regarding the shelter, Zhang Yi only told Zhou Qier and did not let Uncle Yu know. But now that the fight is over, It doesn't matter if Uncle Yu knows. He sat on the chair in front of the hospital bed and briefly told Uncle Yu about the matter. After hearing Zhang Yi's statement, Uncle Yu couldn't help but be speechless. These rich people are really capable of making money. In the past, I thought they were stupid and had too much money to do such useless things. Who would have thought that since the end of the world, people would really have the last laugh? On the contrary, we have become fools. Zhang Yi said that there are so many rich people at home and abroad. And there are probably many people who have built shelters. Proportionally speaking, it is true that people with power and money are more likely to survive. Uncle Yu laughed nonchalantly. Fortunately, I made such a good friend like you. So I am very lucky to be alive till now. Looking at the upright Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi showed a knowing smile on his face. If he had any friends in the last days, it would definitely be Uncle Yu. By the way, what changes have happened to your body recently? When Uncle Yu heard this, he did not hide anything and told Zhang Yi frankly. I feel that my body is indeed different. For such a serious gunshot wound, my wound almost fully recovered in just a few days. He lifted up his shirt, revealing his dark belly with very strong six-pack abs. Brand new body. As toned as a fitness trainer. Although he was still wearing a bandage, the blood was no longer visible. Also, my strength has become much stronger. After Uncle Yu said that, he reached out and grabbed the edge of the iron bed. As soon as he exerted force, he heard a crunching sound, and the steel bar made of wrought iron was twisted and deformed when he grabbed it. A glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. With such power, even in close combat, some people believe that he can kill a tiger. I feel like a monster now. Uncle Yu didn't know what happened to him. He was surprised and a little panicked at the same time. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. Uncle Yu, you don't have to worry. You just awakened a powerful force. Zhang Yi explained the biological mutations to Uncle Yu, and shared with him some of the information he obtained through the global network. After his explanation, Uncle Yu suddenly realized and understood all this. In order to trust each other, Zhang Yi also told him that he was a mutant, and he performed a teleportation on the battlefield. Uncle Yu was dumbfounded when he saw it. After a long time, he patted the bed. Damn it. No wonder I always feel like you have a lot of stuff on you. So that's what happened. This force directly bent the bed frame under the buttocks. Zhang Yi looked at it with a smile. But he was very happy in his heart. Uncle Yu can take a bullet for him. So there is no doubt that he is trustworthy. The stronger Uncle Yu is, the more help he will have to Zhang Yi in the future. At this time, the sophistication of human nature is also reflected. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, Uncle Yu, do you want a wife or not? Zhang Yi's sudden words made Uncle Yu stunned for a moment. As long as you ask, I will bring your wife over to you. Guaranteed to be good-looking. Good-looking. And your favorite mature and charming lady. Zhang Yi lowered his voice and gave Uncle Yu a knowing look. Uncle Yu's eyes widened and he couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After Xiaolime died, although he didn't say it, he was still very sad in his heart. After all, it is not easy for an old bachelor in his 40s, who has no money to marry a wife, to find a woman to warm his bed. At this time, Uncle Yu was overjoyed when he heard that Zhang Yi had specially found a wife for him. He nodded hastily. Yes. Of course. Where are the people? Let me see it quickly. Chapter 172 Generous Gift of Garage. When Uncle Yu heard that Zhang Yi had brought his wife to him, he was so excited that he got off the bed. Zhang Yi looked outside the door, and it was right outside. When Uncle Yu heard this, he felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Yi, have you told her what's going on in our family? Zhang Yi was speechless in his heart. As expected of a bachelor of more than 40 years, I am still embarrassed at this time. If you are not a bachelor, who will be? It's okay. She understands the situation. People are willing to live with you. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at him. Uncle Yu hesitated, but Zhang Yi pulled him and then followed him out of the door. The two came to the living room, where Zhou Qier was chatting animatedly with Zhou Haimei. Hearing the movement, Zhou Haimei turned to look over. She and Uncle Yu happened to catch their eyes. Uncle Yu saw Zhou Haimei's appearance clearly, and was a little confused for a moment. But he immediately thought of who she was, and opened his mouth in surprise. You? Are you Zhou Haimei? Zhou Haimei sighed softly in her heart when she saw the honest and dark-skinned man in front of her. From an aesthetic point of view, the man in front of her is not her best. But now she had no choice. Zhou Haimei stood up generously, walked over and said low with a smile. Are you Mr. Yu? Uncle Yu nodded quickly. Like a ruthless pile-driving machine. Zhang Yidao and Zhang Yidou have become acquainted today. From now on, They will live together, take care of each other, and help each other solve various problems. When things are urgent, follow the authority. I won't say more to be polite. This house will serve as your wedding room, and you will live here down to earth. Glacier and I will move out temporarily, so as not to disturb your world. Johnny didn't want to play those blind date tricks to save time. And from Uncle Yu's excited eyes, Johnny could see that he really wanted to communicate with Jaime alone. And Uncle Yu was a little embarrassed when he heard that Johnny was leaving the house to him. What should I say? This house is your hard work, Johnny said. I have found a new place to live. Isn't it a waste if it is empty? If you live here, you are helping me look after my home. I'm relieved too. His memories of Uelu community are mostly bloody. Although most of those killed deserved their death, there were also accidental injuries. Leaving here and living in a different environment is necessary for his mental health. Johnny came up to Uncle Yu and said with a mischievous smile. Besides, we are still living together. Aren't some things very inconvenient? Uncle Yu licked his dry lips and nodded repeatedly, indicating that Johnny was right. Jaime also nodded happily. The house is very comfortable to live in, and is equipped with a fireplace and a perfect insulation system. If 2 people lived here, it would be infinitely better than her mansion in Yonk Manor. Johnny said to Glacier. Go and pack your things, and I will take you to your new home later. Glacier nodded happily, and then went back to his room to pack his things. Johnny called Uncle Yu aside and told him other things. Before I go, I have to tell you something. First of all, you have to exercise and explore your own abilities. It has huge potential and room for improvement. The stronger the ability to protect oneself. Second is the issue of personal safety. There must be no soft-heartedness towards the neighbors in this community. In the past month, you have also seen complex human nature, so don't believe them easily, let alone sympathize with them. Having said this, Johnny pointed in the direction of Jaime. Especially don't be soft-spoken and let a woman influence your thinking. A strong man will never lack women. You have to know who is the head of the family. Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly after hearing this. But whether he took it to heart or not depends on Johnny. Soon, Glacier finished packing his things. These are all personal items. She didn't have many personal things, but the various stockings and underwear Johnny gave her filled a suitcase. Johnny stuffed things into the different space. Before leaving, he filled the kitchen again. The food was enough for Uncle Yu and Uncle Yu to eat for at least 2 months. As for the subsequent dietary issues, Uncle Yu will have to solve them on his own. He is still a capable person now, so he can't always rely on Johnny to take care of him. After leaving home, Johnny took one last look at his house. This safe house cost 8 million Chinese dollars and has helped Johnny survive many crises. Now it seems that it is small and crude, but the memory of this month is destined to be unforgettable. Johnny reached out and touched the heavy metal door and smiled with relief. Uncle Yu and Jaime sent them downstairs. Before leaving, Johnny took a look at the snowmobile. He smiled and told Uncle Yu that he would go out to find food in the future, without a means of transportation. This car is given to you. You can also come to my place to play when you have time in the future. If Johnny encounters trouble in the future and needs Uncle Yu's help, he can rush over as soon as possible. Uncle Yu was moved to tears by Zhang Yi's generosity and waved his hand in rejection. No, this is absolutely not possible. Zhang Yi, you have given me too much. I can't have any more. Zhang Yi said seriously that you have to think about the future. But if you gave this to me, what would you do? Uncle Yu looked worried. Zhang Yi shrugged. I'll just be casual. He walked to the door. A white light flashed in his right eye, and a 4-wheeled snowmobile suddenly appeared on the snow. It's a snowmobile, not a snowmobile. The silver-gray streamlined body looks no less than a supercar. There are red sleds on both sides of the front, and below there are 3 wheels and tracks forming a wheel set. There is a lot of space inside the car, and both the front and rear rows can accommodate people and are very spacious. If you ignore the structure below, the top is almost a super sports car. Its appearance, and then compare it with the snowmobile next to it. The difference is not too obvious. It's completely the difference between Ferrari and Suzuki motorcycles. Uncle Yu, Jaime, and Glacier were both dumbfounded. Good guy. Do you call this thing casual? Johnny sighed and said to Uncle Yu that I reluctantly gave up my love and gave you my beloved motorcycle. I can only barely open this one. I really don't like this thing. It consumes too much fuel. But there is no other way. Who made us good friends? Uncle Yu. Yes. 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 He curled his lips. and there were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. Is this the advantage of space ability users? He was so envious. Chapter 173 Going to a New Home. Zhang pulled Zhou Qian into the car, then waved goodbye to Uncle Yu and Zhou Jaime. I was reluctant to drive this thing in the past. And there is indeed a fuel-saving factor in it. This large snowmobile consumes astonishing amounts of fuel. Running on snow is completely different from running on flat ground. In addition, before going out alone every day, riding a motorcycle was more convenient. But in the future, he will almost never go out again if he can't go out. So there is no need to be so stingy. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Qian left, Uncle Yu glanced at Zhou Jaime next to him, his eyes full of eager light. Zhou Jaime felt a little embarrassed. Let's go back and have a rest. It's quite cold outside. Uncle Yu rubbed his hands and chuckled. Zhou Jaime nodded. Now that she is married to a chicken, she will follow the chicken. And if she is married to a dog, she will follow the dog. She can live her life with Uncle Yu with peace of mind. But after just one day, she no longer felt any dissatisfaction in her heart. What Uncle Yu awakened was the ability to strengthen his body. And he seemed to have endless energy. As the saying goes, women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. Even a woman in her 40s, like Zhou Jaime, was treated submissively by him. From then on, I devoted my life to living with him. When looking at people, you can't just look at the surface. You have to go deep, and deeper before making a judgment. Zhou Jaime later always liked to teach other women this experience. Zhang Yi took Zhou Qian back in the RV. Along the way, Zhou Qian looked at everything outside excitedly. She has been enclosed in the community for too long. And the farthest place she has ever been is the 4th floor. Now that she could come out, she felt much happier. She looked left and right, wishing to take in all the scenery. But soon a look of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Because in the vast world, only ice and snow are the only ones that are eternal. The traces left by human civilization are only some steel and concrete. And there are no bustling neighborhoods. Zhang Yi. Is our new home beautiful? Zhou Qian can only put her expectations on her new residence. Zhang Yi's smile was big and beautiful. I don't know how much more comfortable it is than the house we lived in before. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. No wonder you can be so generous. I would say that according to your personality, it is impossible to give the safe house that you have put so much thought into to others. Zhang Yi corrected him and said that he was not sending it away, but just lending it to them for a temporary stay. We will come back if we need it one day. He also had the highest authority and the key to the safe house in his hand. He can take back the safe house at any time if he wants. It's not that he doesn't trust Uncle Yu. It's just that in the end of the world, you can have the intention to harm others, but you must have the intention to guard against others. People change, and he has to take precautions before they happen. By the way, there is one more person in the family now. Let me tell you in advance so that you can be mentally prepared. Zhang Yi said in a calm tone. There was a glint of suspicion in Zhou Qian's eyes. One more person. Ah, I see. She smiled sweetly. Is the original owner of that house still there? No. He asked me to kill him. Zhang Yi thought of this and suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road. Damn it. If he hadn't mentioned it on the spur of the moment, he would have forgotten to throw those corpses out. Zhou Qian didn't know what Zhang Yi was going to do. Seeing Zhang Yi get out of the car, she tightened her clothes and followed him. I saw Zhang Yi taking out a lot of corpses from another dimension, and then throwing them along the roadside ramp into the ditch below. Some of these corpses are those of Kun who died in the shelter, and 3 of them are Wang Siming, Lin Gong and Su Hao. Zhou Qian recognized the 3 people at a glance, and his eyes widened in surprise. Is the house you are talking about Wang Siming's villa? Yes. What's the problem? Zhang Yi clapped his hands habitually, looked back at her and asked. Zhou Qian sighed, shook his head and said it was nothing. He just felt that a once famous figure like him died so easily. It's a little unbelievable. Zhang Yi sneered disapprovingly. It's the end of the world. Human life is like grass, and everyone is so cold when they die. Don't be sad about spring and autumn. As long as you can live. How can I care about other people? Zhang Yi dumped the body on the roadside, and it wouldn't be long before they were covered by heavy snow. He returned to the car, and Zhou Qian also got in the car. Then the person you left behind couldn't be the woman next to him. Right? Zhou Qian stared at Zhang Yi, and a smell of vinegar began to fill the carriage. Zhang Yi saw her pouting mouth through the rearview mirror and found it extra cute. When I first met her, she was still the cold female doctor. But now that the two have a close relationship, she has developed a deep dependence on Zhang Yi, and has turned into a jealous little girl. Woman is truly an amazing animal. Don't think too much about it. It's just that the house is quite big, and I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it all by yourself every day. Just find someone to help you share the stress. Kier puffed out her cheeks, and her long, supple black hair hung straight down along her collarbone. Like an unhappy little girl, Zhang Yi felt a doting feeling in his heart. He smiled and said, "Don't be upset. She is just a tool. The only person I love most in my heart is you. My feelings for you are as high as a mountain. How could she compare?" Kier slowly lowered her pouted mouth. She looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Zhang Yi nodded decisively. "Of course it is true. Don't even think about it. You are young and beautiful, and you have become the attending doctor of a tertiary hospital at a young age. Is it possible that I don't like such a nice girl?" Zhang Yi's eloquence is excellent, and his sweet words to coax the little girl come from his mouth. Perhaps after being deceived by Fan Yuqing, he lost the sense of looking up to beautiful women in his heart. Without the moral burden, I feel naturally calm and calm. Therefore, when you chase a girl, you must not be humble, but must be confident enough. Only in this way can you attract them. Those who cannot get it are always in commotion, and those who are favored are confident. Eason. Kier pursed her lips. Zhang Yi's words made her feel very happy. Any female medical doctor is a blank slate when it comes to relationships. In the apocalypse, the attachment caused by the suspension bridge effect made her completely fall in love with this dangerous and powerful man beside her. She hugged his arm and gently rested her head on his shoulder. "I knew you liked me." Her sweet little face was filled with happiness. Zhang Yi glanced at her and felt slightly touched in his heart. She looks very much like the innocent self she once was. Zhang Yi couldn't help but start to ask himself, is it right to live so selfishly? But he soon felt relieved. If being a selfish person can lead a happier life, then why not do it? At the very least, he has never owed Kier, so he shouldn't be considered a scumbag. Chapter 174 Ice and Snow Superpower. Zhang Yi drove a snowmobile and took Kier to Yunk Manor. On the way you must pass the road along the Lujiang River. He looked at the river, feeling a little wary. They had killed 4 villagers and 8 precious sled dogs by themselves, so they would definitely not give up so easily. But looking all the way, Zhang Yi found no trace of anyone on the river. It's best if they don't cause trouble. Zhang Yi thought so in his heart. On the way back, the snow gradually became heavier. Recently, the snow has not fallen as hard as it did in the beginning. After all, the water molecules in the air are limited. Most of the time it's light snow or dry and biting cold wind. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, so Zhang Yi turned on the wipers to clear the snow off the windshield. The road ahead is somewhat unclear. This made Zhang Yi frown slightly, feeling a little weird. This snow. Why does it feel worse than when the snowstorm first started? The wind and snow were getting heavier and heavier, and the howling wind outside could be heard through the cabin. The wipers could no longer sweep away the fallen snow, and the snowflakes seemed to be attracted by something and rushed towards the snowmobile. Zhang Yi finally realized something was wrong. No, this snow is not normal. Suddenly a large layer of snow appeared in front of the car, and it hit the car directly. Just hear bang. There was a loud noise from the car body. Kier was so scared. He made a sound, and then grabbed Zhang Yi's arm tightly. "Zhang Yi, why is it snowing so hard?" Zhang Yi's eyes became serious. "I'm afraid it's not just heavy snow anymore." The front of the car was completely white, and the road was completely unclear, making it difficult for the car to move forward. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. Either the snowstorm suddenly escalated, or someone was causing trouble. Apocalypse. Ability. R. The emergence of these 2 things has made everything that was impossible in the past possible. Zhang Yi's right eye flashed with white light, and the door to another space opened in front of the snowmobile. The raging snow roared into the alien space, making no sound, as if it had never appeared before. Zhang Yi cleared a road and accelerated forward. Soon, I noticed that the speed of the snowmobile was not slowing down, and the wind and snow suddenly turned. Kier looked forward, and suddenly pointed there in horror. Daolong. Tornado. Right in front of the snowmobile. A snow tornado slowly formed, then quickly gathered to a height of tens of meters, and crashed into the snowmobile. Kier turned pale with fright. In the face of this natural power, human power is too insignificant. Even this snowmobile looks like a pocket toy. Zhang Yi didn't say anything. At this moment, he was sure that this was not a natural phenomenon, but that someone was attacking him. And there is a high probability that it comes from Shijia town, and a small probability that it comes from Yunk Manor. Calm down. Be sure to calm down. If you panic at this time, it's over. Zhang Yi experienced a hostile alien for the first time. He had no experience in fighting with supernatural powers in the past. The information obtained from the internet told him that almost everyone's mutation was different. You never know what someone else's power is, let alone how powerful their power will be. Therefore, if you want to defeat your opponent, the most important thing is to master a kind of intelligence the opponent's ability. Zhang Yi told himself in his heart that my ability is absolute defense. As long as I don't panic, the other party won't be able to kill me. So I don't need to worry about my life. The opponent's ability obviously includes the ability to manipulate ice and snow. His attack on me was so precise that someone must have been nearby. First, I need to determine how many types of attacks he has. Zhang Yi made a judgment instantly. Facing the huge snow tornado that came like a tornado, Zhang Yi immediately opened the dimensional door in front of the snowmobile. The distance of the dimensional gate is within 3 meters around Zhang Yi's body, which can just cover the front and rear of the entire snowmobile. Phew! The tornado came to him in an instant. Zhou Qier closed his eyes in fear and let out a scream. But a moment later, the huge snow tornado disappeared. Calm returned to the earth. Only the snowflakes were still flying and falling slowly to the ground. Behind the snowdrift not far away, Su Chunlei's face was filled with astonishment. Why did a blow that was sure to win suddenly disappear? Unable to understand, he didn't know what kind of ability this was that could offset his powerful snow tornado attack. After using this move, his face became much pale. Obviously, this technique of controlling a large amount of ice and snow is quite expensive for him. Seeing this, the two Su family members holding earthen guns next to them asked Chunlei in a low voice. Are you okay? Su Chunlei gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine. It's just that this guy is really difficult to deal with. He must also be an Esper, and I can't figure out his abilities. Withdraw? Su Chunlei gave the retreat order without hesitation. People are always full of fear of unknown things. Su Chunlei is now the most powerful pillar of Sudong village, and his orders are absolute. When the two people nearby heard this, they quickly took him away. Inside the snowmobile, Zhang Yi had already put on tactical goggles. He took out the assault rifle from the alien space and clicked a bullet was loaded. The opponent's attack stopped, and it seemed that this attack had a huge impact on the opponent. Let me take a good look at where they are. Zhang Yi is a firm believer in science. Even if a creature gains strength due to genetic mutation, it must comply with the principles of physics. A snow tornado attack of that magnitude consumes a huge amount of energy for the human body. Just like in a fighting game, after using the ultimate move, there will be a window period for the air gauge. In this regard, his different dimension is quite buggy, because the different space does not have the ability to actively attack. It only has two functions, collection and release. Both of these do not consume energy, but it can rebound the opponent's attack by changing the vector. Zhang Yi wants to take advantage of this moment to launch a counterattack against the enemy in the dark. After putting on the tactical goggles, the night vision capability is turned on, and all objects that react with thermal energy will be displayed. Soon, Zhang Yi saw 3 human-shaped red objects appearing a few hundred meters away. They are on the other side of the Lujiang River. Zhang Yi quickly opened the door and got out of the car, then pointed his gun at the 3 people and shot them. Bang 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 bang. The bullet penetrated the space and passed by Su Chunlei and several others. One person's thigh was instantly penetrated. He has an assault rifle. The man shouted in pain. Su Chunlei's pupil shrank suddenly, and he turned his head to look at the other side. Separated by a distance of several hundred meters, the two of them only saw a small dot in each other's eyes. The distance is too far, Zhang Yi said calmly, and then quickly put away the assault rifle. Even with the auxiliary aiming for precise shooting, the performance of the firearm and the influence of wind direction still cannot allow him to hit the target accurately. So, he took out his beloved sniper and aimed it at the middle one among the 3 people on the other side. The infrared reaction on that person's body was particularly obvious. Chapter 175 The First Encounter. Zhang Yi pulled the bolt and pulled the trigger. While he was changing guns, Su Chunlei on the other side seemed to be aware of the danger in advance. He waved his right hand fiercely in front of him, and large swaths of ice and snow spiraled into the air, forming a large swath of snow mist around the 3 of them, blocking Zhang Yi's sight. The thermal response in the tactical eyepiece disappeared. Zhang Yi's gun paused for a moment. Although he also fired the bullet, his instinct told him that he missed. But he did not stop, but opened the dimensional door. The snow tornado Su Chunlei used on him was returned by Zhang Yi. When Su Chunlei saw the scene, his eyes were filled with astonishment. How could he use my skills? Could it be that he is copying Ninja Kakashi? The snow tornado arrived first and shattered the snow and fog in the sky. Su Chunlei ignored his physical weakness at this time and quickly controlled more ice and snow to resist this force. Zhang Yi held the gun and carefully searched for the location of Su Chunlei and the others. As long as there is an opening, he will kill the opponent instantly. Bang! The ice and snow all over the sky collided together, making a very dull explosion. What followed was a sky full of snow and mist flying, like smoke and dust, filling the sky above the Lujiang River. All vision was blocked, and there was no chance of shooting. Zhang Yi frowned. Through this brief confrontation, he has understood that the other party is not skilled in the application of abilities. And when he took action for the second time, his strength had become much weaker. If you chase him with a car at this time, there is a high probability that you can kill the opponent. However, out of his usual caution, Zhang Yi did not choose to do this. First, opposite Jiang is Shijia Town, and the person with the ability to manipulate ice and snow must be from Shijia Town. In the past, I almost 100% had to fall into the other party's crowd. Second, this is their home court, and there may be traps that Zhang Yi doesn't know about. There is no need to put yourself at risk. Third, there was Zhou Qier in the car. After thinking clearly about the pros and cons, Zhang Yi put away his big sniper. He cautiously took a few steps back and got on the snowmobile. If you have the ability, you can come after me to seek revenge. But next time, it will be at my home court. Zhang Yi did not hesitate to fight, but drove the snowmobile quickly away from here and drove towards Yunk Manor. On the other side of the Lujiang River, Su Chunlei's face was like gold paper, and his eyes were filled with fear. Since he awakened his supernatural powers, he has helped Sudong Village establish its dominance in Shijia Town. Several surrounding villages were kept submissive by him alone. This was the first time that his abilities had been completely destroyed, and he almost lost his life here. The plot shouldn't be like this. Am I not the protagonist? Su Chunlei really wanted to cry loudly. The buddy next to him, who had his thigh pierced by a stray bullet, stretched out his hand towards him. Chunlei! Don't sigh for now. You? Send me back quickly. I'm almost done with it. Su Chunlei shows a bitter look. Why don't you do it? Neither can I. The battle just now took a huge toll on him. That kind of extraordinary ability is not something to be used casually. The remaining uninjured buddy looked up to the sky and sighed. Stop talking. Don't you just want me to take you back alone? He helplessly held up one of them and led them step by step toward Shijia Village. Zhang Yi took Zhou Qier away from here without encountering any other obstacles on the way. This battle was very rewarding for him. After all, it was the first time he fought with a foreigner, which gave him a little more understanding of how to use his abilities. After going back, you must exercise your abilities well. The world of the future may become a world of superpowers. Zhang Yi firmly believed in this idea. Zhou Qier on the side looked at his serious expression, thinking of the battle just now, and patted his plump chest with lingering fear. I was really scared to death just now. But luckily you are here. By the way, what was the outcome of the battle? Was that person killed by you? Faced with Zhou Qier's curious inquiry, Zhang Yi shook his head. The distance was too far, and it was nighttime, so I couldn't continue the pursuit. But that guy must have been frightened and didn't dare to come over and cause trouble for me. Zhang Yi's most effective means of attack at present is the gun. If you are dealing with aliens, a sniper rifle is the best choice. And based on his ability, the most suitable way to fight is to defend and counterattack, or to snipe and kill. Zhou Qier is a little worried. Will he come to seek revenge in the future? Judging from his abilities, he should be an alien who can manipulate ice and snow from a distance. Then maybe a snowstorm will come and bury the place where we live. You don't have to worry about Zhang Yi's faint smile. Our new shelter is absolutely safe enough that even if it gets buried in snow, it won't affect our lives. And with my ability, I am not afraid of his attack. Zhang Yi's ability can be said to reflect all physical attacks, and it is a magical skill that can be called an absolute defense. With Zhang Yi's explanation, Zhou Qier smiled with relief. The two came to Yunk Manor together, and Zhang Yi took her back to Villa 101. Looking at the huge black villa standing in the snow in front of her, Zhou Qier's eyes also showed anticipation. This is much more spectacular than the previous safe house. Zhang Yi opened the door and walked in from the passage with Zhou Qier. Turn on the lights. He gave the order, and the lights in the living room immediately came on. The gorgeous living room is illuminated by bright lights, making it look even more luxurious. The 9-story crystal chandelier above the head is a high-end product imported from abroad, costing more than 10 million. Expensive things naturally have their own advantages. At night, it shines with golden brilliance, and is so beautiful that it is completely a gorgeous work of art. Even Joe Kier, a young lady from a well-off family, was attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of her, her eyes shining with joy and curiosity. Is this our new home? So beautiful. Zhang turned on his phone and checked Yang Mi in the surveillance camera. She was lying on the bed at this time, wearing only a set of sexy black lace underwear, and she was so stunned that she didn't know what she was thinking, since she had no idea that anyone was peeping. Her posture was wide and spread out on the bed. That lazy feeling, combined with her sexy figure, is full of seductive flavor. Zhang smiled slightly and said to Joe Kier, "Wait for me here." The two women at home always have to meet each other, and Zhang plans to introduce her to them. Joe Kier nodded, then sat down on the sofa and looked at everything in the room curiously. Zhang came to Yang Mi's room on the basement floor. Chapter 176. Why is it you? The rooms on the basement floor are very large, each with a space of about 50 square meters. In addition to a double bed, there is also a separate bathroom, desk, and bookshelves filled with books. Yang Mi arrived here for the first time, and her mentality has not yet fully adapted. Being raised as a canary by a strange and handsome man, this feeling is indescribably subtle. She felt a little relieved, but also a little confused. She didn't know how long she could live like this. Whispering sound. The thick metal door of the room suddenly opened. Yang Mi was startled, quickly sat up, and then picked up her clothes to cover up her good figure. Zhang walked in from the door, took one look at her charming figure with a smile, and then said, "Come here. I'll introduce you to a friend." Yang Mi looked confused. "Friends? You'll know it when you see it." Zhang thought for a while, and then said that in the order of first come, first served. You have to call her sister? Yang Mi instantly understood what it meant. Is she your girlfriend? Almost. Yang Mi's head was almost dizzy. She didn't expect to encounter such a sure field when she arrived. Get dressed quickly and come up. After Zhang finished speaking, he turned and left. Yang Mi bit her lip, feeling mixed emotions in her heart. She is a top star in China and a top actress, but she wants to be with another woman. Hey, people have to bow their heads when they are under the eaves. She put her two long black silk legs under the bed and started to put on the black dress Zhang gave her. After thinking for a while, a determined look flashed in her eyes. When women meet for the first time, a winner needs to be decided. She must dress up. Zhang returned to the first floor and did not rush Yang Mi to come over. He understands women. As long as you go out, it's impossible without procrastinating for a while. Sure enough, it took Yang Mi 20 minutes to slowly walk up the escalator to the first floor. Joe Kier sat next to Zhang, her heart full of vigilance. At the same time, she did not forget to take out her makeup bag and touch up her makeup. The two women were secretly competing with each other in their hearts. Yang Mi walked to the living room and was about to say hello with a smile when she and Joe Kier locked eyes. The air fell into silence for a moment. The two women stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes, full of surprise, annoyance and shame. Why you? Why you? The two said in unison. Joe Kier's eyes were a bit angry and indifferent. Yang Mi dodged her eyes, not daring to look into Joe Kier's eyes. Zhang also didn't expect that the two people actually knew each other. You two? What is the relationship? Zhang pointed at the two of them and asked. Joe Kier bit her lip and said angrily that she is my cousin. Zhang was also in a daze. He didn't expect that it would be such a coincidence that the two women he saved were cousins. But looking at the relationship between you two, it seems a bit stiff, he said with some confusion. Joe Kier hugged her chest angrily. She was a bit contradictory. Zhang frowned, feeling that something was wrong. At this time, he saw Yang Mi winking at him and letting him pass. Zhang walked over, and Yang Mi pulled him aside and said with pleading eyes, Zhang, please, can you please not let her know about us? Zhang touched his chin. What's going on between us? Yang Mi said shyly that it was a deal between the two of us. Zhang became even more curious when he saw the two people's completely different reactions. In order to thoroughly understand the relationship between the two people, Zhang pulled them over and asked them to have a good chat with him. From the attitudes of the two, he could see that Yang Mi was obviously the one with a guilty conscience. Joe Kier's attitude towards her was not very good, and she seemed a little resentful. After some questioning by Zhang, he found out what was going on. Yang Mi's mother's surname is Zhou, and she is Zhou Kers, and according to her seniority, the Zhou family and the Yang family are both famous scholarly families. with countless talented people in the family. The Zhou family is very powerful in the medical field, and many members of the family are experts in the medical field at home and abroad. The Yang family has also produced many professors, and even Yang Mi's grandfather once served as the president of Tsinghua University in China. The contradiction lies in Yang Mi's choice to enter the entertainment industry. For the Zhou and Yang families, having an actor in their family was a disgrace to the family tradition, especially for a girl's family. If she enters the entertainment industry, her reputation will be completely ruined. Zhou Qier became angry when he thought of this. Because of her incident, many people in Xinjiang's upper-class circles are laughing at our Zhou family. Even I myself have been made fun of for having a cousin who is an actress. Do you think I can stop being angry? Yang Mi sighed softly. But I like acting and the feeling of being praised by everyone. Is there anything wrong? Zhou Qier sneered when he heard this, and said angrily that it would be fine if you become famous and have a family. But you are famous for your figure. Don't you know why you are so popular? Zhang Yi stared at Yang Mi's figure. What he chose for Yang Mi was a low-cut black knee-length dress, which fully highlighted her plump breasts and allowed her slender black silk legs to be clearly displayed. He nodded, fully agreeing with Zhou Qier's words. He didn't appreciate Yang Mi's works much. He just lusted after her body. Yang Mi was so reprimanded by Zhou Qier that she didn't know what to say. She also knew that coming from such a family, it would be humiliating to be a star who relied on her body to gain status. So she felt guilty towards her cousin Zhou Qier. Especially now, she has become the lover of her cousin's boyfriend, which makes her even more shameless to face Zhou Qier. At the critical moment, it was Zhang Yi who stepped forward to smooth things over. Don't mention things from the past again. From now on, there will be no young ladies from scholarly families, nor any top-notch beauties. You are just neighbors who share weal and woe. Zhang Yi's tone was repressive and irrefutable. Even though Zhou Qier had some complaints against Yang Mi, she had no choice but to endure it. Yang Mi looked at Zhou Qier with a look of regret in her eyes. Next, Zhang Yi assigned the two women their respective tasks. It's not too complicated. The main thing is to clean the house, as well as the management of the botanical gardens and farmland behind. Don't let those places be abandoned. You must take good care of the botanical gardens and farmland. Understand? Zhang Yi said to the two of them. Zhou Qier and Yang Mi were very happy. If they do nothing, they will get sick. Taking care of plants and growing some vegetables and food can enrich their lives. Chapter 177 Small Business Anger. Zhang Yi arranged a room for Zhou Qier. It was on the second floor, and his room was also here. After explaining the basic requirements, he ordered Zhou Qier to clean up the house. Zhou Qier obeyed and passed, and after she left, Yang Mi breathed a long sigh of relief. She looked at Zhang Yi and said very sincerely, Zhang Yi, thank you for not talking about me and you. I already owe her something, so I hope you can keep the relationship between us a secret from her. Knowing that Zhang Yi was Zhou Qier's boyfriend made her feel a strong sense of guilt. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth slowly curved into a perverted arc. Although this house is very big, with 3 people living together, it is not easy to prevent Zhou Qier from discovering it. Yang Mi's statement is tantamount to self-deception. But what reason did he have to refuse? First of all, what do you think of Zhou Qier and I? It's not clear that we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Then he nodded with a smile. But since you said so, I respect your opinion. Yang Mi didn't expect Zhang Yi to agree so happily. She breathed a long sigh of relief and bowed to Zhang Yi to say thank you. It's up to you. Zhang Yi lay lazily on the sofa. Now that he is far away from Yuelu community, he can finally enjoy life comfortably. There are 2 beauties around him to help him with housework. He plays games and eats delicious food every day. He is simply living the life of a winner. What? Life is very difficult for everyone in the last days? What does that have to do with Zhang Yi and me? Yang Mi then said, Let me go cook. Zhang Yi is a little surprised that you can still cook. Yang Mi had a proud look on her face. Of course. Don't think that celebrities are trash in life. When I'm bored, I like to cook for myself to relieve stress. She walked to the open kitchen in the corner of the living room, bent down and started rummaging through the ingredients in the cabinet. Huh? Why is there nothing to eat? Zhang Yi saw this and walked to her side. If you need any materials, just tell me. After saying that, he took out a lot of ingredients from another space and put them on the table. Are these enough? Yang Mi's eyes widened in surprise when she saw many ingredients appearing out of thin air. Chicken, duck, sea bass, pork, abalone and sea cucumber scallops. Oh my god. How do you have these things? Yang Mi couldn't believe her eyes. It had been too long since she had seen these ingredients. And it doesn't look like it has been refrigerated for a long time. It is very fresh. Although they were all raw. Yang Mi's throat couldn't help but squirm. An appetite emerged from her heart and stomach. Zhang Yi said softly next to her that our family will eat like this from now on. Yang Mi felt a huge sense of joy in her heart. She originally thought that the food in Zhang Yi's hands were canned meat and bacon. I didn't expect it to be so rich. This time, her heart felt too balanced. She pursed her lips, and her eyes were filled with joy. Zhang Yi said, "You should be busy first. And I will explain to you slowly later." He secretly kissed the side of her face, then turned and left with a smile. Yang Mi glanced at him helplessly, then selected a few ingredients with ardent eyes, and started cooking today's dinner. After a while, Zhou Qier packed up the house and came down. Zhang Yi saw Yang Mi cooking. It should take a while to get ready. He stretched himself and went to take a shower. Zhou Qier was bored, so he sat on the sofa, turned on the TV and watched the video. Zhang Yi finished taking a shower and walked out in a pair of spacious pajamas. In the living room, Yang Mi was still concentrating on cooking, since it was the first time for the three of them to have dinner together. She was very attentive to what she did, probably out of guilt for Zhou Qier. However, the complaints against her in Zhou Qier's heart would not be eliminated so easily. When Zhang Yi was away, the two of them didn't say a word. Zhou Qier sat far away on the sofa, with his back to Yang Mi, and turned up the TV volume very loudly. Zhang Yi looked at Yang Mi and then at Zhou Qier, feeling in his heart that such a life was really good. He walked behind Yang Mi and watched her cooking. Several dishes have been prepared. The aroma is fragrant, and they look very appetizing. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Do you really know how to cook by yourself? In his opinion, a big star like her is someone who has nothing to do with anything. Cook? That's impossible. The corners of Yang Mi's mouth raised slightly. Our Yang family's tutors are very strict. I learned cooking from my mother when I was very young. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, feeling quite happy. The family really needs a cook. After all, both he and Zhou Qier's cooking skills are quite average, and they will get tired of them after eating for a long time. After a long time, Zhang Yi took out a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and sat down next to Zhou Qier. Zhou Qier's eyes were fixed on the TV screen, but there was a clearly wary expression on her face. Zhang Yi glanced at her, with a strange smile on his lips. The meal is ready. Come and eat. Yang Mi tried her best to greet Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier with a smile to come over for dinner. Zhou Qier bit her lip and didn't want to get up, but Zhang Yi pulled her over. Yang Mi brushed her hair, with a hint of embarrassment on her face. Something about them both. Qier probably didn't notice it. Right? She thought with luck. Zhang Yi smiled and pulled Zhou Qier to sit next to him. Come and try the craftsmanship of a big star. There are 4 dishes on the table. Braised sea bass, stir-fried kidney, pulled pork and mullet egg soup. Zhou Qier took a bite of the sea bass and snorted disdainfully. Too much salt. How to eat this? Yang Mi lowered her head and plucked the rice, not knowing how to explain this problem. I was shocked by Zhang Yi just now. It is really not easy to grasp the amount of seasoning. Zhang Yi saw it in his eyes, but he was smiling in his heart. He deliberately wanted to make the two women jealous and make the relationship impossible to be harmonious. If they reach a united front, they will unanimously target Zhang Yi. Moreover, when he learned that the two of them were actually cousins, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a little more wary. They are cousins, so don't they become outsiders? Although these two women are not stupid, the possibility of them joining forces to deal with Zhang Yi and seizing the villa is not completely non-existent. Of course, that is a small probability event. After all, the daily necessities are stored in Zhang Yi's alien space. Without Zhang Yi, it would be useless for them to get this villa. But it never hurts to sail a boat that lasts forever. A little caution never hurts. That's why he deliberately got close to Yang Mi in front of Zhou Qier. It's strange that Zhou Qier couldn't notice that kind of movement. Zhang Yi smiled, glanced at Zhou Qier, who was still sulking next to him, and gave her a chopstick to stir-fry kidney meat. Come, try this. This tastes good and replenishes the body. The expression on Zhou Qier's face relaxed a little, and she opened her mouth towards Zhang Yi. Ah! Zhang Yi smiled and stuffed the dish into her mouth. Zhou Qier held her chopsticks in her mouth, and after finishing the mouthful of food, she licked her lips with her tongue and gave Zhang Yi a seductive look. At the same time, he deliberately glanced at Yang Mi, as if to declare his sovereignty. Zhang Yi was ecstatic. Sure enough, competitive recruitment is the best way to motivate employees. Chapter 178 Love is a Disease. That night, Zhang Yi slept in Zhou Qier's room. When dealing with these two women, he had to get even exposure to the rain and do to maintain a balance. All things exist in balance. Zhou Qier leaned in Zhang Yi's arms and looked at him eagerly. Zhang Yi, do you love me more or her? Zhang Yi smiled and touched her head. Little fool. Of course the person I love more is you. How can she compare with you? You are my precious nurse pastor. She is just an actress. And she and I are just playing along. But to me you look like a TV series. Fool. Stop thinking about it. How can you doubt your position in my heart? This is not a lie. From an attribute point of view, Zhou Qier is obviously more valuable than Yang Mi. Yang Mi's advantage is that she is good at cooking and has the aura of a star. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Zhou Qier smiled happily. She hugged Zhang Yi tightly. I knew the person you loved most was me. Looking at Zhou Qier's posture as a little woman in his arms, Zhang Yi just smiled lightly. Love? Zhang Yi shook his head, disapproving of this thing in his heart. He thought to himself that I don't need love, and I don't have time for love. I'm a man and sometimes I need a woman. But once my lust was satisfied, I was ready for something else. Women can't do anything else except fall in love. So they regard love as very important. Almost to the point of being ridiculous. They also want to convince us that all human life is love. In fact, love is an insignificant part of life. I only know lust. This is normal and healthy. Love is a disease. In the following days, Zhang Yi has been observing the relationship between Zhou Qier and Yang Mi. In order to intensify the conflict between them, Zhang Yi even deliberately made some intimate moves with Yang Mi while Zhou Qier could see it. Although according to Yang Mi's request, he would not be too obvious. But that look and the action of stroking her hair would make the sensitive Zhou Qier care. Zhou Qier naturally did not dare to complain about Zhang Yi. But this flame of jealousy made her hostility towards Yang Mi much deeper. What about Yang Mi herself? After enduring the unthinkable disaster and feeling guilty for Zhou Qier in his heart, he could only work more honestly. After all, she could also feel the pain of having a man taken away from her. As the initiator, Zhang Yi was very happy to see this situation. First, he knew that Yang Mi still had a bit of the arrogance of a big star in her heart. Using Zhou Qier can suppress the remaining arrogance in her heart. Secondly, he doesn't need to worry about two women teaming up to cause trouble for him. When the family is harmonious, life will certainly be enjoyable. After leaving Yuelu community, there were no more troublesome neighbors around me. He is at home every day, either letting them play cards with him, playing badminton together, or playing some AAA games. Zhou Qier has developed a strong interest in video games. She can often be seen wearing only pajamas, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, playing various 3A masterpieces with Zhang Yi. The stranger from Xujia town whom I met before never appeared again. Probably the other party knew that Zhang Yi was not easy to mess with, and did not dare to cross the line again. After all, that guy was almost killed by Zhang Yi across the river. The three of them lived a very comfortable life. Out of guilt, Yang Mi took over most of the housework. Zhou Qier was not polite to her either. For Zhang Yi, this is the best arrangement. After all, Zhou Qier is more useful to him. If everyone gets sick one day, they will understand how crucial a doctor's existence is. However, in the process of getting along, Zhang Yi discovered that Yang Mi was not just a vase with appearance. She is very demanding about the quality of life. In addition to being able to cook delicious meals, he also knows how to grow flowers and grass. The half-abandoned botanical garden at the back was taken care of by her. Zhang Yi brought her some vegetables and plant seeds from another dimension, and gave her the farmland and botanical garden to take care of. Yang Mi also enjoyed it. She finally found something she could do. As for Zhang Yi, he would go underground in his spare time. Every day he insists on doing two things. One is to use supercomputers to obtain limited intelligence around the world. Another thing is to practice your abilities in the stadium. Zhang Yi originally thought that this kind of life would continue forever. The three of them stayed in this unbreakable shelter without having to worry about hunger or cold until the end of the world. But suddenly one day, a phone call broke the peace. Just when Zhang Yi was on the second floor underground, studying his ability to shoot accurately with a compound bow, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Zhang Yi frowned, because the ringtone does not come from a voice call, but from a cell phone dial. This is very abnormal. For many years, except for 10,086 calls and scam calls, he almost never received calls from acquaintances. We generally communicate via voice calls, which is more convenient. But now in the apocalypse, there is neither 10,086 nor scam calls anymore. Where did this ringtone come from? Zhang Yi curiously took out his phone and saw a very unfamiliar number. There was no note, so it was obviously not someone he knew. Zhang Yi was very confused in his heart. But in the apocalypse, he instinctively maintained a sense of crisis. The visitor is not good. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, and then hung up the phone. Unexpectedly, the call came back soon. So anxious? Could it be that I have an acquaintance who is still alive and can only contact me by phone? Zhang Yi shook his head. Not to mention that the probability of this is very low. Even if it is really an acquaintance from the past. He doesn't want to worry about it. Zhang Yi hung up the phone again and blocked that person's mobile phone number. But just as he was about to put the phone into his pocket, the phone rang again. It's the same number as before. Zhang Yi was really shocked. Hasn't he already been blocked? Why can the other party still call? Zhang Yi swallowed, clearly realizing that things were starting to take a strange direction. 3 words came to his mind. Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, continued to hang up the phone, and then blocked him again. It's possible that I didn't do it right just now, so I made a mistake in blocking. It can't be that mysterious, Zhang Yi said to himself. This time, he watched the number enter the blacklist with his own eyes. Then he stared at the phone screen. If he can still fight this time, it really means it's a ghost. The facts did not disappoint him. A few seconds later, the phone rang again. It's the same number as before. Chapter 179, A Strange Call. Zhang Yi was completely speechless. There are indeed many things in this world that he cannot understand. Why don't you answer my call? A faint voice came from the mobile phone. After dialing the number, it was connected by itself. Zhang Yi felt his scalp numb. But he soon calmed down. Although this situation is bizarre, it can still be explained, as long as the other party is a hacker. It is possible. Who are you? Zhang Yi asked coldly. The man did not answer Zhang Yi's question, but started to tell some information. Zhang Yi is from Jinwan District, Tianhai City, and lives in room 2401, building 25, Yuelu Community. Born in 2025. He is 25 years old this year. He accurately stated Zhang Yi's personal information. Zhang Yi was now even more convinced that the opponent must be a top hacker. Despite all his calculations, he never thought that someone would obtain his personal information through the internet. However, after listening to the man's statement, Zhang Yi felt much calmer. He used to be just an ordinary guy. Nothing special. So what if we know his information? Forget about the information. I can send you nude photos without any problem. If you have the ability, why don't you expose them? Let's see if the man is afraid. Zhang Yi gained confidence, and his voice became louder. You turn out to be a pervert. He actually secretly investigated a young man from a good family. Disgusting. The voice on the other side obviously paused. After 2 seconds, he replied, I also know that you are living in room 101 of Yonk Manor. That house belongs to Wang Siming. He has asked you to kill him. Right? A cold light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Unexpectedly, the other party actually knew where he currently lived. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He doesn't want anyone to know where he lives now. The more people know, the more danger there is. Who are you? What's the purpose of looking for me? The man noticed the change in Zhang Yi's tone. Thought he had caught Zhang Yi's hand, and couldn't help but feel proud. I is your current neighbor. I live in Yonk Manor. But you better not be wrong. Otherwise, I can expose your information at any time. I think you don't want others to know that you live here. Right? Zhang Yi suddenly realized. No wonder that person found him, and took the trouble to find out his personal information. It would be easier if the other party was at Yonk Manor. Zhang Yi can find an opportunity to kill him. This will completely eliminate future troubles. Zhang Yi said. Are you calling me just to talk about this? Tell me what you want to do. The man on the other side said it was very simple. I see that you have a lot of supplies in your hand. And you have extra supplies to support women. So I hope you can share some of it with me. Give it to you? Why? Zhang Yi sneered. Do you think you can get me to send you supplies just with these things in your hands? I'm not a big shot. So it's not a big deal if the information comes out. If you are not afraid of death, just expose it. The man on the other end of the phone sounded sarcastic. However, what do you think will happen if people know that you have the supplies that were lost in the Walmart warehouse? Walmart warehouse. These words made Zhang Yi become cautious. 3 days before the end of the world, he emptied the entire South China warehouse of Walmart worth tens of billions of supplies. Those supplies are enough to sustain a city with tens of millions of people for a week. If it falls into the hands of an individual, he may not be able to use it all within 10 lifetimes. Those things are also the biggest support for Zhang Yixiao's survival to this day. However, due to time constraints and the involvement of foreign companies, That matter was later dropped. How did the person on the other end of the phone know? Who is he? Zhang Yi said in a calm tone. What are you talking about? Walmart's warehouse was stolen. And the entire giant warehouse's supplies were lost. You don't think it was my little supervisor who did it? Do you? In the room on the other end of the phone, a greasy Mediterranean sat at the table. There were no lights in the room to save electricity. And only a laptop was lit. He grinned and said sarcastically, With me! You don't have to play such tricks! That warehouse theft must have something to do with you. Even if you are not the mastermind. You must have a lot of supplies in your hands now. In such a big warehouse. Even if you only occupy one shelf. It will be enough for you to use it for a year. Under his thick lotus glasses, his small eyes sparkled with wisdom. I'm not afraid to tell you my name. Xian Group. Lu Fengda. You should have heard of this name. Right? Zhang Yi has not only heard of it, but also heard it like thunder. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by such a person. But if it were him, then it would all make sense. Lu Fengda, chairman of Xian Group, is a leading figure in the domestic information field. The Xian Group he built is also one of the 3 most powerful companies in the domestic information security field. It would be easy for such a person to hack his own phone. Wrong. Zhang Yi was wary. If he can control his phone, then the entire shelter is controlled by a supercomputer. Could it have been hacked? It is indeed possible. But the shelter was built by the world's top security company, costing $1 billion, and has an independent large server. Logically speaking, network security protection issues should be taken into consideration. Moreover, Lu Fengda was not in the company, and his home did not have sufficient network conditions for him to display his hacking skills. So the possibility of the shelter's network being hacked shouldn't be very high. Otherwise, there was no need for Lu Fengda to contact Zhang Yi through his mobile phone. Instead, he directly controlled the shelter's network system and demonstrated to him. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold, but his heart was full of fear for that person. The theft case from Walmart South China warehouse must not be leaked to him. Once the outside world knows about it, I'm afraid it won't be ordinary people who will come to trouble him. Zhang Yi kept himself calm. He continued to tell Lu Fengda that it was Mr. Lu. Long-time admiration. No wonder you can hack into my phone. Lu Fengda said that in order to survive, I had no choice but to do it. Zhang Yi, you have a lot of supplies on hand. Since you can support 2 women, it is not a problem for me to support 1 more. As long as you provide me with supplies to maintain my life, I will help you keep the secret. And I can also help you maintain network security, so that you will no longer be hacked. What do you think? Of course, Zhang Yi would not admit that he had anything to do with the theft at the Walmart warehouse. It's very possible that Lu Fengda was just deceiving him. Chapter 180 Blackmail. Zhang Yi said calmly. Mr. Lu, don't make such a joke. Do you think I, a small supervisor, have that much ability? Lu Fengda snorted coldly. Zhang Yi, I have lived so long, and have seen more things than you can imagine. Do you think I would say that without credentials? Let me tell you. Through your mobile phone network, I can get a lot of information about you. He said categorically that you must have the supplies stolen from the Walmart warehouse in your hands. Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. Damn old man. I must kill you. Yunk Manor is indeed the top wealthy area in Tianhai City. And there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside. He didn't consider this, and he couldn't think about it at all. Things are unpredictable. Zhang Yi knew that the matter could no longer be hidden. So he could only say coldly that I did have some supplies in my hand. But most of them were sold by me for money. After all, the space at home is not large, and it is impossible to store too many things. Lu Fengda nodded. He also thought it was more reasonable to say so. In fact, he didn't think that all the stolen materials from the Walmart warehouse were in Zhang Yi's hands. Because in his logic, there is no so-called space system power. That's not important. As long as I spread the news, your life will definitely not be so easy. So, will you agree to my request? Zhang Yi knew that Lu Fengda had the ability to spread the news. And it is likely that everyone will know that he has supplies stolen from the Walmart warehouse. Not to mention distant places. People in the entire Tianhai City will be eager to get the supplies in his hands. If the investigation continues in depth, it may even expose his space power. By then, it will be all over. Zhang Yi knew that there were many powerful forces hidden in Tianhai City. Those powerful people are hiding underground. They also have powerful armed forces in their hands. As Zhang Yi knew, there were troops stationed in the area and some security personnel. Even with a strong shelter, Zhang Yi didn't want to cause trouble. He rubbed his forehead and said to Lu Fengda in a deep voice, "Okay, I can provide you with some supplies. But you must not leak any information about this matter. Otherwise, I will kill you first." Lu Fengda on the other side was ecstatic and repeatedly promised you, "Don't worry. I'm not stupid either. This matter is known to heaven and earth. You know it and I know it. Everyone is happy to cooperate." Ha ha ha. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Lu Fengda laughed happily. Then he started asking me for food, liquor, underwear and socks. "You bring these things to me?" Zhang Yi asked, "How should I give you those supplies?" Lu Fengda hesitated and said, "I live in villa number 302. You bring the supplies to my door. Don't play tricks on me. Otherwise, I will expose your information. Then I will make your stay uneasy." Zhang Yi said, "Don't worry. I'm living a very comfortable life now, and I don't want to cause trouble for myself." After finishing speaking, Zhang Yi hung up the phone. The murderous intent in his eyes was frightening. He was actually blackmailed by others. This Lu Fengda must die. There is absolutely no second possibility. Killing intent filled Zhang Yi's mind. At this moment, he wanted to rush into Lu Fengda's house with a gun and kill him. But his reason told him that this was obviously unreliable. An old fox like Lu Fengda dared to tell him his address. Obviously not afraid of him passing by. Zhang Yi took a few deep breaths. He rubbed his head, feeling that he couldn't stay calm now, and his thinking mode was in an overheated state. Thinking of this, he left the basement and went to find Glacier. Glacier was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a book. She was wearing a light purple halter top and shorts on her lower body. Two slender and round thighs overlapped on the sofa, and the white feet were delicate and cute. Glacier has a model figure herself, and these two long legs are particularly eye-catching. And they are also Zhang Yi's favorite. He came over, covered her face with his hands from behind, and kissed her hard on the lips. "Sweet, refreshing and delicious. Baby, I have something to talk to you about." Glacier smiled and curled up her legs, tilted her head and said okay. Zhang Yi sat down next to her, reached for her drinking glass and took a sip. "That's what happened. Our current location was discovered by others." He briefly told Glacier about Lu Fengda. Of course, he hid his emptying of Walmart warehouses. He just told her that Lu Fengda knew that he had a lot of supplies in his hands. So he threatened him. After Glacier heard this, she also felt that things were a bit troublesome. "Zhang Yi said that you have dealt with this kind of people more times than me. According to your understanding, what would he do?" Glacier thought seriously for a while before speaking out her thoughts cautiously. "I have indeed come into contact with some such characters. They may not be as resourceful as ordinary people imagine, but their IQ levels are definitely quite high." She looked at Zhang Yi and added that her moral level is also quite low. A person with too high a moral level cannot become a successful businessman. Zhang Yi nodded. "Of course, I understand this. There are countless famous businessmen who have been imprisoned, and the dirty things behind the scenes are unavoidable. If the moral bottom line is not low enough, it is impossible to expand the business. I want to kill him, but I was worried that he would have some backup plans waiting for me, which was why I didn't dare to take action. But keeping him alive means that I have to be blackmailed by him all the time. I absolutely cannot tolerate this kind of thing." Glacier nodded. She understands Zhang Yi's temper. The biggest threat to you in his hands is that he has your information. If this information is leaked, it may pose a threat to you. Right? Zhang Yi nodded. "Yes." Glacier frowned. She bit her pink fingers gently, and murmured that this would be terrible. "How to say?" Zhang Yi asked. Glacier looked at him, his eyes shining brightly. "I have heard of something before. A big boss in the internet field colluded with a corrupt official. Later, when the corrupt officials were investigated, they were traced to the internet tycoons. In order to eliminate the evidence, the corrupt officials attacked the internet boss and found someone to kill him. But in the end, the evidence in the hands of the internet boss was directly exposed on the internet." Zhang Yi said, "I seem to have heard of this story. The internet tycoon stored the evidence on a network disk and set up a program to automatically distribute it to the internet. This process cannot be stopped unless he does it himself every day. So as soon as he died, the evidence spread all over the internet the next day." Glacier nodded. "This is what I'm most worried about. In other words, even if you kill him, you still won't be able to prevent our intelligence from leaking." Chapter 181. The truth is hidden in lies. Zhang Yi fell into silence. In the current predicament, no matter what choice he made, there were omissions. If he doesn't kill Lu Fengda, he will always be threatened by the other party. Moreover, An old fox like Lu Fengda, who has been running around in shopping malls all year round, is better at strategizing than him. As time goes by, Lu Fengda will only push further and grab more benefits from Zhang Yi. But what about killing him? Zhang Yi was worried about taking the risk of the news being exposed. This feeling is very similar to the dilemma faced by Trisolaran people when faced with logic. He obviously has the strength to easily destroy the opponent, but he doesn't dare to do it out of fear. Zhou Qian frowned slightly, and was also thinking of a way for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was upset, so he grabbed one of her white and tender feet, put it in his hands, and played with it to broaden his thinking. Zhou Qian's face turned rosy, and her thoughts began to become confused. Her beautiful eyes revealed amorous feelings, and she looked at Zhang Yi shyly. If you really can't think of a way, just relax first. There is no rush in this matter. We can be conciliatory to him first, and then slowly think of countermeasures. Zhang Yi shook his head, and procrastinating for too long will not be good for us. The point is, if I can't think of a solution to this problem, I feel aggrieved and panicked. Neither of them could come up with a good idea. At this time, Yang Mi came back from the botanical garden. She saw Zhang Yi with a serious face on the sofa and couldn't help but ask what happened. Zhang Yi looked at Yang Mi. To be honest, he didn't fully trust Yang Mi, and he had no intention of discussing this matter with her. But now, having more brains might give you more ideas. Moreover, Yang Mi has rich social experience and is her own boss, so she might be able to help with some ideas. Damn me. Come here. Let me discuss something with you. Zhang Yi called Yang Mi to his side and asked her to sit on the other side of him. Then he told her the story succinctly. Yang Mi frowned when she heard what Lu Fengda had done. This matter is very difficult to handle. He is a very cunning person, and there is no way he would not attack you without warning. She let out a long sigh. This is the so-called spreading of rumors. Just opening your mouth to refute the rumors will break your legs. We in the entertainment industry have suffered a lot from it. How abominable. Yang Mi's casual words cleared up Zhang Yi's doubts. An idea flashed in his mind, and he seemed to have caught something. Wait a minute. Did you just say rumors? Yang Mi said. That's right. Isn't he just like those unscrupulous media celebrities in the entertainment industry who spread rumors about you? He doesn't have any valid evidence in his hand. Right. Zhou Qian snorted disdainfully. The key is that at this time, even if it is a rumor, people will definitely believe it when it comes out of Lu Fengda's mouth. Zhang Yi held his chin with both hands, his brain running rapidly. Lu Fengda has my information in his hands. However, this information is not irrefutable evidence, but it may still cause trouble once it is spread. There was nothing I could do to stop him from sending the information out. After all, we had no experts in computers. However, if this matter is treated as a rumor, then there may not be any solution. Zhang Yi's eyes gradually became brighter, and a plan began to take shape in his heart. Zhou Qian and Yang Mi looked at Zhang Yi curiously. What are you going to do? Zhang Yi smiled mysteriously, but did not tell the two of them. I have to prepare first, and I'll tell you when I'm ready. He kissed each of the two women on the face. It is indeed more useful to have someone around to discuss with you than to think hard alone. Then he left the living room and walked towards the control room on the first floor. Zhang Yi closed the door and made sure no one could disturb him. Then took out his mobile phone and dialed Lu Fengda's number. The call was answered quickly. Hey, Zhang Yi. Are your things ready? Zhang Yi was a little impatient and said in a bad tone. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you really think I have a lot of supplies? Damn it. If you didn't have the handle on me, I would really want to kill you. Zhang Yi's bad tone angered Lu Fengda. He laughed. Silly boy. If you kill me, you won't survive for a few days. I'm telling you, it's best not to take advantage of me. Once I die, within 24 hours, your information will be automatically sent to everyone's mobile phone in Tianhai City. When the time comes, imagine how serious the consequences will be. Less than 24 hours. Zhang Yi thought about it for a moment, and he had a concept of time. It seems that Lu Fengda set up the scheduled automatic upload of information after calling him. Humph. You are so cruel. Just wait for me for a while, and I'll send it to you. Zhang Yi hung up the phone with a smile on his lips. Then he turned on the supercomputer in the control room. This computer has its own server and can be connected to the internet throughout Blue Star through the nebulous satellite network in outer space. Naturally, it can also cover the entire Tianhai City. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and had an idea in his mind. He didn't know much about computers, but it was just enough. For example, post in the few remaining urban forums in Tianhai City, and use group messaging software to send messages to everyone. The mystery of the theft of supplies from Walmart's South China warehouse. It has been confirmed that Walmart acted under its own control and transferred the supplies back to China in advance. Where did the supplies worth tens of billions of dollars in Walmart warehouses go? According to eyewitnesses, armed forces appeared that night and escorted them in a top-secret manner. The police remained silent on the matter. Revealed. The largest material theft case in Tianjin City is directly related to the snow disaster. Eyewitnesses saw alien flying saucers. Zhang Yi thought hard for a while and came up with all kinds of fancy news. The best way to bury the truth is to bury it in a bunch of lies. Then no one can tell whether it is true or false. It may not be able to deceive everyone, but it can definitely make most people think that these are all nonsense. Naturally, the delayed news from Lu Fengda would not be trusted. In this way, Zhang Yi's risk of being discovered can be greatly reduced. Zhang Yi edited these contents and saved them first, and was not in a hurry to send them out, because the set sending range and target are everyone within Tianjin City. Only these people can come in the frozen world and become a threat to him. So far, that's pretty much it. This is all I can do to deal with it. As for whether it can succeed, it depends on God's will. Zhang Yi was prepared for the worst outcome. But Lu Fengda, this person must die. Chapter 182 Sniper. Zhang Yi put the supplies that needed to be prepared into a canvas bag according to Lu Fengda's request. Then he put on his equipment, carried his bag, and walked towards Lu Fengda's residence. Zhang Yi was very cautious, holding an explosion-proof shield in his hand to prevent Lu Fengda from shooting him if he had a gun in his hand. He walked step by step to the door of Villa number 302, and then placed the canvas bag on the doorstep. After doing this, he left the villa step by step. Zhang Yi walked far away and hid behind a pine tree. The branches were covered with snow, which provided a good visual barrier. In his hand, a sniper rifle wrapped with a white cloth strip appeared. It is no longer the police sniper rifle before, but replaced by a military model with better environmental adaptability, because this type of gun can maintain good performance in extreme environments. He knelt down, used a tree branch as a fulcrum, and aimed at the canvas bag at the door, from a distance of 500 meters. As soon as Lu Fengda appears, he can kill the opponent immediately. After making all preparations, Zhang Yi took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Lu Fengda. The stuff has been left at your door. There was no response from there. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, holding his gun and quietly waiting for Lu Fengda to appear. However, a long time passed, and there was no movement at their door. Zhang Yi felt something was abnormal. Did this old guy not receive any news from him? He subconsciously wanted to take out his mobile phone and call Lu Fengda. But the moment his hand touched the phone, he stopped what he was doing. Wrong. If I call him again or send him a message, it means I know he didn't get the stuff back. If he had done this on purpose, he would have suspected that I was nearby. Zhang Yi took a slow breath and continued to stare at the scope. Hold on. He would rather risk his life to contact me to get supplies. There is no way he won't come out, unless he is already dead. Zhang Yi remained kneeling, and the camera never left the canvas bag for a moment. Fortunately, he was wearing the best cold-proof clothing. Otherwise his right leg would be frozen to death if he stayed like this for at least 10 minutes. Time passed by minute. After about 15 minutes, the door of Villa 302 was slowly pushed open. The barrel of a double-barreled shotgun poked out first. Scanning the surroundings cautiously, after confirming that there was no danger nearby, a short old man moved out of the house step by step. Lu Fengda's face is familiar to almost everyone who has surfed the internet, so it is very easy to confirm his identity. He looked down at the canvas bag on the ground and was about to go and get it. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar sounded in the community. Lu Fengda's head was penetrated with a big hole, and his whole body was brought down. He hit the door before falling heavily to the ground. After Zhang Yi saw his success, he quickly put away his sniper rifle, then took out an assault rifle and rushed towards Villa 302. Arriving in front of Lu Fengda, Zhang Yi first aimed another shot at his head, and then rushed into the room decisively. Although Lu Fengda's villa is not as huge as Wang Ximing's shelter, it is not small in area. What Zhang Yi is looking for is his computer that can send messages regularly. He didn't miss every corner of the room. As long as it was an electronic device, he would take it immediately and destroy it immediately. Soon he found Lu Fengda's room, where he saw a large computer host on the workbench and 3 monitors. Zhang Yi raised the butt of the gun in his hand and was about to smash it down, but hesitated. The computer used by Lu Fengda at home must be very precious, and there may be a lot of precious information hidden in it. into my different space. The information inside cannot be sent to the outside world. Zhang Yi is a very thrifty person and never wastes a grain of rice. So he stuffed the entire computer into his own alien space. After doing this, Zhang Yi took a long breath. Then it depends on God's will. The physical equipment has been completely destroyed by him. But there is still the possibility that the other party can use the cloud equipment to operate. Zhang Yi doesn't know much about these high-end computer technologies, and is not sure whether Lu Fengda can do it. But since the other party is the leading computer giant in the country, this possibility is very high. Now go back and spread smoke bombs on the internet. Even if the information about me is really leaked, it must be confused so that they cannot suspect me. Zhang Yi left Lu Fengda's home. Lu Fengda's body was lying at the door, and the blood flowing from his head had frozen into blood-red ice crystals. Zhang Yi groped around on his body again to find a valuable Patek Philippe watch. It will cost you at least tens of millions. A piece of jadeite guanine of very good texture was hung around his neck, and it was covered with pulp. A mobile phone was also recovered from his pocket. Zhang Yi threw the Patek Philippe watch and mobile phone into a different space. As for the jadeite guanine that had been coated with pulp, he left it with Lu Fengda for burial. In the last days, these luxuries will be less valuable than a piece of bread. After doing this, Zhang Yi immediately returned to the shelter, and then spread smoke bombs on the internet. By the time he finished everything, it was getting late at night. Zhang Yi twisted his neck, stretched and walked out of the control room. Zhou Qier came over and asked Zhang Yi with concern. What have you been busy with in here these days? You must be hungry after not eating for so long. Right? I made you beefsteak and kidney stew. And a pot of chicken soup. It's all heating up on the pot. Come over and drink some. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Okay, I'm a little hungry. It's good to have two women in the house who know both coldness and hotness. Zhang Yi will protect this happy life at all costs. Yang Mi is also in the living room, and they all know that Zhang Yi is doing something very important. Therefore, both of them were waiting for Zhang Yi to finish his work. Zhang Yi sat at the table. One of the two women brought bowls and chopsticks, and the other served him soup. Zhang Yi drank the soup and asked if you had received any messages on your mobile phones. Zhou Qier and Yang Mi both said that they had received news about the theft case at the Walmart supermarket warehouse. It's a mess. I received several. I don't know what it means either. Zhou Qier looked at the messages on her phone with confusion on her face. Yang Mi also said that she felt that she was trying to hide something. Zhang Yi took a sip of the mullet egg soup. Don't tell me. The tortoise soup is indeed delicious. It was meant to be concealed. That was the smoke bomb I put out. From now on, within 48 hours until this time tomorrow, hundreds of messages will be sent to social forums throughout Tianhai City, as well as to everyone's mobile phones. Since he couldn't completely stop Lu Fengda from sending out the news, he could just use a large amount of useless information to cover up the truth. Chapter 183, Making a Trap. Zhou Qier held her cheek and said doubtfully, But doesn't this look make people more suspicious? Yang Mi also frowned slightly. Yes. If this topic suddenly becomes popular, it will easily attract others' attention. Zhang Yi ate a fish ball and said calmly that attracting attention was inevitable. Regardless of whether I send these messages or not, Lu Fengda will definitely send them. So throwing these smoke bombs can confuse the audience. With so much information, I don't believe that in today's world. Others would have so much energy to judge the authenticity one by one. He was drinking soup. What's more, compared to the major official organizations and major enterprises in Tianhai City mentioned in the news I spread, the possibility of me personally committing the crime became the smallest. Yang Mi's eyes lit up. She looked at Zhang Yi and said, Indeed, this is really smart, she said with a look of reminiscence. Just like if someone in our entertainment industry has a scandal. But as long as something happens to a bigger star, the previous things will soon be forgotten. Yang Mi was lying on the table, holding up her chin with her two white hands. Her proud career line was naturally highlighted, allowing people to clearly see the large area of white skin and the depth of the ravine. She looked at Zhang Yi's side face, with a look of appreciation in her eyes. It seems that the man in front of me is not only handsome and capable, but also very smart. At this moment, Zhou Qier looked at the messages on her phone and suddenly tilted her head and said something. However, these messages are all sent from your computer. If someone could track your IP address, wouldn't they find you instantly? There was a subtle change in Yang Mi's eyes. That's right. All information, whether Zhang Yi sends it anonymously or through multiple accounts, has a unique IP address. If you meet a person or organization with information capabilities, you can easily find out that Zhang Yi is behind it. By then, he would be the biggest suspect. Zhang Yi's face remained calm. His head lowered and he continued to drink the soup. Zhou Qian noticed something was wrong in the atmosphere and apologized quickly. That's not what I meant. After all, there may not be many living people in Tianhai City now. Not many people know how to counter reconnaissance network IP. Therefore, Zhang Yi, your approach is still very successful. Zhang Yi took a sip of the soup, picked up the tortoise cover, and nibbled on the skin on it. While chewing, he said in a calm tone that unless the world completely enters primitive society, or we live in the way of primitive people, otherwise, it would be impossible to completely hide the traces. I didn't have the luxury of being able to completely hide it from everyone's eyes. But by doing this, at least most people will not directly suspect me. For those organizations with strong network capabilities, contact with them is also inevitable. Zhang Yi had already had this realization. Even in the glacial apocalypse, network communication still exists. If the official top brass wants to find someone, don't make it too simple. But without the unexpected appearance of Lu Fengda, Zhang Yi felt that he would have had at least a year and a half of leisure time. Unexpectedly, less than half a month later, the peaceful life was broken. He had nothing to regret. He didn't like the feeling of being threatened. So killing Lu Fengda was what he had to do. Moreover, although I hate being discovered where I live, with this shelter, no one can pose a danger to our safety unless it is an organization with the top armed forces. His personal force, coupled with the almost inexhaustible food in his hands, and this shelter costing $1 billion, which is said to be able to prevent H attacks, are his last and greatest reliance. Seeing Zhang Yi's calm look, Zhou Qian and Yang Mi felt as if they had found a backbone. No matter how smart they are, women are still women. Most women in this world are accustomed to relying on men in times of crisis. Except for a few strong women. We feel relieved when we hear you say that. Yang Mi patted her plump and fair chest, and said with joy on her face. Zhang Yi glanced at her with a smile. Don't be happy too early. Although I am very confident in keeping this home. But you can't be idle next. Yang Mi's face suddenly turned red. She pursed her lips slightly, her eyes hinting that there was someone next to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was speechless. Good guy. Is this the only thing on your mind now? Yang Mi is actually very innocent. Because apart from doing housework every day, she really can't help Zhang Yi in other aspects. Zhang Yi raised his hand and gave her a smooth forehead. You have to help me make a trap. Oops. Yang Mi covered her forehead and glanced at Zhang Yi angrily. She and Zhou Qian looked at Zhang Yi in confusion. Is this a trap? Zhang Yi nodded. The defense power of this house is extremely amazing. The purpose of construction is to prevent H-war or large-scale natural disasters. However, they did not consider the man-made disaster carefully enough. They cannot be blamed. After all, China has strict control over weapons. Therefore, the shelter does not have good enough counterattack weapons. I plan to lay a tight trap around the shelter. A cold light flashed in his eyes. If anyone dares to take advantage of us, let them have no chance of coming back. Zhou Qian immediately nodded and said to Zhang Yi, if there is anything I can do to help you, just ask. Since Yang Mi appeared, a sense of crisis gradually developed in her heart. Therefore, he became more proactive in helping Zhang Yi do something. Yang Mi also immediately said that I don't know much about traps or anything like that. In short, I will do the tasks you assign well. Zhang Yi nodded. Okay, that's good. He immediately took out a lot of things from the different space, most of which were hardware products. Crash. Fell to the ground. Among them, there are more than 10 boxes of palm-long steel nails, rope, wire, bear trap. The two women were dazzled by these things. Zhang Yi picked up a 20-centimeter long steel nail from the ground, and then told them that traps set in this kind of snow are the hardest to be discovered. Next, I will tell you how to do it. And you should listen carefully. Especially remember the directions when setting traps. Otherwise, it would be tragic if we go out one day and get caught in the trap we set. Chapter 184 Setting Up a Trap. Zhou Qian and Yang Mi both realized that there might be danger approaching next. They did not dare to be careless. And the sense of vigilance in their hearts made them particularly focused on their studies. Zhang Yi took out a piece of wood and then brought a hammer. Nails scattered on the ground would not hit anyone, so nail them to the board. After being buried in the snow, it can penetrate the soles of people's feet at once. But just using steel nails like this is not enough. They are too smooth and can be pulled out with just a hard pull. Zhang Yi said, and took out another box of long screws. To use this with steel nails. Steel nails have stronger penetration, while screws can increase damage. Do you understand? The two women sat aside and memorized it carefully. seeing the sharp long steel nail and the circles of threads on the screw. The two couldn't help but think that after it penetrated into the sole of the foot, a large amount of flesh and blood would come out once it was pulled out with force. When Yangmi thought of this, her little black feet immediately curled up, as if she had already felt the terrible pain. Zhou Qian listened very seriously. As a doctor, she said, she was still a little kissy about such a small scene. Zhang Yi picked up a piece of wood and made a simple trap in a few minutes. At least 1,000 of these nail traps must be made. If it is missing, add it later. The whole 100 meters around the villa is sprinkled. After saying that, he took out a large animal trap. The sharp, jagged blade makes people's scalp numb just by looking at it. He introduced that you must have seen this stuff on TV. If the wolf cub is caught by it, its legs may be cut off directly. If a person is caught, it will directly penetrate the flesh and hurt the bones. In other words, it can directly kill a person. Its layout is very particular. If it is placed on the outside, someone may use a wooden stick to test it out. South, place it on the inner circle of the pegboard trap. Okay. You just need to deal with these two traps. I will arrange the rest separately. Zhou Qian and Yang Mi nodded. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, the two men began to pick up hammers and make a large number of nail board traps. Zhang Yi himself was not idle either. He stood at the window and looked at the terrain outside. There are two intersections leading to Villa number 101 from the outside world, which is also the only way to get here. Zhang Yi thought that he had found two detonating landmines in the weapons depot of the Tianhai City military camp, just enough to be buried in the middle of two must-pass roads. In the future, when he goes out by himself, he must be careful to avoid it, because this thing is so powerful that it can blow up tanks and armored vehicles. If it is used to blow people up, I'm afraid that even if I try hard, I won't be able to put it all together. These traps are most effective the first time they are used. But if someone uses tools to clean pegboard, they have to find a way to deal with it. After Zhang Yi thought for a while, he also had a countermeasure in his mind. The three people worked for a long time before they finished manufacturing the 1,000 nail boards requested by Zhang Yi. Yang Mi's hands were blistered and she frowned in pain. But at this time, she didn't complain at all. She understood that her effect on Zhang Yi was far less than that of Zhou Qian, a doctor. If she complains about even the smallest things, the favorability of her idol aura will slowly fade away sooner or later. She needs to show her role in order to gain Zhang Yi's protection. Zhang Yi saw this, and although he didn't say anything, his approval of Yang Mi increased. Well, let's go! The three of them put on their cold-proof clothes and went out to start setting up around 101. Zhang Yi did not dare to be careless and led them to set up traps in each area. Moreover, Zhang Yi had to personally inspect the traps they laid and ask them to correct them if they found any inappropriate ones. Don't leave the pegboard too loose. The best effect is that after a person steps on a nail board, his body falls down, and then another nail board is inserted into it. If it is inserted into the chest or face or neck, it can kill a person directly. The nail board does not need to be buried too deep, just enough to bury it, because the snow is still falling. The traces of the trap will be completely erased later. Although this was the first time Zhang Yi had laid such a trap, he already had rich experience in how to kill enemies quickly and effectively because he had experienced life and death fights in Yuelu district. Zhou Qian and Yang Mi were obedient and arranged according to Zhang Yi's instructions. It's just that they are still a little scared, as if they are afraid that they will accidentally step into a trap. Zhang Yi will pay attention to them and protect their safety. After the animal traps and nail boards were placed, Zhang Yi carefully avoided these traps and walked to the center of the two aisles. He took out an engineering shovel, dug two pits more than 1 meter deep in the snow, and then carefully placed the detonating mines in them. For safety reasons, he was fully armed when setting up the trap, and all protective equipment was put on. And he also opened the dimensional door in front of him. If an explosion occurs accidentally, the dimensional gate can swallow up most of the shrapnel and shock waves. Zhang Yi carefully placed the mines, then filled them with snow, and smoothed the surface with an engineer shovel. If it snows a little later, there will be no trace here. The biggest advantage of this detonating trigger mine is that it does not need to be stepped on, but is detonated with an electronic detonator. Therefore, although it is buried about 1.5 meters deep in the snow, Zhang Yi can detonate it manually as long as he senses someone approaching. So even if someone comes to explore the way, they will not be detonated. Zhang Yi used these two mines specifically to deal with large numbers of enemies or powerful strangers. Both landmines were placed by Zhang Yi in this way. Next, there is the device to prevent the opponent from clearing the trap. The nail board is buried in the snow. If the opponent uses a fork or something like a fork to clean it along the snow, the nail board and the trap can be caught in one go. Therefore, Zhang Yi thought of an excellent way. The steel wire is also used, tied to the grenade's ring, and then tied deep in the snow. In this way, whether it is kicked on the wire or triggered by a tool, an explosion will occur. Zhang Yi arranged this kind of grenade trap at the outermost edge of the trap. This will make the other party avoid large-scale cleaning under the snow. Zhang Yi carefully laid out the traps. He placed at least 30 grenade traps around 101. Anyone who wants to get close to 101 now can't do it without paying a dozen lives. Even dozens of lives. Once it reaches this point, it should be almost done. Zhang Yi gently exhaled a puff of white smoke and murmured to himself. If you encounter professional armed forces, the lethality may be weakened. But as long as the opponent is not a well-trained professional soldier, if he wants to get close to their villa, he must pay for it with his life. And in addition to these, Zhang Yi also has 2 layers of defense. He turned back and glanced at the shelter, which was as huge as a black fortress. The 10-meter-long passage also has hypnotic tear gas and high-temperature jets that can reach thousands of degrees Celsius and can melt steel. As for the last line of defense, it is Zhang Yi himself. Chapter 185 Waiting. After setting up the trap, the 3 people returned to the room. Both Yang Mi and Zhou Qier participated in such dangerous activities for the first time. And in the future, someone will probably die because of the trap they set. This feeling made them extremely nervous, but also had an indescribable excitement. After all, they have never had this experience. Yang Mi's eyes shone with a complex light, and she felt a little eager to try. Zhang Yi, when will the enemy come? Looking at Yang Mi's expectant eyes, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile and said, I wish my hard work was in vain. But you really hope that others will come and attack us. However, it shouldn't be any time soon. He pointed to his head. No normal person with any sense would attack others easily at this time. No one who can live to this day is simple. Yang Mi held her chin in one hand and looked out the window. So this is all. She didn't know whether she hoped that others would step on her trap, or whether she hoped that she could always be in a calm and boring safe environment. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a harsh sound. Yang Mi turned to look over and saw that Zhang Yi was using a welding machine to install door bolts on the passage. What are you doing? Aren't these 2 heavy metal doors safe enough? Zhang Yi thought of the dead Lufendo. He continued to install door bolts on both sides of the passage, and then said that most areas in this villa have been automated. In other words, if someone can hack into our control center, they can easily open these 2 doors. The advancement of technology sometimes brings huge shortcomings, but the basic principles of physics don't lie. Zhang Yi installed 3 door bolts on the passage, all of which were inserted with construction steel bars 10 centimeters in diameter. In this way, even if someone breaks through to the passage, it is impossible to break all 3 steel bars in a short time. Caution is the boat. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said seriously. Seeing such cautious Zhang Yi, Yang Mi was quite speechless. But Zhou Qier was already used to it. Zhou Qier looked at Zhang Yi with a smile on her face, her eyes full of admiration. Yang Mi thought about it carefully and felt that what Zhang Yi did was indeed very reasonable. A very cautious man who is afraid of death. Although his methods of doing things are a little sloppy, he will definitely live longer than ordinary people. Looking at the layout inside and outside the shelter, Zhang Yi felt a lot more at ease. The only thing that worries him is network security. It would be great if there was a master who is proficient in the internet here. Zhang Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, a sad look suddenly appeared on Yang Mi's face. Xin is quite good at the internet. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi couldn't help but look over when he heard this. What's wrong? Zhou Qier suddenly thought of something and asked Yang Mi. Isn't Xin studying in Tianai City? Do you know how she is now? Yes or no? Still alive? Zhou Qier's tone gradually weakened halfway through speaking. How many people can survive under the blizzard? If she hadn't met Zhang Yi, she would have become a frozen corpse now, with no bones left, and she would have become food for others. Seeing Zhang Yi's questioning look, Zhou Qier explained to Zhang Yi. It turns out that Yang Mi has a cousin studying in Tianai City. Her name is Yang Xin. As mentioned before, the Yang family is a serious and scholarly family, and everyone in the family is a genius, except for Yang Mi, who was not good at studying and entered the entertainment industry. There was no one who was not an elite in their respective fields. For example, Zhou Qier, at only 26 years old, has already obtained a doctorate from a world-class medical school and serves as an attending physician in a tertiary hospital. Yang Xinxin is 18 years old and studying at Tianqing Academy, a famous aristocratic school in Tianhai City. She had been in poor health since she was a child, and her legs were paralyzed due to polio. However, her mind is extremely smart, and she has a terrible talent for computers. It is said that when she was 16 years old, she won all the international computer awards. And according to Zhou Kier, she is also one of the world's top hackers secretly. 2 years ago, the official website of Great Palace in the country of America was planted with the national flag of China. She did that action. After listening to Zhou Kier's narration, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. The gap between people is simply greater than the gap between people and dogs. So where is she now? Can you find her? Zhang Yi urgently needs a computer expert to maintain network security for him. Yang Mi closed her eyes with a painful expression and slowly shook her head. She has been out of contact for a long time. After the snowstorm came, I tried to contact her, but there was no news from her. With her ability, if she was still alive, she would definitely have a way to contact me. If you can't get in touch, just explain. Yang Mi's voice was choked, and she looked away with wet eyes. Zhou Kier also looked sad. Although she and Yang Xinxin didn't have much contact, they were still cousins. Zhang Yi thought for a while, then raised his head and asked Yang Mi, "Could it be that they are too lazy to pay attention to you, Jie?" Yang Mi thought she could be comforted by Zhang Yi, but she didn't expect him to ask such a nonsensical question. She was so angry that she stamped her little feet. "What are you doing? Why do you say this?" Zhang Yi said calmly, "After all, you see, everyone in your family is a genius. But you are just a fool in their eyes. Who would ask for your help if you were in danger? You are bad." Yang Mi couldn't help but clench her fist and quickly beat Zhang Yi's chest. Neither lightly nor hard. Well, comfortable. Continue. The originally somewhat heavy atmosphere was alleviated. Zhang Yi still had some regrets in his heart. If the girl named Yang Xinxin is still alive, let her join his queen team. That's also a good choice. After all, her legs were paralyzed, and she posed little threat to Zhang Yi. Moreover, both Yang Mi and Zhou Kier are so beautiful. She is their younger sister. How can their appearance be different? The genes are here. Oh, what a pity. What a pity. Zhang Yi sighed. But since we can't get what we want, there's no point in making a fuss. The shelter's network itself has a strong firewall anyway. Unless you encounter a particularly powerful network master, it will not be so easy to be broken through. Next, there is only one thing we have to do. Wait. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes with deep eyes. Chapter 186, Developing Superpowers. The subsequent development was as Zhang Yi expected. Lu Fengda indeed set up a program to automatically send messages. Just 22 hours after his death, the set program sent a text message to everyone in Tianhai City. The content of the text message pointed out Zhang Yi's identity and current address, as well as the information that he might have a large amount of stolen materials from Walmart warehouse. Zhang Yi has been waiting for this news to appear. After actually seeing it, I actually felt a long sigh of relief in my heart, because according to Lu Fengda, Zhang Yi only had some of the stolen materials from the Walmart warehouse in huge quantities. A huge number, but not all. Moreover, this quantity is huge, and there is no quantitative standard. After all, Lu Fengda himself didn't know how much Zhang Yi had. Moreover, his brain circuit did not expect Zhang Yi to have spatial powers. This is a good thing. At the very least, it can reduce the level of danger I face. In this era of extremely scarce supplies, if people really knew that he had all the supplies in a super warehouse, no one in the world would be able to remain calm. However, Lu Fengda's news had been covered up by him with a massive amount of information. Apart from anything else, it is difficult for ordinary people or forces to analyze which one is true from the massive amount of false information. If anyone can be found, it must be no ordinary organization, or they have computer experts, Zhang Yi said to himself. But all this was within his calculations, and there was nothing surprising about it. Zhang Yi put the phone aside and looked up at an archery target 400 meters away. What is the concept of a 400-meter archery target? The target at this distance doesn't even look as big as a mosquito's head. But at this time, there were already 7 or 8 arrows stuck on it. Zhang Yi raised the high-tech compound bow with his left hand, and took out a bow and arrow from the quiver on his waist with his right hand and placed it on the bowstring. With the help of the pulley set, it is very easy to open the compound bow. His eyes were particularly focused, and a strange power emerged from his right eye, attaching to the bow and arrow as he thought. Call out. The arrow flew out fiercely, There seems to be an invisible force wrapping it tightly, making the arrow move faster. Duh! The arrow pierced hard into the target. Its tail shaking crazily. Hit the target. After more than half a month of unremitting training, Zhang Yi developed some other special abilities. This is the expansion of precision shooting capabilities. This is an ability that can affect space. As long as he deliberately attaches the power to an object, its power will be enhanced. If it is a flying prop, the accuracy will be increased. It seems that he can affect the movement of objects in space through will. For example, this high-precision compound bow has an original effective range of 200 meters. But after the blessing of supernatural powers, the range has reached 400 meters. This level of accuracy is not much worse than an ordinary sniper rifle. And when Zhang Yi shoots with a sniper rifle, the power will naturally be doubled. Bows and arrows are just props used during practice. If it really came to a fight, it would definitely be more convenient to kill with a gun. But in the process of continuous practice, his ability to shoot accurately gave him a big surprise. Since the ability can increase the accuracy and power of flying props, he had an idea. What would happen if he applied this ability to melee weapons or even his own body? As soon as this idea appeared, it became out of control. Zhang Yi began to experiment on himself bit by bit. The results of the test came as a big surprise to him. The first is accuracy, which has undoubtedly been improved. For example, when he uses a hunting knife to chop, he can accurately hit the standing steel pawn. And when he wraps himself with superpowers, the air resistance he encounters will be greatly reduced. An individual's speed can be twice as fast as usual. A famous admiral once said speed is power. Although the individual's physical strength has not been improved, the speed has been doubled, and the destructive power caused has also been doubled. Moreover, the speed is faster, the evasion ability is stronger, and the escape is much faster. Although my superpower seems to have relatively simple functions, it has unlimited development potential. Zhang Yi likes his abilities more and more. He even felt that he had only unearthed the tip of the iceberg, and there were still more abilities that had not been fully developed. How powerful would he be if he could fully master the powers he possesses? He didn't even dare to imagine it himself. Good. When Zhang Yijing was happy, his stomach suddenly growled. He rubbed his belly, feeling an uncontrollable hunger. Zhang Yi took out 2 chocolate bars from another space and stuffed them into his mouth. Although the newly developed abilities are surprising, the consumption is also huge. Power comes from cells, and it cannot photosynthesize, so it can only get power from food. Therefore, to use this ability, you must eat more food to supplement it. Zhang Yi popped the high-calorie chocolate bar into his mouth. While eating, he said, "Judging from my situation, even aliens need to eat to replenish their strength." In other words, no matter how awesome we people are, we don't have enough food to eat, and we don't have the prerequisites to use our powers. He suddenly smiled. Unexpectedly, in the end, the decisive factor in whether a stranger was strong or not was the amount of food. He glanced at the huge sports field and narrowed his eyes steadily. In this case, wouldn't I be invincible? At least that's what it's like to fight a war of attrition. In recent times, everyone who is still alive in Tianhai City, without exception, has received a lot of news about the theft case of the original Walmart South China warehouse. The messages were bombarded with hundreds of messages received in just 2 days. Most people feel baffled and don't know where these text messages come from and what they mean. But some thoughtful people noticed the subtlety of the matter. After all, nowadays, those platforms that create spam text messages have all disappeared. And there are very few people who have the ability to spread the news to a large area. At a time like this, the 5 words Walmart warehouse have a strong temptation. After all, when the incident happened, there was an uproar in Tianhai City. It is said that the lost materials are worth tens of billions. If you can find that batch of supplies, you can survive very comfortably in this apocalyptic world. There is such a consensus in the minds of many people. Chapter 187 Shishan Base. The news that spread widely was noticed by some thoughtful people. They had a keen sense that these messages were deliberately concealing something. But there was no way for them to confirm each of the hundreds of messages. So most people had no choice but to despair. However, some people also obtained some useful information by analyzing these data. It is 52 kilometers away from Yunk Manor in the west direction and belongs to Shishan District. The name of Shishan District comes from a mountain range here. Since the 1960s, Tianhai City officials have begun building shelters in various places. The original purpose was to defend against air defense and even H attacks. According to relevant data, Tianhai City now has a total of 356 shelters. But the vast majority of shelters are just simple bomb shelters and underground emergency shelters. There is not a lot of food in it. And the shelter is relatively simple. These are for ordinary city dwellers. If there are ordinary shelters, then naturally there will be military shelters, as well as special shelters reserved for the use of high-ranking official figures. These places far exceed ordinary shelters in terms of security level and material supply. There is such a shelter 200 meters underground in Shishan Mountain. Although the entire Shishan Mountain has been covered with snow, there are still a large number of people living underground at this time. This underground institution is extremely large, with a huge space that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. It can be called a magnificent underground city. The entire body is made of the strongest alloy, like an underground space fortress. At this time, in the office of the leader of the Shishan organization, behind a mahogany desk, a middle-aged man wearing a gray tunic suit and slick-back hair was looking at the documents in his hand. There was a cup of hot tea in his hand. The temperature in the room was pleasant, and he didn't feel the cold at all. The layout of the entire room is also antique. Even the shelves where the books are placed are hundreds of years old. He is the former senior official of Tianhai City, and the current leader of the Shishan organization Qin Xinyan. Qin Xinyan flipped through the documents in his hand, occasionally looking at the computer screen on the table. Is the energy problem at the base still difficult to solve? The power supply allows people in the fourth life chamber to generate electricity, but without access to large amounts of fossil fuels, troops would still have to travel only by walking and dog sledding. Moreover, relying solely on manpower to generate electricity is far from being able to make up for the future power gap of the base. Qin Xinyan murmured to himself and quickly thought of a way. He picked up the hero pen at hand and wrote his approval on the document. Increase the working hours of the fourth life warehouse. And you need to work 12 hours a day to get the nutrient solution. In addition, power is cut off to them for 6 hours every night. Let them reduce the time they play with their mobile phones and take a break earlier, so that unnecessary energy consumption will not be caused. After signing, Qin Xinyan put the documents in his hand. There was already a thick stack of documents there. At this moment, his secretary Guro knocked on the door and walked in, placing a report in front of him. Leader, we have found out the results of the information we received previously. The release address of most of the news is Villa number 101, Yonk Manor, Lujiang District. However, there was a message, which came from the mobile phone of Lu Fengda, chairman of Zhiyun Technology, with an address at Villa number 302 of Yonk Manor. When Qin Xinyan heard this, he took the report casually. Tell me about Zhang Yi mentioned in this message. There were too many words in the report, and he was too lazy to read it. However, when he heard Lu Fengda's name, he still took a serious look at the message. Guro told Qin Xinyan the information about Zhang Yi word for word. When he learned that Zhang Yi had been living in Tianhai City and was just a small manager in the Walmart warehouse, Qin Xinyan's expression immediately became dull. Just a small warehouse manager cannot be the mastermind of this matter. Even if there is any benefit, it will not be too much. It's probably because I hid a lot of stolen materials at home during my past tenure, and that's how I've been able to support myself until now. Guro nodded quickly and said with a smile, Leader, you are right. I also think that it is impossible for a small supervisor to have such great ability to empty the entire warehouse. Qin Xinyan smiled slightly, with a look that saw everything through. All this was a conspiracy by MIDI. They must have sensed something was wrong before the gamma rays arrived. So they took back the supplies first. But he still wants to engage in supernatural events. He is simply deceiving himself. Guro smiled and complimented. How could they know that their ridiculous behavior had been seen through by the leader a long time ago? So, do we still need to investigate this Zhang Yi? Qin Xinyan tapped his fingers on the table, thought for a moment and then said, Let's send a few people there to take a look later. We have not searched the Lujiang area. Maybe you can find some supplies. Guro nodded. Yes, I will immediately arrange for a few people to investigate. Qin Xinyan didn't pay much attention to such trivial matters, but Guro went to arrange for people to go out to investigate without mentioning it. Xujia Town, Sudong Village. Villagers here also receive those hundreds of messages. For them who have been deprived of information for a long time, these messages are no different from spam text messages, and they don't take them seriously. Instead, it was because there were constant news reminders that made them curse in anger. There was only one person who took it seriously, and that was the highest combat power in Sudong Village, Su Chunlei, a user with ice and snow abilities. After the last battle with Zhang Yi, Su Chunlei explained Zhang Yi's terrifying strength to the people in the village. Although the people in the village were dissatisfied with the tragic death of their compatriots, Out of fear of Zhang Yi, the clan leader Su Dongsheng finally stepped forward and chose to settle the matter temporarily. Life in Sudong village has returned to calm, and they continue to rely on the vegetables and grain they had hoarded, as well as fishing on the ice. At least, they won't have to worry about food. The otaku Su Chunlei was deeply affected by this. Shouldn't I be the chosen one? Possess top-notch superpowers? And conquer countless beauties? Why do I have no choice but to run away when I meet that person? This kind of depression also comes from the villagers' disappointment in him, which makes him, a sensitive otaku, feel very unhappy. So when he received a large amount of information and found words about Yonk Manor, he had a vague feeling that this matter might be related to the mysterious person who scared him away that day. If I query through this information, will I get any useful information? As a nerd, Su Chunlei still has some skills in computer applications. There is nothing else to do, and I can only reward myself 5 or 6 times a day at most. He is a very temperate person. So in his spare time, Su Chunlei began to analyze the information. Chapter 188 Su Chunlei discovered the secret. I found it. Su Chunlei sat in front of the computer and said excitedly. He pushed up his glasses, his fat body swaying from side to side. Zhang Yi is not proficient in computers, so he did not encrypt the information when sending it. It was not difficult for Su Chunlei to crack his IP address. He soon discovered that hundreds of messages in the past 2 days came from 2 IP addresses, and the vast majority of them originate from the same computer. Only one message is an independent IP address, and by following the clues, it was easy to find out Zhang Yi's identity. Zhang Yi, Walmart warehouse manager. Walmart warehouse. Su Chunlei's eyes flashed with sparkle, and he became even more excited. Walmart warehouse theft. Materials worth tens of billions were evacuated overnight. I originally thought this was a farce about a thief shouting to catch a thief, but now it seems that this man named Zhang Yi is very suspicious. The imagination of the two-dimensional house is very big. Su Chunlei stood up and walked back and forth in the room with his chubby body. But after walking a few steps, he got tired. So he stuffed his fat butt into the chair again. Is it really possible that he emptied the entire Walmart warehouse? If there is such a thing as superpower, all impossible things will no longer be bizarre. But to do this kind of thing, unless it is a superpower in the space field, just like a small vacuum cleaner, it can hold a large number of objects. Su Chunlei felt as if he had caught something. During the battle that day, my attack suddenly disappeared in front of him. But later, he actually released my attack again. This is not as simple as an ordinary rebound attack. It seems that you can control the time of the rebound attack at will. It was as if my attack was received in another place and then released. Su Chunlei's eyes became brighter and brighter. I see. He must be a person with space abilities, and all the supplies lost in the Walmart warehouse are most likely in his hands. In this way, it is easy to understand that he can even own a luxury snowmobile that is rare in the South. Space system. He actually has the ability of space system. Damn. I'm jealous. Su Chunlei's fleshy face kept shaking with excitement. After the excitement, he sat down on the chair with some disappointment. Compared with his ability, my Fubuki is obviously inferior by more than 1 level. Could it be that he is the protagonist? And I am villain? Su Chunlei thought of the countless games he had played before, and his back suddenly became cold with fear. Yes, when playing games, aren't there always some mini-bosses? They appear to be more durable than ordinary monsters, but they actually give you experience. My ability is completely restrained by him, and I can't beat him at all. The two-spined ape's mind is not ordinary, but two-spined apes can also be very smart. Su Chunlei realized the gap in strength between himself and Zhang Yi, and felt fear in his heart. I will never go against him in the future. It would be best if I could make friends with him. By the way, not only me, but also the whole village must be warned not to provoke him in the future. Su Chunlei was extremely frightened when he thought that there were many heroes in his village who were not afraid of death. If Zhang Yi chased him that day, he would definitely die as his strength was exhausted. He was also lucky, blocking Zhang Yi's sight with ice and snow, so he was not killed by a sniper. Thinking of this, Su Chunlei became even more frightened. After all, good luck couldn't always be on his side. In order to prevent the villagers from doing stupid things, Su Chunlei immediately walked out of his home, and then found Su Dongsheng, the village chief of Sudong village and the patriarch of their Su family. When Su Dongsheng saw Su Chunlei coming, a friendly smile appeared on his face. Chunlei, it's rare for you to go out once. When you were at home before, if your mother hadn't asked you to go downstairs for a walk, you probably wouldn't have been able to recognize your way around. Su Chunlei gasped and said to Su Dongsheng. Third Grandpa. Something big has happened. I have to tell you this. Su Dongsheng stroked his beard and said with a smile. What's the big deal? If in the past, Su Chunlei's words would have gone in through one ear and out through the other. A homebody who only knows how to stay at home and earn a living by collecting rent from the house cannot gain the respect of the villagers. But now, Su Chunlei has special powers and is the strongest combat power in Sudong village. Su Dongsheng still has to give him some face. Su Chunlei immediately told Su Dongsheng what he had found out. Third Grandpa. This Zhang Yi is very powerful. His ability also restrains mine. So we must not have any conflicts with him. Sudong village and Yunk Manor are separated by a river. You'd better tell the big guys in the village to stay away from that place in the future. It's best to change places when fishing. Su Chunlei reminded Su Dongsheng with good intentions. But when Su Dongsheng finished listening to these words, he was attracted by another piece of news. He stared at Su Chunlei, his eyes flashing with a Philistine and cunning light. Are you saying that he was actually responsible for the theft at the Walmart warehouse that made a huge fuss? And the lost supplies worth tens of billions are also in his hands? Su Chunlei didn't have any scheming. And because he was anxious at the moment, he nodded and said, according to my analysis, this result is the most likely. Unless you are a space system user, it is impossible to empty a giant warehouse in a short time. After receiving Su Chunlei's confirmation, the light in Su Dongsheng's eyes became even brighter. He stroked his beard, lowered his head, and said to himself, if these supplies could be given to us people in Sudong village, how many years would it take to use them up? When Su Chunlei heard this, he noticed something was wrong. He was shocked. Third Grandpa. You must not dare to take any chances on him. Su Dongsheng glanced at him and said with some dissatisfaction, Chunlei, you are good at everything, but you are too timid. There are hundreds of households in our Sudong village. Counting the entire population of Shujia town, there are thousands of households. Is it possible that you think there are so many of us that we can't help him alone? Su Chunlei didn't know how to refute for a while. But I can feel that that person is very dangerous. Su Dongsheng sneered disdainfully and said, your courage was frightened by him. When I was young, several nearby villages fought with each other, and the people's brains were beaten into pieces. How could we not drag back a few dead people? What were the fights about at that time? Sometimes it's about fighting for water. Sometimes it's about fighting for land. Sometimes, just because people from two villages have a quarrel, they can start fighting. He narrowed his eyes, as if he still had some memories of those years. Now for the survival of the entire Sudong village. We surnamed Su are not afraid of risking our lives. Chapter 189. The human heart is not enough, and the snake swallows the elephant. Su Chunlei looked at Su Dongsheng's firm expression and felt extremely regretful. He didn't expect that his good intentions would lead to such a result. Third Grandpa. That man has a gun in his hand. And he also has special powers. If you go to him rashly, many people will die. We now have food in stock and can still survive. Is it really worth it? Su Dongsheng took a deep breath and scolded him coldly. What do you know? It was so cold that no food crops could be grown. We are just resting on our past laurels. But what to do when the food is gone? Our Su family will have to continue the family lineage in the future. How can we dare to have children without food? Su Dongsheng raised his head and looked helplessly at the sky. It's not like I haven't experienced years of great disasters. At a time like this, people can only care about the people around them. Rob and kill. All for the sake of survival and the reproduction of the family. Su Chunlei wanted to say something, but Third Grandpa glared at him. Okay. Don't say it again. When the time comes, you just have to obey my orders. As the person with the best genes in the Su family, I will arrange for several women to give birth to your children. And you can choose whatever supplies you get. Su Chunlei's scalp was numb. This ending is not what he wants. He was also terrified when he thought of Zhang Yi's ability. Su Chunlei is very afraid of death. He is timid and cowardly. But what's wrong with that? If he dies, he will no longer be able to reward himself severely to those two-dimensional idols in the hard drive. His Akazuki Aili Monika Acacia Kasagano Unijizaka Haruka Byakuya Rhinon Aoi Natsuki Ho Kazuo Herika will never be seen again. No. He will never allow such a world to exist. Fatty Su clenched his fists and his body trembled slightly. Seeing his strange look, Su Dongsheng asked curiously, are you holding back your urine? Go find a place to go to the toilet quickly. Be careful, your bladder is full. Not like this. Su Chunlei suddenly shouted loudly. I won't fight that guy. I can't beat him. Su Chunlei's last words were almost crying. He was scared to death. Su Dongsheng was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily, Su Chun Lei, are you still from our Su family? At this time, you are a deserter. Su Chunlei gritted his teeth and endured the fear of the clan elders in his heart. I can't beat him. My abilities have also been restrained by him. So it doesn't matter whether I go or not. Third Grandpa. I don't want to die. Su Dongxing stared at him coldly. And after a while, he snorted disdainfully. Useless things. Our Su family has so many talented people. We can still accomplish things without you. Get out of here. Su Chunlei felt like he was being pardoned. So he turned around and ran back, fearing that Su Dongsheng would change his mind if he ran away too late. Su Dongsheng looked at the fat man's back and exhaled a long breath of white smoke. This guy is good at everything. But he is too timid. That's all. It's okay if he doesn't go. By keeping his genes, he might be able to pass on his powers to the next generation. Su Dongsheng puffed up his chest. Our Su family can be considered a big family, with a prosperous population. Can't get things done without him? He immediately called the talkers from several branches of the Su family and informed them of the good news. When everyone heard that there was such a large crowd nearby, their faces seemed to bloom with excitement. It turns out that boy's name is Zhang Yi, a middle-aged man with a ferocious face. He was the one who killed my son, and I have long wanted to avenge him. This time, let's settle our old and new grudges together. A tall middle-aged man next to him said that if he really had so many supplies, it would be enough for our Su family to use them for decades. Thank you God for blessing our Su family and sending such a great gift at this time. Some people put their hands together and thank God. Everyone can't wait to go back. Gather the clan members and go to Zhang Yi to borrow food. When the time comes, let Chunlei go over first. If his ice and snow rushes through, ordinary door glass can't stop it at all. Someone suggested. Yes, we have the important combat force of Chunlei, which will be of great use. When Su Dongxing heard this, he said with a straight face that this time, Chunlei would not go. When everyone in the lower branches heard what they said, they immediately started talking with surprise on their faces. What? Chunlei won't go. Isn't this not good? That is, he alone can take on the role of hundreds of people. If he doesn't go, if nothing else, Zhang Yi has a gun in his hand and will kill many of us. Third uncle, you are the patriarch. You cannot condone this matter. Su Dongsheng tapped his cane impatiently. Okay. Shut up. Everyone. Chunlei suffered internal injuries when he fought Zhang Yi last time. That Zhang Yi is a master with profound internal skills. Even though Chunlei was fine on the surface, he was actually seriously injured. He will have to recuperate at home for some time. So we won't take him with us in this operation. Although Su Dongsheng looked down on Su Chunlei's cowardice. After all, they were descendants of his lineage, and he had to be partial. Although the others still had complaints, the patriarch had to give them face. Considering that there were hundreds of men in the whole family, it would definitely not be a problem to deal with a mere Zhang Yi. So no one said anything more. Su Dongxing's eyes became serious. Okay. Everyone go back now, and gather the clansmen around you for me. Just like the previous fight with the neighboring villages. All the boys over 16 years old came over to me with their dicks. Get all the shotguns and gunpowder hidden at home. After all, the other party is also a strange person. So we must not be careless. We must win this battle with the lowest casualties. It has been more than a month since the end of the world. Sudong village has experienced many battles so far, and has formed a certain degree of discipline. After Su Dongsheng finished making arrangements, the talkers from each branch immediately went back to convene people. After some mobilization, hundreds of men in the village gathered in the square at the entrance of the village with weapons in hand. There is a dense group of people, and everyone does not lack food on weekdays, so they are very energetic. That night, the village chief Su Dongsheng gave an order, and everyone, led by the talkers from each branch, divided into 6 teams and started crossing the Lujiang River towards Yunk Manor. They put a bit on the dog's mouth, fearing that the dog's barking would alert Zhang Yi. Then the villagers were sent over on a sled pulled by dogs. After crossing the river, the dogs and sled remained on the shore. After all, the dogs they raise are very precious. The last time Zhang Yi got rid of 8 of them at once. It made the villagers feel heartbroken. The rest, but even one of them is reluctant to let them die. At this time, in Yunk Manor, Villa 101 in the center was brightly lit, which was particularly obvious. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qir and Yang Mi were sitting on the table, enjoying the food on the table. There are candlesticks on the table, a bottle of 1983 Lafite on the red silk tablecloth, And the food is all the French cuisine Johnny ordered from the Michelin restaurant. Regardless of possible dangers from the outside world, life in this villa can be described as a paradise. No need to be bothered by the pressure of life. Just enjoy it to the fullest. Even Yang Mi, who initially fantasized about leaving one day, gradually became immersed in this beauty and couldn't extricate herself. At this moment, a vague scream came from a distance, breaking the tranquility. Chapter 190: The Power of Traps. Zhang Yi had the keenest intuition. After noticing the sound, he immediately looked out the window. At this time, the outside world was dark, and the scenery in the distance was not clear. He stood up silently and said, "I will go over and take a look. You can eat first." Zhou Qier and Yang Mi watched Zhang Yi get up and looked out the window curiously. But they couldn't see anything clearly in the dark night. Zhang Yi slowly walked up to the second floor. There were no lights on the second floor, so it was still dark from the outside. He stood in front of the window, took out his infrared telescope, and looked around the villa. Under the night, large red shadows slowly surrounded the villa. A smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. It came faster than expected. He had already guessed the identities of these people. In just the past 2 days, only the residents of Shujia town could arrive so quickly. Only these short-sighted people would rush over so eagerly, without investigation. Since you like to die, then come and do it. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Anyone who disturbed his peaceful life must die. What's more, they came in large numbers. Certainly not to say low, but to rob supplies. Ordinary people cannot threaten the safety of the sanctuary. I just wanted to see if any strangers from their village came. If he comes, I will take this opportunity to kill him too. Zhang Yi put away the telescope in his hand, and silently took out the tactical eyepiece and a sniper from the different space. The muzzle of the gun was placed on the window, and the thick nanoscale bulletproof glass was thicker than the wall. He was waiting for the right opportunity to open the window and kill the stranger. As for other miscellaneous fish, let those people help first and test how powerful the trap he set is. At this time, the first team from Sudong village had arrived at Yonk Manor and reached the edge of the trap zone arranged by Zhang Yi. After arriving here, they looked at the brightly lit villa in the distance, feeling like they were in a dream. In the apocalypse, they relied on Su Chunlei's ability to build a snow and ice village, and relied on the fishing techniques passed down from their ancestors, and the food reserves to survive until now. But they couldn't imagine that someone could still enjoy such a luxurious life. A villager couldn't help it, and walked forward immediately. But when his foot collapsed, he suddenly felt a heartbreaking pain. "Ah!" He screamed in pain, and fell to the ground. Everyone looked quickly and found that there was a wooden board under his feet. And the wooden board was covered with densely packed sharp steel nails. It penetrated 7 or 8 centimeters from the foot. The face of the villager whose foot was injured instantly turned pale. Under such freezing temperatures, and with such serious injuries, it is very likely that his life will not be saved. Take him back quickly. The leader of the team quickly ordered people to carry him away. A group of people cursed Zhang Yi angrily. The despicable guy actually set a trap in the snow. Go and inform others. Be careful on the road. There are nailed boards on the ground. Don't fall for it again. The leader of this team immediately informed everyone. Su Dongsheng sat in the rear and was in charge of command. After hearing the news, he immediately issued an order to proceed with caution. The man was already prepared. But this kind of pediatric trap is not difficult for us. Let everyone advance slowly. Use sticks and branches to explore the path first, and clear out those traps. 6 teams looked from 6 different directions, intending to attack Zhang Yi's shelter in a siege situation. After Su Dongsheng's order was issued to each team, they immediately collected materials on the spot. Some people brought sticks, some used shovels, and some cut off branches on the roadside to clear the traps buried in the snowdrifts. All this was seen by Zhang Yi. Do you really think you are smart? It's time to launch the second wave of traps. Zhang Yi's tone was mocking. They knew they could clear the trap in this way. Could Zhang Yi not think of it? The first group of people acted as engineers, and 5 or 6 people went forward with tools to clear the traps. Sure enough, they cleared several nailed boards out of the snow. Everyone was happy. This trick works. Go ahead and throw all these pegboards to the curb. The villagers responsible for clearing the traps were also encouraged to speed up the cleanup. At this moment, the stick in a person's hand felt a stagflation resistance and seemed to hit the rope. The wire buried in the snow was triggered. Boom! The wire pulled off the ring on the grenade, and a violent explosion sounded. The flame shot into the sky, sending 5 or 6 people nearby flying away on the spot. There's a bomb! The villagers behind him were so frightened that they quickly backed away. But before they could take 2 steps, they felt a sharp pain in their chest and face. When he took off his clothes, he saw that his chest was already full of blood. Although they escaped the explosion, they did not escape the shrapnel attack. Ah! The screams were loud. And the commotion here also makes people in other teams uneasy. Boom! R. Another person accidentally triggered a grenade trap and was killed on the spot and injured a dozen more. There is a bomb! We can't go any further. Immediately many people were so frightened that they crawled and ran back. However, there are still many nail boards buried in the snow, which have not been completely cleaned. The panicked people turned around and ran away, losing their way in the darkness. Just like that, their feet stepped on the nail board, and the sharp nail board immediately penetrated their feet. Some people stepped on a nail board, fell to the ground, and then got another piece of there, but the nail board is pierced into the butt flesh, as if it is nailed to the wall. It is extremely strong. Others were even worse, with their faces on the ground and nails firmly driven into their foreheads. Ah! The man wanted to die in pain. He couldn't see anything because his eyes were also blinded. In desperation, he grabbed the nail board with both hands and tried desperately to pull it out. Puff! The screws pulled at the flesh and ripped off the face, with a blood-red eyeball staring at it. How have people in Sudong village ever seen such a scene? Although they fought with the neighboring village, the most they did was carry bricks and shovel hoes into their heads. However, the purpose of fighting with weapons is to conquer the opponent and win supplies and land. And the trap Zhang Yi set was just to kill them from the beginning. There was wailing and blood everywhere. The crowds were crowded in a panic. They could have retreated in an orderly manner to reduce casualties, but now they have caused collateral damage. Many people who should not have been injured were accidentally injured by their own people. Suddenly, more than a dozen people from Sudong village died on the spot and more than 20 were injured. And they have just arrived at the outskirts of the 101 villas in Yunk Manor. And they have just taken the first step. Chapter 191 Greed is poison that penetrates the intestines. The villagers of Sudong village suffered heavy casualties, and the ground was full of wounded. Although they did not die, the pain was worse than death. In particular, some people had their feet penetrated and tried to pull out the nail plates to stop the bleeding. But there are not only smooth nails on it, but also thread-like screws, with a little force. That thing is more powerful than a barb, and it will directly scrape the flesh. Why is it happening like that? Everyone was very confused. When they fought around Shujia town before, they were always victorious. There had never been such an embarrassing scene. Finally, someone noticed the problem. The spring thunder didn't come. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly realized. Su Chunlei, who can control ice and snow, is like a humanoid plug-in when fighting in this ice and snow. In fact, it was never them who were stronger, but because there was Su Chunlei in their village. The leaders of several teams had gloomy faces and asked all the villagers to retreat temporarily. They found Su Dongsheng, the village chief, called Chunlei over. There is still more than 100 meters away, and I don't know how many traps there are under the snow. We have to ask Chunlei to come over. Everyone said something to me, hoping that Su Chunlei would come and solve the current problem. Su Dongsheng's expression was a little ugly. When Su Chunlei begged him not to attack Zhang Yi's shelter, he scolded Su Chunlei for being cowardly, and put aside the harsh words, saying that Sudong village could still take over the shelter without Su Chunlei. But now, the first wave of attacks has left the villagers at a loss. The second floor of the shelter. Zhang Yi held the big sniper in his hand and waited silently. Why haven't the ice and snow aliens taken action yet? There were too many people, and he didn't know which one was the stranger. But if the other party took action, he could quickly lock the target. The straight line distance from here to the group of villagers is less than 200 meters. Even if that person is afraid of his ability and takes action from a longer distance, Zhang Yi can still snipe him as long as it does not exceed 2,000 meters. Come quickly, Zhang Yi said lightly. On Su Dongsheng's side, he couldn't keep his old face in the face of the pressure exerted on him by the villagers. Are you asking him to beg Su Chunlei now? Grandpa goes to beg his grandson? He gritted his teeth. He really couldn't do it. Su Dongsheng scolded. What are you afraid of? Without Chunlei here, we can't do anything? This kid is also quite vicious, and has actually laid so many traps around the house. Haha. Who of us hasn't gone up and down the mountain to take a condom when we were young? No big deal. Don't worry. Everyone, let's move forward step by step and remove all the traps for him. The other person is right here. If he can escape, the monk cannot escape from the temple. What are you afraid of him doing? For the sake of his own face, Su Dongsheng chose to confront Zhang Yi instead of seeking help from Su Chunlei. The villagers looked at each other, feeling uneasy. Su Dongsheng handed his binoculars to the people around him. Take a closer look inside the villa yourself, and see what's inside. Hearing this, a middle-aged man curiously took the telescope and looked towards the villa. The first floor is still brightly lit, and through the window, you can clearly see the scene inside. He looked across the window, and saw everything was so gorgeous under the warm light. There are all kinds of high-end and luxurious furniture. And two fairies-like beautiful women are sitting on the dining table, eating and looking out the window. The table is filled with steaming delicious food. Good. The middle-aged man couldn't help but swallow several mouthfuls of saliva. I don't know if it was because of the delicious food or the two beauties, who were so beautiful that he was so jealous. Seeing this, other people also grabbed the binoculars and looked over there. Everyone saw what they wanted in that villa. Food, a warm and cozy house, and two top beauties. If you can live in such an environment, then who cares about the end of the world? This is clearly paradise. Su Dongsheng pointed to the villa less than 200 meters away from them. As long as you can break through, you can get everything there. People in Sudong village have already started to get excited. Even though they were here, they ran back in dejection after dozens of people were killed or injured, and they were unwilling to do so. However, the snow is full of traps and bombs. How do we break this situation? Some people still raised cautious questions. Someone else said it's better to call Chunlei over. With his skills, he can clean up the snow with just a few moves. Any trap can be exposed. The people around him nodded, expressing their agreement with his idea. Su Dongsheng's face slowly turned red. As the elder of the Su family, the head of a village and a clan, he takes his own face into consideration very much. It was absolutely impossible for him to lower his head and invite Su Chunlei over. Humph! They are all a bunch of worthless things. It seems that except for Chunlei, everyone else in our village is a coward. A timid coward. If anyone is scared, just go back. It will save our Su family's face. Su Dongsheng's angry curses immediately made the men of the Su family in front of him blush with shame and anger. Third Grandpa. We are not cowards. What's there to be afraid of? I'm going to arrest that Zhang Yi and show you. The young men in the village were so excited that they picked up their tools and started clearing the traps. When Su Dongsheng saw the scene, he nodded with satisfaction. That's right. In fact, there is nothing to be afraid of. As long as you are careful. This kind of pediatric trap is nothing at all. After the first round of suffering, the villagers in Sudong village soon learned the lesson. They were worried that there were such traps in the snow. So they started digging ice blocks from a distance and throwing them ahead. In this way, even trigger traps will be detonated, and a safe road can be paved. The second floor of the shelter. Zhang Yi watched all their actions with his own eyes and secretly paid attention to them. Moral wisdom is indeed powerful. This method can render traps in most areas ineffective. However, high-tech equipment cannot be overcome by such pediatric means. The villagers of Sudong village moved forward one after another. By throwing ice blocks to pave the way, they cleared some of the traps. Even grenade traps were detonated 4 or 5 times. This gives them confidence. A proud smile appeared on Su Dongsheng's face. Okay. Just keep moving forward. If the shotgun team follows up, Zhang Yi must have spotted us. If he dares to shoot, fire back immediately. Su Dongsheng's cousin Su Dongping is an old hunter in the village. He holds an old hunting rifle in his hand and grins. Don't worry. As long as he dares to show his head, I will definitely punch a hole in his head. Chapter 192. Your people are flying in the sky. The people in Sudong village moved forward while dismantling the traps. Using thick layers of ice and snow to pave the road cover the original nail boards underneath. The trap Zhang Yi set was a bit simpler after all. And after being exposed, it was indeed easy to prevent. He kept this problem in mind and planned to strengthen it next time. There are 2 roads to 101 from outside Yunk Manor. One from the south gate and one from the west gate. The people in Sudong village all came from the south. So they all gathered on the south road at this time. Zhang Yi didn't take them to heart, because these villagers could not imagine how strong a shelter could be. They probably thought that this shelter was also a reinforced concrete structure, and they could easily break through it. This ignorance can cost them their lives. Zhang Yi raised his head, and still looked into the distance, through the scope of the sniper rifle. What he really cared about was not these villagers, but the ice and snow alien he met last time. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any changes in the wind and snow. Is he waiting for me to show up? Or didn't come at all? Zhang Yi frowned slightly. feeling a little surprised. Shujia Town. As you can tell from the name of this town, quite a few people in the town have the surname Su and share the same clan. Most of the people in the town are related. And when these villagers came to attack, there was no reason for the stranger behind them to watch them die in vain without using their powers to help them clear the snow and traps. Did you really not come? Was it scratched by my stray bullet last time? Zhang Yi thought of this. His brows stretched, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Death is the best. At this time, hundreds of villagers from Sudong village were slowly advancing on the south road facing the shelter. As the traps were dismantled by them, their forward speed also accelerated slightly. After all, after getting closer, they could clearly see the luxury inside the villa. In the past, only the top rich and powerful bosses were eligible to move into Yunk Manor, and the cheapest units sold for over 100 million. In every house, the decorative furniture used is of the highest quality. Even the curtains on the windows are made of fine silk and satin. Not to mention that at this moment, two beauties with curvy figures and heavenly looks were standing at the window, watching them. Call. A young man's breathing became heavy and his steps became rapid. Yangmi looked at the densely packed crowd from the window, her heart pounding nervously, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. But next to her, Zhou Qier just looked at the people in front of her with a calm face and sighed softly. How many people will die this time? Yangmi held her plump chest with both hands. Her face turned pale. Zhang Yi. What did Zhang Yi do? With so many people, will they invade? She couldn't imagine how she would be treated if those men broke in. No matter what he said, Zhang Yi treated her relatively gently and never forced her to do anything. But these villagers gave her a real feeling of apocalyptic refugees. The kind of eyes full of greed, lust, violence and excitement make people shudder. Zhou Qier looked at the frightened Yangmi and smiled proudly. She raised her delicate chin, revealing her slender and white neck like a swan. Is this what scares you? With your courage, how can you follow Zhang Yi in the future? Zhou Qier and Zhang Yi spent a month in Yuelu community, experienced countless intrigues and betrayals, and witnessed with their own eyes the mountains of corpses and seas of blood that Zhang Yi killed. Everything in front of me is just a small scene. She knew that Zhang Yi must have thought about how these people would die. If you follow a man who is extremely cautious, you will really have a sense of security in the apocalypse. Even though she was standing in front of the window and watching so many people slowly approaching, she didn't feel a trace of fear. On the second floor, Zhang Yi is like an old hunter in the dark, waiting for his prey to enter his trap. The crowd was less than 50 meters away from the villa. Zhang Yi confirmed the population density and first turned on the active noise reduction function of the entire villa. The sounds from the outside world seemed to disappear in an instant, and even the sound of the wind could not be heard. Then, he decisively pressed the electronic button in his hand. A huge roar sounded in the middle of the road outside the villa. Even with the noise reduction function turned on, you can still hear the explosion clearly. In front of him, a soaring fire burst from the depths of the snow, illuminating the neighborhood in the dark as bright as day. A large group of colorful fireworks flew into the sky. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes, and when he looked carefully, he realized that they were not fireworks, but a broken body wrapped in clothes. Even if the glass in the villa is specially made, detonating a high-yield mine at such a close distance would still be a bit dazzling. Zhang Yi couldn't hear the crying outside, but he could clearly see the tragedy. The road in the community and the garden in front of the door are about 10 meters wide, but this explosion blasted a hole 4 to 5 meters deep in the ground. Even the cement floor under the snow layer was blown over. The location of the landmine explosion was right in the middle of the Sudong village team. With this explosion, the bodies of dozens of people were directly separated. The shockwave caused by the explosion also threw other people away. These people fell into the snow, and there were a lot of traps around them that they had not cleared. Nail-bored animal traps. These are the most primitive traps. But at this time, they caused huge harm to the people of Sudong village. Zhang Yi looked at them with his mouth wide open, holding his feet and covering his chest or face with a painful look on his face. Those parts were penetrated deeply by nail boards. Some people's faces were just a piece of wood, and the steel nails and screws didn't know how deep they were. Some people were caught in animal traps, struggling desperately to break free, and their feet were torn off. Zhang Yi couldn't bear to look at the tragic situation. He shook his head and sighed helplessly. It would be nice if there were more of these mines, so that all these people could be killed and they would not suffer. Outside the villa, there were screams, as shrill as a cemetery filled with crows. Seeing this scene, Zhou Qier and Yangmi couldn't help but take a few steps back. because through the glass, they saw some people rushing towards them by mistake, asking for help from them with ferocious faces. Save me! Save me! A villager with only half his body left struggled to crawl over, staring at Yang Mi and asking for help. As for his lower body, it was in terrible shape. The hairs all over Yang Mi's body stood up, and a sudden surge of strength surged up in her throat. And then wow! With a loud sound, he bent down and vomited wildly. Even Joe Kier, who was used to seeing big scenes, turned slightly pale and turned his head sideways. Only Zhang Yi remained indifferent after seeing the scene. After all, he has experienced too many lives and deaths. As the saying goes, take life and death lightly, and just do it if you don't accept it. What else is there to be afraid of? Chapter 193 Hunter and Cold Arrow. The sudden violent explosion took away more than 30 lives in an instant. The deaths caused by chaos are even more numerous. The wailing of the villagers of Sudong village echoed over Yunk Manor. The tragic situation made the living people turn pale with fear. Some young people were even frightened crazy and turned around and ran back, screaming. The people who were still alive were also frightened by this violent explosion. Some people fell into temporary blindness. Some were knocked unconscious by the explosion, and some had their eardrums shattered and became deaf. Su Dongxing and several other elders of the Su family, who were commanding the overall situation from the rear, all had dull expressions on their faces, and even their eyes had lost their luster. They were unable to accept the reality before them. Due to the excessive impact, their brains fell into a state of shutdown. A mentally disturbed young man ran over, hugged Su Dongxing's thigh, and shouted like a madman, "Death! They are all dead!" They were all blown to pieces. Their arms and brains were all shattered. Third Grandpa. They are all dead. They are all dead. Even though his mental state was already in trouble, he still instinctively came to find the elder of the family, as if hoping to find a glimmer of hope from him. But after Su Dongxing heard what he said, his brain started up slowly, but his legs went weak, and he collapsed directly to the ground. Looking at the tragic scene in front of him, his breathing became rapid, and cold sweat began to break out on his forehead even in the extremely cold temperature. Soon his face was covered with ice particles. Ghost. He is not a human. He is a ghost. We just wanted his supplies, but he killed dozens of our families. Su Dongxing's eyes were panicked, and his words were incoherent. This 70-year-old man could not withstand such a blow, and was already a little broken. So many people died, and as the patriarch and the initiator of this action, he cannot absolve himself of the blame. The people of Sudong village originally expected their elders to come up with an idea, but they didn't expect that the village chief was mentally disturbed. They were like headless flies. They could only scream and run around without anyone directing them. And the more you run around, the more people will die in the trap. Zhang Yi looked at the scene in front of him on the second floor, already confirming in his heart that the stranger from the ice and snow system had not come. He put away the sniper rifle in his hand. At a distance of 200 meters, there is no need to waste bullets. A white light flashed in his right hand, and an exquisite compound bow appeared in his hand, along with 2 bags of bows and arrows. Zhang Yi hung the quiver on his waist, held the bow in his left hand, and gave instructions to the shelter's intelligence system. Open the window in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge bulletproof glass window in front of him slowly lifted up. The windows are open to the outside. As soon as the window was opened, the wind and snow immediately poured in. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, quickly pulled out 3 arrows with his right hand, and placed them on the bowstring. Due to the auxiliary ability of accurate shooting, he does not need to do too much aiming. Therefore, in the past half-month, he has been able to shoot 3 arrows at the same time. Zhang Yi stood in the darkness, aimed at the villagers of Sudong village, who had not fallen, and started hunting without mercy. Whoosh! 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 3 sharp arrowheads shot out of the air. With the blessing of supernatural powers, the trajectory of the arrows would not be affected even in the wind and snow. 3 villagers from Kundong village, who turned around and ran away, were shot right in the middle of their chests. Modern compound bows are extremely lethal in themselves, and coupled with the enhanced power of precise shooting, they can even penetrate wild boars. Not to mention these villagers wearing down jackets. The night was pitch black, and there was no light on the second floor where Zhang Yi was. There was no sound after these 3 arrows were shot out, and the people below were in a state of panic. No one noticed that they were being hunted. Zhang Yi didn't panic, continued to take out his bow and arrow, and started shooting in an orderly manner. Since he mastered the new skill, this was the first time he tried it in actual combat, and by shooting living bodies, his understanding of this skill has become deeper. Everyone is within his shooting range. And those who plan to escape are his priority targets. Whoosh! 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 The arrows ruthlessly harvested one life after another. Soon, the number of villagers in Sudong village who were shot by him personally had reached 26. At this time, the people around realized something was wrong. There are hunters! A villager shouted loudly. The villagers armed with shotguns hurriedly aimed their guns. But Zhang Yi used a bow and arrow. There was no gunfire. And there was no light to reveal his position. In the dark night, Zhang Yi had infrared tactical goggles. But they could only observe with the naked eye. This kind of duel is completely a crushing battle that transcends eras. Zhang Yi saw someone raising a gun and killed those gunmen first without mercy. At the same time, he opened the dimensional gate in front of him. And all objects shot from outside would be swallowed by the alien space. As a top-notch defense method, different space is as powerful as a BUG. Several old hunters only fired one shot. And then, their heads were pierced by arrowheads. Their eyes were still wide open when they died. They couldn't understand why bows and arrows could shoot such a long distance. Seeing the villagers fall one by one. Many of them were their old brothers and nephews. Su Dongsheng and other elders in the village felt so regretful that they felt so regretful. Especially Su Dongsheng. He recalled Su Chunlei's words to persuade him. At that time, he didn't take Zhang Yi seriously at all. But now, he realizes how arrogant and conceited he is. Su Dongsheng raised his hand and slapped his mouth hard. Damn it! I am the center of the Su family. He shouldn't have ignored Su Chunlei's words. Even if it didn't work, it would be better to bring Su Chunlei over. For this face, he killed hundreds of people in Sudong village. Zhang Yi opened his bow and knocked an arrow. And every time he fired 3 arrows. This feeling of not needing to deliberately aim, but using abilities to assist in design is so wonderful. It feels like playing CS with plugins. Or Soldier 76 with the game turned on. Sure enough, ordinary people have no power to resist in front of strangers. This is how different the world is. Now that you're here, let's all stay here. Zhang Yi's voice was cold. He planned to kill everyone who came today, leaving no one behind. At this moment, the snow and wind in the sky suddenly became heavier. The sky-wide snowstorm blocked Zhang Yi's sight, like a torrent between the shelter and the villagers of Sudong village. Zhang Yi put down the bow and arrow in his hand. A look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Why did you come just now? The stranger from Sudong village really couldn't help but take action. Zhang Yi immediately changed into a sniper. In this level of snowstorm, the power of the arrows was no longer enough. A sniper rifle is still needed. Chapter 194 Pursuit in the Ice and Snow. Su Chunlei finally came. It was the explosion on the other side of the river that attracted him. As a foreigner, Su Chunlei understands the difference between foreigners and ordinary people better than anyone in Sudong village. What's more, he had fought against Zhang Yi, and his ability was completely suppressed by Zhang Yi. If Zhang Yi hadn't been afraid of an ambush in Sudong village and didn't dare to pursue him, he would have died that day. However, he couldn't just watch the whole village die there. The villagers in Sudong village breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this familiar scene. They knew it was Su Chunlei who was coming. At this time, Su Chunlei arduously came from the river, controlling the ice and snow to block Zhang Yi's sight, while shouting at the villagers to leave quickly. Let's go! The villagers woke up from a dream. This attack completely failed, and they suffered numerous casualties. If they continue to fight, who knows if the other side has other means waiting for them. Everyone hurriedly helped their injured relatives, and some even struggled to carry the bodies of their family members killed in the battle. As for some people who had been blown into parts, they had to pick out large pieces and take them back. In this way, there is no doubt that it affects the speed. Su Chunlei was very nervous. He was scared to death. But if all the villagers died here, he would live with guilt for the rest of his life. So he worked hard to maintain the snowstorm and help the villagers buy time to retreat, because he also used this method to escape last time. In the shelter, seeing the snowstorm blocking his vision, Zhang Yi put away the sniper rifle in his hand. For his abilities, if the defense is 10,000, then the maximum attack is 500. And most of them still rely on long-range firepower for output. With his sight blocked, his pointless shooting would only be a waste of bullets. However, since Zhang Yi knew that the other party had ice and snow superpowers, he thought about how to deal with him. Maintaining such a large-scale snowstorm consumes a huge amount of energy. From here all the way back to the other side of the river, the straight line distance is more than 700 meters. I want to see how long you can hold on. Zhang Yi closed the window and let the ice and snow rage outside. He opened a different space and began to put on the equipment in an orderly manner. Bulletproof vest, bulletproof pants, bulletproof helmet, cold-proof clothing, anti-cut gloves, dagger, grenade, claw, knife, pistol. Other things are placed in different spaces because they are too heavy and can be taken out for use at any time. After getting ready, Johnny quickly went down the stairs. After taking a look at Joe, Kier, and Youngmi, he left a message saying, "Waiting for my return at home." Then he opened the door and walked out of the shelter regardless of their reactions. Youngmi had just finished vomiting and was leaning weakly on the sofa, looking at Johnny, who was full of energy and resolute. She couldn't help but feel a strong sense of security in her heart. An attack made her feel her own weakness and powerlessness, and also made her admire Zhang Yi's calmness and strength. She couldn't help but ask herself, being with such a man is indeed a blessing. But what can I do for him? The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt. It seemed that apart from working harder in bed, she really couldn't make much contribution in other aspects. Zhang Yi walked out of the shelter, bypassed the south road, and chose to go out through the west road. After all, the southern road is already in a mess, and the traps are also in chaos. It is easy to accidentally hurt yourself if you go out now. He is not afraid of the other party running away because he has a car. Zhang Yi took out his snowmobile, drove out of Yonk Manor from another road, and then took a detour toward the river to pursue. Su Chunlei tried his best to maintain the scale of the wind and snow to block Zhang Yi's sight. But after a long time, he found that the gunshots stopped and Zhang Yi didn't chase him. He was still a little lucky in his heart. But soon, everyone heard the sound of the engine. Boom! The snowmobile was racing on the road. Zhang Yi turned on the autopilot, then held an assault rifle in his hand and started shooting at the retreating crowd. The bullets flew out like fire snakes, harvesting 7 or 8 lives at once. Ah! The villagers screamed in terror. Chunlei, stop him quickly! Someone asked Su Chunlei for help. When Zhang Yi heard this voice, he also observed the crowd carefully. There was an abrupt figure who seemed a bit out of place, somewhat obese, while everyone else was running away desperately. He faced Zhang Yi and raised his hands. You are the one. Zhang Yi threw the assault rifle into the passenger seat and set up a sniper on the door. Boom! A deafening gunshot sounded. But at the same time a torrent of ice and snow rushed in front of him. The bullet with supernatural powers penetrated through the ice and snow. The bullet passed Su Chunlei less than 20 centimeters from his side and shot hard into the ice. Su Chunlei's whole body was cold, and he was scared to death. After Zhang Yi's grasp of space powers has improved, combined with the power of the sniper rifle, he can already penetrate his snowstorm. However, the angle of the bullet will still be affected and deflected. Chunlei, let's go! A sledge rushed over, and the man on it stretched out his hand towards Su Chunlei. They had realized how terrifying Zhang Yi was, and did not dare to fight. They were all running for their lives in a hurry. Su Chunlei quickly stretched out his hand, and the man pulled him onto the sledge. Zhang Yi parked the car by the river, looking at the broad river in front of me. The thick ice surface has been frozen for more than a month, and is probably 5 or 6 meters deep. Zhang Yi only hesitated for a second before choosing to change direction and drive towards the river. Chase! This is an excellent opportunity to kill the other alien. This is not the first time they have caused trouble. Zhang Yi has no reason to let them go. Boom! The accelerator roared, and the snowmobile drove onto the ice, chasing the group of sleds ahead. Dogs are not as fast as snowmobiles. Although the sled dogs ran desperately to the other side of the river, it wouldn't take long for Zhang Yi to catch up with them. Zhang Yi chased forward while sniping to look for Su Chunlei's loopholes. As long as this stranger is killed, the villagers in Sudong village will be just lambs to be slaughtered. However, Su Chunlei also burst out with amazing power in the desperate situation, keeping the snowstorm between Zhang Yi and all of them. Su Chunlei was also very smart. He knew that this kind of attack could not cause damage to Zhang Yi, so he chose to block his line of sight with the maximum range. As long as they can't aim, Zhang Yi's damage to them can be minimized. However, when fleeing, the crowd was extremely loose after all. Zhang Yi saw Su Chunlei covering himself tightly. Then he simply turned the gun and started to shoot the villagers. Boom! A huge roar sounded over the Lujiang River. With one shot, the 3 people huddled together on the sledge were all penetrated and fell to the ice in an instant. Chapter 195 Crushed Ice. Su Chunlei's ability can indeed have a visual impact on Zhang Yi's attack, but the range he can affect is not large enough. If he can protect himself, he cannot protect others. The ice is full of people fleeing in panic, and Zhang Yi can kill anyone. Su Chunlei wanted to protect himself, So he killed the villagers in Sudong village. Anyway, they were the ones who made the first move. So Zhang Yi wouldn't feel anything no matter how many he killed. The power of a military sniper, combined with Zhang Yi's supernatural power, is extremely terrifying. One shot penetrated 3 people directly, and the air was filled with exploding blood mist. Zhang Yi pulled the bolt of the gun, aimed and fired again, and the bodies of 2 people were penetrated again. Each dog sled was crowded with 3 or 4 people, and they were also carrying the bodies of their relatives, so they couldn't run fast at all. Soon someone realized this problem, and shouted to throw away their bodies. Run quickly! The villagers in Sudong village looked miserable. All they brought back were the bodies of their fathers and brothers. Rural areas attach great importance to the concept of burial. Even after death, the body must be buried in the ancestral grave, so that the soul can rest in peace and protect future generations. However, with the god of death hot on their heels, they had no other choice. Soon, a pile of corpses were thrown onto the ice. Although this had a certain impact on Zhang Yi's progress, the impact was not significant. No matter how slow a car runs, it is still a car. There is no reason to run slower than a dog. The sound of gunfire continued, and the blast of the big gun was so shocking, and several villagers died with each shot. Su Chunlei felt extremely painful when he saw each of his fellow villagers fall. The cousin Su Yongji who pulled him up anxiously shouted to Chunlei, "Please think of a way." Others also looked at Su Chunlei, their eyes full of pleading and expectation. The only one who can deal with strangers is strangers. Su Chunlei's brain felt like it was about to burst, and the heavy psychological pressure made him almost collapse. But in this despair, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Facing Zhang Yi's path, he opened his right hand, and a light blue light began to shine in his eyes. Su Chunlei slowly exerted force on his right hand. Click! A crisp sound appeared on the ice. Very suddenly, a long crack appeared on a large piece of ice. Su Chunlei continued to exert force, and the crack began to expand, and the scope of the ice fragmentation also expanded. Zhang Yijing was pursuing, and the snowmobile tilted forward violently, and the gun in his hand became crooked. Zhang Yi quickly grabbed the window, but the snowmobile lost its balance, and the automatic driving system braked quickly. The car body tilted to one side, and Zhang Yi had to choose to temporarily stop the pursuit. He jumped out of the car window and looked ahead. He saw a huge crack on the ice, which was more than 10 meters long from left to right. The area where the wheel sank into was even more cracked, with half of the tire not even inside. This scene made Zhang Yi's eyes become profound. The ice under his feet was at least 5 or 6 meters thick, so Su Chunlei could not make the ice crack completely and let him fall into the river. But just as Zhang Yi's abilities can be continuously developed, the abilities Su Chunlei showed this time may not become more powerful in the future. It is unimaginable how powerful a stranger who can control ice and snow would become in this glacial apocalypse. Long-distance attack, large attack range, coupled with a glacial apocalyptic environment. The potential is very huge. However, fortunately, Zhang Yi's superpower has absolute defensive capabilities and can restrain Su Chunlei's ice and snow long-range attacks. Zhang Yi looked into the distance, and the people in Sudong village had already fled away while his car broke down. Zhang Yi raised his sniper rifle and took aim. The men crossed the ice and entered the messy trees behind. Boom! Boom! Zhang Yi fired 2 more shots and randomly killed 2 villagers in Sudong village. Zhang Yi didn't stop until their figures disappeared completely. It seems that we can no longer fight them on the ice. Zhang Yi looked at the long crack under his feet and said cautiously, if his superpower wasn't strong enough, or if the ice layer wasn't thick enough, I would have fallen into the icy water along with me and my car. Zhang Yi exhaled a puff of white smoke, took off the tactical goggles on his head, then used the different space to straighten the position of the snowmobile, and drove back to Yonk Manor. The south road was in a mess, and 3/4 of the trap was destroyed. Only about 50 meters in front of the villa remained untouched. But there is nothing to feel bad about, because enough intruders have been killed. Zhang Yi is going to find time to clean up the place again and then rearrange the traps. After returning home, Yang Mi lay weakly on the sofa, her face pale. The bloody scene tonight made her vomit out all her food for the day. On the surface, Zhou Qier was very dissatisfied with his cousin. But seeing how weak she looked, he still massaged her head to make her relax. Seeing Zhang Yi come back, Zhou Qier asked how it was. Have you caught the stranger who attacked us last time? Yang Mi also raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhang Yi weakly. Zhang Yi calmly replied no. That guy was very wretched and never dared to confront me head-on. His kind of ability is too disgusting to be used to escape. And it is not easy to kill. The main reason is that Zhang is too cautious and does not want to enter the opponent's home court. Otherwise, if it were a life and death fight, there was almost no chance that he would lose to Su Chunlei. Yang Mi lowered her eyes and suddenly asked Zhang Yi in a weak voice. You have killed so many people. Aren't you afraid that you will be liquidated in the future? Murder is illegal. Her tone was soft and without much strength. Zhang Yi could feel her wavering from her tone. Before, Yang Mi had always believed that the snowstorm would not last long and that there was no apocalypse at all. Sooner or later, the world will return to the way it was before, and she will still be the big star with infinite brilliance. However, today, after seeing hundreds of people die in horrific circumstances in front of her, her faith was shaken. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, walked up to her with a smile, reached out and pinched her small face as big as a palm. Yang Mi's face feels great, supple and tender. He didn't explain, just asked, what do you think? Yang Mi lowered her eyes and said nothing. Perhaps she herself knows that waiting for the return of civilized society is just an unattainable dream. But sometimes people are unwilling to face reality. Zhang Yi stood up and rubbed his belly. After playing for a long time, he was also a little hungry. But, I'm a little hungry. Make me some food. Zhou Qier dropped Yang Mi without hesitation. Okay. What do you want to eat? Braised duck gizzards, stir-fried garlic sprouts, and 9 large intestines. Yang Mi's face turned even paler when she heard the names of these dishes. Vomit. Zhang Yi looked down at her with a smile. Why are you feeling a little weak? Why don't you come and eat some too? And replenish yourself? Yang Mi's face turned red with anger. Are you a devil? Seeing her angry look, Zhang Yi was very happy. He leaned close to Yang Mi's ear. How about I give you a supplement at night and let you eat something highly nutritious? Yang Mi's face turned even redder. But this time she did not refuse. Chapter 196 Hero or Bear. Shujia Town. Sudong Village. The villagers fled back in panic and were in a state of disarray. Many people were frightened by the tragedy. Their eyes were dull, and they fell in the snow. The wounded screamed one after another, and some were crying for their dead relatives. The women who stayed at home were frightened when they saw this scene. They originally thought they would be able to welcome the returning heroes, along with a large amount of supplies as trophies. But I didn't expect that there was such a strong team when we went there. And how embarrassed we were when we came back. And the number of people has been reduced by nearly half. Where is my son? Where is my son? Xiaoji. Wait a minute. Where is my husband? Did something happen to him? The women looked for their fathers, husbands and sons in panic. Both survivors were devastated. Su Chunlei stood in the ice and snow square, looking at the miserable situation of the villagers and feeling particularly uneasy. I've obviously warned you. Su Chunlei sighed and hurried back to his home. He didn't want to face these grieving villagers. But not long after, someone broke into his home. Su Chunlei, why are you hiding here? His cousin Su Yongji grabbed his arm and said anxiously, come with me quickly. Third grandpa is almost done. He wants to see you. When he heard that his third grandfather, Su Dongsheng, was about to die, Su Chunlei was startled and hurried to Su Dongsheng's home. By the time he arrived panting and dragging his fat body, Su Dongsheng's door was already crowded with people. When people saw Su Chunlei, their eyes were full of complexity. This look made Su Chunlei feel chills on his back. Because from the eyes of these villagers, Su Chunlei did not see any expressions of gratitude, but only complaints and even disgust. Pooh! An uncle of the same clan spat on the ground. A woman wiped her tears and said through gritted teeth, Chunlei, I heard that you are the only one in our family who didn't go with us this time. Why don't you go? You are the only one in our Su family who is lucky and has extraordinary abilities. When something happens, you don't want to be the first to take the lead, but instead act like a coward at home. Do you know how many people in our Su family died because of you? Su Chunlei broke out in cold sweat. This aunt had always been strong, and he was also very scared. Again, it's not like I asked them to go. I have advised you, Su Chunlei said softly. Others didn't hear it at all, or didn't care if they heard it. So many people in the family died, and almost every family had a man killed in battle. So naturally there was a lot of resentment. A group of people were all talking, pointing fingers at Su Chunlei and accusing him. If you were here at that time, you could have used your ability to manipulate ice and snow to do whatever you wanted without causing everyone to be killed by the bomb. What are you thinking about in your head? Su Chunlei felt angry in his heart, and he wanted to yell loudly. I didn't ask you to go. None of my business. But I'm used to being a homebody on weekdays. And no matter how beautiful I think in my heart, I really can't be arrogant in front of the family elders. At this time, a gentle old man wearing glasses and with his hair parted came out. Okay. As soon as the old man spoke, the other tribesmen restrained their words. But they still stared at Su Chunlei fiercely. The old man glanced at Su Chunlei and said meaningfully, Go in. The third brother is calling you. This is Su Dongtang, the sixth eldest son of the Su family, the younger brother of Su Dongsheng, who is also considered a successful and prestigious figure in the Su family. Su Chunlei lowered his head and walked past the crowd to the room. He built the house out of ice and snow. After the heavy snow came, the surrounding houses were buried under the heavy snow. He used his own skills to help every family build a house. Ice and snow have very good windproof and thermal insulation functions, so it actually feels pretty good to live there. The only drawback is that fire pots or candles in the house will melt over time and need to be repaired from time to time. On the bed in the igloo, Su Dongsheng was lying dying. He was already very old. After this fright, he lost his mind and was suddenly frightened, causing problems. Seeing Su Chunlei coming over, Su Dongsheng had a guilty look on his face. Chunlei, you are here. Su Chunlei quickly walked to the bed. Third grandpa, Su Dongsheng said weakly, it's all my fault for not listening to you. Otherwise, our Su family would not have died so many. Su Chunlei's nose felt sore. Being accused like that by the villagers, he didn't know how wrong he felt. Fortunately, the village chief understood him. Su Dongsheng continued, Hey, I was also confused, thinking that after the snow disaster, we had not lost any battles with several surrounding villages, so no one was our opponent. But now I understand that the reason why our village is great is because of you. They are just a group of villagers farming and fishing. What should they pretend to be? In the end, it cost me my own life. When a person is about to die, his words are also good. Su Dongsheng repented at this time. But unfortunately it was too late. He looked at the honest little fat man beside the bed, held his hand, and said that I had already told them about those people in the family. If you want to complain, just blame me. This old man, I can't blame you for this matter. How can ordinary people like us defeat those strangers with great abilities? They all have dead family members now, and they may say some unpleasant things to you. I hope you don't blame them. After all, we are all from the same clan, and we have to help each other to survive in times like this. When Su Chunlei heard this, he was also a little moved. He nodded and said, Third grandpa, I know. I won't take it seriously. Su Chunlei smiled bitterly. I'm going to die. Before leaving, I was just worried about the Su family, fearing that our family's bloodline would be cut off. So Chunlei, third grandpa wants to ask you something before he leaves. I hope you can protect the Su family. Su Chunlei looked surprised and quickly squeezed Su Dongsheng's hand. Third grandpa, what did you say? You are in good health. The smile at the corner of Su Dongsheng's mouth was a little far-fetched. When people reach a certain age, they know their bodies very well. They can even foresee their own death. Chunlei, grandpa is gone. From now on, the Su family will be entrusted to you. After Su Dongsheng said this, he waved to Su Chunlei. Okay, you go out. I'm tired and want to take a rest. After saying that, Su Dongsheng slowly closed his eyes. Su Chunlei felt something was wrong and called third grandpa several times. Don't shout. Don't shout. I'm tired. Let me sleep for a while. Su Dongsheng left these words as if mumbling, then tilted his head and passed away suddenly. Su Chunlei quickly called the people outside the house. Everyone in the Su family rushed in and saw Su Dongsheng, who had closed his eyes. Everyone immediately burst into tears. After Su Chunlei realized that no one cared about him, he walked out dejectedly. Chapter 197, Su Chunlei's Awakening. Su Chunlei was a little embarrassed today. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He didn't know what kind of thoughts he had. In short, he just felt depressed. Is it his fault that this has happened today? If so, he had clearly reminded Su Dongsheng many times. And in the end, it was he who took action to save the remaining people. Otherwise, with the mysterious and powerful Zhang Yi's style of doing things, not a single person in Zhejiakan would survive. But if not, if he had followed everyone there, the casualties would certainly not have been as great as they are now. With such a strange mood, Su Chunlei walked back step by step with slow steps. Third grandpa entrusted me to protect the Su family before he died? What can I do? If that god of death really comes, I am no match for him. I am afraid I will have no choice but to run away. I thought I would become a long-AO genius after awakening my powers. But why do so many troublesome things come to me? I just want to be a salted fish lying flat. Su Chunlei couldn't understand in his heart. But just when he returned home dejectedly, he saw the figure of a girl waiting at the door. The girl was about 18 or 19 years old. She was wearing a long white down jacket with brown fluff on the edge of her hat. Under the hat, a small face as big as a palm is revealed. When she saw Su Chunlei, she walked over quickly. Are you Brother Chunlei? Su Chunlei's heart skipped a beat. As a two-spined ape, he had a natural obstacle in how to communicate with three-dimensional women. Just hearing the girl's sweet voice, his mind didn't know what to do. Ah, I am Brother Chunlei. You? That. Who are you? Although they are all from the same village, there are many unfamiliar people. The girl smiled sweetly and said, My name is Su Lily. Today, thank you for bringing my dad back. Su Lily's eyes were filled with joy and gratitude. My dad said that if you hadn't taken action, they would have all died in that place. A glimmer of light appeared in Su Chunlei's confused eyes. He is not a sinner. He is a hero. And he should be a hero. This is what I should do. Su Lily smiled and said that it is not convenient for my father to come here now. So let me thank you for him. As she said that, she lowered her head and said sorry. There is nothing I can bring you at home. I can only come here empty-handed. Su Chunlei waved his hands repeatedly. They are all from the same village. So there is no need to be polite. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Su Lily chatted with him for a few words, then waved her hand and disappeared into the snow. Looking at Su Lily's back, Su Chunlei's heartbeat accelerated crazily. Although he didn't see the girl's face clearly, he felt that he had fallen deeply in love with her. Su Lily? I'm not familiar with them. Although they are all members of the Su family, they should have been released on the 5th server. Right? This otaku who claimed that he would never be tempted by a three-dimensional woman went against his own beliefs without hesitation. He raised his head, clenched his fists with firm eyes. And I will protect this home from now on. I must give her and the child a safe environment. Su Chunlei returned home, thinking about how to deal with the next crisis. The two battles made him deeply realize how terrifying Zhang Yi was. One thing in particular is that when Zhang Yi kills people, he has pure murderous intention without any hesitation. The traps laid out and the weapons used were all aimed at killing more people in the most effective way. Therefore, Su Chunlei instinctively imagined Zhang Yi as a bloodthirsty devil. This time he must be angry, and he might attack Sudong village in the future and kill everyone in the village. I promised Third Grandpa to protect the village, and now that I have love, I can't just watch him ruin my happiness. But what to do? Su Chunlei didn't dare to confront Zhang Yi head-on. Until now, he has never killed anyone with his own hands. At most, he used ice and snow to attack neighboring villages when fighting them. After much thought, he thought there was only one solution to this matter. That's 2 words: peace talks. Su Chunlei was extremely excited when he thought of this idea. What a genius I am. I can think of such dangerous thoughts. But in order to protect the entire Su family, there is still... Hey, there's Su Lily. I'll risk it all. He quickly sat down in front of the computer, opened it, and started looking for Zhang Yi's contact information. Lily. She must like me. Right? Yes. That must be the case. I saved her father's life. According to the development in the TV series, she must have secretly promised me her heart. Then let her love me more. This fat guy is crazy. In fact, they just came to thank him and establish a good relationship with this stranger. But being a otaku, I don't have much chance to interact with real women on weekdays. Even if I encounter one, I will be so nervous that I can't speak. Therefore, as long as the girl showed a little favor, he would have already thought of the names of the 2 grandsons. To put it simply, he just flattened A. And then he DF'd the second and connected the ultimate move. The next morning, Zhang Yi came out and carefully cleaned up the damaged traps around him. The most powerful grenade traps and detonating mines have been triggered, but bear traps and nail boards are scattered everywhere. In addition, a large number of corpses were left on the ground, both intact and broken. There was a lot of flesh and blood hanging on the ceiling, which looked a little disgusting. In line with the principle of not wasting anything, Zhang Yi buried them all in the snow, then rearranged the grenade trap. The most powerful detonating mine is gone, and the remaining one is on the road to the west. There are no powerful weapons left in the original military camp. At this time, 80% of them are in the hands of armed teams in some special shelters in Tianhai City. After cleaning up for several hours, Zhang Yi rearranged the traps on the road. People in Sudong village will most likely not have the guts to get closer. These traps are left waiting for the second batch of enemies that may arrive. It's ridiculous to say that those people in Sudong village didn't even get close to the villa. Their threat to Zhang Yi is approximately zero if you don't take into account the ice and snow's superpower. Thinking of the ice and snow's superpower, Zhang Yi still admired him a little. The other party is very similar to him in some aspects. That is, he is afraid of death. From beginning to end, the other party kept a sufficient distance from him. And after discovering that he was no match, he fled decisively to a safe area without hesitation. Moreover, the ice and snow power he possesses is so easy to use. It is both offensive and defensive, and can also change the terrain and cause a wide range of ice and snow effects. MD is simply the ice method in online games. I still have to find a chance to kill him in the future. This kind of person will be a big trouble if he grows up in the future. Since they cannot be friends, they should all be treated as enemies and must be killed in advance. Chapter 198 Negotiation. Zhang Yi finished setting up the trap and turned back to the shelter. Those people in Sudong village are not a threat to him. That ice and snow superpower is. However, after seeing the opponent's potential, he would not take the initiative to fight across the river. It's best to wait for an opportunity and snipe secretly when the opponent is not prepared. After all, his current superpower-empowered sniper rifle can reach a terrifying range of 1,500 meters. Zhang Yi returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. Zhou Qier and Yang Mi came over diligently and helped him rub his shoulders and legs. After doing it, Yang Mi became closer to him. That's not superficial perfunctory, but a genuine desire to get closer. After realizing the cruelty of reality and her own powerlessness, Yang Mi wisely chose to attach herself to the man in front of her. This kind of life is very enjoyable for Zhang Yi. The two women wore clothes Zhang Yi prepared for them at home. Without exception, Yang Mi wears a low-cut suspender skirt and black silk stockings from Balenciaga. With her proud figure, only this kind of clothing can perfectly highlight all her advantages. However, Zhang Yi did not let her wear shoes at home, and she had to walk around with her black silk feet. Some women have beautiful little feet, and just looking at them on the ground is a pleasure. What's more, Yang Mi has received special physical training, and even a leg-raising movement will look particularly elegant and charming. And Zhou Qier is tall and tall, with a 9-head body comparable to that of an international supermodel. Especially the temperament of a young lady who comes from a scholarly family, which is something that ordinary women cannot imitate. Therefore, there are more areas for development in her body. Zhang Yi has been constantly challenging her bottom line, making the clothes she wears more sexy. But his favorite is the nude apron. The look that seems to be worn, but actually not worn, is really addictive. Compared to Yang Mi, Zhou Qier more closely fits his image of a good wife and mother. If this kind of life can be maintained forever, Zhang Yi will be a sure winner in life. At this moment, Zhang Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. It's a phone call. He raised his eyebrows slightly and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. The call came from an unknown number. He couldn't help but think of Lu Fengda a few days ago, who also obtained his personal information through the internet. After all, Zhang Yi is not a special person. His personal information is sold everywhere on the internet by major information platforms, so it is not difficult to obtain. The phone kept ringing, and Zhang Yi's eyes were a little playful. It was the first time, but this time he was much calmer. Anyway, his biggest secret has been exposed. What else can he be afraid of? Instead, Zhou Qier and Yang Mi looked at him nervously. At this time, women hope to rely on men to give them a sense of security. Zhang Yi opened the phone casually. Hello. On the other end of the phone, an excited voice came from Zhang Yi. Hello. I am Su Chunlei. Thank you for answering my call. Can you give me some time? I have something I want to talk to you about. Su Chunlei? Your surname is Su? You are from Xujia town. A glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. The expressions of Zhou Qier and Yang Mi also changed slightly. Just yesterday, their shelter was attacked by villagers from Xujia town, so they don't have any good impression of the people in this place. Su Chunlei said. To be precise, I am from Sudong village, Xujia town. But that's not important. I'm calling you this time because I hope to have a good talk with you. Let's not have any more conflicts in the future. How about reconciliation? After hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sneered. Ha ha ha. Reconciliation? Are you kidding me? He lowered his voice and said coldly, from the beginning to now, it's you who have been picking trouble with me. How? Now you want to sue for peace if you can't win. There is no such truth in this world. Right? Su Chunlei on the other end of the phone suddenly became nervous. He sat in a chair and began to sweat. In fact, now, he is very scared in his heart and regards Zhang Yi as a powerful killing god. No. I mean, I hope for your understanding. All this is something our village has done wrong. But just because we didn't cause any harm to you, and we suffered heavy casualties, can you forgive us? In order to express your apology, you can put forward any conditions you have. Fatty Su's nervous voice was trembling. Zhang Yi also heard this. He couldn't help but feel strange in his heart. If the people in Sudong village really intend to reconcile with themselves, they will definitely send a reliable person over. But listening to the voice of the person opposite, it was obvious that he was not an experienced person. He touched his chin and asked, "Can I ask you a question? Can you come to talk to me on behalf of Sudong village?" Su Chunlei swallowed and nodded firmly. "Able. Why? Who are you?" "In fact, I am the stranger who fought with you twice." Su Chunlei revealed his identity. Only in this way can he get Zhang Yi's attention. Sure enough, after Zhang Yi knew that the stilted young man opposite was the ice and snow alien from Sudong village, his eyes became much more serious. "Oh, it's you," Su Chunlei said. "Yes, that's right. It is me, Zhang Yi. Do you think I am qualified to negotiate with you? If it is him, he is indeed qualified to negotiate." Su Chunlei is the only person Zhang Yi is afraid of in Sudong village. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. "Oh, do you mean that as long as I agree to the settlement, your Sudong village can meet any of my requirements?" Su Chunlei smiled. "As long as the conditions are not particularly difficult for us, I can agree to it." The reason Su Chunlei dared to say this was because there was really nothing in Sudong village worth Zhang Yi's concern. After seeing Zhang Yi's superpowers, he could almost conclude that Zhang Yi must have a large amount of materials in the Walmart warehouse. So in terms of food, Zhang Yi will not be lacking. In terms of other living conditions, what is not better in that huge luxury shelter than in Sudong village? Although this fat man may look nerdy, he is not stupid. Zhang Yi also felt that this fat man was not that stupid. He smiled. There was really nothing in Sudong village that was worth worrying about. How can the food stored by farmers and the fish caught by farmers be as good as the things in other dimensions? However, this does not mean that Zhang Yi has nothing on his mind. "Okay. What I want is you, Su Chunlei," Zhang Yi said with a smile. What he can never forget is Su Chunlei's ice and snow power with unlimited potential. If you can win over this stranger to become your little brother, it will be of great use in the future. Chapter 199 Knee Pillow. Su Chunlei was shocked when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He shouted in horror, "Don't be like this! I'm a straight man." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes immediately. And even Zhou Qier and Yang Mi couldn't help but snicker. "Idiot! What are you thinking about? I mean, I'm interested in your powers. Well, if you really want to reconcile, come over in person. Let me see if you are qualified to reconcile with me." Speaking of this, Zhang Yi increased his tone. "Otherwise, I will not tolerate harassment against me again and again. Your abilities have no effect on me. Once I reach the other side of the river, it will be easy to destroy your entire village." Zhang Yi deliberately frightened Su Chunlei. Sure enough, he succeeded in scaring Su Chunlei. "Don't want." Su Chunlei was so frightened that he stood up from his chair and paced back and forth in the room, his body trembling. Facing Zhang Yi, he was really scared. "Even if we destroy Sudong village, it will not do you any good. And don't think we are unprepared." Su Chunlei pretended to be calm and said. Zhang Yi scoffed. "Prepare? I want to see what you can do to defend me. Don't forget, I have a sniper rifle. If I am willing, I can kill all the villagers in Sudong village one by one without even getting close. Unless you don't leave your house even from now on." Su Chunlei was extremely nervous. He finally did something heroic, hoping to reach a reconciliation with Zhang Yi by his own ability, fulfill his promise to Su Dongsheng, and make Su Lily admire him. But if he messes up the matter and angers Zhang Yi, then he will become the center of Sudong village. "Wait a minute. Zhang Yi, don't get excited yet. Shall we talk again? You see, it is also good for you to keep us in Sudong village. Sudong village and Yunk Manor are closely related to each other. If there is an invasion by foreign enemies in the future, we can still help each other." Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, "Enemy? Aren't you my biggest enemies now? If you can win, take everything from me. If you can't, then ask for peace. And you don't want to pay the price? You have taken advantage of all the advantages in this world. Is it possible to think about it yourself? In short, I will just say, in my eyes, only you, Su Chunlei, are qualified to talk to me. Whether you come or not is up to you. But whether I can fight across the river or not depends on my mood. Through the dialogue, Zhang Yi had some understanding of Su Chunlei's character. Timid and cowardly. He is not a very smart and strong person. So Zhang Yi directly forced him to make a choice. Give me your answer now. To come or not to come. If you don't come, I will kill you soon. Su Chunlei had completely lost his rhythm. In his heart, the shadow Zhang Yi left on him grew infinitely. He thought again about the night he was killed into a dog by Zhang Yi last night. I'll go. Can I go? Su Chunlei blurted out, fearing that he would lose this last chance. When Zhang Yi saw that the other party had taken the bait, he smiled and said, Okay. Then come over at 2:30 in the afternoon. The temperature was a little warmer then. Zhang Yi is quite considerate. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly without giving Su Chunlei a chance to regret it. On the other end of the phone, Su Chunlei was dumbfounded. He didn't expect to agree to the matter in a moment of excitement. In fact, he regretted it as soon as he said the truth. How could it be so easy to be a hero? He was able to survive when he met Zhang Yi before because he was insignificant enough. He stayed far away and used long-range skills to attack and defend. If he got closer, he would have thought of 100 ways to die in his mind. Thump! Su Chunlei's fat legs were weak, and he knelt on the ground with a gloomy look on his face. It's over. I'm dead this time. The other side. Zhang Yi put his phone on the table and began to think about how to deal with the afternoon meeting. He already had a relatively comprehensive understanding of Su Chunlei's ice and snow abilities. Control ice and snow for attack and defense, as well as large-scale field capabilities. But these physical attacks will all be swallowed up by his dimensional gate. Therefore, Su Chunlei poses no threat to him. As long as Su Chunlei didn't take precautions in advance, he could snipe him from 1,500 meters away. Not to mention that after getting close, Zhang Yi could completely crush him with the advantage of his equipment. But should we kill him? Zhang Yi was thinking about this issue. An alien with unlimited potential may become a huge threat. But he will also be very powerful if he becomes a helper. Su Chunlei's ability made even Zhang Yi feel excited. If powers are divided into levels, Su Chunlei's powers are definitely above Uncle Yu's physical enhancement, and probably second only to Zhang Yi's ability in different dimensions. Let's test this guy out first. It's time to decide whether to kill or not. He didn't have much hatred for the people in Sudong village, mainly because he had killed more than 100 people and his anger had dissipated. A group of muggles died, ridiculously came to attack his sanctuary, but in the end, they couldn't get through even the simplest traps on the outside. How can humans get angry with a group of ants who overestimate their capabilities? It was mainly Su Chunlei who aroused Zhang Yi's interest. After lunch, Zhang Yi took a nap. Yang Mi wanted to come over to sleep with her, but Zhang Yi refused. I have business to do in the afternoon. I'll deal with you later. Looking at Yang Mi, who was wearing suspender pajamas, Zhang Yi righteously rejected her request to sleep with her, and only agreed to let her sit on the bed and use him as a neat pillow. Yang Mi obediently obeyed, sitting on the huge bed with her knees bent, lifting the skirt of her lace pajamas, revealing 2 fair and round thighs. Zhang Yi rested his head on her lap. The plump and elastic touch was really intoxicating. He put aside the matters in Shujia town for the time being, intending to recharge his batteries, keep himself in the best mental state, and then go meet the stranger who could control ice and snow for a while. Wake me up at 2 o'clock, Zhang Yi said lazily. Okay. Just rest peacefully. After Zhang Yi closed his eyes, Yang Mi looked at his handsome and resolute profile, with an imperceptible smile on her lips. The longer she lived with Zhang Yi, the more she began to like Zhang Yi's character. I thought he was a bad man, but now I think bad men are pretty good. At least he is interesting. The most important thing is that living with him makes Yang Mi feel very safe. Get some rest, little man. She stroked Zhang Yi's face and said softly, Don't make trouble. Zhang Yi blinked. Chapter 200, Filial Son. Virtuous Grandson. Fatty King. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Yi put on all the equipment, then came to the window and waited for Su Chunlei to come over to negotiate. From this distance, he would be spotted whenever he appeared on the river. Moreover, Zhang Yi's sniper rifle can cover all areas within a 1,500-meter radius within the middle section of the river. As long as Su Chunlei enters this range, his life and death will no longer be in his hands. Zhang Yi took off the Rolex from his wrist and put it on the table to check the time. If Su Chunlei can come this time, the result will undoubtedly be the best, and he will take full control of the initiative. Even if the negotiation fails, he can kill Su Chunlei instantly. But if the negotiation fails, Zhang Yi shrugged. In fact, he will not rush into Sudong village and carry out the massacre. At most, he often patrols the riverside with a big sniper. As long as he finds people from Sudong village fishing on the riverside, he will snipe and kill them. The fish in the river are an important source of food, and they are unlikely to give up. After Zhang Yi waited for a while, a shadow slowly appeared from behind the messy snowdrifts and bushes on the other side of the river. Zhang Yi raised his sniper and looked through the scope. He could clearly see that it was a bloated fat man wearing a black down jacket. His legs were like 2 cubes, and he was wearing a funny woolen hat on his head. It's him. Zhang Yi recognized this figure, although I saw it through the tactical eyepiece last night. The ice and snow superpower was indeed of this size. The center of the sniper rifle's crosshair had locked onto the fat man's head. As long as he enters Zhang Yi's shooting range, Zhang Yi can take his life immediately. At this moment, Su Chunlei wanted to step onto the ice. After stretching out one foot to step on it, he fell down because the sole of his foot slipped. Puff! Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing. Damn it! Is this the ice and snow alien he is wary of? That master with unlimited potential? Ahem. Wait a minute. People should not be judged by their appearance. Zhang Yi suppressed his smile and continued to look over. But the next scene made him unable to hold it in any longer. After Su Chunlei fell down, he got up in a panic. But due to nervousness, he fell down again before he could stand firmly. Zhang Yi covered his mouth and spent a lot of effort not to laugh out loud. Unexpectedly, Su Chunlei turned out to be a pure joker. Su Chunlei looked around nervously, fearing that someone would discover his embarrassment. After confirming that no one noticed, he breathed a sigh of relief and then climbed up carefully. The family didn't have a dog, so they had to walk along the ice. Zhang Yi suppressed the smile on his face. Although the other party was a funny man, he was also a powerful stranger. He will not underestimate any opponent. Zhang Yi kept observing the surrounding movements on the second floor to avoid an ambush by the other party. But until more than 10 minutes later, when Su Chunlei climbed up to the other side with difficulty, Zhang Yi didn't see anyone else. Only then did he feel relieved. It seemed like these guys were really scared by me. It's no wonder. After all, too many people were killed by him. The villagers in Sudong village were just ordinary people. They have the courage to gather people to commit murder and bully the weak. But when they encounter a powerful, ruthless person, they wilt. Zhang Yi put away the sniper rifle in his hand and prepared to meet this interesting stranger. Su Chunlei climbed along the embankment to the road. The thick snow had been compacted, like a thick piece of ice. The scattered snowflakes falling from the sky brought some friction to prevent him from slipping again when he walked. Su Chunlei swallowed hard and took a long breath on the roadside with his hands on his knees. His lungs were almost frozen due to the big gasp just now, and his trachea felt like it had been stabbed with a knife. After almost resting, he took out his iPhone 42 from his pocket and called Zhang Yi. Hey, I'm at the shore. How can I get over to you? There are traps near your house. I dare not go there. It doesn't matter. I'm here too. A cold voice sounded from the front. Su Chunlei raised his head and met Zhang Yi's cold and scrutinizing black eyes. One of the two was armed to the teeth. One was dressed like a ball. The other was condescending. And the other was panting and extremely embarrassed. Zhang Yi always found this scene a bit funny. The meeting with superpowers he imagined shouldn't be like this. But after Su Chunlei saw Zhang Yi, his legs became weak, and he had infinite awe and reverie for him in his heart. You? Is it Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi nodded. Are you Su Chunlei? Yes, I am. Su Chunlei stood up straight, mustered up the courage and said to Zhang Yi, I'm here to negotiate peace with you. Let's not continue fighting. It will not benefit anyone. This battle is completely meaningless. Zhang Yi raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Whether it is meaningful or not is not up to you. As the party taking the initiative to attack. Are you embarrassed? Su Chunlei scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I understand that it was us in Sudong village who were at fault first. So what are you going to do before you are willing to reconcile with us? Su Chunlei's performance made Zhang Yi somewhat incompetent. He had made all preparations, including the other party secretly ambushing him, or launching a sudden attack, or at worst, a tit-for-tat argument with him. But the fat man who appeared in front of him looked naive and silly, and he was a complete nerd who was not good at socializing. This gave Zhang Yi the feeling of being punched on cotton. However, Zhang Yi would not show this mentality. He crossed his arms, raised his sword eyebrows, and asked coldly, I want to know, what can you do to ask for my forgiveness? Su Chunlei blinked, and then immediately replied, except for the lives of the villagers. As long as you bring up other aspects, we will try our best to satisfy you. The situation between these two people is a bit strange at this time. Johnny lacks everything. But what about Sudong village? Then nothing can be given. But Johnny always wanted to establish his authority. He asked coldly, who asked you to attack me? That person must die before this matter can be discussed. Unexpectedly, after he said this, Su Chunlei said excitedly, this is so simple. It was third grandpa's idea. He was frightened to death by you as soon as he came back. You should calm down now. Right? Su Chunlei's face was filled with a sincere smile, which made Zhang Yi's eyelids jump. I can see you are very happy. You are really worthy of a grandchild. Su Chunlei scratched his fat face. The deceased is gone, and those who survive must look forward. Right? And it was our fault in this matter. So I can't blame you. Chapter 201 Surrender. Fatty Su's honest appearance gave Zhang Yi an inexplicably familiar feeling. There were people like this around him in the past. He is not good at socializing and grew up in a relatively ordinary environment. So he has had a low self-esteem since childhood. When I grew up, I couldn't make many friends due to my poor communication skills. So when someone is a little nice to him, he will be heartbroken. As a result, after being deceived by the friend he thought he was, he began to doubt reality, and then immersed himself in the two-dimensional world. This characteristic is extremely obvious on Fatty Su, especially his excessive empathy ability. He was able to consider the problem from the perspective of Zhang Yi, who killed hundreds of people in their Sudong village. Seeing Fatty Su like this, Zhang Yi's murderous intention towards him lessened a lot. However, he was not completely relieved, but deliberately said that you are generous enough. There must be some of your relatives among the people I killed this time. Right? Don't you want to avenge them? Zhang Yi stared at Fatty Su's face. As long as there is any strange expression on his face, he may take action and kill him first. However, the sudden change of expression he was waiting for did not come. Fatty Su just lowered his eyes and said to my parents a little sadly, they all died shortly after the snowstorm. My dad has a heart attack. On the first day, when the temperature dropped sharply, his heart attack occurred. As a result, the snow was so heavy that we couldn't take him to the hospital and couldn't find an ambulance. So he died at home. My mother was relatively weak and died in bed a week later. A look of apology appeared on Fatty Su's face. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to tell you these things. After all, there's nothing to be happy about. I'm sorry if it affects your mood. He smiled honestly, his expression a little embarrassed. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment, then asked, where are the other members of your family? Aren't the people in Shujia village all from the same family? Are. A family member? That's right. Fatty Su's expression was a little confused. He seemed to think there was nothing wrong with this statement, but he was a little confused about it. Although we are of the same race, no one in our family has ever looked down upon me. Probably in their eyes, I am just a waste who only knows how to play computer at home. Fatty Su smiled and scratched his head. Look, they all treat me like this. How much affection can I still have for them? So, I don't hate you because you kill people in Zhujiakan. On the contrary, I admire you. You looked so cool when you were driving a car and chasing us with a sniper rifle. When Fatty Su said this, his eyes glowed when he looked at Zhang Yi. He dreamed that he could be such a handsome hero for once. Let everyone in the village worship him, and no longer treat him as a fat loser. Zhang Yi stared at Fatty Su for a long time. Fatty Su was also very nervous, because from the beginning to the end, he didn't know much about Zhang Yi's ability, and he could only guess that it was related to space. But one thing is certain, Zhang Yi's superpower can completely restrain him. So with the current distance between the two of them, if they were to fight, he would have no chance of winning. After a full minute, Zhang Yi slowly said, Okay, since you took the initiative to come here to ask for peace, then I will give you a chance. I have no interest in your village, and those muggles can't have much influence on me. But you are a very interesting person. For your sake, I can let Sudong village go. Zhang Yi knew very well how to deal with people like Fatty Su. He is timid and has a sensitive heart. As long as you give him some affirmation, he will treat you with all his heart. Therefore, gentleness is needed, not strong coercion. Sure enough, when Fatty Su heard this, he suddenly became excited. For his sake? Doesn't this mean that he has Zhang Yi's approval? It is a huge honor for him that such a powerful person as Zhang Yi recognizes him. Thanks, Fatty Su said moodily. Don't worry yet. I have other requests as well. Zhang Yi continued, from now on, I need you to obey my orders. You may not resist any of my demands. Zhang Yi still hopes to get a subordinate with powerful ice and snow abilities. Since killing him and the people from Sudong village would not benefit Zhang Yi directly, it would be better to sell a favor to Fatty Su and then take him under his command. Fatty Su hesitated slightly when he heard this request. Any requests? This general concept clearly worried him. What if Zhang Yi stares at his but one day? Zhang Yi also noticed his worries and curled his lips. I won't let you die. Fatty Su was kept here so that he could be a useful helper one day when he encountered a difficult enemy. Seeing Fatty Su's hesitation, Zhang Yi thought for a while and took out his trump card. The fat mansion of the two-thorned ape should not be able to resist this thing. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand, took out something from the huge warehouse in another space, and then handed it over. If you follow me, I won't treat you badly. When Fatty Su heard this, he raised his head and took a look. He couldn't move his eyes away immediately, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. Ray Ayanami. What Zhang Yi took out was an unopened Ayanami Ray figure. A limited edition in 2024. Only 50 copies will be released globally. The price on the internet has been raised to 25,000 Chinese dollars. And there is no market for it. For an old man like Fatty Su, this is simply the most desired treasure. Fatty Su looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief, and then pointed at himself. Is this for me? Zhang Yi nodded. I still have many things like this in my hand. And there are some generation-level rare goodies. As long as you follow me from now on, I guarantee that I will take care of the figurine pillows and game cartridges and other things. What kind of people should be treated with what kind of methods? Take Fatty Su for example. It might not work if you give him something else, but this thing will definitely make him unable to walk. Fatty Su whined and rushed over, holding the precious Ayanami Ray figure in his arms, and staring at it with burning eyes. Zhang Yi. It turns out you are also a two-thorned ape. And you? Do you like Ellie? Fatty Su looked at Zhang Yi expectantly. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment, and slowly shook his head. I am no longer a child. Fatty Su's face froze, and he lowered his head sadly. Said, yes. Zhang Yi smiled disdainfully. Only a junior otaku like you would like her. In my heart, Nane's friend is YYDS. The light that had dimmed in Fatty Su's eyes lit up again. That's the smell of organization. Chapter 202 The Best Tool Man. In this way, Zhang Yi and Su Chunlei, a fat man, inexplicably became partners. Zhang Yi has a natural affection for Fatty Su, because this harmless little fat guy is easy to deal with at first glance. Getting along with people who are not scheming always gives people a sense of security. Just like raising kittens and puppies. Of course, the most important thing for Zhang Yi to accept him as his younger brother was his ice and snow abilities. When he grows up in the future, he will definitely become a good assistant to Zhang Yi. And what about Fatty Su? As an adult male, it has always been a pain in his heart to like the second dimension, but not be understood by the people around him. I didn't expect to meet such a like-minded person like Zhang Yi, and immediately become very affectionate to him. Zhang Yi. Let's add WeChat. From now on, we can often discuss the content of the second dimension. Hee. He came over so cheaply. I have 100 good resources in my hand. Many of them are limited edition notebooks bought from Neon Country, which cannot be seen in China. Zhang Yi's expression was a little distorted. Actually, I have women. Fatty Su's face suddenly stiffened. And then he said something about a three-dimensional woman angrily. That's not interesting. Zhang Yi said ruthlessly. Actually, it's just because no woman likes you in the third dimension. So you said that? Right? Fatty Su's face instantly turned pale. He took several steps back and looked at Zhang Yi in horror. You? How could you have guessed this? Why did you say it? And it's not like no one likes me. Humph. There is a beautiful girl who is pursuing me crazily right now. And I am considering whether to say yes or not. Fatty Su looked stubborn. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Oh, really? He didn't believe it at all. But since you're here, do me a favor. A good idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Fatty Su blinked. What help can you do? Come with me, and you will understand. Zhang Yi took out the snowmobile. This ability to pick up objects from the air made Fatty Su envious. And he admired Zhang Yi even more. Time is limited. Space is king. Brother Zhang. Your ability is unique even in the whole world. Zhang Yi opened the car door and got in, and asked with some curiosity where did all these theories come from. One said after another. Fatty Su chuckled at the research in our two-dimensional circle. Hee. Zhang Yi sneered disapprovingly. If time is limited, space is king? Zhang Yi thought of something inexplicably. His own matter. When he was about to die, he returned to before the end of the world. This was a kind of time travel. Could it be said that I still have abilities in this area that have not been developed? Johnny has always had doubts about this matter. The reason why he was able to be reborn, that is, to reverse time and space, may be related to the awakened supernatural power. But until now, he has found no sign of relevant abilities. Regardless of this, my abilities are only in their infancy now. Perhaps in the future, if you use your abilities more skillfully and thoroughly, you will be able to make higher-level discoveries. Fatty Sue excitedly got into the passenger seat. After fastening his seatbelt, he looked left and right curiously. I haven't been in a car for a long time. The last time I went to the hospital was 2 years ago to see my dad. Zhang glanced at him. Why? Don't you usually go out? Fatty Sue said disapprovingly. If my mother hadn't forced me to go downstairs every day to do some activities, I wouldn't have bothered to go out. Zhang nodded. Oh, it turned out to be your mother. Fatty Sue also nodded and confirmed. Yes, it's my mother. As the two chatted, Fatty Sue gradually realized that something was wrong with the topic. Why? Why do you feel like you've been scolded? Zhang suppressed his laughter, started the car, and drove towards the distance. Brother Zhang, where are we going? Take you to find good things? The place Zhang went to was a large gas station 10 kilometers away. The shelter consumes so much energy that it can only last about 5 years with its current reserves. Out of caution, Zhang planned to hoard some more. However, if he did it himself, he could only use an excavator to dig, which was a waste of time. So all this time, he has not been in a hurry to do it. After getting Fatty Sue, a tool man of the ice and snow system, the first thing he thought of was to use his ability to dig out supplies under the heavy snow. The two people stopped on a patch of white snow. Zhang looked at the surrounding buildings, confirmed that the location was correct, and then said to Fatty Sue, help me clear this piece of snow. Fatty Sue didn't know what Zhang was going to do. But now that he recognized Zhang as his eldest brother, he would naturally do it honestly. He walked up to Zhang, stretched out his hands and pointed at the snow. Then his eyes glowed with ice blue light. Zhang felt a familiar wave of power emerge from his body. That feeling was just like when he used his precision shooting skills. Soon, the snow in front of him shook violently. The snow that has fallen in the past few days has compacted the thick layer of snow, which is comparable to solid ice. At this time, it shattered and made a dull sound. Puff, puff, click. There were cracks on the snow, as dense as spider webs. Then large chunks of broken ice and snow floated into the air, and were then thrown to both sides. Zhang has been observing Fatty Sue from the side. Although Fatty Sue had surrendered and became his subordinate, Zhang still had to figure out his skills. As the saying goes, you must be on guard against others. Fatty Sue's expression was very relaxed at first, but as more and more snow piles were cleared, it gradually became difficult. 5 minutes later, he cleared a large pit of more than 10 meters in front of him, revealing the gas station buried deep inside. Call. Fatty Sue put away his abilities and suddenly fell to his knees on the ground, breathing heavily. Brother Zhang, do you think this is okay? Fatty Sue asked Zhang Dao. Zhang nodded, looking calm and relaxed on the surface. But actually he was ecstatic in his heart. With Fatty Sue as a top tool man, it will be so easy for him to obtain resources in the future. He took out 2 chocolate bars and handed them to Fatty Sue. Eat something to replenish your energy. Fatty Sue's eyes lit up when he saw it was a chocolate bar. This is his favorite food, but he hasn't eaten it for a long time. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Fatty Sue took the chocolate bar, tore open the packaging bag and stuffed it into his mouth. The rich aroma of cocoa butter melted in his mouth, and he was so happy that he almost cried. Zhang, on the other hand, slid down the edge of the snow pit and collected all the oil stored in the underground oil depot of the gas station. Chapter 203. You are really a little genius. This time Zhang got several years' worth of fuel. He climbed out of the snow pit. Fatty Sue saw him and immediately asked if it was done. Zhang nodded. Yes. This sentence not only means that the fuel collection went smoothly, but also praises Fatty Sue. Without his help, this would not have been possible. Fatty Sue suddenly became happy, clapped his hands and said, That's great, Brother Zhang. You are so awesome. Fatty Sue sincerely praised him, but Zhang felt a little embarrassed. In fact, for Zhang, it is nothing more than using a different space to directly put away the oil tank. The main work was still done by Fatty Sue, but Fatty Sue doesn't think so. He felt that clearing the snow was easy and could be done manually. However, such a large amount of oil cannot be realized simply by manual transportation. Johnny asked. Haven't you thought about digging for supplies before? Fatty Sue sighed helplessly after hearing this. How come you haven't thought about it? But it was so cold that we couldn't get too far away from the village. Even though there are sled dogs. The sled dogs here are not the kind in the north that live in cold environments. If you let them out and about for too long, your body will be overwhelmed. So we are digging some supermarket grain depots and the like around Shijia town. But these are enough for us. So there is no need to go further. Johnny looked at Fatty Sue with a smile. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. This is a top tool man. This question is not a problem for me. From now on, just follow me, and I won't treat you badly. A hint of cunning flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. And he deliberately said that I can give you a can of the diesel and gasoline I got this time. When Fatty Sue heard this, he was quite happy at first. But when I thought about it carefully, I suddenly had a bitter look on my face. Brother Zhang, I accept your wishes. But if you really give me a can of gasoline, I don't have the ability to transport it back. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Hey, so that's it. That's such a shame. Zhang Yi, am not the kind of person who would treat my brothers badly. And there is really nothing I can do about it. Let's do this. I'll compensate you with other things. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he took out a mountaineering bag from the different space yes. It was the one he gave to Su Hao before. It was filled to the brim with food. He handed the mountaineering bag to Fatty Sue. There is some food in it. Consider it a reward for you. Fatty Sue's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took the hiking bag. Because it was so heavy, he almost couldn't hold it. Fatty Sue opened the zipper and took a look. Good guy. He was so happy at this sight. It's full of good stuff. And the food is produced by big-name manufacturers. Many of them are high-calorie foods, such as chocolate chicken drumsticks and brioche bread. Unlike the supermarket in their village, which are basically products produced by small workshops. They are not on the same level at all. Brother Zong. Fatty Sue's eyes were moist. This was the first time, since his parents passed away, that he met someone who was so kind to him. Is this too much? Fatty Sue was a little cautious. He felt that he didn't help much. He just cleared the snow. And Zhang Yi did the main work. Zhang Yi, have always treated the people around me like this. As long as you follow me well from now on, I guarantee that you will eat well, drink well, and have enough food and clothing. Zhang Yi patted Fatty Sue on the shoulder and said with a smile. The light in Fatty Sue's eyes became firm. He already regards Zhang Yi as bull in his heart. Someone who understands his value. Well, Brother Zhang, I will definitely follow you and work hard in the future. Zhang Yi said that the two-thorned ape was really satisfying. After getting the needed supplies, Zhang Yi drove back with Fatty Sue. On the way, he asked Fatty Sue about his ability to awaken. But when he mentioned this, Fatty Sue's face suddenly turned the color of pig liver, as if it was something unspeakable. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, feeling that something must be strange. But he needed a lot of samples about aliens. So he continued to ask. Fatty Sue had no choice but to speak hesitantly. After my mother left, I didn't want to live anymore. But I didn't dare commit suicide. So I had to lie in bed and hope to starve myself to death. This wish came true easily. After all, our family had run out of food at that time. Johnny asked. So you woke up when you were about to starve to death? Ah, that's not the case. Fatty Sue turned his head and scratched his fat face in embarrassment. It's still very warm lying under the quilt. Because I had never starved to death. I thought it would be better to make myself happy before I died. My parents always warned me in the past that rewarding myself too much would hurt my body and my longevity. But I don't want to live anymore. So I don't care about the damage. So I rewarded myself with a little more reward. Zhang Yi's eyelids twitched violently. He seemed to understand how Fatty Sue awakened his powers. You? Several times? Fatty Sue almost buried his head in his crotch. Can't remember clearly? Probably. More than 20 times. I was so overwhelmed that I lost consciousness. Then after I lost consciousness, I felt a change in my body inexplicably. That feeling is so refreshing and wonderful. Zhang Yi fell into silence. Damn it. Someone actually awakened his superpower when he was about to die. No one would believe it if I told you. He can only say that everyone has his or her own opportunities. Zhang Yi sent Fatty Sue to the river. Fatty Sue looked at the Lujiang River a few hundred meters away and asked Brother Zhang weakly. Can't you send me to the other side? With his body, it would be difficult to run even a few hundred meters. Zhang Yi smiled deeply. My car slips easily on the ice. Last time the car broke down on the river. Zhang Yi was more cautious. That's Fatty Sue's home court. So he still needs to be vigilant. Fatty Sue asked curiously. Isn't this a snowmobile? Yeah. A snowmobile is not an icebreaker. It can only be driven on snow, not ice. Fatty Sue felt that Zhang Yi's explanation made sense. But last night, he was also very cool when he was driving a sniper. But Fatty Sue didn't question it. He just unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car. Before leaving, Zhang Yi said to him, Chun Lei, you should be careful about one thing. Fatty Sue felt even more cordial when he heard Zhang Yi calling his name. Brother Zhang. What's going on? Zhang Yi said with a serious face that the last days are very dangerous. Your Xujia town is a famous grain and vegetable town in Tianhai City. Someone may come to snatch your food in the future. So be careful. Fatty Sue swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but become nervous. Yes, Brother Zhang. I remember. Chapter 204, Peaceful Years. Fatty Sue walked back along the ice of Lujiang River step by step. Zhang Yi also drove back to Yunk Manor. The reason why he said those words to Fatty Sue naturally had a deep-seated purpose. Remind the people in Xujia town? He's not that kind. Those people attacked him twice. Even if they were killed one day, Zhang Yi would not feel bad. But Zhang Yi knew that there would probably be other organized groups coming to attack Yunk Manor in the future. Xujia town lives next to him, which is a natural barrier for him. After Zhang Yi instilled this idea into Fatty Sue, anyone who appeared around him would be treated as a potential enemy by him. In that case, Zhu Jiazhen can help Zhang Yi share part of the hatred value. It's great to have such a tool. Zhang Yi looked at the clumsy figure on the ice and said to himself. However, he also had to be wary. The reason why Fatty Sue came to him and recognized him as his big brother was because of the strong strength he showed. If he hadn't been strong enough, he might have been killed by the people from Sudong village last night. Therefore, from now on, Zhang Yi must work tirelessly to train his strength and make himself stronger. Zhang Yi turned around and left, feeling that his rear was basically stable. But there was one thing that he didn't even think of. That is Su Chunlei, who represents Sudong village or has the highest combat power in Xujia town. In fact, he is not the most powerful person in the village. This is incredible from Zhang Yi's perspective. But it is indeed true. Therefore, after Fatty Sue returned to the village, he happily ran to the current patriarch Su Dongtang to report the good news. He thought that he and Zhang Yi had reached a reconciliation and that the village would be safe from now on, without having to worry about Zhang Yi's revenge. But after listening to his report, Su Dongtang's expression became uncertain. After being silent for a long time, he said coldly to Fatty Sue, "Who told you to make your own decisions?" Fatty Sue thought he would be praised, but Su Dongtang's reaction obviously poured cold water on him. He was a little confused. Grandpa 6. But? I saved our village from being attacked. You have also seen Zhang Yi's strength, which is simply not something we can compete with. Su Dongtang sneered. Are you still embarrassed to say this? If you hadn't chickened out yesterday and didn't dare to come forward, would so many people in our Su family have died? Fatty Sue's face suddenly turned pale, and he muttered, not knowing how to refute. Su Dongtang continued, if it weren't for you, would your third grandfather have died? Now you go there privately and talk about reconciliation with others, and you still feel like you have made a great contribution. Haha. Your face is really big. Fatty Sue felt that his face was burning with pain, and he felt extremely lost inside. But? I promised third grandpa that I would protect the village. We can no longer have conflicts with Zhang Yi. Reconciliation is obviously the best. Shut up. Su Dongtang scolded suddenly, interrupting Fatty Sue's words. He stared at Fatty Sue majestically. The long-standing majesty of his elders made Fatty Sue afraid to look directly at him. That's self-righteousness and being smart. Now I am the patriarch of the Su family, and you must consult me first for all your actions. You are not allowed to make your own decisions. Fatty Sue lowered his head and said nothing, feeling aggrieved. He felt that he was obviously the hero. At this moment, Su Dongtang suddenly slowed down his tone and walked over and slowly patted Fatty Sue on the shoulder. Spring Thunder. Grandpa 6 knows that you also have good intentions, but you are still young and do not have mature ideas when doing things. Because of you, the Su family has suffered heavy losses. It was me who defended you in front of the tribe, so they didn't expel you from the village. Su Dongtang sighed. From now on you stay in the village just to atone for your sins. But don't do stupid things again. You just have to obey the village's instructions. Do you understand? Fatty Sue lowered his head and said nothing. Su Dongtang emphasized his tone. Do you understand? Fatty Sue's legs trembled instinctively, and he nodded helplessly. Understood. Su Dongtang then showed a satisfied look. Well, You go back first. Remember? You are not allowed to act without permission again. Fatty Su said, oh, and left Su Dongtong's house with a disappointed look on his face. Watching Fatty Su go away, Su Dongtang adjusted his glasses and murmured that young people are arrogant and domineering. Don't think that because you have some skills, you can ignore your elders. Snort. Then, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and sent a message to the talkers in each branch of the village. You don't have to worry about Zhang Yi's affairs. I have contacted him, and Zhang Yi agreed to reconcile with us. It will not threaten our safety in the future. The talkers in each branch were originally worried about Zhang Yi's attack. After listening to Su Dongtang's words, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief and all praised Su Dongtang's ability. It has to be you, Mr. Liu. He took care of that bastard as soon as he took action. Hey, I should have made you the clan leader from the beginning. Third Master. He is old and confused, so he committed such a mistake. The dead are great, so don't say such things anymore. From now on, our village will be led by Mr. Liu, which is a good thing. After Zhang Yi returned home, he basically chatted with Zhou Qier and Yang Mi about Fatty Su and Su Dongsuan. This is also to stop them from worrying. Yang Mi patted her bulging chest. It looked so good like this. Zhou Qier looked at her teasingly. Right? Are you scared to this extent? Yang Mi angrily said. I don't have one. I just don't want to see such bloody scenes again. If the fight continues, thousands of people in Sudong village will be wiped out by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi can definitely do this kind of thing. Zhou Qier smiled evilly and said mockingly. That's what he said. Someone almost vomited bile yesterday. When Yang Mi was told something embarrassing about herself, her face suddenly turned red. Zhou Qier. Snort. Zhou Qier hugged Zhang Yi's arm proudly. My dear, you are awesome. Zhang Yi said disapprovingly that those villagers were just cats and dogs, and they posed no threat to me. But in the future, if some underground forces appear, that will be the worst. Yang Mi smiled and comforted you. You always like to think of the worst in things. It's rare that the current trouble is solved now. So let's celebrate. Taoist Zhang Yisan has no long-term worries, but must have immediate worries. I don't want to think about it in the long term, as it may become a big trouble in the future. But it was rare that everyone was in a happy mood now. So he didn't say anything. Zhou Qier walked to the bar, picked out 2 bottles of red wine from the Burgundy region, and said with a smile, since we want to celebrate, let's have 2 drinks together tonight. A hint of cunning flashed in Yang Mi's eyes. Okay, I'll cook 2 of my specialty dishes. As a well-known socialite in the entertainment industry, her drinking capacity is very good. Today she planned to teach Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier a lesson. Zhang Yi said with a smile that, it's okay, if you drink something interesting. I'm not a very good drinker. Zhou Qier and Yang Mi laughed even happier when they heard this. It's rare to be happy today. We'll stop there. So, the 3 of them drank together until they were drunk. It was already dark, and Zhou Qier was the first to fall down. Yang Mi couldn't hold up even after half a bottle of red wine. Only Zhang Yi, who claims not to drink, is still sitting at the table with bright eyes. How can he look like he is drunk? Looking at the 2 drunk cats who wanted to get him drunk, Zhang Yi smiled slightly. I forgot to tell you. I used to work in alcohol sales. But at this sight, his throat couldn't help but squirm twice. The 2 women were both wearing thin pajamas. They were lying on the sofa after being drunk, and they hugged each other subconsciously. At this time, their clothes were messy, and Yang Mi's suspender pajamas revealed most of her smooth and round shoulders, half of her breasts, and her charming eyes. Zhou Qier's face was rosy and her posture was not elegant, but she had a kind of insolent allure. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, thinking of Yang Mi's previous prayer to him, and couldn't help but smile mischievously. After giving Zujiazan a painful lesson, those guys never praised Lu Jiang again. Zhang Yi's daily life is to enjoy the quiet time with 2 beautiful girls. Zhang Yi enjoys a life with no worries about food and clothing, and no shortage of leisure and entertainment options. On the other hand, Zhang Yi's mobile phone always receives news from Fatty Su. Brother Zhang, I've been quite bored at home recently. When will you take me out to do a mission? Brother Zhang, I think we can form a Power Rangers team. It's best to have 5 people, each representing a color. For example, if you are the captain, you will be called Yanlong Xia, and I will be called Snow Mastiff Xia. Brother Zhang, why don't you speak? If you don't like it, we can form the Rainbow Team. I will be called the King of Blue, and you will be called the King of Colorless. Do you like it? After Fatty Su met Zhang Yi, he felt that he had found a similar person. He had few friends in the village, and was even more ostracized by the villagers after the battle, although they dare not say anything on the surface. The alienation in their eyes is even more biting than the cold north wind. Fatty Sue had no choice but to place his hope in Zhang Yi, eager to get some comfort from him. In order to win people's hearts, Zhang Yi naturally had to chat with his little brother. By the way, get some information from his mouth. After going back and forth, Fatty Sue told Zhang Yi all the information about his powers. But gradually, Zhang Yi became a little unable to resist. Because he has no girlfriend. This fat man is too energetic. He can send hundreds of messages to Zhang Yi a day. And even if Zhang Yi ignores him, he can talk endlessly. Damn fat man. Have you been idle all day? Zhang Yi asked through gritted teeth. There was a pause for 2 seconds. And then Fatty Sue's shocked voice came. Damn it! Brother Zhang. Do you know all this? Could it be that this is all part of your calculations? Awesome. I'm convinced. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi covered his face, and was really speechless towards this fat man. He understood that people like Su Chunlei were not welcome in society. So when he meets someone who treats him slightly better, he wants to tear his heart out. Even though Zhang Yi's show of kindness to him was purposeful, he always thought about the good. Zhang Yi couldn't bear to scold this fat otaku anymore. He had no choice but to open ChatGPT and let the smart software help him reply to Fatty Sue. Anyway, as long as he sends a dozen messages and replies with one "oh," that's it. He will be satisfied. Why do you feel like a scumbag? Zhang Yi shook his head to get rid of this thought in his mind. Several days passed peacefully. Yang Mi has cultivated the botanical garden in a decent way. And she has also raised many dead flowers and plants in it. In the farmland, she planted some vegetables using the seeds given by Zhang Yi, especially things like green onions and peppers. These vegetables still have to be eaten freshly picked from the ground to have the best flavor. Zhang Yi also inspected the entire shelter inside and out, eliminating many safety hazards. However, there is one question that still lingers in Zhang Yi's mind. That is the security issue of the internet. He looked at the huge supercomputer in the control room and frowned slightly. This computer can control the entire shelter, providing him with a lot of convenience. It can be said that without it, the entire shelter would be paralyzed in an instant. If one day the shelter's network is hacked, the consequences will be horrific. How to solve this problem? Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think of Lu Fengda, who easily found Zhang Yi's personal information through the internet. Even that fat nerd, Fatty Sue, could find his phone number. Network security is a big problem, and he has to find a way to plug this gap. Otherwise, once you meet a top computer expert one day, this shelter may collapse. Chapter 205 Yang Mi's Secret. This evening, the night is already deep. Yang Mi quietly came to the living room in the dark, and then tiptoed upstairs. She glanced at Zhang Yi's room. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. Then she changed direction, came to Zhou Qir's door, and knocked gently. Eep. The door opened slowly, revealing Zhou Qir's beautiful face. Seeing Yang Mi, she whispered, "Come in!" Yang Mi quietly entered the room. Zhou Qir carefully looked at the direction of Zhang Yi's room, and then slowly closed the door. Yang Mi took out her mobile phone and handed it to Zhou Qir. Zhou Qir sat on the bed and glanced at the messages on her phone. Her brows immediately furrowed. Her expression was very complicated. She couldn't bear to be confused, and she didn't know what to do. Yang Mi walked up to her and softly prayed to Qir. "You must help with this matter. You and Zhang Yi have been together for so long, so you must be better at talking than me." Zhou Qir's expression was very hesitant. She put her white and tender palms on her plump chest and said helplessly, "I understand how you feel. However, I know Zhang Yi too well. He wouldn't do such a thing." Yang Mi was a little anxious. "But we can't just ignore it, right? She is also your sister?" Zhou Qir bit her lip, with a look of pain in her eyes. "But now we don't know anything about the situation there. Zhang Yi is an extremely cautious man, which is why he can help us survive. He won't help with this." Yang Mi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "If we don't try hard, how will we know it doesn't work?" When she opened her eyes flashed with determination. "Anyway, I'm going to give it a try." Zhou Qir saw her look and asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Yang Mi put her right hand on her neck, and then went all the way down her white neck, over the high mountains and winding paths, all the way to the deep and secret place. A woman's best weapon is her body, Zhou Qir suddenly said with some vigilance. "To put it bluntly, you just want to seduce him, right?" Yang Mi's face turned red. "How could she? I am also doing this for Xinshin." Zhou Qir snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know what you are doing secretly. Yang Mi's eyes evaded. And then she said, just tell me whether you can help me with this matter. Right. Zhou Qier frowned slightly. Help you? She is a very smart woman. After thinking for a moment, she immediately realized what Yang Mi meant. For a moment, her blush reached her neck. I wouldn't do that kind of thing. What a shame. She couldn't get used to 3 people coming. Just when the 2 women were discussing how to sleep with Zhang Yi. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door outside. Zhou Qier and Yang Mi were shocked. At this time, the only person who can knock on the door is Zhang Yi. Yang Mi's heart tightened. Zhang Yi came over before she could discuss it with Zhou Qier. How should she explain this? Zhou Qier hurried over and opened the door. Outside the door, Zhang Yi stood there in black pajamas, looking at her and Yang Mi sitting on the bed with a playful expression. He discovered Yang Mi when she went upstairs, perhaps out of his usual caution, or perhaps because of the insight that comes with his space power. Zhang Yi is very sensitive to the noise around him. He was curious as to what the 2 women couldn't talk about during the day, but had to wait until he fell asleep in the middle of the night to secretly plot together. At this time, Zhou Qier and Yang Mi were also wearing pajamas. Zhou Qier is dressed in pink, while Yang Mi is dressed in purple. They are both very sexy styles. After all, Zhang Yi personally selected them for them. The most wonderful thing about such pajamas is that it can cover the places that should be covered. But the places that should not be covered will be vaguely exposed. The highest level of style is not nudity, but concealment. The looming white calves under the pajamas, the slightly glimpsed breasts, and the snow-white feet are more likely to arouse people's impulses. In the middle of the night, 2 beauties quietly gathered together, and they were wearing very simple clothes. After being discovered, Zhou Qier still had a strange blush on her face, and Yang Mi also had a strange expression, as if she had been caught stealing something. It is inevitable not to let Zhang Yi think too much. He narrowed his eyes. You guys, are you having fun so much? He held Zhou Qier's chin with one hand, looked at her confused eyes and said, actually, you don't have to hide it. I am quite open-minded. Next time you really have such an idea, you can do it in front of me. After all, people are curious. I have never seen how tofu is ground, Zhang Yi said with an evil smile. At this time, even though Zhou Qier was innocent, she understood what Zhang Yi meant. Ouch. You are so bad. I'm not a lesbian. She greeted Zhang Yi with a small fist on his chest. Oh. No. Then why are you lying on the same bed without sleeping in the middle of the night? Communication technology? Zhang Yi looked at Yang Mi on the bed with a playful expression. There was a hint of suspicion in the joke. Yang Mi is such a smart person. She immediately understood what Zhang Yi meant. No. Zhang Yi. Us. Just talking about a family matter. Housework. Zhang Yi paused when he heard this word. His parents passed away a few years ago. Although he has some relatives in Tianhai City, his relationship with Zhang Yi is only average. As for other relatives and friends, they are all far away. Therefore, Zhang Yi walks alone without any burden. However, not everyone is like him. Zhang Yi hugged Zhou Qier through the door, closed the door with his backhand, and got into bed. The 3 of them sat on the bed wearing pajamas and started talking at night. Tell me about it. I hope there will be no secrets between the 3 of us. Zhang Yi looked at the 2 people with a smile. Do you still have any relatives alive far away who want to take you over and live together? After spending some time together, feelings will inevitably develop. If they were to leave, Zhang Yi would definitely feel a little reluctant. However, it is their freedom to leave here, and Zhang Yi will not stop them. Not like this. Zhou Qier shook his head, looking a little gloomy. After the snowstorm, I lost contact with my family. Now I don't know whether they are dead or alive. Zhou Qier developed alone in Tianhai City. He was far away from his family, and some of them were even abroad. Judging from the current communication conditions, it is impossible to contact him. Moreover, there is a high probability that they have died in the snowstorm. Zhang Yi nodded and looked at Yang Mi again. If there is no problem with Zhou Qier, it can only be her. Sure enough, after Zhang Yi looked over, Yang Mi's expression obviously changed slightly. Actually, it was indeed my family who contacted me. Chapter 206 Genius Female Hacker. Zhang Yi lowered his eyes when he heard this. Yang Mi didn't get along with him for long. And from the beginning, she never gave up her plan to leave here. I just didn't expect this day to come so quickly. But, that's it. Zhang Yi was a little reluctant to give up. But he was not overly concerned. All the feasts in the world must go on as usual without anyone. Are they coming to pick you up and leave? Zhang Yi asked. Yang Mi quickly waved her hand. No. 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 That's not the case. Actually. She was a little embarrassed to say anything. And her little black stocking feet curled up together uneasily. Zhang Yi felt a little strange. What's the meaning? I do not really get it. Your family has found you. Don't they want to take you away? Yang Mi smiled bitterly, and said that a family member had indeed contacted me. However, he didn't mean to take me away. Rather, she struggled for a long time, then looked at Zhang Yi with watery eyes, and said pleadingly that she was in danger and hoped that I could save her. That begging look really made me feel pity for her, and I wanted someone to hold her in his arms and crush her into pieces. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, and finally understood why she had to hide it from him, and secretly discuss it with Zhou Qier. If it is her family, then it is naturally Zhou Qier's relative. Save people? With just these two little women. What could they do to save people? Doesn't it fall on you in the end? Zhang Yi wanted to understand everything, and couldn't help but raise a playful smile on his lips. Oh, so that's it. Are you kidding me? Let him save a person who has nothing to do with him, and treat him as a holy mother. Seeing that the matter was revealed, Yang Mi ignored her reservations, and crawled over from the bed, hugged Zhang Yi's arm tightly and begged Zhang Yi, please help me this time. I have found such a family now, and I don't want to lose her. The feminine scent of her body poured into Zhang Yi's nose, refreshing her heart. In order to let Zhang Yi help her, she risked her life and pressed her bumpy body tightly against Zhang Yi. This is called a honey trap. Not only Yang Mi, but also Zhou Qier came over for that person. Zhang Yi, I know this matter has nothing to do with you, but she is our relative. If we were allowed to watch her die, we would feel guilty for the rest of our lives. Zhang Yi looked at them with a smile. You want me to save people? Don't you know what's going on outside now? My information has been exposed. I don't know how many people are coveting the supplies in my hand, as well as this super shelter. Leaving here means venturing outside. Would I do this for a stranger? Zhang Yi refused without even thinking. The honey trap doesn't work well for him either. Don't think that they can affect Zhang Yi's judgment after spending a long time together. Seeing Zhang Yi refuse so simply, Yang Mi and Zhou Qier were also anxious. This is the last hope to save that person. Zhang Yi, I can't just watch her die. As long as you promise to save her, then I will. No matter what request you make in the future, I will satisfy you. In order to save others, Yang Mi went all out to save others, not even giving up her last limit. Seeing this, Zhou Qier bit her lip, leaned into Zhang Yi's ear, and said a few words. Zhang Yi's eyes immediately lit up. Is this true? Zhou Qier had just entered the Human Resources Department not long ago, and she was originally shy about trying many techniques. But just now, she actually proposed some bold attempts. Zhang Yi would definitely be lying if he said he wasn't interested. Do you agree? The two women looked at Zhang Yi expectantly. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, smiled slightly, and was about to refuse. At this time, Yang Mi said to Xinxin that her legs had always been bad, and she might not be able to last long outside in such a cold weather. My heart aches when I think of this. Zhang Yi suddenly took back what he said. Xinxin? He remembered this name. Yang Mi had mentioned before that she had a cousin named Yang Xinxin. This girl is studying in an aristocratic school in Tianhai City. She is 18 years old. She is very beautiful, and is a top hacker. 18 years old. Beautiful girl. Top hacker. Enter the above keywords to search, and the result is top quality. Zhang Yi became excited. What he was most worried about now was the network problem. But it is not easy to find a reliable computer expert at this time. The key is that the word, reliable, is the most rare. If an untrustworthy person enters this shelter, he will never be able to rest assured. Otherwise, he would have asked Lu Fengda, a computer expert, to come over. And this Yang Xinxin is Yang Mi's cousin and Zhou Qier's cousin. So she must be trustworthy in terms of relationship. An 18-year-old girl with paralyzed legs and beautiful appearance fully meets the three necessary conditions of beauty, strength and misery. Zhang Yi immediately swallowed what he originally wanted to say. He suddenly held the hands of Yang Mi and Zhou Qier, looked at them affectionately, sighed and said, Okay, don't talk anymore. Since she is your sister, she is also my Zhang Yi's sister. How could I stand by and watch if she was in danger? Yang Mi and Zhou Qier had extremely surprised expressions on their faces. Especially Zhou Qier. She couldn't believe that these words could come out of Zhang Yi's vocal cords. Because in her impression, Zhang Yi is a refined egoist who always prioritizes himself. But since Zhang Yi agreed, she was naturally extremely happy. Zhou Qier thought sweetly that Zhang Yi must have done this for me. Sure enough, he loves me. Yang Mi's excited eyes welled up with tears. Zhang Yi, thank you so much. Zhang Yi smiled and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said to the two girls, do you think, in your eyes, Zhang Yi, am just a person who is only interested in profit and has no humane feelings? You are wrong. My indifference is just an expression towards other people. But I cherish the people around me very much. He held the hands of the two women, his eyes full of tenderness and kindness. The two women looked moved, and their views on Zhang Yi had also changed greatly. Glacier quickly said, I have never doubted you. I know you are a cold-hearted man. Yang Mi bit her lip lightly, her eyebrows filled with emotion. Zhang Yi, I must repay you well this time. As a woman, this is the only way she can think of to repay her now. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Oh, just one time. Are you looking down on me? How many times? It depends on your ability. Yang Mi bit her cherry lips and said, Chapter 207 Monster. Zhang Yi decided to rescue Yang Xinxin and come back. After all, for him, the biggest problem in shelters today is network security. Once a house that is mostly intelligent is subject to external network intrusion, the threat to Zhang Yi is unimaginable. He considered this decision very carefully, and did not make it just by slapping his forehead. But before going there, he had to make a detailed plan and collect information before going. After struggling all night, Zhang Yi called Yang Mi and Glacier over the next day to discuss the rescue plan. Tell me carefully what is the current situation on her side. Zhang Yi said to the two of them very cautiously. Glacier looked at Yang Mi. It's up to you to say it. After all, Yang Mi is Yang Xinxin's cousin and has a closer relationship than her. So Yang Mi knows more information than she does. Yang Mi sat upright and said seriously that Xinxin was trapped in Tianqing Academy. Tianqing Academy is the leading aristocratic school in Tianhai City. It is not open to the outside world, and ordinary people have little understanding of it. This school is integrated from kindergarten to university. It only educates the children of the rich and powerful, and also recruits a very small number of geniuses. After graduation, all the people inside have become seed players in politics and business. Zhang Yi nodded, indicating that he was no stranger to this. Around 2050, education has become polarized. The education levels received by ordinary people and the elite class, as well as the elite class and the powerful class, are completely parallel. There will be no overlap in terms of the school's teaching staff or the promotion paths after graduation. Therefore, some monopolized educational institutions were born. That is, aristocratic colleges. Things like academic qualifications are still of some use to ordinary people, but they have lost their meaning to the real upper class. If she was in school, how did she, a girl with disabled legs, survive to this day? This is a question for Zhang Yi. The school is so densely populated that there usually aren't many supplies. If people fight each other to get food, there is still a possibility of survival. But that Yang Xinxin, she has been a patient with polio since childhood. Yang Mi said that Tianqing College has its own special food channels, and the food stored in the warehouse is also very rich. Xinxin and the others hid in the school cafeteria, so they did not starve to death. Zhang Yi nodded, which makes sense. But I don't understand one thing. If she can contact the outside world, why didn't she contact you before, but had to wait until now? Zhang Yi found this very strange. When people are in trouble, they must try their best to survive. Anyone who can ask for help will be spared. Why did you wait until almost 2 months after the end of the world before you thought of contacting the outside world? Yang Mi was also stunned by this question. Her expression was hesitant, and there was a doubtful look in her eyes. Then, I was so worried that I didn't have time to ask her. She took out her mobile phone. Let me call her now. Zhang Yi nodded and looked at her quietly. Yang Mi turned on the external voice in front of Zhang Yi, and then dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. Sorry. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please call again later. Yang Mi's expression was a little awkward. She said to Zhang Yi that I would like to contact her again later, but she kept saying that she could not be reached. Glacier covered her mouth and sneered. Don't think too much. Maybe she thought you were dead at first. That's why I didn't call you. Certainly not. Yang Mi glared at her angrily. Zhang Yi rubbed the back of his left hand with his right palm and suddenly asked, How far is Tianqing College from here? Yang Mi thought for a moment and replied, About 10 kilometers. Perhaps? Zhang Yi smiled helplessly. This woman's grasp of distance made people a little confused about what to say. He took out his cell phone and started looking up the map. Although the signal is not good now, and there are problems with satellite positioning, it is still no problem to use the previous map to check the distance. After some searching, Zhang Yi came up with the answer. Tianqing College is located in Xishan District. From Yonk Manor to there, the straight line distance is 22.6 kilometers. With this distance, it's a miracle that the phone can even get through. Yang Mi and Zhou Qier suddenly realized. No wonder. It turns out to be like this. Zhang Yi looked at Yang Mi and said with a joking smile. But he doesn't rule out the possibility that people think you died first and are too lazy to call you. Yang Mi clenched her fists angrily. No. I am an adult after all. Zhang Yi stood up and told the two people to come to the control room. Ordinary mobile phones cannot transmit signals through nebulous satellite chain. But the super server can. Yang Mi and Zhou Qier are both computer idiots. Not as good as Zhang Yi in this regard. The two obediently followed Zhang Yi to the control room. Zhang Yi turned on the computer, and then used the internet phone to dial Yang Xinxin. Soon, a burst of electric current came from the computer, sizzling, as if it had been subject to some kind of strong interference. It seems that they are in a place with very unstable signal, Zhang Yi judged. After a few seconds, a soft and cute voice came from inside. Who are you? After hearing this voice, Yang Mi and Zhou Qier's faces showed excitement. It's Xinxin. Yang Mi quickly came over and said anxiously and joyfully, Xinxin, I am your sister. Tell me where you are now. Sister will come to you soon. The voice on the other end of the phone was intermittent and noisy. I'm here in the school cafeteria. Very dangerous. Take me. Leave. Zhou Qier and Yang Mi were very nervous when they heard about the two dangerous people, and a serious light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Zhang Yi asked what was the danger? Cat. They. Kill. The sound became more and more chaotic, and the noise of the electric current made people's ears hurt. Zhang Yi frowned and was about to continue asking some questions, when suddenly an extremely eerie voice came from the other end. It was a roar that no human being could make. It was extremely shrill and very long. The white hairs on the backs of the three Zhang Yi people were sweating. Yang Mi and Zhou Qier were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly got into Zhang Yi's arms. Immediately afterwards, they heard chaotic shouting from the other side of the phone. Run! Weird, weird, weird. Monster! The voices of the group of people were full of panic and despair. And that shrill voice never stopped. Zhang Yi even heard the sounds of limbs being torn apart and bones being chewed. This voice was more penetrating than what he had heard when he was living in Yuelu district. Crackling. Click. Toot toot. The phone was suddenly hung up, leaving only the busy tone echoing anxiously. Chapter 2083 Strange People. The phone call stopped abruptly, leaving only the beeping sound still echoing in the control room. Zhang Yi sat on the chair, his eyes slightly lowered, and he began to think. I originally thought it was as simple as going somewhere to find people, but now it seems that there are more troubles inside. He is a person who doesn't like trouble very much. At this time, Yang Mi suddenly hugged Zhang Yi's arm nervously. Zhang Yi. Her eyes were full of pleading, even filled with tears. Her sister's danger made her particularly anxious, and she could only plead with Zhang Yi to save her. Zhang Yi looked at Yang Mi and Zhou Qier, smiled slightly and said, Don't worry. I said I would go to save her, and I will definitely go. Although things may be a bit troublesome, it is not difficult for Zhang Yi today. After all, he now has two strangers helping him. Call Uncle Yu over, and use the tank to open the way in front. Fatty Su is the mage who controls the field, and Zhang Yi finds the right opportunity at the back. If something goes wrong, he can run away immediately. This formation is simply perfect. At the beginning of the end of the world, the combination of three strangers can sweep most of the territory. Besides, he really needs a top computer expert now. Hearing Zhang Yi's promise, Yang Mi and Zhou Qier were relieved. After Zhang Yi comforted them, he went back to contact Uncle Yu and Fatty Su and asked them to accompany him there. Uncle Yu naturally agreed. Fatty Su did not dare to go against Zhang Yi's wishes. He regarded it as a simple search and rescue operation and agreed, since he found that Yang Xinxin's current environment was dangerous. Zhang Yi did not delay and asked them to set off for Tianqing College tomorrow after getting ready. As for the shrill scream that sounded like a ghost when he was on the phone, Zhang Yi could probably guess what it was. Either they are genetically mutated aliens, or other mutated creatures. Although it sounds scary, Yang Xinxin, a girl with paralyzed legs, can survive for a month, which shows that that thing is not something that Zhang Yi and three strangers can't handle. The night before departure, Zhang Yi took inventory of weapons and equipment in his room. Since you may face mutants, you must be more cautious than when dealing with ordinary people before. Even the pistols were replaced by 2 more powerful models, which used armor-piercing bullets. This type of pistol will have greater recoil, but its power is definitely trustworthy. Other equipment was also prepared by Zhang Yi as usual. Those that are convenient for carrying close to the body are placed on the body, and large weapons are placed in a different space. They are all loaded and ready to be taken out and fired at any time. The next morning, Yang Mi and Zhou Qian got up early and prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Zhang Yi. Of course Zhang Yi would not take them out, although the 2 women have experienced some cruel scenes. When they encounter life and death, their legs will be weak from fear. They have no fighting ability, and will only become dragsters. Zhang Yi looked at the large pile of delicacies on the table, and didn't eat much. He just tasted a little of each dish. Eating too much can easily affect your movements. And you should not drink too much porridge or soup. If you have an urgent need to urinate, you might even freeze your second brother if you urinate on this day. Zhang Yi has suffered losses before, so when he goes out on weekdays, he doesn't eat too much in advance, let alone drink more water. Of course, if his physical energy is exhausted too much, there will be enough food and water in the different dimension to replenish it. After breakfast, Zhang Yi's cell phone rang. It was Fatty Su calling. He picked up the phone and answered. Hello, Brother Zhang. I have crossed the river, just waiting for you on the roadside. Fatty Su knew that there were traps around Zhang Yi's house, so he didn't dare to come over at all. Until now, his second brother, fourth brother and sixth uncle are still buried under the snow. Wait for me a moment. I'll be right over. Zhang Yi hung up the phone and said to Yang Mi and Zhou Qian, who were looking at him diligently. I'm leaving. During my absence, in order to ensure your safety, you should go to the basement to stay. Yang Mi stupidly asked why she was going to the basement. Isn't this house very safe? Zhou Qian pulled her clothes and told you to go over there. Zhou Qian knew Zhang Yi very well and knew what his purpose was. The information was provided by Yang Mi and Zhou Qian, and the person rescued was their sister. So it's possible that this was a game they worked together to deliberately deceive Zhang Yi. Although this possibility is slim from all angles, Zhang Yi never believes in probability. He only believes in himself. Yang Mi felt confused, but she still followed Zhang Yi and Zhou Qian to the underground floor. Zhang Yi locked them both in rooms made of alloy and closed the door with his highest authority key. No one could open the door and let them out until he came back. In this case, even if someone breaks in, it won't threaten your safety, Zhang Yi said with a smile. When he left them enough food and water. There was a private bathroom inside, so they didn't need to worry about cleaning. Zhou Qian smiled softly and said, Well, thank you, Zhang Yi. We are waiting for you to come back. Yang Mi probably knew what was going on at this time, although being suspected made her feel a little uncomfortable. After all, Zhang Yi was going to save her sister, so she was not angry. Zhang Yi, you must bring Xinxin back safely. Yang Mi clasped her hands together and prayed nervously. Zhang Yi touched his nose and smiled and said, as long as she is safe when I pass by, then I will definitely bring her back to you intact. After getting Zhang Yi's promise, Yang Mi patted her chest where she was about to cry out, and let out a long sigh of relief. She blew a kiss to Zhang Yi and said, When you come back, I will accompany you well. If you say that, I have to come back quickly. Otherwise, I will feel very sad if I neglect you. Zhang Yi said with a smile. Sweet words come out of your mouth. Although they are not valuable, they are very effective. Yang Mi bit her lip shyly and murmured that as long as you have me in your heart, I will be happy. This time, Zhang Yi agreed to help her rescue her sister, which caused a very subtle change in her heart. She thought that Zhang Yi was willing to take risks for her sake. If this wasn't love, what did she have to look forward to? A ripple gently rose in her heart and could not dissipate for a long time. Zhang Yi locked the 2 women in the alloy room, walked out of the house, and let out a long breath. If possible, he didn't want to have to guard against the people around him. But the current situation is like this. If you want to live a stable life, you must be cautious in everything and not be careless. Besides, the underground house is very comfortable and warm, and he left plenty of food. They are always more comfortable than Zhang Yi, who is adventuring outside. When Zhang Yi thought about it, he didn't think there was anything wrong with doing this. Chapter 209 Tianqin College. Zhang Yi came to the road by the river. Fatty Su was wrapped up tightly, with his hands in his pockets and stamping his feet to keep warm. After seeing Zhang Yi, he immediately waved to Brother Zhang affectionately. I'm here. Zhang Yi walked over and said to him, Didn't I tell you to come and meet at 9 o'clock in the morning? Look what time it is. Fatty Sue scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "Aren't I afraid that I will be late and delay your business?" Brother Zhang? Zhang Yi was also a little helpless towards this fat man. He reached out and took out the snowmobile from the alien space, opened the door, and said to him, "Come on. It's too cold outside." Fatty Sue happily sat in the passenger seat, and Zhang Yi turned on the air conditioner in the car. Considering the outside temperature, turning on the air conditioner consumes a relatively large amount of fuel. But now that Zhang Yi has Fatty Sue as his right-hand assistant, he can easily obtain the fuel he needs in the future. So there is no need to be stingy. As soon as the air conditioner was turned on, Fatty Sue felt much more relaxed. He thought to himself that Brother Zhang was so kind to me. He even turned on the air conditioner to prevent me from freezing. Woohoo! So touched. Brother Zhang, where are we going today? Zhang Yi said calmly, "Go to a school and save someone." Save people? Oh, I understand. That must be Brother Zhang, your very important relative or friend. Right? Fatty Sue looked serious. Zhang Yi curled his lips slightly. A very important person? Roughly the same. Yang Xinxin's computer skills are indeed what he needs now. Not long after Fatty Sue was moved, his talkative nature started to show up again. He kept nagging in Zhang Yi's ears, wishing he could tell Zhang Yi everything about him, from childhood to adulthood. Zhang Yi was also quite speechless. Now that they had met, he couldn't even use his smart voice to deal with Fatty Sue. I was too embarrassed to put in my earplugs, so I could only try to let Fatty Sue's words go in his left ear and out his right ear. Sue Lily from our village. Hee. I'm not bragging to you. She has definitely been secretly in love with me for a long time. Every time she looks at me, she looks different from everyone else. Oh, yes. She even came over to say thank you to me. Hey, girls nowadays are just thin-skinned. If you like me, just tell me. Why are you so embarrassed? Zhang Yi's forehead was full of black lines. If he hadn't been useful for what happened next, I really wanted to kick him out of the car. By the way, what is the attitude of the people in your village towards me now? Zhang Yi asked this question deliberately. Sure enough, Fatty Sue's words stopped suddenly, and his expression became strange. Ah, this. Do you even need to ask? Zhang Yi killed or maimed half the men in their village. It is absolutely impossible to expect those people to be grateful to him. If it weren't for the fear of Zhang Yi's strength, they would definitely want revenge. It was impossible for Fatty Sue to say these words. But Zhang Yi gained temporary peace. The two people were waiting in the car. Not long after, a black snowmobile appeared on the other side of the road. People are coming, Zhang Yi said. Fatty Sue also raised his head curiously and looked forward. Soon, Uncle Yu drove the car closer. Zhang Yi. Long time no see. Uncle Yu was very happy to see Zhang Yi and came over happily to say hello. When Zhang Yi saw Uncle Yu, his eyes also showed admiration. Uncle Yu's ability is physical strengthening, which can strengthen his physical strength and increase cell activity. Therefore, his physical strength is extremely powerful, and his self-healing ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. This is a standard tank front row. Moreover, after not seeing him for many days, his body became stronger than before. Even through the thick clothes, you can see his strong physique. Long time no see. Uncle Yu, you are in good shape now. Uncle Yu raised his arms proudly. That's right. I feel like my body is 10 years younger now. Like a young man in his 30s. With the strongest physical strength and energy. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, smiled at him ambiguously and said, It's mainly about energy. Right. Hey. It's all there. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Zhang Yi introduced Fatty Sue to Uncle Yu. This is Fatty Sue. Su Chunlei, an ice and snow ability user. Can control ice and snow. This is Uncle Yu Jiwanyu, a person with physical enhancement ability and a respectable veteran. Fatty Sue said hello to Uncle Yu, and they were considered acquaintances. However, both of them were murmuring in their hearts. Are the three people at the scene strangers? This is only the early stage of the end of the world, and those who are awakened are extremely rare. How low the probability is for three people to gather together at once. Uncle Yu couldn't hide his thoughts. He crossed his arms and asked Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, what exactly are you going to do this time? Do you need the three of us to go there together? Fatty Sue was also full of curiosity. Three strangers are attacking together. I'm afraid the other party's background is not small. Right? Zhang Yi waved his hand. It's not as complicated as you think. Just go to school to save a female student. Female student? The eyes of Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue became eager. Which year of degree? How old are you in primary school? Zhang glared at Fatty Sue fiercely and said, Take away your otaku attributes. Fatty Sue covered his mouth innocently. Zhang said, She was my girlfriend's sister. She had just been found in a school more than 20 kilometers away from here. I found something abnormal nearby. Maybe a mutated creature. I just called you here for safety reasons. Uncle Yu nodded. Fatty Sue noticed something was wrong from Zhang Yi's name. Mutant creature? Not a mutant? Zhang Yi sneered and said, Who stipulated that only talents can mutate? People can mutate. And any cellular organism can mutate. Uncle Yu asked curiously, Do you know what it is? Zhang Yi shook his head, and I don't know either. Tianhai City has a complete range of species. There are so many people keeping pets. And there are also marine fish, shrimps, and crabs in the seafood market. Who knows what kind of thing mutated into a spirit? Of course, it could also be a human being. But if it were a human being, he would definitely be crazy. Zhang Yi thought of that penetrating voice, which was definitely not something that normal human vocal cords could produce. Uncle Yu laughed and said it doesn't matter. No matter what it is. The three of us can clean it up properly if we go there together. Right? Zhang Yi nodded. That's what I meant. Between the three of us, nothing can harm our safety. Uncle Yu nodded. What are you waiting for? Let's go! Okay. Let's go! Zhang Yi and Fatty Sue got on the snowmobile. And Uncle Yu rode the motorcycle that Zhang Yi gave him. Zhang Yi turned on the smart navigation on his phone and located Tianqing College. Today, the nebula satellite system high in the sky is still able to work, and positioning can still be achieved. Even if there are some errors, they are still accurate. After the positioning was completed, Zhang Yi started the car and drove towards Tianqing College, with Uncle Yu riding a motorcycle beside him. Chapter 2 Tin Survivor. A few days ago, the former site of Tianqing College, heavy white snow has covered the entire campus, except for a few bell towers and the spears of tall buildings emerging from the snow. This top aristocratic school covering an area of 2,000 acres has completely disappeared from the ground. It's hard to believe that there are still people alive in this bustling campus covered in ice and snow. This relies on the solidity of Tianqing College's campus and the massive amount of money invested in its construction. After all, the children who go to school in this place are all the children of wealthy officials. The schools they built for their children were 100 times better than public schools. At this time, there was a group of students taking refuge in a gymnasium in the school. Under the snow, the air was thin, coupled with the horrific incidents they had experienced in the past few days, making everyone physically and mentally exhausted. Everyone gathered in small groups, with haggard and frightened expressions on their faces. The teacher who had just taken care of them went to the warehouse to find food, leaving them to rest here. In a corner of the gymnasium, a long-haired girl was sitting in a wheelchair, looking down at the floor of the basketball court in ecstasy. Her skin was a sickly white, even paler than the snow outside. Her slender body looks like it could be blown over by a gust of wind, making her extremely fragile. But underneath that long black hair, there is a beautiful face, exquisite and small, less than the size of a palm. The appearance is similar to that of Yangmi, but it is completely different from Yangmi in style. Yangmi always had a stubbornness and self-improvement on her face, and the tenderness and pitifulness on her face can definitely make every man feel protective. To describe it in one sentence, it is absolutely pitiful girl, as beautiful as a flower that will wither at any time. She is Yang Xinxin, Yangmi's cousin. But at this time, this talented hacker girl seemed a little lonely. She only has one longtime friend by her side. The other students stayed away from them, and did not want to have anything to do with them. Even the look in Yang Xinxin's eyes was filled with disgust. It's not because Yang Xinxin did anything wrong. Just because her legs are crippled and she is still alive. Nowadays, everyone is in danger, and no one knows when the terrifying creatures in the dark will appear. Having a lame person next to you is like adding another burden. But their teacher is a person who attaches great importance to teacher ethics. Every time he encounters danger, he must take her with him. At the beginning, everyone had no complaints about Yang Xinxin, but instead cared about her and took care of her. But as more and more people died, from the original number of more than 100 to the current number of more than 40, everyone's mentality changed in a distorted way. Yang Xinxin, who can only sit in a wheelchair, is regarded as a burden even if she does nothing. Some people even blamed Yang Xinxin for the death of their friend. Everyone else is dead. Why can you still be alive when you are a cripple? Could it be that you killed everyone just because of your existence? In the desperate situation of death, human beings either burst out with extremely rare kindness, or burst out the evil hidden deep in their hearts. The latter is easier, because disgust is easier to learn than forgiveness. And this evil made their hearts extremely twisted. Amidst the depression of death, people always need to find some way to release their negative emotions. If they can get pleasure from bullying the weak, they are happy to squander this evil at a time when life and death are uncertain. The strong draw their knives in anger at the stronger, and the weak draw their knives in anger at the weaker. Breathing thin oxygen. None of the students in the gym had any extra energy to move. Everyone leaned against the wall or sat on the gymnastics mat and started talking. A girl slowly spoke to you. Can we survive? When several girls around heard this, their tired faces showed fear and helplessness. Another girl hugged her knees tightly and said tremblingly that we can survive. Definitely. However, too many people have died. Li Huimin, Yuan Cece, Zhao Huan, Tong Xia. As the names were read out one by one, everyone felt extremely cold in their hearts. Those were their former classmates, whom they watched helplessly die in front of them. At this moment, a girl with wavy hair caught a glimpse of Yang Xinxin in a wheelchair. For no reason, a strong feeling of disgust arose in her heart. So many people have died? Why is this disabled person still alive? Once this topic begins, it is difficult to end it. Everyone seemed to have found an outlet to vent their anger, and they all looked at Yang Xinxin with angry eyes. It's so troublesome to have to take her with me every time I run away. Teacher Liang is also serious. Why not just let her feed the monsters? That's right. Does she have any other meaning? With her like this, she might die of illness one day. I think she is the broom star. If she doesn't die, she will keep dragging us down. The expressions of the girls gradually became distorted, with perverted pleasure in their distortion. Criticism of Yang Xinxin gave them pleasure in this despair. Just throw all the responsibility on Yang Xinxin. It was as if they could all survive if Yang Xinxin died. Or perhaps, they are simply releasing their malice and fear. Once someone starts this topic, the people around them will also be affected. I think she is also a burden. If she died, wouldn't everyone have to work so hard? If she dies, the monsters won't let us go. But, if there is a next time, how about we leave her to lure the monster? In that case, at least her sacrifice would be meaningful. It's like this anyway. Why is she still struggling? Even if he survives, he will still be a useless person. The girls were talking more and more unscrupulously. Their voices gradually became louder. And finally, the expressions on their faces became distorted and crazy. On the boys' side, some people are also discussing the need to protect Yang Xinxin. We have protected her for long enough, so we have done our best. Right? A boy with a crew cut frowned and asked him not to take her with him next time. At this time, a boy with his back against the wall and a delicate perm said helplessly, "What's the use of talking about it? Teacher Liang is reluctant to leave anyone behind every time. The result of it? Oh, aren't there more and more people dying? He is the monitor of this class, and his name is Wu Qingyu." At this moment, among the first people to talk about Yang Xinxin, a girl with a ponytail suddenly stood up, with a weird smile on her face. She walked step by step in front of Yang Xinxin with her hands behind her back. Yang Xinxin raised her head, too afraid to look at her. "Open." Zhang Mingning. Zhang Mingning walked up to Yang Xinxin and looked down at her condescendingly. Her eyes slowly turned vicious. Then she bowed down and said to Yang Xinxin, "Yang Xinxin, please die as soon as possible. You look like a complete burden now. So disgusting." Chapter 211 Bullying. With a smile on her face, Zhang Mingning said these extremely cruel words to Yang Xinxin. Yang Xinxin froze in place for a moment. Her eyes opened blankly, and 2 lines of tears fell directly down her cheeks. When everyone saw the scene, no one stood up to accuse Zhang Mingning, but instead started laughing. Some people even clapped their hands, thinking that Zhang Mingning did a good job. "Zhang Mingning, you've had enough. We are all classmates. How could you say such cruel words?" A pretty girl with short hair came over and quickly stood in front of Yang Xinxin. She is Yang Xinxin's best friend Lu Karen. If she hadn't been pushing Yang Xinxin's wheelchair, Yang Xinxin would have died long ago. Zhang Mingning held her stomach and suddenly burst out laughing wildly. "Ha ha ha! Lu Karen, who are you to talk to me like this?" A hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. She pointed at Lu Karen and said, "You, a person who has been admitted to school with special care, dare to talk back to this lady and forget your identity?" Among aristocratic schools, the classification of grades is even stricter. Zhang Mingning is the daughter of a wealthy family, and although Lu Karen comes from a good family, he can only be considered at the bottom of Tianqing College. Lu Karen blushed, clenched his fists and said, "So what if your family has money? Now is a time like this. Can your family save you if you have more money? Zhang Mingning angrily said, shut up. No matter what happens, the gap between you and us can never be erased. Just leave this age-lish place and see the light of day again. You and I are still not from the same world. She looked at Yang Xinxin with vicious eyes, laughing and pointing at her. Yang Xinxin, it's because you dragged everyone down that so many of our classmates have died now. You should die quickly and stop living. There were tears in Yang Xinxin's eyes. She was cursed so viciously by Zhang Mingning. She didn't refute a word. She just lowered her head and let the tears fall on the back of her white hands. But Yang Xinxin couldn't stand her friend being so insulted. She retorted to Zhang Mingning. Xinxin is also a human being. And she also has the right to live. Why do you say that to her? Xinxin is not to blame for the deaths of others. At this moment, another girl with a long ponytail and an oval face like a princess stood up. She said slowly, but a person with a disability who can only sit in a wheelchair will indeed be a drag on all of us. The girl's name is Zheng Yunsong, the daughter of an official from Jiangnan province. She walked over gently, staring at Yang Xinxin, with a natural arrogance on her face. Therefore, what Zhang Mingning said was correct. You are indeed a burden. In the past, everyone didn't leave you behind for the sake of your classmates. But you shouldn't be so ignorant. Right? Do you want to kidnap us morally because of our disability? It's too humble to do this. Really. With these two girls taking the lead, other people who had long been dissatisfied with Yang Xinxin, or who simply wanted to see others die, began to accuse Yang Xinxin. Yang Xinxin is very beautiful. And she has polio. Coupled with the character of a top hacker, she perfectly fits the beautiful, strong and miserable setting. Therefore, in the past, she had always been very popular in Tianqing Academy, and many boys were eager to become her knights and protect her. This naturally made many girls jealous of her. At this time, the evil thoughts that had been suppressed for a long time were also released along with everyone. Yang Xinxin, please stop dragging us down. Okay. Really are. If Teacher Liang you hadn't been so soft-hearted, I would have wanted to leave you alone. Please, can you find a place to die by yourself? Yang Xinxin lowered her head and did not refute a word. But veins appeared on the back of her fair hands due to excessive exertion. Lu Karen stood in front of her and tried hard to argue for her. What have you done for Xinxin? I am just taking care of her every time. Don't blame your desperate situation on others. Zhang Mingning pointed at Lu Karen and said mockingly, Lu Karen, you are so pitiful. I am a wealthy lady from a prominent family. But you are just a student who is admitted to school with special care. If she hadn't been sick, would she have been friends with you? I think she just wants to boss you around and gain a sense of superiority from you. Don't be stupid. If she were nice, she wouldn't talk to you. Lucas said angrily, no way. Xinxin is not this kind of person. Yang Xinxin lowered her head and said nothing. However, a group of girls were chattering around her, which made her very uncomfortable. It's so noisy, she whispered. However, this sentence has long been buried in the quarrel among everyone. Among the students, a girl with elegant burgundy hair and delicate appearance suddenly walked over. Everyone, please stop arguing. At this time, we should all unite and help each other. As soon as the red-haired girl spoke, the tone of the other girls suddenly became weaker, because her family background is top-notch in the class. She is also the league secretary of the class, named Shenmieka. Shen Miao looked at Yang Xinxin tenderly, lowered her head and said, Xinxin, you don't have to worry. Although you are in trouble now, none of us will give up. I believe you won't blame all of us. Right? Let us continue to be good friends in the future. As she spoke, she smiled and extended her right hand to Yang Xinxin. Shen Miao looked so gentle. She even stood up and spoke for Yang Xinxin, who was besieged by everyone. But her tone always made people feel slightly uncomfortable. Yang Xinxin did not reach out. Shen Miao waited for a moment, her expression a little embarrassed. She tilted her head, trying to look directly into Yang Xinxin's eyes through her bangs. Don't you even want to shake my hand? I have always cared about you the most. The classmates around also looked like they were watching a good show. Others said, Muka, you are so kind. So kind to a useless person like her. Hey, Yang Xinxin. What do you mean? Milka, I want to shake hands with you. But don't be shameless. Come on. Is it possible that your legs are disabled and your brain is having problems? The girls were laughing at Yang Xinxin here, while the boys were watching the fun not far away, with no intention of coming to help. In today's repressive environment, watching others being bullied can also give them a morbid pleasure. Yang Xinxin held her hand. And just as she raised her hand forward, a strange sound suddenly came from behind everyone. Clang. Everyone turned around subconsciously, and then heard an extremely shrill scream. The 3-meter-high metal window outside the gymnasium was pushed down, and a 5 to 6 meter long black claw with a metallic glow stretched out from inside. The claws clasped Jung Yunsung's head and lifted it up into the air very easily. A strange big face appeared outside the gym, with a sinister smile on its lips. Meow. Chapter 212. Dinner is ready. Jung Yunsung's body was lifted up like a doll. Her whole body was stiff, and blood was gradually oozing from her head. Before she could ask for help, she was quickly pulled out of the window. The huge black monster brought it in front of her, stretched out its scarlet tongue and took a lick. The barbs on it immediately scraped her flesh and blood, and her face had disappeared. Ah! Shouts of panic erupted in the gymnasium. Everyone ran as fast as they could to the back of the gym. No one cares about Yang Xinxin anymore. Only Lu Karen is left pushing Yang Xinxin's wheelchair and runs behind. A group of people gathered at the back door, only to find that the door here was blocked and could not be opened no matter how hard they tried. Damn it. It's frozen. Open it quickly. Otherwise we will all die here. A group of students peed their pants anxiously and turned pale. At this time, the black monster had already entered the gym. Its huge body was more than 10 meters tall. Its whole body was dark and stained with blood, and the hair on its body was as sharp as steel needles. The entire door was blocked tightly by it. It held Jung Yunsung with its 2 paws, licked her for a while with a smile, and then bit off her head. Blood gushes out like a fountain. Ah! A group of girls screamed in fear, covered their faces, and fell to the ground with weak legs. The boys tried their best to open the back door. However, after being frozen for so long, the back door was frozen to death, and there were dozens of tons of ice and snow blocking the back door, making it impossible to open it. The monster threw half of Jung Yunsung's body aside, then raised its tail and walked toward the gymnasium with a smile. It tilted its head and seemed to be sizing up the little mice in front of it. For some reason, everyone actually saw a hint of joking in its eyes. This made everyone's hair stand on end. The thing in front of them seemed to be an intelligent monster. They took advantage of the teacher who was protecting them to find food and came over to attack them. Dozens of students huddled in a corner of the stadium, facing the huge monster in front of them. They couldn't even muster the courage to resist. At this moment, someone suddenly pushed Yang Xinxin forward, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Yang Xinxin was caught off guard and fell forward with her wheelchair. Sure enough, this caught the monster's attention, and it raised its paws and took 2 steps forward. Lu Karen was so frightened that he shouted Xinxin. She wanted to save Yang Xinxin, but at this time her legs were out of control, and she couldn't move at all. Seeing the black monster getting closer and closer to Yang Xinxin, she lowered her head and began to look at the little mouse on the ground. At this moment, the boys who had just pushed Yang Xinxin ran towards the door violently. The black monster's head turned slightly, and its amber eyes stared at them. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Snapped. Before the 2 boys could run out, they slapped their big black paws to the ground one by one. Puff! The black monster only used a little strength, but this power was not something their bodies could bear. Both men's internal organs were crushed, and a large amount of blood spurted out from their mouths. But they didn't want to just wait for death, and they still tried desperately to get up and run outside. They are all young men from prominent families. From the moment they are born, they are destined to be winners in this world. Their starting points are the end points that most people cannot reach in their lives. They will have the brightest future and enjoy all the beautiful things in this world. How could he die in this place? The black monster also abandoned Yang Xinxin, who was lying motionless on the ground, and turned around and walked towards them. Its big claws tugged, and claws sharper than steel knives pulled them back. A hole was opened in their bodies instantly, and blood splattered. At this time, the black cat had his back to everyone. Lu Karen plucked up the courage and ran over to help Yang Xinxin up. Wu Chuyu's eyes lit up, and he whispered to several close classmates next to him. I understand. This monster likes to attack moving objects. Just now, Yang Xinxin was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, but she escaped. When several boys nearby heard this, they suddenly realized. No wonder Li Yong and Zhou Keki wanted to run away. But they died the fastest. What should we do? Should we lie down and pretend to be dead? A flash of coldness flashed in Wu Qingyu's eyes. It's not safe to lie down and pretend to be dead. No one knows if this monster is playing tricks on us. We have to do this. After discussing it with a few people, he instigated the classmates around him. Let's leave immediately, while the monster's attention is attracted. Staying here is a recipe for death. Someone has to go out and call Teacher Liang back. Otherwise, everyone will die. Several people said such words to encourage the students around them. Some people are too timid to do this. After all, if they want to go out, they have to get past the black monster blocking the door. However, there are also a few simple people who think it is better to give it a try than wait for death. Let's rush together. It can't possibly kill everyone. Right? Staying is not like waiting to die. Several boys' eyes were red. And they were born with extreme anger under extreme fear. This anger gave them courage. At this time, the monster was lowering its head and using its big paws to pull the two struggling little mice in front of it. Liang and Zhou Keki were covered in blood. But they still did not give up hope of survival. They desperately tried to crawl out of the door. And at the same time reached out to other students for help. Help me. Do not give up on me. Please. Wu Qingyu. Xiao Ran. Aren't we the best brothers? The monster did not kill them directly, but squatted on the ground and watched them struggling with a strange smile. Then from time to time, he would use his big paws to pull them from one side to another, and then from there to that side like a wheel. It doesn't look like it's hunting prey, but like it's playing with two interesting toys. Several other boys took the opportunity to sneak around behind the monster, trying to escape through the hole. They turned a deaf ear to Liang and Zhou Keki's pleas for help. Liang and Zhou Keki were desperate. They shouted viciously, "Don't even think about living on your own." As they spoke, they pointed at the people behind the monster. Look there. They want to run. They want to run. The monster narrowed its eyes slightly, turned its head strangely, twisted 180 degrees, and looked behind it. The few boys who wanted to take the opportunity to run out were immediately stared at by it. Several people's backs felt cold, and they chose to speed up and rush out in the thin line between life and death. Snapped. 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 The big paw quickly slapped down 3 times in the air. The movement looked particularly graceful, and did not use much strength. But the 3 boys fell to the ground instantly, and their chests were smashed. Chapter 213 Tang Dao and the Female Warrior. The 3 people stopped by the monster glared angrily at Liang and Zhou Keki. Brute. Liang and Zhou Keki knew that they would not live long, and laughed with blood flowing from their mouths. Don't even think about living. Don't even think about living. If we die, we will die together. The monster got 7 cute little toys, and he became a little excited for a while. His big black tail was raised high, and his big paws were clawing back and forth on the ground. And just when the monster's attention was all attracted by these 2 groups of people, Wu Qingyu and the other 3, who had been preparing for a long time, rushed out and ran out of the gym. Their faces were filled with joy of surviving the disaster. Wu Qingyu's mouth showed a proud smile. I'm sorry. Rather than die together, it would be better for you to die. Several people nearby complimented Dao Qingyu. You are so smart. Let those guys attract the monster's attention first, and then we can run out. A few people ran away as fast as they could, and Wu Qingyu explained to them that the thing looked like a mutated cat to me. Cats are very playful, and will play with their prey before eating it. Moreover, unless they are extremely hungry, they will not be very interested in dead mice. Inside the gymnasium, the monster found a few little mice escaping, but it didn't care. After all, the other little mice were here. This gymnasium, like its granary, is all you can eat. The other students huddled in the corner, their eyes filled with envy when they saw Wu Qingyu and the others escaping. As a result, some people wanted to imitate Wu Qingyu and the others and sneak away secretly. However, the monsters have begun to pay attention, and naturally it is impossible to let them get what they want. Snapped. Snapped. There were 2 crisp sounds, obviously louder than before. The monsters seemed to be tired of playing, so they no longer kept their lives. After the big black claws were raised, only 2 bloody bodies were left on the ground. Several female classmates screamed in agony, covered their heads, and almost collapsed. At this moment, an angry shout came. Damn monster. Don't hurt my students. Hearing this voice, hope appeared in the eyes of the originally desperate students. Teacher Liang. Teacher Liang is back. At the door of the gymnasium, a tall woman with a high ponytail appeared. She held a simple and sharp tang knife in her right hand and slashed at the monster. Wherever the blade passed, there was a strange wave, and even the blade had a faint blue luster. This angry blade was so fast that it was dizzying, and the danger contained in the blade made the black monster unwilling to touch it. Meow. It let out a penetrating cry and quickly dodged to the side. Liang Yu's eyes were very sad when he saw a pile of corpses on the ground. But seeing the students huddled in a corner of the gymnasium, she weighed the pros and cons, and did not choose to fight the monster here. Liang Yu's body slowly moved towards the gymnasium, giving way to the door. The monster understood what Liang Yu meant, and a strange smile appeared on its lips. Then it lowered its head and bit a student's body. The huge, but extremely flexible body disappeared outside the gymnasium with a rumble. Liang Yu held the knife in both hands and cautiously walked outside step by step. But when I looked outside, I could no longer see the monster's body, only the crisscrossed ice and snow passages it drilled out of the snow. Liang Yu breathed a long sigh of relief. But at the same time, he felt indescribable fatigue. How long can she protect her students if she keeps playing cat and mouse games like this? In more than a month, most of the students around him died. Maybe one day, everyone will die here. And she is no exception. Liang Yu put the Tang sword back into its scabbard. And League Secretary Shinyoka came over and said weakly, "Teacher Liang." Their eyes looked at the snakeskin bag at Liang Yu's feet. Liang Yu said softly, "Share the food with everyone." After finishing speaking, she found a corner, held Tang Dao in her arms, closed her eyes, and began to rest. She was so tired. After the end of the world, most of the people in the school died. He didn't die in the cold snowstorm, but in the hands of that monster. If Liang Yu hadn't had her own superb martial arts and awakened her powers, she would have definitely become a delicious meal in the monster's belly. However, she had to protect so many students and always be on guard against monsters that might attack at any time. So she was already exhausted mentally and physically. Shinyoka and several girls took the food back and distributed it to the surviving students. Soon after, Wu Qingyu and the other two came back, pretending to be nothing, and went to get some food first. As for their inciting classmates to commit suicide, it was as if it had never happened. At this moment, Zhang Mingning, who had stood up to reprimand Yang Xinxin, suddenly went crazy. Zheng Yunsong is her best friend, and the two have been playmates since childhood. At this time, Zheng Yunsong's death greatly stimulated her. She ran over and cursed Yang Xinxin. "Why are you still alive when everyone is dead? You loser is the one who deserves to die. Why? Why don't you die?" Yang Xinxin still said nothing. "Is there anything to explain? If you want to impose a crime, there is no need to hesitate." Lu Karen was indignant. "Zhang Mingning, are you being reasonable? Can Xinxin be blamed for this?" Zhang Mingning was crying while stamping her feet and scolding. "I just don't like her. How about that?" Shen Miao advised Zhang Mingning. "Please stop being like this." With that said, she took out a piece of food and handed it to Yang Xinxin. "Xinxin, let's have something to eat." Upon seeing this, Zhang Mingning knocked the food to the ground. She said fiercely not to waste food on her. The food stored in the school warehouse is limited. Her disability will be eaten sooner or later, so it is better to leave the food for useful people to eat. Teacher Liang Yu, who had her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes. Seeing such conflicts among students, she slowly closed her eyes helplessly. She was so tired. And this happened almost every day. Every day, people go crazy, and people quarrel or even fight because they cannot bear the huge pressure. She no longer had any extra energy to care about these things, and had to use all her energy to fight against the elusive monster. As long as the students don't make trouble that threatens to kill someone, she won't interfere. Zhang Mingning was still making noise there, and the only sound in the gym was her hoarse curses. In the corner, a girl sitting on a gymnastics mat covered her head and said with broken eyes, "It's useless. It's useless. No matter how much we argue, it's useless. We will all die and be eaten by that monster. Don't you understand yet? We are all the food it deliberately raised. The reason why we can survive until now is because it likes to eat alive." Chapter 214 Mutated Creatures. What this girl said made everyone feel horrified. Indeed, every time the monster appears, it will select a few people to kill, and never kill too many people. It's like raising a group of chickens and ducks, and then picking out a few to kill when you want to eat them. We have no hope anymore. The girl collapsed and shouted, "There will be no rescue or anything. The world is over." At this time, squad leader Wu Qingyu gritted his teeth and said, "It will happen. It will definitely happen. We are all the elites of this society, destined to be high-ranking and achieve extraordinary things in the future. How could we die here?" He raised his head and looked at the sky, which was closed by thick ice and snow. "As long as I can leave here and contact the outside world, my father will definitely bring someone over to save me. But how to leave here and get to the ice is a major problem. Liang Yu is very powerful. as a specially appointed teacher at Tianqing Academy. She was once a martial arts master at the level of a Chinese martial artist. She even served as a personal bodyguard for the wife of a high-ranking leader. Now that he has awakened his superpower, his strength is even more powerful. But no matter how powerful she is, she still doesn't have the ability to fight against the mutated monster while leading a large group of demons. Zhang Yi and Fatty Su and Uncle Yu followed the navigation and finally arrived at the old site of Tianqing College after more than an hour. After arriving here, there was only a vast expanse of white left between heaven and earth. Fortunately, there is a hill near Tianqing College, which can be used as a reference to avoid being unable to confirm the direction. When the three people got out of the car, Zhang Yi held the pistol in his hand and told the other two people to be alert to the surroundings and be careful of danger. Fatty Su swallowed his saliva and stepped back involuntarily. Uncle Yu, on the other hand, stood at the front of the three people without hesitation. Not only because he was the strongest physically, but as a soldier and the elder among the three. He felt that it was natural for him to protect Zhang Yi and Fatty Su. But looking at the vast white snow in front of him, Uncle Yu was a little confused. However, it is covered with snow everywhere. How can we confirm the location of the person you want to save? Zhang Yi took out his mobile phone and wanted to contact Yang Xinxin for confirmation. But the phone couldn't dial the other party's number at all. My mobile phone signal is a little weak. Zhang Yi was also helpless. Let's look for it. This school is very large, and there must be high-rise buildings exposed. The map has the structure of the school. As long as you find a building, you can figure out Yang Xinxin's approximate location. Fatty Su showed a bitter face. This kind of aristocratic school is quite big. I heard there's even a golf course inside. Zhang Yi nodded. The school covers an area of 3,000 acres. Let's drive and look for it slowly. So there's no need to be too anxious. If they didn't have a car, they didn't know they would have to find the year of the monkey, the horse and the moon. Uncle Yu said. Let's look for it separately. This is faster. Zhang Yi shook his head. It was not necessary. For safety reasons, everyone should act together. It doesn't matter if it's slow. The key is to be steady. Uncle Yu chuckled and nodded in agreement with Zhang Yi. So the three people got in the car and started looking for traces of high-rise buildings nearby. Sure enough, after a while, they saw some spire-like buildings. There is a tall tower ahead. Go check it out. Zhang Yi and Fatty Su got out of the car and walked over to check. Based on the drawings found online, Zhang Yi confirmed that this was the astronomy center of Tianqing College. The astronomy center is located in the southeast, the front area of the campus. The location of the student dormitories and the cafeteria are in the north, which is very different. Zhang Yi looked at his phone and thought carefully. Fatty Su asked, was it possible that they were hiding in the classroom or in an open place like the gymnasium? After all, if you want to move below the snow surface, you must have a large space. Otherwise the oxygen concentration will not be enough. You also have to consider the risk of snow collapse overhead. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and said, I can't say. This campus is very big. We can only choose the area with the highest possibility to search. The first is the dormitory and canteen. These two places are the most likely. After all, there are clothes, beds and food. Secondly, there are various teaching buildings in the gymnasium. Zhang Yi carefully analyzed Yang Xinxin's possible position. Fatty Su and Uncle Yu were not idle either. They came to the top of the observatory and began to try to find the entrance. This is simple for Fatty Su. He used his superpower to control the ice and snow on the ground to disperse around him, quickly revealing the space 4 to 5 meters below. The spire of the observatory also gradually becomes larger, revealing the windows below. Zhang Yi, you can go in here, Fatty Su said happily. Zhang Yi replied disapprovingly, what's the use of going down here? We are not here to collect astronomical telescopes. Fatty Su. He thought he would be praised. But Zhang Yi didn't buy it, and his expression immediately became depressed. Zhang Yi raised his head and changed his tone. The professional astronomical equipment inside was collected and might be used later. A professional-grade astronomical telescope might be useful for reconnaissance of the enemy in the future. Anyway, you have come. And if you don't take the good things, you won't get them in vain. Su Chunlei's confidence increased greatly. So he and Uncle Yu jumped in along the window to get something out. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a light-like feeling on his back, which made his hair stand up. That's what it feels like to be stared at by a wild beast. Zhang Yi immediately turned around, assumed a fighting stance, and pointed the guns in both hands forward. And when he saw what was in front of him clearly, he couldn't help but his pupils tightened. On the white snow, A huge black monster lay quietly on the snow, staring at it. The body lying on the snow seemed to be about to jump forward at any moment, since half of its body was in the snow. Johnny could not judge its size, but Johnny has visited the dinosaur museum, and just looking at the head of this monster is about the same size as the head of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The dark body was covered with hair like steel needles, and the amber pupils stared at him with a bit of weird teasing. Mutated creatures? This term immediately came to Zhang Yi's mind. If you guessed correctly, it was the source of the sound that Yang Xinxin heard during the call. Zhang Yi watched it warily, waiting for its attack at any time. But what surprised him was that the monster just stared at him with no intention of attacking. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, feeling that things were not that simple. The wild beasts will attack as soon as they find an opportunity. Just now Zhang Yi turned his back to it, but it did not attack. Even though a man and a beast were face to face at this time, he only felt strangeness from the monster, but he did not feel the bloodthirsty killing intent. What exactly is going on? Chapter 215 Passage in the Snow. Zhang Yi was startled by the sudden appearance of a huge monster, but he soon adjusted his mentality. After all, he had experienced life and death many times, and his mentality had long been as hard as iron. However, he unexpectedly found that the monster was not hostile to him. Just as Zhang Yi was thinking about how to deal with it, Fatty Sue and Uncle Yu climbed up from the snowdrift and asked Zhang Yi for some ropes to climb down. Their appearance attracted the monster's attention. When Fatty Sue saw such a big strange thing, he was so scared. A loud shout. Out of instinct, he waved his right hand forward and activated his ability. The sky full of ice and snow was dug up from the snow, and then swept towards the monster. Zhang Yi immediately shouted no, but it was too late for him to speak. The snow was Fatty Sue's home field, and he only needed one thought to launch an attack. Blizzard surged up from the ground, mixed with a lot of thick ice, and hit the black monster. The monster crawling quietly in the snow let out a soul-piercing scream, and then moved like lightning across the white snow. So fast! Zhang Yi's pupils shrank suddenly. The black monster's body was very huge, but it was not slow at all when moving in the soft snow. It could even be said to be as fast as lightning. After easily dodging the ice and snow attack, it rushed towards Fatty Sue. The speed of the beast is indeed not comparable to humans. Zhang Yi did not hesitate and directly covered his whole body with supernatural powers. Twice the speed. With the blessing of space powers, his speed can be doubled. Only in this way can he cope with the attack of that monster. Seeing the black monster rushing towards Fatty Sue, Zhang Yi held the gun in both hands and fired quickly. Boom! 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 The SH.LS fell to the ground with a clatter. Zhang Yi didn't dare to save bullets. The black monster was very fast, but with the ability to double the speed. Zhang Yi quickly aimed at it. The armor-piercing bullet hit its body and sparks flew out. A few of its strong hairs were broken. Its movement slowed down and it screamed angrier. But it didn't seem to be too seriously injured. Zhang Yi couldn't help but gasp. This is an armor-piercing bullet. It only broke its fur. Taking advantage of this gap, Uncle Yu also rushed over. He stood in front of Fatty Sue. His muscles all over his body quickly flexed, and even his head grew dozens of centimeters taller, turning into a burly man 2 meters tall. The bronze skin turned into a stone-like yellow, and then he aimed a punch at the huge monster. Boom! This punch hit the monster's face. The powerful attack caused a huge depression in the snow under Uncle Yu's feet, and ice and snow burst out. The monster's face was twisted at almost 90 degrees, and its huge body couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. Meow! The monster's pupils narrowed, and it roared with extreme anger. Zhang Yi felt that the voice must be that of a feline. Is it a cat? Or the lion, tiger and leopard that escaped from the zoo? No matter which one it is extremely dangerous, because cats have almost no opponents of the same size, except for ferrets. Without hesitation, he put away his pistol and replaced it with a sniper. To deal with this thing, the power of a pistol is not enough. It has to be a sniper rifle. Although the gameplay of Assault Sniper is not as flexible as that of a pistol, Zhang Yi's ability can hit the target without precise aiming. In the eyes of the black monster, there were 3 people in front of him. The rough-skinned Uncle Yu and Su Chunlei were together, while Zhang Yi was alone more than 10 meters away. It naturally chose to rush towards Zhang Yi and decided to kill one first. Zhang Yi raised his gun and shot with deft hands and feet. Boom! The roar of the big gun was deafening, and the bullets carrying supernatural powers made this power even more powerful. The black monster sensed the danger and quickly evaded it. But no matter how fast it was, It couldn't be faster than the sniper rifle bullets blessed with supernatural powers. Snapped. It was shot in the cheek. 2 rows of steel needles were directly shattered, and blood spattered. The black monster became angry and suddenly curled up on the snow, turning into a big ball covered with steel spikes and crushing towards Zhang Yi. Damn it! Zhang Yi never imagined that this monster would play like this. Boom! The huge thorny ball rolled towards Zhang Yi, causing deep cracks in the snow. Zhang Yi's speed is absolutely impossible to avoid, but he had no reason to avoid it. The dimensional door is open. Zhang Yi opened the door of the same direction and different space directly in front of him. Although he is very interested in offense, defense is his strength. As long as you enter a different space, no matter what kind of creature you are, you will be bound by the static world and slowly survive until death. Meow. The black monster sensed a dangerous aura. Biological awareness of crisis far exceeds that of humans. The huge spike ball made a sharp turn in the air, and then rushed hundreds of meters away. Damn. What a pity. Zhang Yi almost caught this guy. He also wanted to study the difference between this mutated creature and mutant humans. Su Chunlei and Uncle Yu hurried over and stood with Zhang Yi, staring at the black monster cautiously. Zhang Yi raised the sniper rifle in his hand and pointed it at it. However, Zhang Yi did not fire, and the black monster screamed twice in this direction. The sound was so unpleasant that the 3 of them wanted to cover their ears. It seems. Are you swearing? And the scolding was very unpleasant. Several people had speechless expressions on their faces. The black monster did not attack again, and it also realized that the 3 people in front of it were not easy to mess with. So it cautiously stepped back step by step, then suddenly turned around and ran back. Not long after, it suddenly disappeared into the snow. Where did it go? Uncle Yu was dumbfounded. Such a big monster disappeared in front of my eyes? Fatty Su asked in astonishment. Could it be that it also has the power of the space system? Zhang Yi slowly put down the gun in his hand and said it didn't look like it. If it had this ability, it should have been used just now. Zhang Yi was very aware of the changes in space. He could feel that the guy had run away. Several people carefully walked to the place where the black monster disappeared. Sure enough, they found a huge cave in the snow, leading deep into the snow. It turns out there is a hole in the ground. Uncle Yu said, with this thing nearby, it will be very troublesome for us to find people. Fatty Su crossed his arms and looked serious. But if this monster is always around, there shouldn't be any living people in the school. Brother Zhang, is the information you got really accurate? Chapter 216, A Fight to the Death. Fatty Su's suspicion was not unreasonable. Not to mention ordinary people. Even he was almost killed by the black monster without being fully prepared. And judging from that size, the amount of food required is also very huge. At least dozens of times that of ordinary people. Apart from eating people in the school, Fatty Su couldn't imagine how it could survive to this day. But Zhang Yi doesn't think so. There's one thing you just didn't discover. This guy wasn't trying to hurt us in the first place. Zhang Yi looked at Fatty Su. If you hadn't suddenly attacked it and angered it, maybe it wouldn't have ended this way. Fatty Su looked confused. Huh? Did I piss it off? However, people were so scared at the time. Zhang Yi recalled the look in the monster's eyes and felt that it had a kind of spirituality. It didn't look like a monster that had completely lost its mind and only knew how to hunt. The mutation may increase its intelligence to a very high level, not even weaker than that of humans. And I did hear Yang Xinxin's voice on that phone call. There's no way this could have been done by a monster. He walked to the huge hole and looked down. The hole is so big that it is no problem even if you drive a car. If the monster needs to pass through, the hole drilled out will just bring circulating air inside. This may be why they were not suffocated to death. Zhang Yi thought for a long time before making a decision. Come on. Let's go down from here and take a look. What? Get down from here? Fatty Su was shocked. What should he do if he encountered that monster again? It's its territory down there. Zhang Yi took a deep look at Fatty Su. Do you want to think again about what you were saying? Fatty Su was a little overwhelmed by Zhang Yi's look. Zhang Yi took a deep breath helplessly. Have you forgotten what your abilities are? You're such an ice and snow ability user. You're actually afraid of fighting in the snow. Fatty Su suddenly realized. Ah, that's right too. Based on his ability, the more ice and snow there is, the stronger his combat effectiveness will be. Even if it goes deep into the snow. If that monster dares to attack, it will be buried alive by Fatty Su with tens of thousands of tons of snow in minutes. Fatty Su scratched his head in embarrassment and was a little scared. Hee hee. Zhang Yi did not criticize him again. Among the 3 of them, Fatty Sue had the least actual combat experience. And he was also the youngest in terms of courage. The more battles he experiences in the future, his strength will become stronger and stronger. The strength of the superpower is not the absolute factor that determines combat effectiveness. Brain, courage, and even luck are important components of strength, with Su Chunlei's ability as a foundation, Zhang Yi's absolute defense, and Uncle Yu as a solid human shield. They were not afraid of meeting the monster underground. Zhang Yi took 2 snowmobiles into a different space, and the 3 of them jumped down along the cave created by the monster. After falling to the ground, I discovered that the world under the snow extended in all directions. This is the territory of the monster. It has opened many passages for a long time, but it is a bit dark. Zhang Yi took out the miner's lamp and turned it on, instantly illuminating a distance of hundreds of meters in front of him. At this moment, even if the monster wanted to attack suddenly in the darkness, it couldn't. Zhang Yi took out 2 boxes of colored pins from another space, and said that we use these things to mark them so that we will not get lost underground. But we can't find our way underground anymore. What should we do? Su Chunlei asked. Uncle Yu sniffed and said cautiously that there was a strong smell of blood in the air. Fatty Sue immediately said it should be from that monster. It's unknown how many people it ate. We need to go to the passage with less blood smell. Zhang Yi looked at the timid fat man and rolled his eyes helplessly. The 3 of us are here, and the snow is your home field. Can you be braver? If you really encounter it, it should be the one running away. As Zhang Yi spoke, he took out a golden pistol from another space and slowly began to stuff bullets into the magazine. Uncle Yu recognized the gun-shaped golden sand eagle at a glance. Good, Zhang Yi said lightly. Desert Eagle, one of the most powerful pistols in the world. In terms of lethality, it is 10 times that of the police pistol he used before. To put it bluntly, even the famous AK rifle is not as powerful as its kinetic energy. The disadvantage is that it is heavy and has strong recoil, which cannot be controlled by ordinary people. With it and armor-piercing bullets, if you encounter the monster head-on, it can also cause considerable damage. Zhang Yi loaded the bullet directly, and said to Uncle Yu, Uncle Yu, your reconnaissance ability is relatively strong. Let's follow the direction of the monster. If it wants to eat, it will definitely chase in the direction of a living person. As long as we follow it, we can find the location of the living person. Fatty Sue was still a little scared. The power of his powers did not make him bolder. If you encounter it, it won't be good. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. What are you afraid of? We are here. If you really encounter it, just trap it with ice and snow. It's honestly okay. Once it attacks us, kill it. Fatty Sue suddenly felt at ease as he listened to Zhang Yi's confident words. It's great to have such a big brother taking care of him. Well, okay boss. Uncle Yu led the way with the smell of blood, while Zhang Yi would stuff the colored pin into the snow wall every 3 or 4 meters, leaving only a small tail. This prevents the mark from being discovered by monsters and destroyed. Tianjin College Gymnasium. Teacher Liang Yu has been here for 3 days with more than 40 surviving students. The last time I looked for food was 3 days ago. In other words, everyone in the gym is hungry. For Liang Yu, she was in a huge dilemma at this time. Monsters are around, and as long as they show a slight flaw, they will kill students for food. Liang Yu could not leave the students and went to search for food alone. But letting others leave is equivalent to letting them die. Ordinary people facing that kind of mutant would be eaten up in less than a minute if the students were allowed to hide in a closed room. In terms of the thin air under the snow, they would suffocate to death without being killed by monsters. Liang Yu has the strength to deal with monsters, but he cannot take the students to search for supplies. They have tried this before. As a result, the monster ignored her and directly attacked the student team, causing heavy casualties. Now, she is holding a tang dao and guarding the entrance of the gymnasium. For 3 days, the monster did not attack again, but the warrior's intuition told her that the monster was nearby. We can't waste it like this anymore. Liang Yu opened her eyes. A tired look flashed deep in her eyes. For 3 days, she ate only a little bit of food, and the hunger in her belly made her restless and anxious. If this continues, some of them will starve to death without waiting for the monsters to take action. Liang Yu wants to protect all students, which is her charge as a teacher and special bodyguard. But reality is so cruel that it forces you to make sacrifices. Chapter 217 Meditation. Liang Yu clenched the tang dao in his hand. Although the feeling of hunger is very uncomfortable, it can also make people burst out with amazing power, which is the instinct of survival. In the gymnasium, the faces of the students were filled with numbness and madness. For more than a month, they continued to experience the death of people around them, and the ever-present threat of death. And they had more or less mental problems. Last night, a girl hanged herself on the basketball stand while no one was paying attention. But when everyone saw this scene the next day, no one cried. They were still calm and unbelievable. Liang Yu knew that things could not continue like this. As the only teacher in the team, she had to help these children fight for a future. While Liang Yu was thinking, squad leader Wu Qingyu and League Secretary Shen Yuka came over. Teacher Liang. Wu Qingyu spoke. Liang Yu looked up at them. Wu Qingyu asked, should he go out to find some food? If this continues, we will starve to death. Shen Yuka put her hands in front of her body and crossed her fingers with a pitiful expression. You are our only hope. If you keep resting here and don't go out to find food, what will everyone do? A flash of astonishment flashed across Liang Yu's face. She looked at the two class cadres. Wu Qingyu and Shen Yuka both looked away, with a little dissatisfaction in their eyes. Liang Yu understood instantly. They thought that she did not go out to look for food for several days, because she was afraid of encountering monsters and fear of death. Is that why I came here to ask her to fulfill her responsibilities as a teacher? Liang Yu took a deep breath. I'm a teacher and I shouldn't be angry with my students. She reminded herself in her heart, and then said to the two of them, what if I leave, and the monster comes to attack you again? Shen Miao was still frowning. So Teacher Liang, you must move faster this time when you go out. Hurry up and come here. Wu Qingyu coughed and said lightly, Teacher Liang, you don't have to worry about this problem. We will do our best to protect our classmates. He looked at Liang Yu in front of him with some contempt in his heart. How long has this been going on? You still want to protect everyone. I don't know if you are being honest or stupid, but fortunately you are such a person. Otherwise, I might have died long ago. Well, you are still somewhat effective, but your brain is not working well. Then just listen to a smart person like me. Anyway, even if a monster comes, I can just push out a few scapegoats. Shen Yuka clasped her hands together and said with a pleading expression, Teacher Liang, please. The safety of all of us depends on you alone. Liang Yu took a deep look at the two students in front of him. She didn't speak, but used the Tang Dao in her hand to support herself on the ground and slowly stood up. At this time, she said, okay, I'll go out right now. Please pay attention to your own safety. Wu Qingyu and Shen Yuka naturally agreed. It took Wu Qingyu more than a month to figure out the monster's habits. It likes to play with its prey and has a habit of storing food. So it only kills a few students at a time. Not too many. In fact, Wu Qingyu had already selected several cannon fodder. If the monster really comes, push those guys out to delay. Then it would be safe to wait for Liang Yu to come back. Liang Yu held the Tang Dao, opened the door of the gymnasium, and walked into the ice and snow corridor. The door behind him was quickly closed by several students. Liang Yu gently exhaled a puff of white smoke, glanced at the end of the ice and snow corridor, then flicked her long ponytail and walked towards the cafeteria. She did not go far, but after walking more than 100 steps, she quickly hid in a corner of the ice and snow passage. Liang Yu leaned against the wall, slowly closed her eyes, and entered a meditative state. Meditation is not some magical ability. Even ordinary people can master this ability through professional guidance and make themselves feel more peaceful. It is a compulsory course that every warrior must take, allowing people to put aside distracting thoughts and look inside themselves. According to legend, in ancient times, top martial arts masters who entered the realm of transformation could enter the mysterious inner world through meditation. Although Liang Yu has not reached such a state, as a top master of Chinese martial arts, he can still calm his mind and keep his breath introverted. She couldn't afford it anymore. Instead of waiting for the monsters to kill the students one by one, it is better to give it a try. Between you and me, only one can survive. Or, we both die together. Liang Yu already had the consciousness of death in his heart. When necessary, she will die with the black monster. She can die, but as a warrior and as a teacher. Her dignity requires her to protect her students. Liang Yu's idea is very good, but she forgot that, as natural hunters, cats are better at concealing their scent. In the gymnasium, after Liang Yu left, everyone subconsciously moved closer to the corner of the gymnasium. Yang Xinqi was sitting in a wheelchair, still looking as fragile as a crystal rose. Lu Karen squatted down, reached out, and gently touched her legs and arms. Does it still hurt? A few days ago, Yang Xinqi was used as bait and pushed out to lure monsters. Fortunately, the monster was more interested in moving creatures and she survived. But the hard fall also injured her, with bruises on her arms and knees. Yang Xinxin looked at her only friend with a pale smile on her face. I'm okay. I'm so cold that I can't feel the pain anymore. Luke Karen relaxed a little when he saw Yang Xinxin smiling. Don't give up hope. We still have to live well. Is it right? Yang Xinxin nodded and said firmly. Yes. We can definitely survive. The two of us will definitely be able to live well. There was crazy sarcasm coming from around him. Zhang Mingning looked at the two of them with a ferocious expression. They were really daydreaming. Do you think good luck will always favor you? How can a disabled person survive? You can't do anything but be a huge burden. If I were you, I would commit suicide. Not only is your life miserable, but it also affects others. Other students also looked at Yang Xinxin with strange smiles on their faces. They feel it's unfair. They themselves are all physically intact and their survival is reasonable. Why should a disabled person deserve to enjoy the right to live like them? What's the point of persisting so hard? Next time the monster appears again, you won't be so lucky. Yang Xinxin did not refute. She was not a girl who was good at arguing with others. Except on the internet. Luke Karen couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to speak up for Yang Xinxin. At this time, she raised her head and suddenly saw a flash of amber appearing in the opposite window. That's a huge eyeball. Chapter 218. It's none of your business. Just hang it up high. Run! Luke Karen screamed in fright. The black monster appeared silently outside the stadium. No one would have noticed it unless they saw it. They have never been able to understand why such a huge monster can move silently. Run? Where to run? When everyone came to their senses and ran away screaming, the monster's claws easily broke through the window reinforced by them and dug inside. The monster's arms were 5 to 6 meters long, with sharp claws like sharp steel knives, and the hair on them were all sharp steel thorns. It stretched its big paws in and started to eat inside. I dug out. I dug out. And I dug out again. If we weren't facing life and death, from an outsider's perspective, we would actually find it a bit cute. There was a weird smile in its eyes, and its movements were like a cat sticking its little paws out of a cardboard box to play with its owner. But when such a huge cat treats a group of humans with no way to escape as mice, it won't be funny. Wow! The claws as sharp as blades swiped across quickly, and suddenly several people's bodies were cut open with long gashes, and the contents flowed out on the spot. The Lish roars are even more permeating, especially when these sounds come from his classmates. Although Wu Qingyu and others were scared inside, they had already been prepared. They had been hiding behind them. But in order to protect themselves, they grabbed a few unlucky ones and pushed them forward. If one is not enough, bring another. If two are not enough, bring two more. They are all tall and strong, and they attract students with better physical fitness in the class. Even if other students discovered their devilish behavior, they could do nothing but curse. At this time, it was Luke Karen who pushed Yang Xinxin and ran the fastest. It has to be said that having a wheelchair was an advantage for them to survive. At this time, Liang Yu, who had been hiding his aura in secret and waiting for an opportunity, seized the opportunity and finally made a move. A faint blue smoke slowly dissipated from her body. She held the scabbard with her left hand and the handle with her right hand. With a loud shout, she was already in front of the black monster like lightning. Ho! The white sword flashed through the air, aimed at the monster's neck, and slashed down. In this battle, Liang Yu has burned all his strength. This is a desperate battle. If she wins, it will be a miserable victory. But she and the students will survive. If she loses, she dies first. The monster was having fun with the students, and was not prepared for Liang Yu's sudden attack. When she got closer, the black hair all over her body exploded like a hedgehog, and every hair was like a hard steel nail. Meow. The screams were so shrill that their eardrums were about to be pierced. Cat's reaction speed is indeed very fast. But in the blink of an eye, Liang Yu's eye is just as fast. The sword flashed, and large pieces of hair were chopped off, clattering to the ground. Poof! A 1-meter-long gash appeared on the monster's neck, and blood splattered. The monster was in pain, quickly retreated, and at the same time let out a furious roar. Liang Yu has given up on defense, and is fighting the monster in a life-threatening way. The monster stepped back 10 meters, but she approached like a ghost, and the sword struck down in the air. From Liang Yu's eyes, the monster also felt the realization that this woman was going to die. Meow. Its roar became even more shrill, and it had to start a defensive counterattack. The attack power of Liang Yu's Tang Dao is extremely amazing. She practices killing techniques, whether it is the national martial arts Krav Maga or Muay Thai. One person is proficient in more than 300 martial arts and learns hundreds of techniques. Just to pursue the most powerful fighting skills. Nothing fancy. Just attack and kill. One person and one monster. Fighting outside makes the sky dark and the earth dark. The snow wall collapsed. And there were horrific cracks on the wall. The students in the gymnasium heard the terrible noise outside. And they were all too frightened to move. TSK. TSK. They saw cracks appearing on the wall one after another. Some were cut by knives. And some were scratched by monster claws as sharp as knives. They can do nothing now. They can only pray secretly in their hearts that teacher Liang Yu will win. That is their only hope for survival. Just when Liang Yu and the black monster were fighting fiercely, Zhang Yi and the other three finally found the exit by following their movements. The appearance of Uncle Zhang Yi and Fatty Su immediately attracted the attention of one person and one monster. Liang Yu. I have never seen them before. If they are not other survivors in the school, they must be from the outside world. Her eyes lit up with hope. People from the outside world? He must be here to rescue them. After all, the students in this school are either rich or noble. And their parents are people with powerful status and wealth. She shouted to Zhang Yi and the others. Come here and help me deal with this monster. When Fatty Su heard this, he immediately raised his hand and prepared to take action. But his hand was held down by Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang? Fatty Su looked at Zhang Yi with some confusion. In the battle between humans and monsters, he believed that the three of them should help humans. So Fatty Su didn't understand why Zhang Yi stopped him. Wait a minute. Zhang Yi stared at the woman in front of him intently. What a sharp swordsmanship. If you hadn't practiced martial arts since childhood and practiced the art of killing people, you wouldn't have been able to have this kind of fighting skills. The woman in front of me is different from the so-called master who can whip 5 times in a row on TV. She is a real master. The most important thing is that her terrifying power and speed are obviously not ordinary people. Another alien. And a very powerful alien at that. Zhang Yi couldn't tell whether she was an enemy or a friend. The key is that he came here to find people. Not to save people who are not related to him. The huge black monster is also very powerful. If he attacks rashly, the three of him may be at risk. There is no need for this. So Zhang Yi said coldly that there was no need to take action. Judging from her appearance, it was not difficult to deal with it. Let's go and save people, Zhang Yi said, and walked towards the gymnasium. Fatty Su was stunned for a moment, scratched his head, and felt that what Zhang Yi said made sense. He also saw that the other party was young and beautiful, so he subconsciously wanted to help. But thinking about it carefully, he is not familiar with that woman. If he rushes to help, I know what you are thinking. I have a boyfriend. How embarrassing is that? I'd better stop being the shrimp-headed man that others talk about. Fatty Su ignored Liang Yu's plea for help and followed Zhang Yi. Uncle Yu was a little scared when he saw Liang Yu's sword skills. After training in the army, he could also do a set of military boxing. But when he saw Liang Yu, he felt that the two of them were right, and he must be the one who fell. This is a dangerous woman, so it's better to keep her distance. Uncle Yu is kind, but he is not a virgin. Seeing that Liang Yu's life was not in danger, he decided to go with Zhang Yi to find someone first. Liang Yu was shocked. Did these 3 people ignore her like this? Moreover, these 3 people wanted to enter the gymnasium, and they didn't know what they were going to do to her students. What are you going to do? Liang Yu shouted anxiously. But now she had no energy to be distracted. She had to deal with a huge monster in front of her with all her strength. She could only watch as Zhang Yi and the others broke into the gymnasium. Chapter 219 Paralyzed Girl. Boom! The door of the gymnasium was pushed open violently, and the equipment blocking the door could not stop Uncle Yu, the humanoid titan. Zhang Yi stepped in and glanced at the people in the gym. The students were so frightened that they almost screamed. But after seeing 3 humans coming in, they felt a little more at ease. Zhang Yi quickly found the girl in the wheelchair. He had seen Yang Xinxin's photo and recognized her. Fortunately, you are still alive. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If she died before he could insist on coming over, his efforts would have been in vain. Zhang Yi stepped forward and walked over. At this time, Wu Qingyu straightened his hair, straightened his blue custom-made school uniform, and came over. Are you coming from Shishan Base? Is it my father's order? Shishan Base? What is that place? Zhang Yi frowned slightly. This was the first time he heard this name. Wu Qingyu saw that they were fully armed and regarded them as armed personnel in the shelter organization. He put his hands behind his back and smiled slightly. My name is Wu Qingyu, and my father is Wu Jiangwu, director of the CZ Bureau of Tianhai City. I think you should be familiar with his name. To be honest, Wu Qingyu looked a little funny. Although his hairstyle cost hundreds of thousands, the custom-made school uniform he wore was also worth a lot of money. But it's been more than a month since the end of the world, and he hasn't taken a shower or washed his clothes. He may look a little better than a beggar. He even came here to show off his reputation as a young master, which really made people laugh. Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Are you familiar with the Shishan organization? He wanted to get some information about the Shishan organization. Wu Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and he looked at the three people in front of him in astonishment. Are you not from Shishan? Those are the people from other shelters. Strange. This place is obviously the closest to Shishan. So there is no reason for you to come here. Other shelters? In other words, are there multiple shelters in Tianhai City? Zhang Yi heard that there were hundreds of emergency shelters in Tianhai City, but they were obviously not the ones Wu Qingyu said. Then, he thought of Zhang Dada and Kai Jin saying similar words when he just went to Yonk Manor. He secretly thought that it seemed that there were indeed higher-level shelters in Tianhai City, and there were at least several of them. Zhang Yi said calmly, how much do you know about shelters? Wu Qingyu noticed something was wrong. If these people were here to save themselves, they shouldn't ask so many questions. Are you not from a shelter? To be honest, I don't know much about it. I just know there are a few places. He gritted his teeth. But it was a pity that when the snowstorm came, no one expected it to become so serious. Otherwise, I would be over it now. The way Zhang Yi looked at Wu Qingyu did not seem to know any specific information. After all, he has been trapped here for so long. If he had the ability to contact the outside world, he would have asked his powerful father to rescue him long ago. Wu Qingyu was worthless. Zhang Yi passed him and walked directly in the direction of Yang Xinxin. Other students realized that Zhang Yi and the others did not look like bad guys. So Uncle Yu and Fatty Su gathered around them, as if they were grasping at straws. My father is Wang Chongming, the chairman of Chongming Group. If you take me out, my father will give you whatever money you want. My father is Li Gang and my mother is Zhang Suyan. You should know what these two names mean in Tianhai City. Take me out of here. If you want money, I can give you money. If you want to be an official, I can ask my parents to run it for you. The students surrounded Uncle Yu and Fatty Su, looking at them with weird and crazy eyes. Having survived for too long in a desperate situation, it is rare to see the dawn of life, and they must seize it even if they die. Fatty Su and Uncle Yu looked embarrassed. How could they save so many people? Isn't this putting a burden on yourself? But after all, they are not as cruel as Zhang Yi. Faced with the eyes of these young boys and girls who are eager to live, they cannot say two decisive words. However, no student dared to go to Zhang Yi. This is not simply because he holds a heavy golden desert eagle in his hand. For some reason, they all felt that Zhang Yi had an aura that kept strangers away from him. Can't explain? Just like no matter how ferocious a dog is, it will be frightened when it encounters a professional dog killer. That was the murderous aura in Zhang Yi. Some people say that if a butcher kills too many pigs, dogs, cattle and sheep, the thoughts of those animals before they die will remain on the butcher. Animals with sensitive intuition will stay away from such people when they sense this fear. Human intuition is not as sensitive as animals. But when a certain number of people are killed, this aura will also be noticed. Zhang Yi came to Yang Xinxin step by step. Lu Karen's face was pale, and he instinctively wanted to escape but didn't dare. Yang Xinxin raised her delicate little face and looked at Zhang Yi innocently. Zhang Yi walked up to her, slowly squatted down, looked up over her bangs, and looked into her beautiful eyes. You are Yang Xinxin, right? Yang Xinxin nodded. Zhang Yi smiled softly and said, My name is Zhang Yi. It was your sisters Yang Mi and Zhou Kier who asked me to come and save you. Would you mind leaving with me? Good. Yang Xinxin didn't hesitate at all and answered simply and simply. There is no need to doubt anything. The people who are willing to come and rescue you now will definitely not harm you. Zhang Yi nodded. Okay. Come with me. Please. Please wait. Yang Xinxin suddenly said. Zhang Yi tilted his head and looked at her curiously. What happened to her? Is there anything else? Can you do me a favor? Yang Xinxin looked at Zhang Yi sincerely. Her eyes were extremely clear, as beautiful as a pair of gems. What are you busy with? Don't make it too complicated. Like saving all your classmates. Zhang Yi said with a smile. Yang Xinxin looked outside. In the ice and snow corridor, the battle was still going on. The sound of metal banging against each other makes your heart beat faster and makes you feel uneasy. Can you please stop them from continuing to fight? I'm afraid he's in danger. Yang Xinxin said. Oh. Johnny also looked towards the corridor and listened to the commotion outside. The battle was fierce, and there was no one-sided situation. Is it enough to just stop them? It's not difficult if you're busy. Zhang Yi will need Yang Xinxin to help him maintain the shelter's network in the future. And letting her owe him a favor now will make it easier to build relationships in the future. Yang Xinxin nodded. Zhang Yi smiled, stood up, walked to Fatty Su, and whispered in his ear, "Come and do something." Zhang Yi walked over and the students subconsciously dispersed, not wanting to get too close to him. Fatty Su was relieved and followed Zhang Yi out the door. Chapter 220. Why are you the hope of the country? Zhang Yi and the other three came to the corridor, and the battle between Liang Yu and the black monster had entered a fierce stage. Pieces of steel needles were scattered on the ground, all glowing with a black light. Zhang Yi picked up two of them with his hands wearing anti-cut gloves and put them into his own alien space. He will study it when he has time when he returns. Fatty, do it. Zhang Yi winked at Fatty Su. After getting the order, Fatty Su stepped forward, turned his hands towards Liang Yu and the black monster, and activated his superpower. Click. Huge cracks suddenly appeared around the ice and snow corridor. Liang Yu's pupil shrank sharply, and he quickly took a few steps back. The next moment, the ice and snow above our heads collapsed on a large scale, and hundreds of tons of ice and snow fell, completely blocking the corridor. In front of Liang Yu, the black monster disappeared. There is a lot of ice and snow between one person and one monster, making it impossible to get through. Liang Yu was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and he turned his head and glared at Zhang Yi and Fatty Su. Fatty Su was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi put his right hand on the trigger with a smile and said to her, "You're welcome. We are all human beings, and we should help each other." Liang Yu was so angry and cold. She raised the Tang Dao in her hand, pointing the tip towards Zhang Yi's face. "Do you know what you did? It won't be long before I have a winner against that monster. This is my last chance. If I miss this time, it won't fall into the trap next time." She had risked everything for this decisive battle. He burned all his physical energy just to fight to the death. If she can't kill the monster this time, she and the students will only be killed one by the cunning monster. She hates Zhang Yi so much. Zhang Yi looked innocent. "Oh, is that so? I just want to help you. I'm afraid you'll lose to that monster," he said, and pointed to Yang Xinxin in the classroom. "If your students hadn't asked me for help because they were worried that you would be harmed, I wouldn't be too lazy to take action." Liang Yu gritted her teeth, with a look in her eyes, as if she wanted to bite Zhang Yi to death. "You bastard." She was so angry that she rushed towards Zhang Yi with a knife. That speed was like lightning, definitely not inferior to the black monster. Seeing her move with murderous intent, Zhang Yi quickly stopped smiling. It's not nice for such a beautiful woman to look angry. While speaking, he raised the golden sand eagle with both hands. Boom! The huge recoil made Zhang Yi's shoulders tremble. But the power of this bullet with supernatural powers is indeed huge. Liang Yi wants to attack Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yi will fight back no matter what her reasons are. In the flash of lightning, Zhang Yi saw a scene that shocked him. The ghostly light danced in the air, creating a fan-shaped afterimage. And with a bang, bullet holes appeared in the walls on both sides. She actually split the bullet with her bare hands. The top master of Aizen can split a tennis ball with a speed of 820 kilometers per hour. And Liang Yu, a top martial arts master blessed with supernatural powers, can even split bullets. In an instant, Liang Yu was approaching Zhang Yi with a knife. A smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. This is the moment he has been waiting for. The dimensional door opens in front of you. Liang Yu sensed the dangerous aura, but her speed was too fast, and she had no time to dodge. Swish! Liang Yu disappeared directly into the dimensional gate. Zhang Yi counted 2 seconds in his mind, immediately opened the dimensional door, and released her again. If you stay in there for too long, you will really die. This time he took action, which indeed interfered with Liang Yu's good deeds, and he felt a little embarrassed. In addition, she is Yang Xinxin's teacher, so she can't do such a thing in front of Yang Xinxin. But after only staying in the different space for 2 seconds, Liang Yu collapsed directly to the ground as if he had collapsed. What is that? Liang Yu gasped for air, her eyes full of fear. She had already consumed most of her power while fighting the monster. The lack of food and mental exhaustion over the past few days made her unable to hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yi spread his hands, and I helped you with good intentions. But you drew a knife on me? Oh! What a difficult woman to understand. As he spoke, he walked up to Liang Yu, snatched her very beautiful Tang Dao, and held it in his hand. In order to prevent you from getting angry casually, let me keep such a dangerous thing for you, Zhang Yi said with a smile. This knife can actually split bullets. It is obviously a top-notch weapon. So of course you have to keep it for yourself. Liang Yu stared at him angrily, as if he wanted to eat someone. You? Give me back the dragon roar. The sword that he regarded as more precious than life was just snatched away, and Liang Yu almost lost his breath. Okay. Don't be angry. Being angry will hurt your health. Here are 2 students. Help your teacher come over and have a rest. Only then did a few students nearby dare to come over and help Liang Yu aside. Liang Yu sat leaning against the wall. His body was so weak that it would be difficult to even stand up. She could only stare at Zhang Yi and say cruel words in a non-threatening tone. Who are you? What's the purpose of coming here? Zhang Yi looked at Yang Xinxin and said, I was entrusted by her family to come and take her away. Leave? Liang Yu and other students had hopeful looks in their eyes. Then can you take us with you too? It's too dangerous here. Do you see that monster? It has eaten hundreds of people in our school. Please, take us away too. My dad will definitely repay you in the future. No matter how much you want. My dad is Director XX. My dad is still the Director of XX. Zhang Yi was a little impatient, and he said in a cold tone that I was just here to take her away alone. For others, you should look to your own family members to find a solution. When everyone saw that Zhang Yi was unwilling to take them away, they became anxious. We can't contact our family. Can you help us? We will thank you deeply in the future, and will not let your work go in vain. Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi and the others. She had realized that these 3 people were extraordinary. If he is not a stranger, he is also a very powerful person. Otherwise, he would not have the strength and courage to come to Tianqing Academy to save people. She said to Zhang Yi, looking at your condition, you must be living a good life. There should be good shelter and plenty of food. Right? Can you please do a good job and save these children? They are all the hope for the future of our motherland. A group of students also looked at Zhang Yi expectantly. But Zhang Yi just wanted to laugh after hearing what they said. The hope of the motherland? Could it be that the children of you high-ranking officials and wealthy people are the hope? But the children from ordinary families are not the hope. I don't see anything worthy of superiority in you. Are you arrogant? Zhang Yi sneered and shook his head. Since you are so good, you must be able to survive on your own. Sorry. I am just a child from an ordinary family and cannot save elites like you. Chapter 221 You are useless. Are you kidding me? 40 or 50 people asked Zhang Yi to save them. 4 or 5 people. Zhang Yi were too lazy to rescue him. These people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, and their past 20 years have been more exciting than many people's 65 years. Anyone who rescues these young masters and princesses will be causing trouble for themselves. I'm just here to take away Yang Xinxin. Forget about the others, Zhang Yi said, planning to take Yang Xinxin away. But how smart are these children of wealthy officials and businessmen? Some of them have discovered that Zhang Yi does not intend to take them away. So several students quietly approached Yang Xinxin and held her hostage. You must take us all away. Otherwise, we will strangle her to death, Zhang Mingning said with a ferocious expression. Lu Karen didn't expect that his classmates would do that. He wanted to come over to rescue Yang Xinxin, but was pushed to the ground by a tall boy. Don't want. You are all classmates. You can't be like this. Liang Yu weakly stopped him. But who will listen to her now? In the eyes of these students, her so-called teacher is nothing more than a high-level bodyguard. At the moment of life and death, they choose to be selfish. Several students controlled Yang Xinxin. Zhang Mingning stared at Zhang Yi fiercely and said, If you don't take us with you, then everyone should not leave. Zhang Yi sneered. He ignored Yang Xinxin, but looked at Fatty Su and Uncle Yu and said, Tell me, why are there so many self-righteous people in this world? The moment he pretended to look back casually, his hands had been replaced by police pistols that were easier to control. Boom, 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 boom. After 4 consecutive shots, Zhang Yi took action without hesitation. The 4 students next to Yang Xinxin all had blood holes on their foreheads. They looked ahead in astonishment, and the next moment their consciousness completely disappeared. Thump! For corpses fell to the ground, dying with their eyes open. Killing! Ah! The surrounding students roared and dispersed at once. They were avoiding Zhang Yi like they were avoiding wild beasts. They all looked at him with deep fear in their eyes. Liang Yu opened his eyes angrily and pointed at Zhang Yi. You actually killed these children. Zhang Yi sneered and said, Everyone looks so young. They even threaten others with their classmates' lives. Do you call these children? Zhang Yicai ignored their moral kidnapping and walked up to Yang Xinxin with a gun in his hand. Seeing the dead people on the ground, Yang Xinxin's face didn't show much emotion. Are you numb? As long as your brain works well, you won't have too many psychological shadows if you take it back for a while. Over there, Liang Yu was still scolding Zhang Yi for being cold-blooded and begging him to take away these students. Zhang Yi didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Let's go. I'll take you home. He stretched out his hand towards Yang Xinxin. Yang Xinxin's aqua-blue eyes showed fluctuations for the first time. She nodded and handed over her hand. That. Can you bring my friend? She begged. Friend? Zhang Yi looked at Lu Karen, who was not far away from Yang Xinxin, and had a troubled look on his face. After seeing Zhang Yi's murderous methods, Lu Karen didn't dare to get close. But her eyes clearly longed for Zhang Yi to take her away. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. A freeloader? He didn't seem very needy. Yang Xinxin said that she, like me, is a specially admitted student of Tianqing College. What does special admission mean? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Yang Xinxin explained that there are only two types of students here. One type is the children of high-ranking officials, and the other type is the geniuses, who are specially admitted to gain fame for the school. The latter needs to participate in various domestic and foreign competitions all year round, and then win awards, adding to the school's reputation. Karen is a genius in mechanics, and is as good as a master of engineering from Caltech in this field. She touched the wheelchair underneath her. This wheelchair was tailor-made for me. I've been using it for so long without any problems. Yang Xinxin tried her best to promote her friend to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi couldn't help but take another look at Lu Karen after hearing this. This girl with short hair looks to have a good physique. Only with good physical fitness can you be a qualified mechanic. Zhang Yi asked, what would you do? Lu Karen's eyes lit up, and she knew her opportunity had come. She quickly said that I am very good at the design and maintenance of vehicles. And I also have research on firearms. If you take me back, I can modify cars and guns for you. Also, I learned the technique of knife forging out of interest. If the conditions are right, it is possible to build cold weapons for you. Zhang Yi admitted that the girl successfully convinced him. Now he needs a genius in this area. Zhang Yi clapped his hands. Okay. Then you can come with me. Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin looked at each other, their eyes full of uncontrollable excitement. Thank you. That. What do you call it? Zhang Yi chuckled and said, My name is Zhang Yi. Just call me brother according to your age. Yes, brother Zhang Yi. Lu Karen smiled happily. Zhang Yi asked Lu Karen to push Yang Xinxin's wheelchair and prepare to leave. The remaining students were almost crying. Mr. Zhang, I can be useful too. I can drive, and my driving skills are very good. I speak 8 foreign languages and can be your translator. I am proficient in literature and can recite A Dream of Red Mansions backwards and forwards. There is indeed a lot of genius among the crowd. After all, they have received elite education since childhood. Even Liang Yu, a martial arts master at the national martial arts level, was called to be their martial arts teacher. You can imagine how rich educational resources they enjoyed. However, most of the things they master will be of no use in the end of the world, because they want to succeed in Z. Most people spend their time in the fields of literature, history, philosophy and finance. The practicality is not high, so it naturally does not interest Zhang Yi. If you just leave like this, all of us will die. Among the crowd, a girl with long curly hair stepped out and faced Zhang Yi bravely. The class secretary, Shinyika. Now that teacher Liang is very weak. You have let that monster go again. What if it comes back to kill us once you leave? Thinking of that terrible monster, every student's heart was filled with thick clouds. If you hadn't intervened, the monster might have been killed by teacher Liang. Are you just planning to leave like this? Even if you have to leave, at least help us get rid of that trouble. Although the students were afraid of Zhang Yi's gun, they were not willing to just wait for death. Zhang Yi was indifferent. He spread his hands and said, as if we didn't come, you would definitely be able to survive. Chapter 222, not as weak as on the surface. Students are unwilling to accept reality and want to argue with reason. But Zhang Yi shook the gun in his hand, and their mouths suddenly became more honest. A group of people could only watch with envy and hatred as Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin followed Zhang Yi away. They look at me and I look at you. Their eyes are full of ferociousness, but they suffer from lack of strength and can't do anything. When Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen passed by Liang Yu, they bowed their heads to thank her. Teacher Liang, thank you for taking care of me during this time. Although his classmates are beasts, Liang Yu is indeed a responsible teacher and takes good care of them. However, Yang Xinxin knew that Liang Yu could not abandon the others and leave with them. So she didn't invite Liang Yu to leave with her. Liang Yu was so tired that she didn't even want to say anything. She just nodded lightly. Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen didn't say anything more and followed Zhang Yi and others. After they walked a certain distance, Liang Yu stood up with difficulty after regaining his breath. Follow them. My vitality is severely damaged now. And the monster is not much better. Now that it doesn't dare to come out again. Let's follow them, and at least find a way out of here. A group of students suddenly realized that yes, they wanted to survive. And this was the only way. So two girls came over and helped Liang Yu. And a group of people followed Zhang Yi and others out. It was not that they had not considered leaving before. But the caves in the snow extended in all directions. All drilled out by the monster. They couldn't find any way out from below. With Zhang Yi and the others leading the way, they would not be afraid of getting lost. Fatty Su noticed that these people were following him, and asked Zhang Yidao in a low voice, "What should I do if these people are following?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Why? Do you pity them?" "Not really. So you want to kill them all? With your strength. You can bury them alive as long as this place collapses." Fatty Su was shocked. "No, I didn't mean that. They have no grudges against me." Zhang Yi shrugged. "If this is the case, then just leave them alone. If you are successful, you can help the world. If you are poor, you can only take care of yourself. We don't have the ability to feed dozens of people." Fatty Su felt that what Zhang Yi said made sense. So he followed Zhang Yi forward. When I arrived, the mark Zhang Yi made came in handy. They followed the marks on the wall back to the snow. Zhang Yi didn't want to delay here any longer. So he immediately took out 2 snowmobiles. He said to Fatty Su, "Go sit with Uncle Yu." Fatty Su grimaced. "Motorcycle! It's too cold." Zhang Yi took out a helmet and put it on his head. "Wouldn't that be okay?" "Oh, this feels pretty good." "Uh-huh. I really want to go for a ride too." Fatty Su ran over and got into Uncle Yu's passenger seat. Zhang Yi opened the passenger seat, lifted Yang Xinxin onto it, and put away her wheelchair. As for Lu Karen, he sat in the back very sensibly. "Let's go! Let's go back." Zhang Yi honked the horn and reminded Uncle Yu to set off together. The snowmobile started and quickly left Tianqing Academy. Not long after, Liang Yu and others also climbed up from the snow path. They originally had some thoughts about Zhang Yi and wanted to see if they could go back with him. No matter how stubborn you are, as long as you can survive. Unexpectedly, when they came out, they would only see the exhaust fumes from their car. A group of people were immediately dumbfounded. "Us. Where to go next?" a girl asked with a confused look on her face. "Although I came up from the ground. When I looked up, I was surrounded by white snow. At least you have a place to stay and something to eat while you're down there." "What now?" "Nothing is left." Wu Qingyu came out, opened his mobile phone with a smile, and looked at mine next. There was a signal when they got outside. He wanted to contact his powerful father and send someone to pick them up and take them to the Shishan base. On the way back, Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen sat in the warm car, with comfortable expressions gradually showing on their faces. Being trapped under the snow for more than a month and being attacked by monsters frequently made Lu Karen exhausted. Zhang Yi smiled when he saw their gray faces, and appeared in front of them with his right hand. 2 bottles of mineral water, a few chocolate bars and bread. Eat something to replenish your energy. Be careful not to eat too hastily, as you may get gastroenteritis. If you get sick at this time, it will be extremely painful. Lu Karen's excited eyes shed tears. "Brother, you are such a good person." "Thank you." Her personality is a bit carefree, like a tomboy. But this personality makes people feel good and easy to get along with. Yang Xinxin looked a little weak. She was obviously very hungry. But she politely thanked Zhang Yi and then started to eat. Zhang Yi glanced at the rearview mirror, and the smile on his lips became thicker. After the 2 of them finished eating and rested happily on their seats, Zhang Yi opened his mouth to talk to them. "Xinxin, you are so awesome." Zhang Yi opened his mouth and praised. Yang Xinxin's expression was a little strange. "Brother, are you talking about me? How can I have it?" She smiled slightly, like a begonia flower waiting to bloom. He has always been a drag among everyone. If Karen hadn't been protecting me, I would have died long ago." Lu Karen smiled and said that we are good sisters. "Why are you being polite to me?" Zhang Yi smiled faintly, and did not comment on Yang Xinxin's words. "Is that so? But I think you are more powerful." Brother, why do you say that?" Yang Xinxin's face was full of curiosity. And Luke Karen also poked his head over, not understanding why Zhang Yi said that. Zhang Yi calmly explained that you had suffered from polio since childhood and could not move your legs. So you could only sit in a wheelchair. But under the threat of that monster, you can survive until now. Isn't that awesome enough? Before Yang Xinxin could explain, Zhang Yi continued, you might want to say that it was because of luck or the protection of the girl behind him. But in more than a month, the monster attacked at least a dozen times. Right? Once is luck. Twice is luck. 3 times and 5 times is a bit weird. And you are able to survive until now. I think this is definitely not a coincidence. Zhang Yi glanced at Yang Xinxin next to him with a smile. I'm right. The innocent smile slowly disappeared from Yang Xinxin's pure face. Brother, you are really smart. No wonder I can survive to this day and still be able to support those 2 idiot sisters. The smile on Yang Xinxin's face became a little sickly. And her whole temperament changed instantly. As if she was a different person. Luke Karen's eyes widened. You guys. What are you talking about? Zhang Yi smiled. It's not that I'm that smart. It's just that from an outsider's perspective, there are too many coincidences. Especially when your teacher was fighting monsters just now. You told me to stop their fighting. If it is your teacher you want to protect, you should let me help her kill that monster. But you didn't do that. Which means it's not your teacher you want to protect, but the monster. So, based on the above 2 guesses, you have always been raising that monster. Is my guess right? Chapter 223. The target is you. Brother. After listening to Zhang Yi's words, a meaningful smile appeared on Yang Xinxin's lips. Brother. You are really smart. You can guess 60% to 70% of the time. However, they are not as bad as you think. Yang Xinxin gathered her hair, revealing her fair and slender neck. I am not the owner of flowers. Nor did he let it kill his classmates and teachers. However, it has always been protecting me. When Luke Karen heard Yang Xinxin call the monster Hua Hua, his eyes widened in surprise. Hua Hua? Is it the stray cat you have been feeding? Zhang Yi quietly waited for Yang Xinxin to give him an explanation. He was actually very interested in that strange mutated cat. Because when he came to the upper level of Tianqing College, there was no way to quickly determine Yang Xinxin's position. And the monster appeared as if it was deliberately leading Zhang Yi. If Fatty Su hadn't taken the initiative to attack and angered it, it had no intention of attacking Zhang Yi. Such a smart and powerful mutant. It would be perfect if it could be conquered. After all, animals are much more loyal than humans. Yang Xinxin looked into the distance and explained the cause of the matter to Luke Karen's stunned eyes. It turns out that the monster was mutated from a stray cat. Yang Xinxin cannot move freely due to polio. So she spends most of her time in the dormitory. As for schoolwork, she is one of the world's top computer geniuses. And the teachers at Tianqing Academy have nothing to teach her. Apart from computers, her only hobby is to go to the back of the dormitory building to feed a stray cat named Hua Hua. It is because of the relationship developed during that time that Hua Hua and I have a particularly close relationship. That's why it never attacked me. Yang Xinxin calmly explained the relationship between them. Luke Karen took a long breath. No wonder. Although it scares me every time it comes. It has never attacked us. I thought we were lucky. Zhang Yi did not accept Yang Xinxin's explanation. I'm afraid things are not as simple as you said. Right? Is it as simple as not attacking you out of sheer gratitude? He glanced at Yang Xinxin and said playfully. Is it because it led us the way and didn't attack us because of instinct? Yang Xinxin said with a smile. Brother, your observation skills are really careful. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from you. Yes, Hua Hua became extremely smart after the mutation and was able to understand what I said. In fact, I told it that someone would come to pick me up and leave, so that it wouldn't hurt you. I just didn't expect you guys to be so awesome. Zhang Yi glanced at her. So, you were the one who asked them to kill those classmates? Not at all. Yang Xinxin said with a smile that although there are many annoying guys among them, I don't hate them enough to kill them. In the beginning, they would die simply because some people had abused Hua Hua in the past. And because Hua Hua needed to fill her stomach. Speaking of this, her eyes slowly became gloomy. But later, the situation became different. Brother, you don't know how many times some people think that I am a burden and want to leave me to stop Hua Hua. They would even intentionally overturn my wheelchair or push me out. Yang Xinxin's smile gradually grew louder. It really made me laugh. How could they know that Hua Hua would not hurt me? So every time I survived, their hatred for me grew deeper, because they had intended to murder me. As long as I was alive, they would feel intense discomfort and realize how evil they were. Because of this, They are even more eager to kill me. Lu Karen also fell silent after hearing this. She knew best how many accidents she and Yang Xinxin had during that time. It's just that she is weak alone. And she has no way to resist. As for the teacher Liang Yu, she has worked very hard to protect everyone. But her power alone is limited after all. And she cannot take care of every student. So this is all. Many times I thought we were doomed. Lu Karen's voice was a little low. Yang Xinxin stroked the bottle in her hand, as if stroking a cat. So, later I thought it would be better if these people died. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Yi. Her face filled with sunshine. So brother. After Hua teased them again and killed them bit by bit. It did have something to do with me. Do you think Xinxin is cruel? Zhang Yi looked at her for a few seconds. Then a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Cruel? There is indeed a point. But instead of being disgusted, he felt somewhat appreciative of it. This girl is the same as me. They are not familiar with me. So you are free to do whatever you want. I do not care. I came to save you just because of my promise to your sister, and because I need to use your computer expert ability. Yang Xinxin nodded. Not surprised at all. What I am saying is that in this kind of world, it is impossible to save a person without value. Zhang Yi said. Don't worry. If you join my team in the future, as long as you are obedient and work seriously, you will no longer face the danger of cold, hunger and death. I can guarantee you this. When HR recruits several outstanding employees, of course, it must first make a big deal to stabilize their minds. But what Zhang Yi said is basically the truth. Unless something unexpected happens one day in the future, they must be very comfortable following him. Thank you, brother, Lu Karen said. Thank you, brother, Yang Xinxin said with a smile. Zhang Yi glanced at the rearview mirror, and then continued to ask Xinxin. I have another question. I hope you can help me answer it. Brother, please ask. It's been so long since the end of the world has come. Why haven't you sent a message to your two sisters before? Did you just do it recently? And how do you solve the signal problem in such a deep place under the heavy snow? Yang Xinxin covered her mouth and smiled. Brother, I am also one of the world's top hackers. So problems like signals are naturally easy to solve. What's more, Hua also helped me. As for sending messages to contact you, she opened her eyes, revealing a cunning light. I have no intention of contacting my stupid sister. From the beginning, my goal has been you. Chapter 224. Both of them are talents. The wind and snow continued. The snowflakes were much smaller than a month ago, but the wind was strong. The snowmobile drove towards Yunk Manor. It was cold outside but warm and pleasant inside. Zhang Yi's expression did not change, but his eyes changed slightly. Is your target me? How do you say this? I have never had any contact with you before. Yang Xinxin explained in a gentle tone that I originally thought that idiot's sister was dead. After all, with her IQ and ability, it's okay to just hang out in the entertainment industry. Save people? It would be nice if she could protect herself. Therefore, I will not place my hope of living on her. Zhang Yi Then, my mobile phone received a message from the outside world. She took out her mobile phone from her clothes. It was a mobile phone that Zhang Yi had never seen before. He didn't know the brand, let alone the model. It seems that this must be a privately customized product. No wonder it has such strong signal reception capabilities. Its performance is not inferior to that of ordinary supercomputers. With a little analysis, you can find all the information about you. Brother. She tilted her head and looked at Zhang Yi's handsome and resolute profile. Xinxin really admires you. Brother. He is obviously just an ordinary warehouse manager, but he is able to do this in the apocalypse. Zhang Yi's back felt a little cold. Damn it. In this modern era of highly developed information technology, it is not easy for a top hacker to get your information. What do you know about me? Zhang Yi asked uneasy. That's almost all. Yang Xinxin said confidently that as long as it can be found on the internet, I can check it with my fingers, including your previous involvement in the theft of Walmart's South China warehouse, your bank card transfer records, and the fact that you killed so many neighbors in Yuelu community. She suddenly covered her face with her hands. Her face turned red, and her eyes were full of obsession. After reading your story, Xinxin is really fascinated. Zhang Yi turns out to be a Yandera. Being targeted by a beautiful and powerful Yandera makes people feel a little chill down their backs, and they don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Zhang Yi took a breath and said, So you know that I live with Yang Mi and Zhou here. Just use them to contact me. Right? Yang Xinxin nodded. That's it. Although I don't know if you, brother, will come to save Xinxin. But if you don't come, Xinshin will definitely go to find you. But you really came to save Xinshin. Xinshin is so happy. As she spoke, she gently stretched out her hand and grabbed the corner of Zhang Yi's clothes, then blushed with embarrassment. Zhang Yi was speechless. He thought everything was under his control. But unexpectedly he fell into someone else's design. This beautiful and powerful little girl is so scheming. Such people must be retained. It is better to be teammates than enemies. That? Xinshin, I want to ask a question. You have such a good relationship with that demon cat. Will it obey your commands completely? When young Xinshin heard this, she put a green jade finger in front of her lips and thought about it. Then shook her head. Elder brother, have you never had a cat? Cats are animals that can only be friends. It will be close to anyone who treats it well. But it would be too difficult to be its master. Especially stray cats. Zhang Yi rubbed his head helplessly. That would be a bit difficult. He originally hoped to receive a useful combat force. He looked behind him in the rearview mirror. In the vast snow, something seemed to be following. He didn't see it, but his instinct told it that it must be the powerful cat demon. Is it still reluctant to let go of Yang Xinshin? Zhang Yi murmured to himself. The temperament of a creature like a cat is one of the most elusive. Not to mention those domesticated pet cats. Wild cats that have been wandering around or domestic cats in the countryside still retain their wild nature. They don't trust humans easily at all, and are extremely difficult to tame. You can give it a try. There are also a lot of cat food. Dried fish and cat strips in the warehouse. These foods are always better than people. Right? Hey, I haven't eaten it either. So I really can't make a comparison. Anyway, give it a try. The group returned to Yunk Manor. In order to thank Fatty Sue, Zhang Yi gave him another bag of food and a limited edition Dear Imadoka pillow. Fatty Wong was so happy that he immediately hugged the pillow and refused to let go. As for Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi took out 2 large barrels of refined oil for him to take back. Uncle Yu didn't refuse. His ability was not as convenient as Zhang Yi's to obtain supplies. Gasoline was indeed what he needed. It's hard work for both of you today, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue left with a smile, and stated that they could contact them at any time if necessary in the future. This mission was relatively easy for them, without much danger, and Zhang Yi gave them generous rewards, which made them very happy. Zhang Yi is like this. He is never stingy when it comes to people he considers to be one of his own. See you later? Several people parted ways. Zhang Yi returned to the shelter with Yang Xinshin and Lu Karen. The 2 girls had been starving and freezing in Tianjin College for more than a month. When they came to this warm and luxurious shelter, their eyes could not help but flash with excitement. Even Yang Xinshin couldn't help but look around. My God, this is the paradise of dreams. I can't imagine that there is such a happy place in the end of the world. Lu Karen was so excited that she shed tears. This tomboy, who had always been strong, rarely cried and wiped away his tears. Zhang Yi said to them that as long as you help me in the future and ensure the safety of this place, you can live happily here forever. Lu Karen nodded repeatedly, pointed at the ceiling and swore, Brother, Lu Karen, will follow you wholeheartedly from now on. Yang Xinshin lowered her head shyly, grabbed the corners of her clothes with both hands, and said something to help you. Doesn't the package include life aspects? Zhang Yi was slightly speechless. Lu Karen was a little nervous, and didn't understand the meaning of Yang Xinshin's words. Zhang Yi bent down in front of her, reached out, and patted her cold little face. At such a young age, he knows a lot. But for me, your main task is to help me and maintain the safety of the entire shelter. Do you understand? Although Yang Xinshin is beautiful, for Zhang Yi, her biggest role is as a top computer expert. Zhang Yi wouldn't be able to have wild thoughts when he sees a beautiful girl. After listening to Zhang Yi's words, the vigilance in Yang Xinshin's eyes disappeared. But she felt a little disappointed for some reason. Her eyes fell on her legs, thinking, does he dislike me? Woman is a difficult creature to figure out. She would be wary of Zhang Yi if Zhang Yi had his way with her. But if Zhang Yi didn't have his way with her, she felt that Zhang Yi disliked her disability in both legs. Chapter 225 Mechanical Master. Soon, Zhang Yi brought Yang Mi and Zhou Qier to the living room. After they saw Yang Xinshin safe and sound, their faces showed great joy, and they rushed towards her with tears in their eyes. Xinshin, great. You're still alive. Do you know how worried your sister is about you? Yang Mi squatted in front of Yang Xinshin with a flattering smile on her face. You are serious? Why didn't you contact me earlier? You must have suffered a lot out there. But Yang Xinshin didn't have much of a good face when facing her celebrity cousin. She snorted softly and said coldly, My dirty sister? You are just taking advantage of men's fantasies about you to become famous. Apart from relying on your own body, what other abilities do you have? If it weren't for the fact that I found out that you and brother Zhang Yi were together, I wouldn't have contacted you. Yang Mi's face suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that the relationship between the cousins was not very harmonious. But it's not surprising. As Zhou Ke said before, Yang Mi, the national goddess and the object of countless men's fantasies, is a disgrace to the Yang family. It's normal for Yang Xinxin, a computer genius with a super high IQ, to look down on her. Brother Zhang Yi? Zhou Ke was a little concerned about Yang Xinxin's title. When did Xinxin become so polite to others? In her impression, it was difficult for Yang Xinxin to recognize someone, because she was extremely smart. Several people introduced each other. Lu Karen reported her family status. Although she was not a young lady, her parents were also tutors in the university, and she belonged to a scholarly family. Zhang Yi clapped his hands and arranged for Yang Mi and Zhou Ke to do things. Mimi, go and cook a good meal for Xinxin and Karen. Ke, go and tidy up the room for them. Zhou Ke smiled and said, Okay. I've already vacated Xinxin's room before, so I'll prepare another room. Yang Mi also came to the island kitchen in the living room and started busy with today's dinner. As for Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin, they had just returned and Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to let them go to work. He asked the two of them to take a bath first. After all, there was no condition for bathing under the snow in Tianqing College. Lu Karen pushed Yang Xinxin to the bathroom. Zhang Yi prepared several sets of clothes for them according to their size requirements and let them choose to wear them. But when they were taking a shower, Yang Mi in the kitchen was staring straight at Zhang Yi. The kitchen knife used to cut vegetables and my hand moved a little slower. Zhang Yilu has been speechless for so long. Do you still remember? Yang Mi pouted. It's okay if you do that to me. But they are all inexperienced students. You are not allowed to do that. Zhang Yi smiled softly. He didn't have that idea originally. How to say? The reason why he was unscrupulous towards Yang Mi at the beginning was because he knew very well that Yang Mi came with him to exchange her body for survival conditions. But Lu Karen is different from Yang Xinxin. They are all technical talents. And Zhang Yi will be of great use in the future. Zhang Yi is not a greedy pervert. Having Zhou Ke and Yang Mi is enough to satisfy his daily needs. As for these two girls, let them help you prepare for the shelter. But after being together for a long time, there was nothing he could do if a man and a woman fell in love. The two girls washed in the bathroom for a long time. They were all girls from good backgrounds, and it was unbearable for them not to take a shower for so long. So after having a comfortable environment and hot water, I immediately washed my whole body carefully many times. Then the two girls walked out of the bathroom wearing the clothes prepared for them. After the two girls took a shower, they looked at Zhang Yi more and more closely. After all, this is their savior. Not only did it save their lives, but it also allowed them to live in such a comfortable house. This kind of kindness will never end in every lifetime. Loyalty already sounded in Lu Karen's heart. Slogan. Brother, we've finished washing, Lu Karen said to Zhang Yi with a smile. This tomboy is carefree and has clear eyes like a silly roe deer. Well, come and sit for a while. Zhang Yi smiled and waved to them. Zhang Yi asked them to sit on the sofa and drink some hot drinks to replenish their energy before talking again. There is a coffee machine and coffee beans at home. Yang Mi poured a cup of cappuccino for Yang Xinxin, while Lu Karen drank in American style. Zhang Yi crossed his legs and started chatting with them casually. Xinxin, you will be responsible for the future network security at home. Is this okay? Zhang Yi knows nothing about computers, and is only a little better than Yang Mi and Zhou Ke. But if you really meet a computer expert, he can be reduced to scum in seconds. Not like this. He would not have had all his identity information stolen by Lu Fengdao before. Yang Xinxin nodded and said in a calm, but extremely confident tone. Leave it to me. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Karen again. Lu Karen quickly sat up straight and put his hands on his knees. Brother, what are your orders? Zhang Yi said that you are a master in the field of machinery. I would like to ask, if you were asked to make weapons and ammunition, would you be able to? Zhang Yi looked at Lu Karen with a smile. Like a gentle big brother next door. Lu Karen was wearing slippers, and after meeting Zhang Yi's gentle gaze, his feet shrank involuntarily. She looked away shyly, scratched her cheek and said that actually, firearms are not difficult to make, but it requires some professional mechanical equipment. Moreover, in terms of ammunition, the materials required are not available on the market. It would be much easier if it was a cold weapon. Materials can also be obtained from other metals at home. However, forging tools are also required. Zhang Yi smiled lightly. This is not difficult. He suddenly stood up and said to Lu Karen, "Come with me and show you a few things." Lu Karen followed curiously. Zhang Yi took her down to the underground floor and then came to an empty room. Zhang Yi opened the different space and took out some of the steel company's mechanical equipment that he had picked up from the warehouse area. Although he was not familiar with things like CNC machine tools, he also knew what those things were used for. Zhang Yi asked, "Take a look. Are these things useful? If it's not enough, I have some more here. If that doesn't work, I'll go out and raid a few steel factories and give you the equipment you need." Lu Karen's eyes lit up when he saw a lot of cutting-edge mechanical equipment in front of him. The cost of these equipment is extremely high, and many of them are imported. The price of one unit is at least several million, and there are even high-end products that cost tens of millions. No problem. Having these things is enough. Lu Karen said excitedly that although some equipment was unusable, I could dismantle the parts and modify them. As a genius in the mechanical field, her hands-on ability is top-notch. Zhang Yi nodded when he heard this, and gave her some more tools. "You try to organize the equipment first, and then help me build whatever equipment I need. As for the materials of ammunition, that is relatively simple. There are a lot of chemical materials in his alien space, and gunpowder is even more difficult to defeat this genius in the mechanical field. Zhang Yi has no shortage of large firearms, but what he lacks are bullets and silencers, especially his big sniper, which is too loud and makes too much noise every time he shoots, which is not good for young people." Lu Karen raised his arm and patted the fair and well-proportioned muscles on his arm. "Brother, don't worry. Just leave these things to me." Zhang Yi looked at the enthusiastic girl in front of him and felt happy in his heart. He originally thought it was buy one get one free, but he didn't expect it to be a big surprise. "By the way, since you work in machinery, you must know a lot about materials, right? Show me this thing." Zhang Yi took out the Tang Dao that he snatched from Liang Yu from another dimension and handed it to Lu Karen to see. "Is it some ancient magic weapon? When I took it away, your teacher's eyes looked like he was trying to kill me." Lu Karen was very familiar with this knife. She took it in her hand, pulled it out, and took a look with fiery eyes. Only half of the blade was exposed, and a cold light flashed, and there was a crisp sound of the sword. "This is Teacher Liang's sword. I was finally able to get my hands on it." Lu Karen looked at it several times with fiery eyes, as if admiring a rare treasure. After a long time, he reluctantly put the knife back into its scabbard and gave it back to Zhang Yi. She told Zhang Yi that the name of the sword was Long Ming, and it was forged by Yuan Lin, the most powerful swordsmith in China. This is not some ancient handicraft, but the pinnacle of serious modern cold weapons. The metal used is called adamantium alloy, which is said to be the hardest metal in the world and can even split diamonds. Zhang Yi couldn't help but said, "Is it so big?" Lu Karen nodded. "Yes. This metal was developed only 10 years ago and was originally intended to be used in weapons manufacturing for the army. However, because the manufacturing cost was too high and the materials were extremely scarce, it was eliminated by the arms company. But some people apply it to make cold weapons and get this indestructible sword." Lu Karen pointed to the one in Zhang Yi's hand. "This one is called Longming. It is said that Teacher Liang saved the life of the lady from China when she was working as a bodyguard for her, and then he was rewarded. For Teacher Liang, it symbolizes the supreme honor, so I have always regarded it as more important than life." Zhang Yi looked at Long Ming in his hand, and his eyes became hot. No wonder Liang Yu was able to fight the cat demon with it. Ordinary swords would have been curled long ago. "Good stuff. I will accept it for you, Teacher Liang. Such a good thing. It is better to keep for self-defense than the previous Damascus steel hunting knife. Of course Zhang Yi cannot return it.